Reincarnator, Chapter 201, Transference, 1. The sages were upset in the past. At their extremely weak bodies that didn't fit their overflowing intelligence and mana. Technology and mana could not fill up the massive hole created by a weak body. Even when they tried to do something, their weak bodies held them down. But during that time, a genius even amongst the sages had been born. Carmen. A glorious king who had created the plan to lift the sages higher. Someone who allowed them to have even bigger dreams. We won. The people who had arrived at the villages yelled in glee. The satellite fortresses that were falling in the distance. There was nothing else that proved their victory better than this. I wondered what the hell it was. Coolkin, a hunter of the village, thought of the words spoken by those who had entered the village along with him and made a dumbfounded expression. They were now truly free. Since if those damned satellite fortresses didn't exist, then sweeping away the higher races and gaining back their hope wouldn't be a dream anymore. At that moment. Boom. Boom. Coolkin and the other villagers looked towards the woods from the huge noises coming in from the depths of the forest. And soon. Around 10 higher race members walked out from the woods. The ones who had set up a formation and were pushing the giant metal wolf back before. The Akalachia, Arukans, and the Rebelungs are together. While Coolkin was frowning from this strange scene. Somebody cursed out loud from next to him. You balls of bastards. Where the hell do you think this is? Those guys aren't unkillable anymore. We can do it if we group up. The villagers reacted the moment they saw the higher races. Then. Whoosh. Hundreds of rage-filled projectiles flew towards the higher race. But in an instant. TRNGGG. The golden spear in the Akalachia's hand spun around like a windmill. And the Rebelungs and the Arukans behind also used their spears to deflect away the projectiles. Tong. Tiding. Hundreds of projectiles got destroyed and bounced off in mid-air. And everyone flinched as they saw this scene. They had made too many assumptions. Thinking about it again, those guys still had tremendous amounts of bodily strength. Maybe if they had mana, but in a situation like this where they also lost their skills, they weren't easy opponents at all. While the people stopped. From the mouth of the Akalachia in the very front, unexpected words came out. Calm down. Anyways, who are you guys? Are you our descendants? Why are you living in a cave like this? What? For them to not know whom they have toyed around for so long. The people stared at the Akalachia just in case it was some trick, but the curiosity and confusion inside the eyes of the Akalachia didn't seem like lies. What the hell? The villagers fell into a confused state. How long has passed? What happened? The general and royalty, Keldurin mumbled as he looked at his body and his surroundings. It seems like we've succeeded. Keldurin stared at the tiny race in front of his eyes. Of course, if he still had his original body, that man over there would be a bit larger than himself. But since the transfer has been completed, the man looked way too small compared to himself. What is this guy? He doesn't seem like someone from our race. Keldurin felt the tremendous amount of power within his body and then made a confused expression as he watched the person in front of his eyes. Though they looked similar, there was a lot of fundamental differences such as the bone structure. And also he didn't have the mana pool that every sage had in general. It seems something unexpected happened. Keldurin frowned as he looked at the broken containers. SSSSK. Keldurin then checked the machinery where the blue stone was embedded in. A transmitter that was built to migrate hundreds of thousands of souls at the same time for the move. And as if it had used up all its power, the lights from various panels on it were getting faint, but Keldurin was able to check the panels before they turned off. He then exclaimed out in shock. 790 years? 790 years have passed. Something went wrong, and that something went wrong horribly. As Keldurin was frowning. Boom. Boom. The Akalachias who were fighting up above came down to the secret room. And soon the secret room was filled with tens of giant Akalachias. Though they had met each other again in completely different bodies, Keldurin was able to figure who was who out instantly. Keldurin. Gonkun, well done. Keldurin frowned as he looked at Gonkun, who was covered from head to toe in blood. It seems they only activated the redstone and fought each other. Gonkun frowned at the pain and then asked the race standing on the ground. Who are you? And why do you have that in your hands? The blackstone and redstone were items left behind for the small amount of managers to activate. It was not something that this guy, whom he had never even seen or heard of, should have. Kiiying. And it's still active, huh? Gonkun frowned as he sensed the dry mana within his body. Hand that over. Whoosh. Gonkun crouched and then moved his hand towards the small midget. The redstone alone was fine, but the blackstone that had combined with the redstone was dangerous to them as well. It was a tremendous artifact that suppressed their entire technology with just its existence. They wouldn't even have made such a thing if they didn't have to for the move. Though the plan seemed to have shifted a little, but since the first stage, soul migration, has been completed, they needed to get it back. But Hansu lifted his spear with his hand. Clang. You see, stealing is a bad habit. He didn't know how they were going to act. He could not hand it over in such a case. That's originally ours, you midget. Gonkun spoke with a growl. He was feeling pain and he didn't understand the situation yet. He was already annoyed, but somebody who he has never seen before was pointing a blade at him while holding onto a dangerous weapon. Of course a rough growl came out of Gonkun's mouth. He would have tried to save his body without mana in the past, but everything was different now. Since they had gained a new body along with new strength. Courage that could support his rage rose up inside him. And Hansu spoke to these sages. You want to have a go? What? At those words the Akalachia standing in the very front, Gonkun the rank 1 sage, scoffed. Though the little midget's body seemed quite strong, it was not even close to theirs. What was causing him to be so arrogant? Well, it wasn't that the sages didn't like conversing. But there was no need to do things the hard way, then their strength was much higher than the other party. Suppress him and then take it? Boom. Boom. The rank 1 sages inside the Akalachia's body walked towards Hansu. At that moment. KKKKKKKK and GGGG. A vibration that shook the entire room could be felt. Something much different than their footsteps. And Gonkun and Keldarin flinched at this quake. What? This was the vibration from the monolith that shook the secret room moving. And soon a loud shout was heard in the distance. Hey. Are you alright in there? We're coming in. At the same time with that shout, countless people coming in could be felt. There's this many? What the hell happened while we were asleep? An earthquake that was transmitted through the long tunnel. The sages, who have obtained this new body that could sense this quake, frowned in nervousness. There's been a lot of changes in the 800 years we were asleep, huh? Keldarin, the person in Akalachia's body, frowned as he sat in the hastily made barracks. According to their original plan, they'd be busy testing out their new body, but there was no time to do such a thing. Since a tremendous amount of change had occurred after they woke up. At this rate, we need to alter the whole plan. Keldarin mumbled quietly. Their plan was simple. Leave their weak human bodies and move into a much more powerful body. They had created new bodies because of this and had even created the redstone and blackstone that temporarily froze their conscious and mana to reduce the risk as much as possible while they moved into their new bodies. Since they found through experimenting that the chances of failure rose if they had their consciousness and mana. So they created the 3 stones and fell asleep. But for them to have been asleep for 800 years. And, the fact that the Macrons who were supposed to be rank 2 bodies were annihilated is a big deal. Keldarin frowned. Rank 1, the Akalachias created for the royalty. Rank 2, the Macrons created for the nobility. Rank 3, the Arukans created for warriors. Rank 4, the Rebelungs created for commoners. The Macrons who were supposed to handle the middle stage had all been annihilated. Due to the other 3 races while they were asleep. Even if we give them mana and a consciousness, they're still beasts, huh? This is going to create problems in the next stage. And because they fought with each other, the already limited mana crystals had run out. There was also another issue. Keldarin clutched his head at the sounds he could hear coming in from outside. The body being developed has its downsides. The extremely developed body allowed him to hear everything. But he could not ignore these noises. Since it was not something he could ignore. Keldarin spoke expressionlessly. Let's go out. It seems like we will need to speak with the other side for a bit. Will it be okay? That midget race seems to be extremely aggressive. Gonkun frowned. It had been 3 days since they woke up. There had been countless things that happened during that time. And Keldarin made a tired smile at Gonkun. Well. That man seems to have things under control quite well. Let's trust in that. It seems like while they were asleep, this so-called god had played around a bit and their world seems to be used as a tunnel. A bridge to the next world. The entrance was the Kangri Worms area. And the exit was at a location near the Silver Sea. What a tremendous change. Can we still complete it? Damn. If we took the Blackstone back then, there wouldn't even be a need to ponder about such a thing like this. Keldarin thought of the satellite fortresses that didn't work as he walked out of his tent. A giant basin. His race, that had temporarily gathered here, could be seen. Countless Akalachias, Arukans, and Rebelungs. They all looked different and had different ranks, they were still a part of the same race. And the other side of the basin. Countless people had gathered. All with a blade of some sort in their hands. As he walked out, the sounds he had been hearing became even clearer. Well, the enraged roars and shouts. Why are we leaving them be? Fucking hell. Do you know how much we suffered because of them? Kill them all. There was no need for both sides to be angry with each other in a fight or a war. Since one side being angry was enough. Keldarin clicked his tongue as he looked at the swarming humans looking at him with cold eyes. Reincarnator, Chapter 202, Transference, 2. The giant basin near the birdcage, the Akron. Hundreds of thousands of people had been gathered in the giant basin. But this was just the beginning. The people who were in the villages were gathering here constantly. To the location which will become the new city of the humans. Because it was at the center of the green road, it was the best place to be in terms of location, and because there were a variety of beasts around this location, it was also a great place to hunt. The satellite fortresses that threatened the humans had disappeared and this land should have become the humans. Well, what was supposed to happen. Damn. Coolkin, one of the adventurers who had gathered at the Akron along with others, grinned at his teeth at the higher race he could see in the distance. The humans had won. The satellite fortresses had fell due to unknown reasons, and the higher races weren't invincible existences since there wasn't any mana. Since a god who has fallen to the ground wasn't fit to be called a god anymore. No, they had to kill them while they were on the ground. This current situation was all because there was no mana. Why were they just watching this situation? And even with such people like this. If they didn't have strength the story would be different, but it wasn't like that they didn't have any strength. Since the newcomers weren't like newbies at all. They all had monstrous bodies, unfitting to be called humans like himself. The ones who were here before were stronger right now because there was still a gap due to the runes, but it wouldn't take long to catch up. Since it wouldn't take that long to fill up their runes by hunting with such bodies. I don't know how he brought such guys here, but if we fight alongside them, we might be able to win. Coolkin looked at the tremendous amount of forces behind him and made a sad expression. Morris. I need to avenge you. The image of his friend being ripped apart in front of his eyes was still vivid in his head. Coolkin clenched his teeth as he remembered his friend's expression, which was staring at him desperately until the end. It's been a while, Hansu. Hansu made a smile as he looked at the faces he hadn't seen in a while. It was nice seeing these faces after such a long time. And Byron, Sophia, Mihi and other familiar faces that he had left behind in the zone below could be seen. The owner of the new crown of thorns and the second soul fragment, Guanye, couldn't come up because he had to control the people below, but the others had gotten Hansu's signal through Guanye and had come up. And countless people had split up and were constructing the city. The villages were now a dark part of their history. They needed a new city befitting of this new zone. Though they were only building one, they would build more as time went on. It wouldn't take long. Hansu mumbled as he watched the process from afar. Though they didn't have any tools, it didn't matter, since their bodies were much more different. Quajadududuk. Ududududuk. Snapping trees and cutting rocks. With strength that didn't seem like that of a human. Even without mana, these people didn't lose out to the original Yellow Zone's people and actually were doing even better. A tremendously powerful body. This was all because of the body enhancement surgery they received in the second zone. These people didn't lose out to Hansu in terms of their body. There were tens of thousands of such people. And Mihi, who had brought these people up, made a proud expression. If this was the real world, then she was at a level she couldn't even have imagined. The amount of burden and responsibilities on her shoulders was much larger, but seeing such powerful adventurers, she could feel her past struggles and hardships being washed away. I've seen Hansu after so long as well. Anyways, it's so hard to see his damn face. Mihi looked at Hansu with an upset expression. She had imagined that they would always be together because they were with each other during the tutorial. But Hansu was busy beyond her imagination. To the point of being hard to chase him. Well, I didn't even think things would happen like this. Thinking of her college days of the past, she started to giggle. And Hansu laughed while looking at Mihi. Though he had become a person who was quite unresponsive to most things while fighting in the abyss, he was still human. Since the hard work of the Yellow Zone had been completed well, he naturally felt good. A rare smile appeared on Hansu's usually expressionless face. It seems Karhul found his sibling. Hansu looked at Ikiju and Karhul, who started to walk towards this location after controlling the people. Karhul, Ikiju, and a few others were working hard to control the people of the Yellow Zone, but Karhul looked as if such work was nothing and was continually smiling and laughing. To the point of making Hansu feel content as well. Let's work a bit harder. Everything's going well. Hansu mumbled inwardly. He just needed to continue like this. If he continued like this and there weren't any more problems from now on, then humanity would gain a tremendous amount of power and wouldn't get massacred once they entered the abyss right away like they had in the past. Which means he would be able to prevent people precious to him from dying off. And him struggling and working a bit harder to achieve this would be fine. Since he had struggled for 50 years already anyway. Compared to his friends getting killed and ripped apart next to him, this was nothing. Though bodily injuries healed, the memories inside one's head lasted. Hansu thought up to this point and refocused. Not yet. The smile on Hansu's face disappeared. It wasn't time to drop his guard yet. Though he had solved the problem, something unexpected happened. Suppress the higher races, who have gone berserk, one by one. A frontal clash would be hard, but it wouldn't be hard to kill them off while they fought each other. Then he would receive the method of creating the mana pool inside the humans' bodies and perform the surgery on all humans. But since the sages had received the bodies of the higher races, things have become much more complex. They were smart, rational, and knew how to work together. The sages, who had been spread apart, understood the situation almost instantly even after sleeping for hundreds of years and had gathered into groups they had planned previously. The people with Rebelu's body conversed with each other and the Urukans surveyed the surroundings. And the Ecologia stood above them all and controlled them. If they fought, then it would just be a huge disaster. There were hundreds of thousands of higher races who could handle hundreds of humans per member. Though they would win because the ones with body enhancement surgeries had come with them as well, but they would still gain a huge amount of casualties. He hadn't raised them to lose them in a place like this. At that moment, a giant flag could be seen in the distance. It seems they want to speak now. Hansu spoke while looking at the Ecologia, who was awkwardly swinging a piece of cloth tied to a huge log tens of meters long. I'll be back. Take care of this place. Even before anybody could say anything, Hansu quickly disappeared. And the place where Hansu left was then filled with awkwardness, where people started to slowly speak one by one. Since they would be together for a while anyway. The mingling of the previous members and newcomers was important. Nice to meet you. I'm called Ikiju. Welcome to the Yellow Zone. I'm Karhul. I hope things go well. Karhul turned around and looked towards the location Hansu had gone off to with a worried expression. The job he was assigned was actually much more important than just control. Though he was controlling them, their rage was slowly building up. Since the pain and struggle they had gone through for over a decade wouldn't easily go away. There was no way their rage would disappear just because the ones who had killed their friends and family and even themselves started to laugh and make strange noises. Though they were barely suppressing their rage, it wouldn't be weird for it to explode at any moment. Anyways, does he have no sense of fear? To jump into the enemy territory alone. He pondered if he should follow Hansu but shook his head. There's nothing he'd be able to do anyway even if the situation blew up. It was better to just stay here and do his job. Karhul clenched his hands at his powerlessness as he looked towards the higher races camp Hansu went towards. Fucking bird heads. Just try touching him. Then there wouldn't be any controlling or anything. He would just rile up the people behind him and attack first. This was why he needed to control them even more now. Before these people, who were roaring out in rage, caused something. Well, at least it's much more easier now since these guys are helping us. Karhul shook his head and then spoke towards the woman who had introduced herself as Mihi. At least your side is better than us, right? You should have prepared a bit before coming up. But Mihi shook her head at those words. It doesn't seem like there's much difference for us either. We just have hundreds of thousands of people. And the power that suppressed them is now gone. Karhul nervously looked at the countless newcomers behind Mihi at those words. Boom. Hansu flew in from afar and landed in front of the Ecologias. Keldurin, the acting leader of the sages, spoke towards Hansu. Greetings. To make things easier we shall call you humans as you have told us. Are you the king of those humans? Hansu shook his head. We don't really have such a system. Well. After hearing your story, those things weren't something a king would do. Keldurin, who had been busily gathering information, nodded. A king reigned from the back and stood above the others. But the man in front of his eyes was acting at the exact opposite location of where a king should be. He fought at the frontmost locations, the roughest and the lowest places. The most vicious and dangerous places. There was a reason why this man was worthy of his respect. If it were the days back when we were sages, then I would have used him very well. Keldurin looked at the human in front of him with a regrettable expression. A good king was important during times of peace, but during times of war, the most important things were good generals and soldiers. And the man in front of his eyes had more than enough qualifications. If he had been born as a sage, no, even if he wasn't a sage, he would have risen to the highest point. Up to the position of the great general who stood next to the king. Hansu ignored the sage's words and then spoke expressionlessly. Let's get to the main point. Let's talk about what we shall do from now on. Yes, the introductions were a bit too long. Let's get to the point indeed. The thing you want from us, the mana pool surgery, right? Hansu nodded at those words. Since it was the final objective he needed to accomplish in this world. Something that allowed them to use mana non-stop like monsters all day. Mana pool. Once it was planted inside the humans' bodies, then they would be able to have a much larger amount of mana and gain the upper hand. It was a bit too much to have as much mana as a satellite fortress, but they would be able to utilize a much larger amount of mana, at least a few times more. Keldurin shrugged his shoulders at Hansu's words. Not hard. There's actually a system to plant the mana pool inside the body on every satellite fortress. Though there's a lot of you, about 3 of them would be able to change your entire race. It would be even faster if we don't use the satellite fortresses for anything else. Hansu made a surprised expression. Because it was faster than he had expected. It seems it's quite simple. It's because we invested a lot of time and resources in order to shorten the surgery time after we invented it. Hansu then spoke the next thing on his mind while staring at Keldurin. What do you want from now on? There was no way he would say such things with no reason. He was doing this because there was something he wanted. Keldurin smiled towards Hansu. There's something you must do for our plan. If you do this for us, then we will provide you with the satellite fortresses and even tell you the mana pool surgery method. If you accept our offer, then we would become allies, though temporary. Hansu nodded and stared at Keldurin, telling him to hurry and speak. But the thing that came out of Keldurin's mouth was not something Hansu had to do but more information. Let me say something before that. You need to hear this if you want to gain the mana pool. Why we tried to gain stronger bodies? Wasn't it because you just needed stronger bodies? Keldurin scoffed and then pointed towards the fallen satellite fortresses. With something like that? You think we'd need powerful bodies? Strength was just a byproduct, we just made it well since we were going to anyway. Hansu nodded. A short thought was all he needed. A powerful body was not something necessary to them. Even more so, not a reason for them to all go into cryosleep at the same time. It shouldn't be something like a contagious disease or anything. Keldurin spoke towards Hansu. Reincarnator, Chapter 203, Garmaya, 1. Keldurin touched his belly as he spoke. Actually, our race don't need to receive the mana pool surgery. We were born with such an organ. The mana pool in our bodies was something we created after researching the organ inside our bodies we were born with. The humans were similar, but there was an important difference. The humans, who had been living on Earth, had no organ to produce mana. But the sages were different. From the moment they were born, there existed a marvelous body that converts food into liquid mana located between the intestines and their stomach. The mana pool grew as the sage grew, and the sages gained the rights to use a tremendous amount of mana throughout their life. The mana that was created from the mana pool traveled to the very depths of the body as it stimulated and supplemented all the cells within their body. Though this was the start of their tragedy. Vigorous body. It's a good thing. You see, we become adults in just 3 years. And because the mana stimulates our brain cells, our intelligence is much higher as well. 3 years is more than enough to control our race's technology. They grew at an extreme rate. They learned very quickly with tremendously high intelligence, invented marvelous technology and improved them. And they could control mana like a part of their body, such as their arms or legs. The satellite fortress wasn't created for no reason. Their race, the sages, had used this extreme intelligence and mana as a basis to increase their strength. But there existed a fatal disadvantage. A reason why there were only a few 100,000 sages despite having only 3 years to adulthood with non-existent natural predators. Keldurin made a bitter smile. Do you know what our average life expectancy is? It's under 12 years, 12 fucking years. Ha 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 ha. Funny, right? The mana stimulated all the cells in their body and increased the speed of their metabolism. Thankfully they grew fast and their injuries healed quickly as well. There was a limit to how many times a cell could divide. Though there had a tremendously quick rate of growth, intelligence, and mana, their cells weren't strong enough to handle the mana. But ironically, the cells that had been burnt up by the usage of mana continued to get regenerated by the mana. And the cells that had gone through mitosis many more times than the cells of the humans could not continue as they reached their limit. And that was the end of the sages. The end. And due to some unknown issues, their fertility rates weren't that good as well. Short life and low fertility rates. This was an extremely fatal problem to a race. They had always been wary of their low population and tried to increase their lifespan and their fertility issue with their vast knowledge and technology for a very long time. But it was all futile. As if God was balancing them for their vast power, their numbers had always stayed around a few 100,000s. So the ranking system came to be. The ones with longer lifespans from birth had become rank 1 and the ones who had shorter lifespans from genetic flaws became rank 4. For their race, where members get stronger from mana the longer they stay alive, a longer lifespan was almost equal to stronger power. Keldurin spoke up to this point, chuckled and then spoke. So our king is the one with the longest lifespan. Funny, right? Though we have the technology to split apart mountains and cause seas to flip, the one who becomes the king is the one who lives the longest. Hee. Someone who lived 20 years was astronomically wiser than someone who has lived 15 years, and ones who had lived for 15 years understood more than those who lived 10 years. They were different from humans who had a limit and got older as time went on. Their cells would get reinforced by the mana as time went on, which in turn enhanced their body. Their control of mana increased and their wisdom rose as well. Their nickname in the past had been the race of the dragons. Because they were like dragons who got stronger as they got older. Of course their lifespans and bodies were tremendously lesser, but nobody questioned this. But then, a monster had been born. Carmen. Their king. He had been born to royalty and showcased a tremendous amount of charisma and intellect as a child. Surprisingly, our King Carmen had lived for 60 years. Can you believe that? Keldurin mumbled. Hansu was shocked. Those 60 years didn't seem like a lot, the average lifespan of these guys was merely 12 years. In human terms it meant that Carmen had lived for almost 500 years. What a mutation. And Carmen had accomplished a large amount of things with his vastly superior abilities compared to other rank 1 royalties. And the great achievement he had thought up and had started. If we fail at creating a whole new body for ourselves, then let's just reconstruct the beasts that live in this world. Those who live in the same environment as us but have a more powerful body and longer lifespans. We will then move our souls to their bodies. At first they were hesitant. Because they had tried it before. And they had failed. But Carmen was different. Keldurin made an expression full of respect. Though it seems like there had been some unexpected events. It's a great success. For this body to still be here after 800 years. Keldurin looked at his body with a gleeful expression. He had been fearful and had been worried about his body that had only 1 year left and was breaking down. So he had rushed into cryosleep as soon as the soul migration technology had been created. For his new body. Though they wanted to split it up into numerous times, but creating the bluestone took over 10 years. It might be different for the other races, but for them 10 years was more than enough time for 80% of them to die off. So except for the few remaining sages, they all went into cryosleep. And the result was glorious. Now, the preparations are complete. They had finally broken through the limitations that had blocked the advancement of their race. Hansu spoke towards Keldurin, who had been smiling in pride. Did you say all this just to tell me about the side effects? Keldurin shook his head at those words. No, while your bodies aren't as good as the ones we have currently, it is still much superior to our original bodies. The important part about my story is about our King Carmen. The mana pool was actually something created for the higher races. In order to perform the surgery on the humans, they had to alter the surgery to some degree. We also don't know a lot about the actual surgery. Since Carmen administrated all of this by himself. A stupid person could not understand the thoughts of a genius. And the difference of intellect between Carmen, who had lived for 60 years, and Keldurin, who had lived for 20 years, was beyond imagination. To the point of the entire sage race having a hard time understanding one man's thoughts. Keldurin then spoke to Hansu. Thankfully there are notes left behind by him. The research notes Carmen has compiled for us is extremely precious to us. Those are things we will need to research and improve from now on. So what we want is not really different from what you guys want. Inside the satellite fortress of Carmen, there is a research lab. Please go there and bring us the research notes. Then we will use those research notes as the basis to alter the surgery to your bodies. Hansu made a confused expression. Why didn't you guys bring it? It was just bringing some notes. Keldurin made a slightly bitter expression. Well, Carmen was a bit of an oddity and had set it up so nobody else could enter his lab. Keldurin smacked his lips while he spoke as if he could taste the bitterness. Heavenly Siege Fortress, Garmaya. A satellite fortress created for the imperishable king, Carmen, with the most powerful mana engine they had ever created and had a size that was a few times larger than a normal satellite fortress. Carmen's research lab existed within the Garmaya, which should have crashed somewhere as of now. This place was only allowed for Carmen. They were all curious about the insides of this place, but nobody had gone in here as of yet. The sages could not enter. Even after they moved bodies. Keldurin thought of that treasure vault as he spoke. If an existence with a mana pool goes in, then it detects it and does not allow entry. So it's impossible for us. The data might even get destroyed if we get close. So please bring this to us. The defense mechanism had two methods. Detection of the sages who tried to enter and the destruction of the data inside. Carmen allowed the distribution and sharing of information but did not allow the stealing of it. Before he was a king, he was a researcher who had a huge amount of greed for knowledge. And nobody had any complaints. Since this allowed their technology to advance a step further, and they all believed that Carmen would eventually release the data to the public one day. But in this current situation, where Carmen's location was a mystery, it may take at least a few centuries if they get near that location and the data got destroyed. So somebody without the mana pool was the answer. So you need to help us. Keldurin looked at the human in front of his eyes. Though a new variable of an unknown race had come up, a 3-day group talk came with this conclusion. Since it has come down to this, let's use this new race to obtain the data. Hansu asked Keldurin after hearing all this. It still works even when the mana is frozen. The sage's technology worked on mana. He didn't know what that defense mechanism was, but it shouldn't be working right now since the mana had been frozen in the entire zone. Keldurin chuckled at those words. I never said the thing protecting the data is a machine. Carmen has created a lot of strange things, you see. Oh, you should go too by the well. Unless you want to see your underlings die for no reason. If a sage, who had the possibility to aim for the data, approached, then the data would get destroyed. But if they, who don't have the mana pool, go in, then getting rid of these people would be the higher priority. None of the sages had gone inside before. Except Carmen. It's probably alive. Probably. Keldurin's body trembled as he thought of the monstrosity. Damn. Kulkin, who had been staring at the higher race in the distance for quite a while now, spat on the ground as he sat. Countless thoughts flashed past his head. Should I gather the others or not? Should I try to do something or not? Should he just watch like this? But the conclusion was always the same. As long as there were people who surrounded them and prevented the collision of both sides, he won't be able to do anything. Neither the avenging of his comrade nor getting his revenge. Though he had become free, nothing had changed. If one didn't have power, then they didn't even have the rights to voice their opinions and feelings. At that moment, somebody came next to him and sat down. Kulkin looked at this person. Who is this? A stranger. It's not strange to see somebody new since there were so many people here, but there wasn't any reason this person should come to him. The person who sat next to Kulkin smiled as he saw the confused expression. It feels shitty, right? That somebody above us is stopping us from doing what we want, right? Kulkin stopped and then looked at the man. Who are you? The man smiled. Let's introduce ourselves later. Let's just talk a bit more for now. It's too much, right? It's not like we want to anything bad, we just want some revenge. The man, Matiron, put his hand on Kulkin's shoulder as he spoke. Reincarnator, Chapter 204, Garmaya, 2. It seems they're getting angrier and angrier. Karhul, Ikiju, Mihi, and the others frowned as they heard the sounds being created from around them. Damn, now I know why they didn't allow us to use the carrier pigeons when we were in the village. If people shared opinions, then it became easier for them to group up and would in end become harder to control. If you wanted to rule, then you needed to rip apart the ones you want to rule over. But they thought that they would become the same as that Dark Lord guy and didn't really care to rule over them, but for something like this to happen. There were no carrier pigeons, but there was no way to stop words of the mouth. Well, even if we did block it, there wouldn't be much effect. Karhul shook his head. If they blocked communication, then the anger that was headed towards the higher race would just come towards them instead. Since something like that needed to be done in secret. Fuck. What the hell are we doing sitting like this, man? This is annoying as hell, fuck. And the rage-filled shouts could be heard from below. If the newcomers Mihi, Enbairan, and the others brought up weren't here, then the situation would have blown apart already. Karhul made a nervous expression. Hugging a lighted bomb would be better than this. The first victory of the humans in the yellow zone. The higher races, who had been ruling over them, had fallen, and the idea that the situation won't last forever, as well as the rage that existed previously, was causing a storm to rise up within the crowd. Fuck, this doesn't make sense. This is too fast. Karhul made a suspicious expression. The reason why Karhul judged that it would be fine for a while wasn't a big reason. It was just fear. Since he thought that the fear of the higher race still remained within their mind. If rage was one of the main emotions of humans, then fear was as well. But the situation was going downhill way too quickly. Rage was eating up fear too fast. And if a collision happens, both sides will have heavy casualties. Damn, I have no idea what to do as well. Karhul smiled bitterly towards Mihi. Then, Mihi also made a cold expression as she spoke. Well, it doesn't seem like it's that different for us either. Huh. Karhul looked towards where Mihi was looking after flinching at her cold expression. Tens of people surrounded one man as they walked towards Mihi and the others. They weren't people from the yellow zone. Since it was impossible for tens of people to have such large and powerful bodies if they came from here. They showed off the fact that they received the body enhancement surgery with weapons in their holster, but the tension continued to rise. The man standing at the very front walked up to Mihi and then smiled towards her. A cold smile. But he had seen the nervousness in her cold smile. No further explanations were needed. The man spoke towards Mihi. We only changed a single zone, but it seems a lot has changed. Kaldis looked behind him, which was getting louder and smiled. And Mihi frowned as she looked at the man. Kaldis. A man who had complained about the rules ever since they were below. Of course, people with such opinions weren't just Kaldis alone, and this group, which consisted of him and others with similar beliefs, often voiced their disagreement towards Enbairan and Mihi. What the hell were they doing? Was this a dictatorship? Since the person with the crown of thorns, Guanye, was below, this just ended with just some complaining, and since Mihi and the others couldn't kill them for this, they had been left alone. But now, the ones who bore fangs before realized their leash had disappeared, and now they were voicing their opinions again. We came up too fast, ugh. I thought they'd be calm for a bit more. Mihi frowned. She realized why Hansu had called her so urgently. Since a second war between the higher races and the humans would have occurred already if they weren't here. But they weren't necessarily fully united as well. Since it hasn't even been half a year since they united into the giant clan. Too short of a time to change somebody. And the suppressed embers were slowly lighting back up now. Kaldis spoke towards Mihi. I'm thankful to you guys and understand that you guys are amazing. But how long are you going to hold on to us? It doesn't seem like there should be a reason for us to stay like this. As if Enbairan didn't like this, Kaldis, she clenched her fists and spat out. I think I explained why we have to wait a bit longer. Aren't you acting out a bit too much? They had shared all the intel they had. Higher race. And the surgery they had for the... They had told them that they needed an alliance with the sages because of this and were suppressing their anger. Others might not, but these people, who have used skills for years now, should know the importance of the size of one's maximum mana. The moment they receive that surgery, then they will gain more strength to trample through the other world. Kaldis smiled at those words. No, I don't have any complaints regarding that. For such a thing to exist. And I'm very thankful that you are trying to share that with us. Look at this body enhancement surgery, you are like angels to us, man. This was the truth. They didn't really want to be enemies with Mihi and the others in front of them. And they knew that they should be allies. But who should have the leadership was the issue. He needed to take it when the opportunity arose. Kaldis, who had always lived like this in the other world, licked his lips. He could feel it. That a chance came. This moment where these people's power has not touched this zone yet and the power that held him down was gone. This was the chance to take the spotlight back. Kaldis smiled and then spoke again. But you see, I just don't like the method. We're much superior, but why do we have to discuss with them? Kaldis then looked towards the sages' tents in the distance. The history of humans were filled with victory and conquest. People who were less different grouped up to stomp upon those who were more different than them. Steal their thing and distribute. Ever since the primitive era to the modern era, there were differences, but the main idea has never changed. But Kaldis could not understand why they had to be in peace with those guys in the distance and receive the surgery in such a manner. And he didn't want to understand anyway. And let's say they did receive the surgery finally after an alliance. How could they be sure those guys won't play tricks on the surgery? If they put some weird time bomb inside their body while doing the surgery, then it was over. Even if they received some casualties, he needed to get them and stomp them beneath his feet. Like how Guanyi had done against them. Do you not hear the voices of these enraged people? You think they're low in number? They are the majority. If we help, then it'll be easy to get the others to join. Mihi's pretty eyes turned into an ugly frown at Kaltus's words. Since the worst case scenario they were wary of has come to be true. They were larger in number than the enraged people. But if Kaltus joined them, then the story would change. This is now out of control. Kaltus laughed towards Mihi and then spoke again. We lived in a democratic society for countless decades, right? I believe we should vote by majority for this. Ignoring the voice of the people is something a dictator does, right? No. Listen to what they want. You damned bastard. So what? You want a war or something? Kaltus frowned towards Karhal, who had suddenly spoke out but then laughed. Yes. That is exactly what I want. What? While the people were at a loss for words from this, Kaltus made an extremely cold expression as he continued to speak. This damned world is a battlefield, what of it? Is having a battle on a battlefield that weird? Did you gather your body, weapons, and skills just to play around? You want to live in peace with others with the strength to split mountains and flip rivers. Kaltus spat out. Be honest. We lived in order to stomp others beneath us anyway. The scale's just a bit larger now. Kaltus looked towards the sage's tents as he smiled. Keldurin frowned as he looked at the humans mumbling in the distance. He then spoke. There's something we need to deal with before the Garmaya, it seems. What are you going to do about that? Countless voices that wanted to kill him could be heard. Ugh. Having developed hearing is an annoyance as well. Well, he probably would have heard it even if his hearing wasn't this developed. Since the situation didn't look that great. Keldurin frowned slightly, coughed out, and then spoke. You said that you have no king in your race, right? But I believe a king is needed in a race. A person who can control that race, someone who can use them. That is a king. Even more so in a time of war. Keldurin continued to speak. In order to create an alliance, we need to be able to keep each other from harm's way. But we cannot trust your race like this. So. Keldurin replied with a cold expression. You need the mana pool from us, right? Prove your allegiance to us first. Control them with your power. Come back to us after all internal struggles are gone. Keldurin then backed up. A gesture meaning that he will watch. No need to roll around the mud. Keldurin mumbled expressionlessly. Since they had gained a powerful body and left their weak bodies behind, the only place for them to go was high above into the sky. He had no thoughts of staying on the ground like this. Since the civilization with advanced technology weren't really interested in those who were uncultured anyway. He didn't want to get involved and there wasn't really a need to. Keldurin spoke to Hansu again. Show us your ability. That is our part of the deal. You should at least do that much to ally with us, right? The time limit is 1 week. The ones who were in need were the other side. Only they could perform the mana pool surgery anyway. Hansu shook his head at Keldurin's words. There's no need to. There's a much simpler way. Should I solve it for you right away? What? As Keldurin was confused. Hansu spoke with a smile. Just give me half of your satellite fortresses. Then everything becomes clean. What? Keldurin frowned and then pondered. And then? A robbery in broad daylight. Keldurin spat out after a few calculations. Reincarnator, Chapter 205, Garmaya, 3. Keldurin sighed. Damn bastard. His goal was the satellite fortresses from the beginning. He was aiming for a chance to gain the method to control them. In the zone below, there was probably a method similar to that. A simple look was enough. The race over there was faithful to their emotions and were greedy, so a vicious method was needed to control them. They couldn't see. There was indeed an underlying system of hierarchy, but it was not enough to control such a massive amount of people. Maybe in the real world, but this place was like a battlefield to them. It was like the army to them. It was impossible to send an army to their death with some connections or charisma. They needed a method to control them, but the fact that such an army like that came up here meant only one thing. That there was a powerful method of control below. Keldurin frowned as he looked at the humans in the distance. He's showing me this on purpose, huh? And he couldn't not hand the satellite fortresses over. Since they were in a deadlock. Keldurin carefully asked, just in case. What if we cannot? The satellite fortresses are too precious to hand over. Especially half of them. Hansu smiled as he spoke. I thought we were going to do our best to keep the alliance. I'm doing my best by holding them back. Even though an internal fight might occur. Since I am doing my best, you should as well. Hansu then pointed towards the human side. He knew that the anger of the people wouldn't go away. As well as the fact that the ones who came up will cause trouble with this chance. It's fine for now, but internal fights would occur sooner or later. Keldurin sighed as he looked at Hansu. No can do. It's not like we can all die or anything. Keldurin gulped at the sensation of a blade being under his chin. If they didn't hand over the satellite fortress and hold on until the end, he will prepare another method to control the humans and kill all the sages in order to erase every possible unexpected outcome. Even if he had to receive tremendous casualties. It wouldn't be hard either. Since he would just need to release the enraged humans. He could just wipe the sages off, take over the satellite fortresses and recover the mana. No can do. We need to compromise here. Keldurin shook his head. Actually, handing over half the satellite fortresses was a good thing. They would definitely lose if they fought here. But splitting the satellite fortresses in half and returning the mana would create a deterrent for war. A best case scenario for the humans and sages. Keldurin frowned for a bit and then spoke. Okay, fine. The remaining satellite fortresses, not counting the ones that haven't been secured yet, total 212. We will give you 106, exactly half. Send 106 of your people and send them to us. I will tell you the methods. What about Garmaya? Keldurin shook his head at Hansu's question. We don't know the whereabouts of Garmaya yet anyway. Since the king's fortress moves where it wants to anyway. It won't take long to find it due to its size. We will talk about it after we finish up here. Sure. Hansu nodded as he laughed. Good. Good. Kaltis smiled as he looked at the scene that was working out perfectly for him. The people of the Yellow Zone, who were filled with rage, were gathering around him as the center along with others who already had disagreements with the system as a whole. It's working out better than I expected. Though there are always people who were not content with the system, there aren't many of them usually. Since it wasn't like Guanye or the others were stomping them beneath their feet, they were just holding them back. No, it was the best kind of environment to live in as long they abided by the rules. Hunting monsters was so easy to the point of it being weird, and incidents like their lives being in danger by factors such as the four calamities, which they had no control over as humans, disappeared. The red and orange zone where the world tree and the strange mechanisms controlled the world, there wasn't a need to be wary of other humans anymore. An unbelievable outcome if one took into account that the red and orange zones were like disasters for humans to be in. Of course it wasn't like Kaltis didn't like such an environment. It was just that he wasn't content with it. To Kaltis, who had a decent amount of skill, it was just his influence becoming smaller. He was a leader of a clan before, but he was merely a normal clansman in a land ruled over by. But this place, the Yellow Zone, was different. The ones who were in control, are finally gone. Though I still can't imagine it. This place was even a harsher place to live. Kaltis clicked his tongue as he looked at the original people of the Yellow Zone who were roaring in anger in the distance. It seems like this place was an even harsher place to be in than the red and orange zones. Of course such a thing didn't affect Kaltis, who had come up late. He has only heard about the satellite fortresses, so he could not easily figure out what it was like. Kaltis then mumbled as he thought of the person who had brought all of this up. Kong Hansu. A person who was said to have done all this in an extremely short amount of time. Of course Kaltis did not believe this. There are too many weaklings in this world. Well, maybe it was because they had been suppressed by the higher race with such a large amount of people and strength. Flap. Kaltis mumbled as he walked out of the temporary tent. People who like to rely on others always prayed that a supernatural being that would solve their issues would appear. They never thought to take care of themselves. A hero was created by these people. An existence created by need. And he had no thoughts of relying on such a guy. He would have retaliated against the higher race no matter what if he was in the same situation. Retards. You should be able to take care of yourself at least. Kaltis finished his thoughts and moved out. Boom. At that moment, the people around Kaltis reacted to his movements and the surroundings got loud. And soon. Boom. 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 Thousands of people followed Kaltis from behind. People who had grouped up due to Kaltis. Not all of them had to go either. Since this was more than enough to pressure their opponents. Kaltis smiled as he looked at Mihi and Enbyron's tents. Let's see, since their clan is unity. Shall I call my clan Taiji? Boom. 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 Kaltis smiled as he looked at the thousands of people following him. Once he got a position of leadership, he would be able to distribute the power system among this world. Boomo. Kaltis approached all the way up to Mihi's tent and then shouted out. Hey. Come out. We should finish our talk. How long are you going to hold us back? Kaltis smiled with a content expression. These guys were buying time for now, but this wouldn't last forever. It would be war soon. The sages over there would be used as stepping stones to strengthen his own power. At that moment. You've gathered quite a lot in this short amount of time. Boom. Kaltis flinched at the man, who was even larger than him, who had come out of the tent. And behind that man Mihi, Enbyron, Karhul, Ikiju, and the others stood. As if they would leave everything to this man. And there would be only one person who was above the people who stood at the top of the clan unity and had more authority. So you're Kong Hansu. Greetings. How lucky for me to be able to see you. I heard you were someone quite hard to see. Kaltis smiled. He had heard countless rumors and stories. But there was a problem in this world, where there was no media, where they had to communicate through numerous people. And this guy seems so busy that he doesn't even care about ruling over the clan. Kaltis made a content smile anyway. If they were easy to deal with, would this guy have stepped out? He had stepped out because he wasn't able to hold back anymore. Since your mighty general has come, let's talk for a bit. Almost half of the people here were with him. Even Hansu wouldn't be able to ignore this. The moment Kaltis was about to speak. Hansu looked around Kaltis's behind and then spoke expressionlessly. I don't really like you guys. What? Well, it's more closer to dislike than not liking really. Hansu spat these words at Kaltis and thought of the past. Back when he hated the humankind. He was a weakling until he had reached the Yellow Zone. And though it was obvious, the weak ones didn't even have a good opinion against other humans. Since humans were even scarier than beasts to the weak. Hansu thought up to this point and spoke to Kaltis. You might not believe it, but my friend says this. Humans will show their instincts if you don't control them. So before controlling and asking them what they did wrong, you need to set up the rules. What the hell are you talking about? Then. Hansu smiled as he brought something out from his pocket. I'm saying I'll forgive you, once. Kaltis flinched as he saw this. A strange marble where red and black was swirling and mixing onto each other. What? Even before Kaltis could react. Oh. The marble started to vibrate and shake the entire surrounding. At the same time. The mana. Surprised shouts were heard from all around. Kaltis freaked out as he shouted back. What the hell are you doing? If you reverse the mana now. At that moment. A tremendous earthquake could be felt. Something that was clearly different than the vibration created from the dark red marble. At that moment. From all over the Akron, bright blue lights started to fly up. Giant satellite fortresses that were shining blue to be exact. Rumpi. The The newcomers were dazed out at this marvelous scene, but the original inhabitants of this place were different. Ah. Ugh. The original members of the Yellow Zone screamed out in fear. Since the fact that the satellite fortresses, which had caused a massacre over their heads in the past, was back up was enough to bring back their fears. Caltus's tightly packed groups instantly divided up. At the same time, zoom. A single beam of light came out from the satellite fortress and smashed into the mountains in the distance. Boom. A mountain in front of the Great Basin, the Akron, turned into dust in an instant. The giant mountain that hundreds of thousands of people were digging up in order to build their city. A clear threat. And the newcomers' expressions turned the same as the previous residents of this place. Since they realized why these people couldn't even think of retaliating against the higher race with this many people. A ginormous metal castle that split mountains. And tens of these. This was not something humans can go up against. Fucking hell. Caltus grinned at his teeth as he watched the scene. Since he realized right away that this moment, the Yellow Zone has become the same as the Red and Orange Zone. Hansu spoke few words as he looked at Caltus. You know the rules, right? I'm sure you'll follow them. I'll forgive you this one time since you haven't caused any trouble yet. Fuck you, you fucking dictator bastard. Hansu chuckled as he looked at Caltus. If he could win, then he could do anything, much less becoming a dictator. He had no leisure to listen to everyone's wishes and dreams. There's not much time before the abyss opens. Hansu finished his thoughts and then spoke. Don't be so discontent with it, I'm doing this all for the benefit of you anyway. Now since we're in a much more comfortable situation, let's talk for a bit. Fuck. What do you want to talk about now? Caltus replied lethargically. Everything has ended. What was there to talk about? Tell me who supported you from the back. Hansu spoke towards Caltus in a cold manner. The clansmen, who were controlling the satellite fortress, were constantly sending messages to their lord, and the soul fragment within that lord was being used to send Hansu the intel. The first thing Hansu had to do was finding the suspicious people. It's too fast. There's definitely a guy who caused all this. But he had no way of finding this. This place, the entire Akron, was under his control and vision, but he could not find anyone special. As if that person had finished what he had to do here. Where could he have gone? It would have been nice if they had run away, but it didn't seem that way. Crackle. Hansu's fists clenched tightly and made threatening noises. Reincarnator, Chapter 206, Garmaya, 4. Crash. The exit that the people who have gone through the green road take. Silver Sea. It wasn't just called the Silver Sea for no reason. Instead of normal water, this giant sea was filled with a silvery liquid metal instead. It had the power to suppress the mana pool, which was the origin of the higher race's strength, so the higher races disliked coming to this area just like the Kangri worms area. How kind of the fairies. At least they made an exit for us. Matiron smiled as he looked at the Silver Sea. Though he wasn't really looking at the sea or anything. Kiyeyeyeing. A giant metal castle, which had previously been stuck beneath the shallow part of the sea, was rising up into the skies. Kikukukuku. Matiron shrugged his shoulders as he watched the Garmaya that was flying up into the skies with an extremely thick mana barrier surrounding it. The return of mana only meant one thing. Did they get dealt with already? Faster than I expected. Well, it wasn't useless since they bought 3 days at least. Matiron chuckled. He never thought that the humans would succeed anyway since the other side had the satellite fortresses. Them buying him time was more than enough. And since the mana came back, he has done all of the little work he had to do. It would be nice if he could be dealt with just like that, but he isn't that kind of guy. And he was even more incredible than I thought he was. After gathering some intel, this guy had done some tremendous things below. He had gained the world tree in the red zone and created a method to mass produce tens of millions of people. And he had created the surgery method to provide these people with incredibly powerful bodies in the orange zone. And another thing. Mana pool surgery. If he succeeds in creating this in the yellow zone, an army that couldn't be compared to anything up until now will flood towards the upper zones. And this was not something they wanted. Matiron gathered and released a tremendous amount of mana in his hands as he smiled. This cannot continue. We have tried too hard to reduce the amount of people going up and control the zone above. If such people swarm above, then things would become tedious. And in order for him to go up against this guy, he had to cause a huge incident. And the solution was right in front of his eyes. The giant metal castle that was floating by the shore. How lucky. For such a thing to be floating around the Silver Sea. The higher races didn't even think of coming to the Silver Sea, since it was useless to them and annoying, but it was different for them. The destruction jade existed, which meant that other things could exist as well. While they were searching around the green road in case of something else that the sages hid away from the eyes of the higher race, they had found this giant satellite fortress a few hundred kilometers away from the green road's exit. They had found this thing hidden between mountains a few years ago, but they couldn't muster up the courage to go in. And as if it had no owner, it just floated above the Silver Sea and didn't move at all, but the powerful mana barrier still existed. The mana barrier was beyond what humans could handle, and even if they could destroy it, such a large amount of power will attract the eyes of the higher race. He had wanted to blow up the destruction jade to get rid of the barrier, but he couldn't in case it attracted the higher race's attention. But a while ago, a chance came. Once Kong Hansu turned the entire zone devoid of mana, the barrier disappeared as well. Matiron saw this chance as he sent in a few people into the Garmaya while he bought time here. Since there wasn't a need for him to do anything inside the satellite fortress where there was no mana. But a problem always occurs where one least expects it. Fuck. We can't get through if such a thing exists. Matiron thought of the vicious beast defending inside as he frowned. And because of this, the clansmen he had sent in who could handle 100 people alone usually had turned into 7 bloody messes. He had been happy since the mana was gone, but an ironic situation happened inside where a strange beast, which could win without mana, was defending. But there was no problems now. 3, 2, 1. Pop. As Matiron said this word after counting down. Boom. The small sound of an explosion was heard from the insides of the satellite fortress. At the same time, SHHHHRRRRRRRK. The mana barrier around the satellite fortress disappeared. Matiron smiled as he watched the scene. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. Since the most annoying thing had been dealt with, he just needed to deal with the beast inside and accomplish his goal. He. Matron laughed as he watched the mana barrier, but then this expression suddenly turned dark. It has been over a decade since he had started controlling this place. He had never lost a clansman until now. But due to the recent changes, quite a lot of them had died. 127 while he suppressed the Urukon's king who had charged into them. The 7 who had entered the satellite fortress in front of him, could not escape and had become food for the Altera. Haru, Chunti, Karen, Saryung, Annabelle, Sangsam, Christina. You've done well. Matiron mumbled the names of the 7 people who intruded the satellite fortress with a dispirited expression. The explosive mana artifact these guys had set up inside. Though these guys had gotten ripped apart inside, the artifact these guys would set up on the mana barrier control system of the satellite fortress had done its job well as the mana came back. SSSSSSSS. Matiron's dispirited expression disappeared as he saw the mana barrier around the satellite fortress disappear. Those guys had willingly become stepping stones for Clementine. And their deaths would only have meaning if he walked those steps and finished things off. This wasn't the time to be lost in emotions. Matiron shrugged his shoulders and spoke to those around him. Let's go in. Yes. Soon. Whoosh. Hundreds of people followed behind Matiron and headed into the Garmaya. And soon. Russell. Somebody pushed their head out from the jungle near the shore of the Silver Sea and mumbled. Huh. I thought he was suspicious, but he's quite special. This was too much for him alone. He wouldn't have just chased them if he could deal with them by himself. Since the mana has come back. Sangjin, who had been carefully following Matron from far back, pondered for a moment and then sent a carrier pigeon out. Boom. Karhal whistled as he looked at the sky where giant satellite fortresses flew around. They were terrifying when they were enemies, but they felt very reliable once he was on the same side as them. And the mana came back as well. Karhal made an expression of relief as he felt like a fish which had come back into the water. And after the mana came back, the speed of the city construction and hunting was getting accelerated. As soon as mana came back, everyone split up and focused on either building the cities or getting strong in the jungle. Below the satellite fortresses that covered the skies. Anyways. Is it fine to leave it like that? Karhal made a bitter expression as he looked at Kaltis and his followers who were working with unhappy expressions. Though they had been suppressed by strength, the embers hadn't died out. Embers that could rise up as soon as they lost strength. Hansu shook his head at Karhal's words. We can't kill that many people. Well, yeah. Tisk. Karhal clicked his tongue. There wouldn't be anyone else left in this world if you killed somebody just because you had different opinions. Since you would need to kill everyone but yourself. And the ones who actually did that was Clementine and her underlings. Somebody who had set up an unbelievable plan to kill everyone except those who were clearly on her side. Killing those people along with Kaltis was the same thing as what the Dark Lord did. And well, though they're quite unsatisfied, it'll get solved soon. Karhal mumbled inwardly. There were only a few 100,000 people who were dissatisfied with the sages. Though it's not a small amount, it was nothing compared to hundreds of millions of people who would come up from the zones below. And their issues will disappear once they receive the mana pool surgery and go up anyway. Karhal thought up to this point and then asked Hansu. What are you going to do now? Hansu replied simply. We need to get the data from Garmaya. According to the sages, they needed that data in order to fix the mana pool surgery to match the humans' bodies. Get the surgery, plant the mana pool inside the people and send them up. He understood their longing for revenge, but they would only feel sadness if they stay here. Since the souls of the higher races had been replaced by that of the sages, and as long as the satellite fortresses were up, they wouldn't be able to fight the sages even if Hansu didn't stop them. At that moment. Flutter. A carrier pigeon flew into Hansu. A red carrier pigeon which seemed to have rushed its way over here. Hansu read the message inside and finally knew where that Matiron guy was. Though I had guessed it to some degree. He went to the Garmaya. He knew about the location. Himself, who hadn't been here for that long and had to quell hundreds of thousands of people. Matiron, someone who had solidified his base here for over a decade and worked with a small group of die-hard elites. Even if he knew the future, it made sense that Matiron was a step ahead of him. I guess this will hurt a bit. Hansu frowned for a bit and then spoke. We will go after the Garmaya. Karhal asked Hansu. Shall we prepare some people? According to what he had heard, the strange beast inside was no pushover. There was no need for Hansu to overexert himself. Hansu nodded. Gather those who can move quickly. But first. Let's try using the satellite fortress. I should use what I got. He didn't know how strong the organism Altera was, but there was no need for him to receive any casualties. The mana was back. A satellite fortress could easily shoot away from the research lab with controlled power. This much should be enough since they said the data will only get destroyed if an existence with a mana pool approaches it. Hansu finished his thoughts and then sent a message to the ones controlling the satellite fortresses up above. Boom. A highly concentrated blue beam, that was so concentrated that it almost looked dark blue, cut through the shore and headed towards Hansu and Karhal. Fucking hell. Karhal cursed out as he saw this. Because this was not something they had shot out. A satellite fortress, which had been shot through from his attack, started to fall towards the ground. Taking account of the satellite fortress's defense, this was a tremendous amount of power. Garmaya. King's Fortress, huh? What power? Though its defenses had disappeared, it was proving the might of its attack. Hansu made a strange expression as he looked at the Garmaya, which shot down a satellite fortress with just a single blast. It has been set to shoot the satellite fortress once it got close. Why was it set like that? He thought that Matiron had set this up, but this was impossible. Since he wouldn't just sit idle with such a powerful tool under his control. This was an automatic defensive system. Thankfully it looked like it didn't attack humans, but Hansu didn't understand why a king would set it up so it would automatically attack the people of his race once they got close. Anyway, the satellite fortresses are useless in this case. That fortress range exceeded normal satellite fortresses by far and had a much more powerful attack as well. He had brought 7 just in case, but they were useless in this instance. He might be able to deal with it if he brought all the satellite fortresses and pushed it back with numbers, but that wouldn't do. Since if the data wasn't up here, the humans would have to go above with empty hands and no mana pools. He could not do such a thing due to the worth of the mana pools. Mitiron. What a sturdy coffin you have chosen. Hansu frowned as he mumbled. Reincarnator, Chapter 207, Garmaya, 5. What are you going to do? Karhul, who had been leading the forces from the side, asked. The plan to use the satellite fortress was a failure. Which meant that they had to deal with it from the inside. He didn't know what Mitiron was thinking inside, but they also had things they needed from the insides. Damn, this is dangerous. Karhul mumbled quietly. Though a satellite fortress that was over a kilometer in height was huge, it wouldn't be one superhumans with skills and weapons start going crazy inside. And since they couldn't swarm it, it was better to go in with a small elite group. Karhul thought up to this point and then spoke to Hansu. Can't we just use the destruction jade again? And we can just go in with that Mihi girl. With mana, the original residents of the yellow zone were superior due to their higher mastery of skills and higher level of runes, but without mana then the ones from the lower zone with stronger bodies had the advantage. No matter how strong Mitiron's underlings are inside, that would be more than enough. Hansu looked at the destruction jade in his hands and then shook his head again. No can do. Huh? Why not? Hansu played around with the marble as he spoke. You saw before, right? When I used the sealing jade in the village. Yeah. And you saw it break, right? Oh. Karhul finally realized and then fell into silence. Hansu nodded. This has a durability as well. We only have about one more use left. It would break after that. The sealing jade had broken just from holding down a single satellite fortress in the village. And the destruction jade had held down the mana of this entire zone where existed over 100 satellite fortresses and countless people. No matter how strong it was, it would break eventually if he kept using it. And after inspecting it the past few days, the destruction jade was at its limit. Karhul thought for a moment and then spoke. But can't we still use it? There isn't a reason to use the destruction jade anymore. The mysterious fortress and the powerful enemies were quite frightening to just charge in like this. Over half of the satellite fortresses had come into their hands and the other side, the sages, could not do anything to them right now. But Hansu shook his head at Karhul's question. This is a final resort. The reason why the sages are in alliance with us is not because of half of the satellite fortresses but because of this destruction jade. We cannot trust them completely yet. Half of the satellite fortresses had come into his hands and were working perfectly, but the satellite fortress was their technology. If they hack them and turn them powerless or start producing satellite fortresses again, then their satellite fortresses wouldn't be of much use. The objective of the satellite fortress is to control the humans. The weapon that would face against the sages was the destruction jade. The sages wouldn't be their opponent once the mana was gone. And the numbers of humans will increase to tens of million, and once that happened the sages will merely be a candle in front of a hurricane no matter how powerful their bodies were. This was why the sages had given him the satellite fortresses. So he could control them. That was why he will leave behind the destruction jade with the lord whom he will plant his soul fragment in case of a fight against the sages. Karhul frowned at Hansu's words. Fuck. That means. Yeah. We have to go and do it ourselves. Ugh. Karhul and Akiju looked at the giant satellite fortress from Hansu's words. Boom. Boom boom boom. Whatever they were doing inside, the sounds they were making inside that metal box could be heard even a kilometer away from the outside of the satellite fortress. And thinking of how strong the ones who had gone in, this meant that the thing that was inside was extremely strong. And Akiju already knew what the identity of the thing was. That's probably the sound originating from fighting the Eltera. She had never seen it before, but she had heard what the representative of the sages, Keldurin, had said. That beast was created for the destruction of the information, but its powerful is tremendous as well. Even if you have mana, it'll be hard for you alone, Hansu. Take comrades. As many as you can. Others might be different, but Keldurin and the other sages shouldn't have been lying. If they said such things, then it meant that the beast inside was insanely powerful. And Akiju thought as to how she should set up their forces. It's better to get a small elite group, I guess. She had been inside Dokitus's satellite fortress in the past and saw the structure. Thousands of narrow passageways, detailed structure. A very complex structure. The Garmai was larger and more powerful, but it looked like the structure was quite similar from the outside. Then instead of taking weaklings that would hinder them, it was better to take a small group of powerful people. No matter how powerful the bodies of newcomers are, they were weak in comparison to the yellow zoners due to their runes being at 0%. If there is mana, the people from the yellow zone were stronger. Good. Let's do this quickly. She had brought people with 100% runes with powerful attacks just in case something like this happened. The moment Akiju was about to turn around and shout. Rumble. The noise from the insides of the satellite fortress, Garmaya, stopped. And the noise, which had been continuously ringing, stopping only meant one thing. That the battle ended. Akiju made a shocked expression. What, already? She didn't know why Mitiron had gone inside. But two things were clear. The fact that Mitiron, who could have escaped, had gone inside meant that there was something extremely precious inside. And that he had the confidence to win. It wouldn't matter if he turned the Eltera into rags and had killed it, but... Damn. Hurry and gather. From 1st to 14th platoon. Akiju looked at the Garmai, which was now only making sounds of machinery as she started to quickly move towards it. Kwajuk. Yuaduduk. Damn. This is hard. Mitiron mumbled as he looked behind him while 7 colored lights swirled around him. The grayish organism with thousands of tentacles that looked like a tree in one way and an octopus in another was making crackling sounds as it was breaking apart. After its body had been set ablaze and burnt up. Whoosh. Matiron felt the vibration of the soul fragment inside him as he cracked some joints. It was a very formidable opponent. How many died? The people around him counted and then spoke. 81 died. Fuck. Matiron spat on the ground. The monster, which could turn its body into anything it wanted by using the power from the satellite fortress's core, had attacked them with these thousands of tentacles as they made their way towards it ever since the entrance. And because of this there were barely 300 of them left. But it was extremely good that they killed this strange monster with just those losses. Of course he, who had killed it, was strong as well. Well. It's not exactly my own strength really. Tee. This guy, he has become a real monster. Though his clansmen had helped him, at least half of the thousands of tentacles had been destroyed by his hands. Matiron whistled as he looked at his hand that was glowing red. The Elite Eight that stood next to Clementine. Tee, the one in possession of the 7 soul fragments, went up and people who had received one of the fragments assumed positions where they could perform Clementine's wishes. For example, the manager of the Yellow Zone like him. He didn't know where the others were since he hadn't followed them, but they would probably be somewhere up above. And the strength he had shown earlier was from the owner of the soul fragment. Which meant that the gap between him and the fragment's owner had increased to the point where it was beyond his imagination. To the point of his entire body hurting despite having used that strength for such a short time. How many unique skills did he eat up? Should I have followed? At least to the green or blue zone. A man always longed for power. The fact that his comrade, whom he had stood shoulder to shoulder with once, had become this strong felt bitter, but he soon shook his head. The mission he had been assigned with was important. And this was the most important moment. Let's go look at the secret room. Matiron quietly mumbled after smashing apart the Altera and then walked in deeper. He then stood in front of the metal door the Altera blocked before, breathed in and out and then spread out his hand towards it. Crunch. The hand that was glowing red dug into the metal door that hadn't even gotten damaged from the fight earlier. Soon. Crunch. Matiron's hand ripped off the 3 m tall metal door. And Matiron whistled as he saw the structure inside. It's a bit underwhelming. Matiron had seen the inner structure of the satellite fortress in the past. The technology was much more complex and advanced than an airplane, but the control room was much simpler. And this one was even more simpler. A giant aquarium surrounding the entire room and a single organism floating inside it. And the head-sized silver marble floating in the middle of the room. Matiron smiled as he saw this. Found it? Considering the fact that this room was also used as a method of control, the Garmai was probably made with more advanced technology than the satellite fortresses of the higher races. Since it could be controlled with just a marble. Matiron placed his hand on the marble as he mumbled. Hee. Sages. It'll be bothersome to have them as enemies. Even more so if they weren't able to finish them off. Though a chance had greeted them now. Matiron mumbled as he thought of Hansu and all the humans. You did well so far, but this is the end. And then. Boom. The satellite fortress, Garmaya, started to tremble. At the same time. Bubble 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 bubble. The aquarium started to bubble excessively. Rumble. Huh. As a tremendous noise came out from the satellite fortress, the people who were going to head towards the satellite fortress made shocked noises. But they soon made confused expressions. Falling. Kyo. The satellite fortress that was floating in the sky started to fall at a tremendous speed. Towards the silver sea below. Soon. Splash. The giant satellite fortress fell into the silver sea accompanied by a huge sound. Quiet. Of course a giant tidal wave was created around the Garmaya. Even if the density of the liquid was close to mercury, a tidal wave being created was quite logical since such a large object had fallen. But the thing that happened next defied logic as a whole. Oh. The huge waves of the silver liquid had been covered by a blue light. And then. Bubble. Bubble bubble. The liquid that had fallen due to gravity gathered up with the rest, hardened and started to change shape. Into thousands of tentacles. What the? The people frowned and squinted their eyes at the scene that resembled a kraken being born from the sea. Reincarnator, Chapter 208, Galterra, 1. Kyo. As the satellite fortress, Garmaya, got covered up by the strange beast. Hansu frowned as he saw this. That is. He had sensed something similar to that before in the past. When he had been surrounded by the strange metal liquid inside the maze. The strange beast that was constantly changing its shape while being covered by blue light was definitely similar to whatever ate up Yungwan in the past. Hansu's head started to spin quickly. He didn't know what that thing was. But 3 things were clear. He didn't know why, but that Carmen guy didn't seem to like the sages. And sadly there was the fact that Carmen was much better than the sages who had created the satellite fortresses. And the last thing Carmen had made had now fallen in the hands of Matiron. Nothing good comes out from this. He didn't know what the hell that thing was, but nothing good came from leaving it alone. Attack before it completes. As soon as he finished thinking. Boom. Hansu smashed the ground and then leapt up. Towards the Garmaya covered in thousands of tentacles. Karhal shouted towards Hansu. Hey. Are you crazy? Hey. You don't even have skills. Due to its size, though it looked like the Garmaya was right in front of them, there was at least a kilometer of space between them and the fortress. And for him to jump into such a strange place. Fuck. Is he that hurried? Karhal made a flustered expression. He knew that something strange happened. But they had the satellite fortresses, what was there to worry about? He didn't know what the hell that was, but tens of the satellite fortresses being destroyed was something that was unthinkable. Hansu jumped up into the sky as he shouted. You don't have to follow, so just support me with long-range attacks. He had jumped in because he could only do close-range fighting, but there was no need for others, who could attack from afar, to jump in. As those words were heard, the people, who were making suspicious expressions, started to pour out a multitude of attacks. Rumble. Kyo. The satellite fortresses standing outside the Garmai's range started to slowly approach the giant silver creature. The Lord had started to control the clansmen and were moving the satellite fortress after receiving Hansu's orders. If the Garmaya had stopped for now, this was the chance to attack it without being counterattacked. Karhal nodded as he watched the scene. Good. He understood that the Garmaya had a huge size. The thousands of tentacles that were birthed from the sea were now crossing over each other and covering the satellite fortress. The thing that was eating up the 1 km wide satellite fortress was easily over 3 km wide. From the scene of this giant thing eating up the satellite fortress, it looked like a giant egg was being created by wrapping a fishing line around the fortress. But the satellite fortress could easily blow up something even larger than that. No, even a human could. If they threw tens of thousands of skills, then any mountain would eventually disappear. Rumble. The countless skills started to turn the strange organism into a sea of flames. Shining lights, tremendous noises and dust clouds started to cover up the satellite fortress. At the same time, Karhal didn't prepare his quintuple beam and instead shot an arrow towards Hansu. Boom. The arrow started to drop as it traveled and it headed towards Hansu's foot. Crunch. The arrow perfectly supported Hansu as he slowly fell and Hansu jumped up with it as a foothold. Good. It wouldn't be hard if we continue at this rate. Karhal readied his second arrow and then nodded towards Hansu who had jumped up. Tuung. Hansu was getting closer to the satellite fortress after jumping off the arrow Karhal shot out. Wave. A change occurred in the beast that was swallowing up the giant satellite fortress. The surfaces of the thousands of tentacles melted down with a loud noise, reconstructed themselves and created a whole new structure. Hundreds of eyes appeared on each tentacle as they glared at every direction. The hundreds of thousands of eyes stared at the countless people surrounding it one by one. Others couldn't see it but Hansu, who was closer to the beast, could see all of the changes occurring. Hansu hurriedly moved the forked lightning in front of him and then rolled his body into a ball. He then shouted out loudly. Prepare for impact. An attack is coming in. They didn't understand the situation but Hansu's loud shout had a certain amount of impact on these people. Everyone, even without knowing what the hell was going on, cancelled all their attacking skills and replaced them with defensive skills and got into defensive positions. As Hansu's shout died off. Paayak. Hundreds of tentacles spread out. Towards the people by the shore. Boom. 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 Ayak. Uaayak. The tips of the tentacles changed their shapes into spears, swords and axes as they smashed into people. The adventurers were quite strong but the power of the tentacles were quite formidable as well. If Hansu hadn't warned them then they might have lost a limb or might have even died. The adventurers freaked out at the force of the impact as they backed off in numerous directions. Since they might die if they stood where they were. Churururke. Thankfully the strange beast stopped its attacks as the adventurers backed off, retracted its tentacles and then focused on gathering in the energy again. As if time was precious to it. But as Karhal, who had received a large hole in the armor by his chest, was about to sigh as he watched the tentacles heading back. Something came up inside Karhal's head. Fuck. What about Hansu? They had escaped the attack range but Hansu could not. As if his worries were for naught. Boom. Boom. Countless noises of explosions were heard from somewhere near the satellite fortress covered in clouds. Crunch. Kuruyunch. Holy shit. That fucking monster. Karhal was dumbfounded at the scene he saw after the smoke faded away. The tentacles that they could barely handle. Hansu smashed, snapped, and destroyed hundreds of those tentacles and continued to advance forward. Every time the golden spear shone in mid-air, the tentacles got destroyed as a path was created. But a single man could not deal with an army. Uaduadke. Kuaduaduak. The tentacles that had receded away from the adventurers all started to head towards Hansu. But Hansu was already almost at his goal. Whoosh. Hansu, who had approached the wall of the beast, found an open spot between the tentacles and headed in. Thankfully the tentacles stopped attacking as if they didn't want to attack the insides. Then. SSSSS. The strange beast closed its eyes, spread out its tentacles and continued to eat up the satellite fortress and the mana engine inside it. Is it really just eating it? Karhal mumbled as he looked at the beast which was covering the satellite fortress too gently to call it eating. Ugh. This isn't important. Karhal sighed and then made an expression of despair. Fuck, what the hell do we do now? With their strength they would just get shredded apart so getting close to it was an issue in itself. And they couldn't use the destruction jade while the sages existed. Yet. We should just call reinforcements and trust in the satellite fortresses. Karhal looked towards the satellite fortresses coming his way. Karhal mumbled that although they weren't able to, the satellite fortresses, which could fire a tremendous amount of power, could easily melt that beast down. As Karhal and the others sat upon the ground and stared at the satellite fortress to relax. Reap. The air started to split apart. And the people freaked out even more than when the giant beast had appeared as they saw this. Why is the fairy here? Karhal freaked out as well. It had been 9 years since he had last seen the fairy. Since the fairy hadn't appeared in front of them ever since the tutorial ended. Tremble, tremble. Karhal's hands started to shake from fear. Though the fairies themselves didn't harm them, their appearance almost symbolized a disaster. Why the hell is it here? A chill went down his spine. It hadn't appeared when the higher races ruled over humans as slaves and lowered their numbers, but it had appeared now. After that mysterious tentacle monster appeared. Is that thing a bigger threat than the higher races? Even before Karhal finished his line of thought, the fairy opened its small mouth. Ha 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 ha. Hey everyone. What a disaster. I don't know how that thing woke up. The fairy laughed in joy. Since that thing couldn't have woken up logically. The satellite fortress that had a stealth coating so that the higher races or the sages couldn't find it. The humans could find it but it had a mana barrier that humans could not get through. An Terra that humans wouldn't be able to beat without mana. One required a tremendous amount of luck and persistence in order to wake that thing up. No, they needed more. The fairy was extremely happy from this situation, which required a tremendous amount of luck and effort to happen, blowing up. These guys need to try harder for this. The fairy finished its thoughts, spun around the air and then spoke. It's a mission for your entire race. You guys now need to kill this thing. I'll think of a reward after you kill it. The reward will be proportional to your efforts, so try your best. It seemed like the fairy was shouting into nowhere, but that wasn't the case. The fairy's voice rang into everyone's ears in the entire zone. Hansu could probably hear it inside the satellite fortress as well. And Karhal looked at the beast in front of his eyes after he heard those words. Oh. The satellite fortresses that they had waited for had arrived above their heads. 6. Disregarding the one that had fell before. The people gulped at the tremendous amount of pressure these fortresses emitted. And soon. Kiyeing. Everyone's expressions brightened up as they saw the blue light gathering upon the weapons in front of the satellite fortress. The scenes they had seen caused by the satellite fortresses were too amazing for them to lose hope here. And Hansu's spear alone had been enough to destroy those tentacles. Even if Hansu's power was strong, it was nowhere close to the satellite fortress's attacks, they thought. Yeah, this'll do. As the people looked at the satellite fortresses with hope-filled eyes. Payot. And as if it was fulfilling their hopes, the blue light that had gathered in front of the satellite fortress charged out towards the beast. But right before the beams were about to smash onto the egg. Paying. A blue energy surrounded the egg. A very deep blue light that couldn't even be compared to that of the satellite fortress. At that moment. Zoom. The blue lights collided into the deep blue light of the egg and got refracted into numerous directions. Like a stream of water hitting a wall. You want us to kill that thing? The people were dumbfounded as they stared at the egg that hadn't even gotten a scratch from the attacks of the satellite fortresses. Crack. Suddenly a crack rang down the surface of the egg. Huh. The people looked at the crack in the egg with surprise. Thinking that the satellite fortress hadn't disappointed them. But this sensation only lasted a moment. Swish. An eye. A humongous eye. The people lost strength in their legs as their gazes met the eye of the giant thing inside the egg looking through the crack. Hansu, what the hell do we do now? Karhal thought of Hansu inside that strange beast and mumbled. Matiron, who had his hands over the strange marble in the empty room, was constantly conversing with someone. As if he had gone crazy. Oh. This thing's name is Galterra? Why did you make it? Revenge is nice. Holding onto your emotions becomes toxic. You need to let it loose. Good. Good. It's not hard to fulfill your wishes, but I can do some of my work too, right? The blue marbles in front of Matiron vibrated slightly at his words. Oh, I can do whatever I want? Hee, that's what I thought. Oh, those things are even better than the mana pool. Matiron, who had his hand over the marble, smiled towards the small thing inside the aquarium surrounding the room. Reincarnator, Chapter 209, Galterra, 2. Qoo. Hansu frowned as he saw the tunnels getting destroyed. The tunnels, which were made for people to walk through, were constantly getting destroyed. By the tentacles extending out from the thing that surrounded the satellite fortress. Crunch. Yududuk. The tentacles ripped apart the metal walls and brought them towards the liquid metal. Chiik. The silver liquid metal melted the wall, absorbed it and then used it to reinforce itself. Basically this monster was devouring the entire satellite fortress and using it as nutrients for itself. But Hansu knew. This satellite fortress and this mysterious life form. That both of these had been created by the same hands. Why would the satellite fortress let itself be eaten by the monster otherwise? Since he wouldn't have made the satellite fortress to feed this thing. I guess the monster was made to eat the satellite fortress, huh? The monster constantly ate the other walls, corridors, and was now eating up the spot Hansu was standing at. Hansu would be swept by it at this rate as well. Go in. Hansu clenched the forked lightning tightly and started to head in deeper. Since he was running out of time. Actually, him being able to come inside was very lucky. The extremely thick mana surrounding the liquid metal. The mana that was coming out from the Garmai's mana engine was beyond one's imagination. To the point of making the mana engines of other satellite fortresses look like garbage. Hansu shook his head after calculating the might of this monster while comparing it to the metallic beast which Yongwan controlled. This beast's materials were a step above those of the maze as well. According to my calculations, this is not something I can kill from the outside. As Hansu finished his thoughts. Qoo. The liquid metal around Hansu's body started to tremble intensely. Ugh. The people made frightened expressions as they saw the eye between the crack. The eye had a tremendous amount of hate and resentment despite being made out of metal. The depth of its emotions was what made the people tremble in fear. As they couldn't even begin to imagine how vicious something with such a guy could get. At that moment. The eye disappeared. Then. Swoosh. A huge hand came out from the crack where the eye disappeared from. And a metal arm with distinct muscles followed it. Soon. Crack. Crack-hack. Starting from the hand, the arm, shoulder, and head started to come out from the egg in order. Boom. Boom. The satellite fortresses started to assault the strange beast that had crawled out from the egg relentlessly. To the point of pressuring their mana engines as if they were trying to show their desperation. But all of this was useless. Boom. Boom. The liquid metal, which was shining blue, deflected and dispersed all those attacks. It wasn't the difference in energy. That organism was resisting the assaults too well for it to be the difference in energy. It was as if the organism had a tremendous amount of resistance against the satellite fortresses. Karhal mumbled as he looked at the organism crawling out from the eggshell. Natural enemy. The natural enemy. A natural enemy of the satellite fortress. Yeah. There's a natural enemy for everything. The satellite fortress wasn't an organism, but such thoughts still came up inside Karhal's head. And soon. Koong. A 2 kilometers tall humanoid creature that came out from the egg stood up above the silver sea. And people slowly backed away and frowned. Who is it? Tight muscles and a crown on top. It was clear that it wasn't Matiron who had gone in. Since he wouldn't be wearing such a crown. And he was too muscular to be a sage. They heard that the bodies of the sages had not developed as much because the existence of mana. The organism that was standing up above the silver sea, the Galtera, crouched down and slowly reached for the eggshell. Swoosh. Due to its size, a tsunami was created for its every move. As soon as Galtera touched the shell, shurike. The shell fragments turned into liquids and gathered into the giant man's hands. Into a giant bludgeon. An extremely muscular body and a bludgeon in his hand. His look was like that of a barbarian minus the crown on his head. Huh. What the hell? The people started to chuckle at the sight. They knew that they shouldn't be laughing in a situation like this, but the sight was too funny. To have eaten the entire satellite fortress and to become but a barbarian. It was quite funny. And the satellite fortresses which had stopped its assault due to the overheated engines helped out in releasing the tense situation with the silence that followed it. But within that small moment, the Galtera roared out and then jumped up into the skies. Roar. Uaaok. Fuck. Group up. The earthquake from a 2 kilometers giant jumping into the skies was tremendous. Rumbly. Rumble. While the people the freaking out from the waves and the earthquake. Whoosh. The Galtera crossed multiple kilometers with a single leap and then jumped on top of the satellite fortresses after crossing over the Silver Sea and the mountains. Then. Whoosh. The bludgeon from its hand smashed down onto the satellite fortresses. The tremendous strength enforced by mana and hundreds of thousands of tons of mass along with the added velocity. Boom. Uaaok. The defense of the satellite fortresses could live up to its name of a fortress. And this satellite fortress got smashed apart by a single attack of the bludgeon and fell on the ground. No, it was more like it got smashed down into the ground instead of falling. Boom. Uaaok. Another quake from the satellite fortress smashing down onto the ground like an asteroid swept past the adventurers. Nobody had died because they were all prepared for this, but the situation was still extremely grim. Everyone made an expression of despair. My god. Ikiju exclaimed out. The ones who had gathered here were the elites of the elites. Since they were handpicked by her. But such things were meaningless in front of a formidable monster. And it didn't even care to attack them. It was solely focused on destroying the satellite fortresses in front of it. And they had to exert all their strength to barely hold on during the shockwaves created. Ikiju couldn't even imagine what the result would be if that bludgeon was swung against them. As Ikiju was making an expression full of fear while staring at the fallen satellite fortress. Kiwadudaduk. Uwadudaduk. Oh no. Ikiju also exclaimed out as she saw this. Galtera didn't even go for the other satellite fortresses after smashing down that single one. Its next actions were quite shocking. It started to eat it. Crunch. Crunch. Rip apart the outer layers and eat the inner parts. Pull out the mana engine and gulp down. Its silver skin darkened every time it took a part of the satellite fortress, and the blue light surrounding it got deeper as well. Inkiju mumbled as she looked at the barbarian chewing up the satellite fortress. It devours an entire civilization. She finally realized why it had the look of a barbarian when it came out from the egg. Boom. Boom. While the outside was in chaos, a fight was happening inside the satellite fortress within the corridors that had still remained intact. Between Hansu, who was trying to go through the corridors and to the center, and hundreds of Matiran's underlings. Uadudaduk. Quajijijik. They didn't really speak to each other. They were just fighting in order to beat the other side. They swung their spears and swords and shot out skills in order to kill each other. The pandemic blade spores rushed in to melt the opponent's lungs, and skins and skills of multiple colors smashed into Hansu's 1,000 soldiers' armor and the dragon essence blade. Actually, Hansu had long turned into a dragonoid with the racial metamorphosis. Since this was the only way for him to withstand the enemies' attacks. Crunch. Uaduduk. They're quite strong. Hansu mumbled as he cut through one enemy's neck by swinging with his forked lightning and threw the corpse to block the skills. Every one of them were stronger than Docatus when he fought him in the past. They had raised the mastery of their skills to the extremes and trained their martial skills to the brim over 10 years in the other world. And they picked up top-notch skills and artifacts from killing humans. Along with the teamwork created from being in the same clan. It would be weird if they weren't weak. But that was it. Crunch. Hansu smashed apart another head and then strode forward. I'm stronger. Erase the skills flying in from the distance with the power destruction and distort the perceptions of the ones closer up and then smash them apart. Block the excess skills flying in with the 1,000 soldiers' armor and fill up the falling health with the vampiric powers asterisk. There wasn't even a need to use the red zone power of the Nirmaha's ring, the hemorrhage. The forked lightning being swung by the body which had been enhanced by the body enhancement surgery, dragon essence blade and racial metamorphosis. And the power of the demonic dragon's reinforcement and the pandemic blade. Once the countless battle experience and instincts he had gathered over decades were added onto this, there was really no reason to delay any further with the hemorrhage. One attack, one kill. Quayaduk. Uadudaduk. Hansu received the attacks flying in with his body and then continued to stride forward while smashing them apart. Actually, this was more than enough to cause them to run away really. But his enemies didn't falter as they continued to charge forward, and Hansu kept on snapping their necks without a single moment of hesitation. Since every second was precious. I need to hurry and deal with that Matiran guy. Roar. Boom. Countless shockwaves and sounds of explosions could be felt from the outside. And Hansu could feel that the beast was getting stronger. It was just eating the satellite fortresses because it couldn't suppress its gluttony, but once it eats them all up, its rage will be directed to other organisms. And it wouldn't even take 10 minutes to erase all the humans and sages then. Since they had all gathered together conveniently. After a while of charging forward and smashing apart people. I can see it. The broken metal door and the bright interior behind it. There were only about 10 people left now. As Hansu was about to attack the person in front of him with the spear. Stop. Get back. A loud shout could be heard from the distance. The 10 clansmen suddenly stopped and backed off. As if they were waiting for it. At the same time. Whoosh. A 7-colored light shot through the corridor where the 10 people disappeared from. A light that seemed similar to the quintuple beam of Karhul. But as soon as Hansu saw it, Hansu's expression changed. 7 strands spear. Solo numbering 5. A beam of laser that was solely created for destruction. Actually its attacks even surpassed the number 3 skill, Fairy's Justice. Hansu raised his spear and blocked it in a hurry. Then. Boom. The 7-colored light which had even melted down the walls as it flew past smashed into him. Ta-da-da-da-dak. The demonic dragon reinforcement got swept apart as the dragon scales, 1,000 soldiers' armor and the dragon essence blade got smashed apart and melted down. Hansu stared at the person who had sent out the attack after withstanding the pain from the attack. For it to be this strong even if it was a high-level skill. And the 7-strand spear was famous for draining the user's mana. Such powers couldn't be shown from just having 100% of the yellow zone's mana runes. Mitiron smiled as he looked at Hansu. I've been a bit late due to receiving the present I received. Apparently it's much better than the mana pool. A strange symbol could be shown near the heart of Mitiron. Hansu finally realized how Mitiron could handle such a large amount of mana as he looked at the symbol. Asterisk TL notes, the yellow zone's power for the Nirmaha ring is vampiric effects or lifesteal in gaming terms. Important, I've figured out what the Dark Lord is. It is a title given to those lords who are ruthless in their ways, almost like a tyrant, and follow Clementine. Reincarnator, Chapter 210, Galterra, 3. Crunch. Crunch. Hansu frowned as he looked at the man striding towards him. I see, the 7-strand spear is not his. According to what he knew, that skill was not something one could obtain in a place like this. Using something that couldn't be obtained did not make sense, but he knew how he was. Fragments of 7 souls. The familiar vibration inside Mitiron's body is what told him this. And he saw a few other skills surrounding his body. Double numbering 11, God's right hand. Solo numbering 4, Steel Lord. There were countless other double and triple numberings. And Hansu knew who the owner of the fragments of 7 souls and those skills was. He had never met Mitiron, but he had indeed met the owner of the fragments when he fought Clementine in the past. Dark Lord, Shinti he. The right hand of Clementine and a vital part of her power. And Mitiron smiled in glee as he saw his expression. Heh. Too bad. I do want to encourage you to fight for this, but this isn't my skill, you see. You won't really get anything by killing me. Hansu nodded at these words. It was obvious really. Since 8 people would be able to use it if the owner of the soul fragments took the skill instead. It was better to pile it all onto a single person. Of course a skill wouldn't come out even if he killed Mitiron. But there were still many things more precious than a few skills. There's still something I can take, it seems. Hansu then pointed at Mitiron with the forked lightning. Towards his heart. Mitiron touched the shining symbol by his heart and then chuckled. True. If you win then it's all yours. Kill my clansmen and take this. Do whatever you want. Mitiron then made a serious expression. Of course if I win then I'll take everything you have. Mitiron grinned at his teeth as he thought of the 271 clansmen that had died by Hansu's hands. Because Hansu was stronger than his expectations and he couldn't win without the mana jade in his heart, those clansmen had died to buy him time. His clansmen was everything he had. If Clementine and Tihi's orders didn't exist, he wouldn't even have let them die in a place like this. I shall take as much away from you. He wasn't a benevolent person. The total amount of people in Mount Liang was 511 before he came up here. Now only 10 people lived. And he was going to only let that many live. Only 1 out of 50 out of hundreds of thousands. And the same for the tens of millions of humans who could come up later. It was possible with the strength in his hands. With the Galterra that was created to erase the civilization and bring an end to everything. Mitiron smiled again as he asked. How about it? Fair right. It was clear that Mitiron was trying to buy time while the Galterra ate the other satellite fortresses and got stronger. And Hansu decided to play along. Since he wouldn't be able to kill this guy outside. He had to kill Mitiron. And he needed to go along with Mitiron's play in order to restore some stamina. Hansu rotated the dragon essence blade in his body as he restored his stamina and spoke out. It seems a bit unfair. There's too much of a difference in numbers. Mitiron smiled and chuckled. Unfair? It is indeed unfair. I've lost people precious to me and you would only lose those below your feet. At least I know the names of 271 people you have killed and even know the names of their family. Isn't this already better than you? Do you even know 100 out of the hundreds of thousands? They were like his family. People who have trusted him and survived along with him for over a decade. Hansu also smirked at those words. What about it? It's not too late to get to know them after things become much more comfortable. Do you know how many people have died while you were playing house in a place like this? Heh. There's not really a reason to speak this much. Crunch. Mitiron couldn't hold back his rage while speaking and then gathered power in his hand. Kiyeeing. 7 colored lights gathered from the surroundings into Mitiron's hand. Then. Boom. The beam that had shook Hansu before exploded out from Mitiron's left hand again. With even more mana than before. At that moment. Boom. Hansu also gathered a large amount of demonic dragon's reinforcement and pandemic blade onto the spear and then attacked the 7-strand spear with the power destruction of Nirmaha's ring. There was no way to dodge it in a narrow corridor like this. And unlike the quintuple beam, the 7-strand spear was made of light so it had no weak points. He needed to destroy it with a similar amount of power. Crash share. The moment Hansu's spear and the light collided. Surprisingly, the spear bent to the point of breaking from the light which had no mass. The demonic dragon's reinforcement got washed away and the pandemic blade spores got burnt away. As I expected. Hansu swung the spear and moved his body to the exterior of the skill as much as he could. Hansu had higher quality in skills. But the mastery level and mana was different. Since the opponent had borrowed a skill that had reached the brim in mastery along with a tremendous amount of mana. The beam pushed through the forked lightning and smashed into Hansu. Cheek. Hansu's body was exposed to the light as it started to burn up. But Hansu clenched his teeth and then proceeded to stride forward. against the beam that was freezing, breaking, and burning up his body. He knew that he couldn't compete with the strength of skills. The thing he had to trust in was his tremendously stronger body, defenses, and endless amount of stamina. Boom. Mithairon laughed out loud towards Hansu, who was pushing in towards him like a rhino. Ha 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 ha. How about using the destruction jade? But Hansu ignored his words as he continued to head forward. If the destruction jade really worked like his words, then he shouldn't really be saving it as of now. Since the problem with the sages would only matter if they were alive. But if the creator of this had enmity against the sages, he would have prepared for the destruction jade. The creator of the destruction jade was Carmen. He would easily be able to prepare against it. Even more so if he was a sage whose intelligence increased every year, unlike humans. If this thing was created to go against the sages, then the destruction jade would not work against this creature. It might work, but I can't take the gamble. If all mana was frozen and this guy was fine, then it would be a disaster. Boom. Mithairon tried to create some distance, but this corridor was too narrow. And Hansu's physical abilities were much higher. Hansu pushed back the destruction jade as a last resort inside his head and then smashed his spear towards Mithairon, whom he had gotten close to now. Whoosh. The spear, which was surrounded by the demonic dragon's reinforcement, pushed forward and flew in towards Mithairon's head. At the same time, the pandemic blade flared up as it started to cover Mithairon's entire body and burn up his nerves. But as if he had no plans to dodge Hansu's spear from the beginning, Mithairon made a fist and then smashed his right hand towards the spear. A hand that was glowing red like a ruby. Hansu didn't drop his guard against this fist as he poured more power into the spear. God's right hand. A finisher move that could only be applied onto the right hand. The tremendous amount of power that could destroy anything was actually quite stupid. It had one characteristic. Power defeasance. As if it had the authority of a god, if you got hit by the fist surrounded by that skill, then the mana a skill of lower level, then it would be ignored and it would even lower the power of a skill that was above it. The fist that was surrounded by red smashed into Hansu's spear. Boom. Despite the spear having dampened a large amount of strength, the forked lightning still bent as if it would break. At the same time, Hansu's body was flung backwards. And Mithairon frowned as he saw this. Since blood was flowing from his hand where the spear had struck it. Unknown artifacts and unknown skills. Where the hell did he get such things? The god's right hand nullified most of the skills. Then he would use the fist to smash his opponent. This fist should kill most people with a single strike. And he was using almost 10 times as much mana as his opponent. But the reinforcement around him wasn't nullified and the artifact didn't break either. It meant that the level of the artifact was extremely high and the skills level was much higher than his. According to what he knew, there were less than 10 skills whose levels were higher than Tihi's unique skill. Like Kangti's, Chaldean's, or Ares's. There weren't any skills like what he saw Hansu use according to what he knew. He would become a monster once he gains the mana pool. Mithairon clenched his fist as he mumbled. A common thing high-level skills had was that a tremendous amount mana was required to fit their might. Even if the efficiency of the mana was great, a large amount was still used due to the tremendous amount of strength. Of course, the problem was that mana was fair to everyone despite one's skill. Mana did not discern between people, it was fair and square to everybody. It would be normal if he was on the ground by now from a lack of mana, but for him to still have mana meant that his control over distributing mana was tremendous. And if the amount of mana of a person like this was multiplied by a few times. And he then strode around with the skills he had. I have to kill him here no matter what. At that moment, a bronze-colored light exploded out from Mithairon's body. At the same time, the 10 people around him who couldn't even participate in this fight got swept by the bronze-colored light as well. Unique skill. If transcendent brilliance didn't exist, this would be the most powerful crowd buff that existed out there. Steel Lord. He had plenty of mana anyway. I'll smash you apart. Boom. Then Mithairon and the 10 clansmen, who were surrounded by the bronze-colored light, flew towards Hansu. Flutter. Kaltis frowned as he saw a carrier pigeon flying in. What? Escape. What the hell does he mean? Kaltis made a dumbfounded expression. They had gone off to finish off some minor jobs. But for Hansu to tell them to run away without any reason. As Kaltis was about to chuckle at this. Boom. 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 He could feel the earth trembling from the distance. What the? A random earthquake. Kaltis walked out of his tent in curiosity. Then. Kaltis didn't believe his own eyes. Since the scene in front of him was extremely unrealistic. Boom. A satellite fortress got smashed apart by a mysterious monster while fleeing and fell to the ground. The monster then started to eat up the satellite fortress. Crunch. Yuaduduk. For every bite, the blue aura around it got deeper and its skin turned even more like bronze. Boom. Boom. The satellite fortresses were assaulting it from all directions, but it was all useless. The beast just took on the attacks that could blow apart mountains as it continued to eat. And its food was the satellite fortresses, which had made them extremely powerful and formidable. Aok. Aok. The ground cracked and the land trembled just from it eating. Thankfully it didn't have any interest in humans as everybody was running away. Kaltis looked at the scene in a daze as he mumbled. We are too weak. Even the sages who had such a powerful civilization and technology were in peace with them. It was already like this, but if the number of humans who received the body enhancement surgery and the mana pool surgery increased to hundreds of millions or even billions. He had thought that there was nothing to fear anymore. This was why he was curious as to why that Hansu guy was trying so hard. Since if the above zone was a place where humans could live somewhat, it wouldn't be that hard for them to take it over. Since they had no problems on the outside, he had focused on the inner mechanisms and had focused on gaining authority. But he finally realized that this was all a huge misconception. Fuck. This is just a beginning. We're just bugs. Boom. 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 Run away. Everyone evacuate. Kaltis screamed out as he saw the bronze monster leaping towards another satellite fortress while swinging its bludgeon. Reincarnator, Chapter 211, Galterra, 4. Quadk. Audiobook. Countless collisions occurred around Hansu. Against the 10 clansmen. These people, who couldn't even participate before due to their fear of being swept up in the fight, were attacking him now. With bronze-colored lights surrounding him. Kleog. Hansu's spear smashed onto a clansman, but surprisingly a sound of metal clashing was heard as the spear was deflected. Of course the one who had been hit wasn't perfectly fine. Boom. Since he had fallen backwards after losing his arm. But this wasn't really a profit. Whoosh. Another clansman picked up the arm of his comrade and then threw it to the one who had been flung off. The clansman, whose arm had been cut off, brought his arm to and connected the spots where it had been cut. Then. Chiaik. A bronze-colored light shone out from the area of injury as it healed it. And the arm got reconnected. Whoosh. Whoosh. The man swung his arm a few times to check that it was alright as he jumped up from his position and charged towards Hansu again. Hansu shook his head as he saw this scene. Steel Lord. Its effects were simple. Give a powerful body, a troll's regenerative powers and the agility and power of a beast to the ones affected. The person with this skill would basically become a lord who has an army of steel men. It wasn't a really good skill for Hansu due to its large amount of mana usage and him being used to being alone, but if you had a tremendous amount of mana and your underlings were quite strong, then there was no other skill as good as this. Clang. Hansu got hit by the sword from his back as he got flung forwards. Hansu's 1,000 soldiers' armor got smashed apart, scales underneath them got spliced apart and caused him to bleed. But it wasn't like he was at a loss. Since he had cut apart the neck of one of the clansmen the moment he got flung forward. Split. Even the Steel Lord could not save a clansman whose head was severed. Well, it might be possible if it was connected immediately. But the pandemic blade that was on the edge of the spear seeped into the injuries and burned up all the muscles and nerves around the area. At the same time. Sap sap. The energy drained by the vampiric powers regenerated Hansu's flesh and blood. He didn't fully recover, but it was more than enough to stop him from becoming immobile from blood loss and muscle destruction. 5 left. Hansu's body wasn't perfect as well, but he had gotten the heads of half of Mitiron's people already. The sooner he finished in here, the less damage would be caused in the outside. Hansu continued this momentum and headed for the next person. And Mitiron roared out in rage and charged towards Hansu. You bastard. Boom. The god's right hand in Mitiron's right hand smashed with Hansu's forked lightning again. Crunch. Maybe if he was in perfect condition things might have been different, but Hansu had received quite a large amount of injuries already. Hansu felt his muscles rippling from the collision and flung his body backwards. You bastard. Just surrender. Why are you struggling so hard? Just surrender, man. You'll die if you don't comply with us here. He wanted to kill this Hansu instantly. But a message from T had come. Of course he was only going to take him alive, he had no intentions of keeping him perfectly intact. He was going to turn him into half a corpse before taking him, but even that was hard. Clementine's orders had long disappeared from his head. He said as long as it's possible, but this monster. Mitiron made a dumbfounded expression. He was overwhelming Hansu with the fragment of 7 souls, Mana Jade, and even his clansmen, but Hansu was still holding on. But even if he lived here, he wouldn't be able to live in the areas above. Since it was their world already. Maybe if his comrades had been sent to the birdcage. There shouldn't be a reason for a newcomer to have such hatred against him, but Mitiron smiled after pondering about the reason. Is he perhaps trying to save the humans? Mitiron made a cold smile inwardly. There was one thing he had felt while managing the humans for over a decade here. That these guys did not have the right to live. If a worth of a person's life was dependent on them helping others or harming others, then things would become extremely clear. There wasn't anybody there who hadn't sinned. Even the sages who were acting all high and mighty. The ones who have power are worse. Boom. Mitiron frowned as he smashed Hansu away as he had charged towards him. While thinking about the memories the existence within the marble had shown him. Boom. Crunch. Crunch. Quaaduduk. The sage Keldurin was dumbfounded as he stared at the giant barbarian who was devouring the giant satellite fortress. It didn't have any manners or majesty. It was just attacking with its viciousness. Taking account of the materials used to create such a thing, it was really a waste. Looking at the barbaric image, the crown on its head was quite comical. But Keldurin could not laugh. Since the barbarian's body was created from the person they could not forget as the base. A sage who had a body that was several times stronger than the others. The one who had a tremendously strong body and a huge amount of intelligence. My god. It's Carmen. The image of the barbarian was the same as that of their king, Carmen. As if it was laughing and belittling their civilization, the giant king who had appeared before them was smashing apart and devouring the satellite fortresses, the pinnacle of their civilization. As if he was trying to take back all the achievements he had created. The sages with the bodies of the Rebelungs and Arukans trembled in fear as they made confused expressions. My god, that's Carmen. Is it a legacy of Carmen? Why? Carmen. The great king who had led them into the light of wisdom. Carmen led them and they followed him. Why would Carmen create such a strange beast in order to smash apart their civilization? But unlike these sages, the royalty who had the body of Akalachias all had gloomy expressions. Because they knew why. Oh Carmen. A tremor rang throughout Keldurin's body every time he made eye contact with the eye that looked their way from time to time while eating the satellite fortresses. Since a large amount of hate, despair, and rage was swimming within them. There wasn't much to see really. It was too focused on eating up the satellite fortresses and filling up its mana, but once it dealt with this they were next. Since Carmen wouldn't forgive them. No, he had created such a thing since he had no thoughts of forgiving them. A beast. Keldurin mumbled. King. You should have just died a clean death. That was the only way to have remained as a shining hero within our memories forever. They couldn't do anything else. Since the king hadn't given them any information and monopolized it all. Even this strange beast, the Elterra, was kept in the dark from them. Living past 30 years for the first time in their history and living up to 60 years. His wisdom reached the heavens, but for him to monopolize it all and not use it for their race. and their race had made tremendously fast progress despite only barely eating up the leftovers. If the king had properly shared the information, then their technology and civilization would have advanced to a degree which wouldn't even be comparable to that of now. Their expectations were as great as their respect for him, and the disappointment followed this as hope turned into greed. Even more so for the royalty. The nobility, soldiers, and commoners had barely lived 10 years, so their greed for information wasn't as bad, but Calderon and the other royalty were much more greedy. Even more so if their lifespans got shorter and shorter. As Carmen held back the information, their nervousness only grew and grew. But then one day, they didn't know what it was, but this was a perfect chance. This was the only chance to suppress the king, who barely left the Garmaya. Since it was clear what would happen if they clashed with the king when he had the Garmaya. So when the king left the Garmaria and arrived at the capital, they launched a surprise attack against the king. And the result was a great success. They had landed a fatal attack onto the king and succeeded in taking the information. A secret only a few people of the royalty knew. Calderon made a complex expression as he thought of back then. For him to bring such a thing. The information the king brought them was the result of their body. The transmigration of soul. Information that told them how to create a powerful body and move their souls there. When the guilt of them having killed their own king with their hands had swept over them, it was already too late. They had performed the transmigration of their souls with the information they stole as the basis. Create bodies with mana pools and move their souls onto them. It took almost 10 years because they didn't have the original creator of this, but the result was obviously a success. They had jumped past 800 years due to a miscalculation, but this was nothing. But for Carmen, whose only job left was to become a great king in their history, to have come out like this and create a mess. Calderon clenched his teeth. You were going to be left behind as a shining star, but you wish to die a dirty death. Seeing that figure, he thought of the maze experiment Carmen had performed in the past. A test to create an organism out of the silver sea which countered their mana pool. They had thought that they were creating an emergency shelter, but they finally knew why now. The maze was a prototype. Actually, Carmen might have actually guessed their betrayal. Since he wouldn't have hidden such a thing, which could devour them and their entire civilization, inside the Garmaria otherwise. It was clearly something created by Carmen. The amount of power and its defense. The satellite fortresses were getting destroyed without even being able to do anything. You think we'll just sit here and do nothing? Calderon mumbled. They had a large amount of Carmen's information, and they had a secret weapon created by using that information. Calderon called royalty, Gonkan, and spoke. Bring the bluestone. We need to use it. To come back to us an evil spirit, we will just send you off. This is good. We can deal with the humans as well. The only ones that needed to remain behind were the royalty. Calderon mumbled as he looked at the organism that was causing havoc in the distance. Boom. Matiron laughed out loud after smashing Hansu and then spoke. Ha ha ha. The sages are probably busy trying to attack you from your back. And how many of the ones who you're trying to help have not sinned? They are worthy of death. Do you really think there are people who haven't gotten blood on their hands? Crunch. Hansu blocked the attacks of Matiron and the steel soldiers and laughed as he swung his spear. Is sinning a problem? What? As Matiron was confused. Hansu mumbled. What I need are soldiers, not people who would protect me. The ones who would protect them would be better the kinder they were and more good they were. But the soldiers who would go onto the battlefields were different. They were better the more sins they had caused. To the point of rules of using sinners as soldiers existing. I'm just here to give them strength, control them and take them up. The ones who were good just needed to use that strength to protect themselves. And the sinners could just sin more and fight to the death. Since the beings of the abyss weren't attacking the humans because of their justice and evilness. So it didn't matter whether they sinned or not. Since the blades wouldn't discriminate against anybody once the door of the abyss opened up. Anyways, isn't it becoming a bit tiring now? Hansu smiled towards Matiron. Matiron's expression froze at a minuscule level. Despite Hansu being the one having become a mess. Reincarnator, Chapter 212, Galterra, 5. Fragments of 7 souls. The power wasn't given out for free. Maybe if they were at similar levels. Matiron's body, which belonged in the yellow zone, could not receive the soul of Tihi, who was at the violet zone, and use it properly. Even if it was just a fragment. Their zones were different as was their strength and quality. If Matiron even pulled out a bit of the strength, then his body would overheat and tire out. Like a young child swinging a giant claymore. Even more so if he was using an amount of mana he could barely handle. Maybe if his body had been enhanced by mana, but there was a limit to how much the unenhanced body of a human could handle mana. If Matiron had the enhanced body or even the ability to control mana better, then he would have long have lost. But this was it. The pressure from the mana and soul. And the body that could not keep up with that. Rumbling. The 7-strand spear shot out from Matiron's left hand and then smashed onto Hansu. But a rough sound came out from Matiron instead of Hansu. Ugh. Matiron gulped down the blood that had come up to his neck as he grasped his hand that was trembling intensely. The mana jade was still supplying him with mana and his soul was giving him strength, but his damned body couldn't handle it. Of course Hansu was also a mess. If the insides of his body were messed up, then Hansu's outer parts were smashed apart. But Matiron knew from over a decade of battle experience. Who would win at this rate? Fuck. This is the end. His clansmen had all died and only he was left. Matiron, who had been making an expression full of despair, suddenly clenched his teeth. It's not the end yet. A new variable. I just need a new variable. He would be able to flip the situation then. Matiron refocused, gathered mana again and started to push Hansu back. Are you really going to use it? Gonkan made a bitter expression as he eyed the shining blue stone in front of him. Normally, there shouldn't be a use for this stone, which was used to transmigrate souls. Since they had settled in the bodies they wanted and their original bodies had long rotted away. But another use existed for this blue stones. An experience which had occurred in the maze in the past. This was one of Carmen's countless tests, and it wasn't that hard for them to utilize this as they had all the information. which meant that theoretically, they would be able to control the liquid metal if they used the stone that moved souls, the blue stone. There was actually another reason why Gonkun was worried. But even before Gonkun could reply, Keldurin cut off Gonkun's words as he spoke. Is there another plan as of now other than the blue stone? Gonkun became mute from Keldurin's words. Boom. Boom boom. The satellite fortresses were continuing to get smashed apart even now. The 2 kilometers monster was almost reaching 3 kilometers now, and the speed at which the satellite fortresses got smashed apart was increasing. Even if they had powerful bodies, fighting would only make sense if they were in the same league. But Gonkun clenched his teeth. 2 things were required for the soul to settle properly. First, the target shouldn't deny them. And then the opponent's mana shouldn't act up. This was why they had erased the sanity of the higher races with the red stone and then got rid of the mana with the black stone. Since then it was possible to control them with the soul. And in the past they had been successful in controlling the entire maze with just a single soul of a sage. But the situation was now different. Over several tens of times as much mana was overflowing through that giant beast's body. The problem was that there existed an owner for that beast. Which means that it wouldn't be enough even if they use all the souls of the sages and smashed onto it. But Keldurin shook his head. Don't worry. We won't need them all. It was clear that the beast, Galterra, was moving on instinct. In order to raise its body and fill up its mana. He didn't know what was going on, but the one inside had merely activated it. He was not able to control it yet. Which meant that a chance existed. Start it already. Where shall I set the standards? Shall we get volunteers? Gonkun asked with a grim expression. Though it didn't have a sanity, it would still take a tremendous amount of souls in order to beat it. It was basically the same as trying to smash apart a rock by throwing eggs at it. Until the hundreds of thousands of souls win over the repulsive force of the mana and settle upon that giant body. Of course the souls that get deflected would die. Keldurin pondered for a moment at Gonkun's words but then shook his head. It's too urgent for that. What would we do if the number of volunteers is too low after sharing all the truth? That giant beast would have long destroyed all the satellite fortresses and would be attacking us. I believe in our race, but since there is a chance for our race, who have woken up after hundreds of years, to hesitate, let's just gather them while keeping this a secret. Of course start at the ones with the largest amount in numbers, since it would be better the higher the unity of the souls is. Gonkun's expression froze at those words. It was just called unity of the souls, it just meant that they were going to pour in the 4th level sages, those of the lowest level, who were the most in numbers. Gonkun's beak trembled but no words came out as he just backed off and nodded. And Keldurin mumbled inwardly as he looked at this Gonkun. It seems you won't make it big. You cannot see what is more important right now. Them, the rank 1 sages, knew much more than those of lower ranks and were wiser as well. The Revolu's body was based around breeding anyway. It wasn't hard to multiply their numbers. Yet, it's better to act efficiently than all of us dying. Keldurin made a grim expression as he looked at the hundreds of thousands of rank 4 sages gathering around the blue stone and then smiled towards the beast which was still causing a havoc. Carmen, you're giving us strength even until the end. Don't worry, just watch. Watch as to how I use your legacy to lead our race. The destruction jade wouldn't work on it either. It was obvious. Why would Carmen have set it up so it would stop moving without mana? And as he expected, the surface of the liquid metal was actually coated with a special material. Even if the destruction jade was used, the mana engine deep inside it would still work. If something that the destruction jade doesn't work against comes up to them, we don't even have to receive those threats from those humans. The barbaric humans were annoying him anyway. With that thing he would be able to sweep them away and reclaim power over this world. The power as the race of this world. The gloomy expression disappeared from Keldurin's face as he started to hum. Rumble. Boom. In the deepest parts of the Galterra, the battle between thunder and lightning near the control room was coming to an end. Clang. Ugh. Matiron smashed into the wall as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His mana circuits have all been fried. All of Hansu's 4 limbs and 2 of his 3 hearts had been destroyed, but there was a difference between Hansu and Matiron. Hansu still had some power left to end Matiron, and Matiron did not even have any strength to move. And Matiron knew this. This is the end. As Matiron was about to give up, the liquid metal started to resonate and move. Like rain upon a lake. Hundreds of thousands of stirrings occurred upon the humongous Galterra. And Matiron's eyebrows twitched as he saw this. The movements of the Galterra, which had been jumping around energetically, was getting dull. It was abnormal. No such things was told to him according to Carmen. Which only meant one thing. That something was attacking it from the outside. Then, Matiron's head started to spin. Whose interference was this? It was obvious really. The sages. The humans wouldn't be able to affect this giant beast. Matiron thought of the next question. How are they trying to intercept him? He also knew the answer right away. They'll try to eat it up. They weren't just stopping it. They were probably trying to eat up the entire Galterra. Matiron then stopped. 2 things had come up in his head. What would these guys do the moment they eat up this giant beast? And what was his own objective? He realized. A smile surfaced on Matiron's face. It's not the best option, but it's not bad as a backup. His objective and theirs was the same. Getting rid of every human here and every human who would go up. He had failed already. Which meant that handing it over wouldn't be bad. Matiron coughed up blood and smiled towards Hansu. You won. According to the promise. Take the mana jade. But I'm sorry. I don't think I can fulfill all of it. I cannot give you one of the promised things. You've won, but in actuality, I've won. As Matiron gave up his control. The openings upon the liquid metal got extremely large as they started to bore into the center. Then. Rumble. The control of the Galterra had been passed over. Rumble. What the hell? The people made confused expressions as the giant beast stopped moving in the midst of eating a satellite fortress. Then, tong. The bludgeon of the Galterra made grinding noises and turned into a ferocious-looking golden sword. The Galterra, who held the golden sword in his right hand, spat out the satellite fortresses and then fixed the crown on its head. And then, Kwaruke. The entire body of the naked Carmen shook as a robe of Yangpo, Korean emperor's outfit, appeared upon it. The barbarian disappeared as a mighty king appeared in its place. There was somebody who was looking at the giant Galterra with a content expression. Very good. That was it. That was the look that fit the king of their race, the race of dragons, Carmen. Remain in that look forever and protect us. The sacrificed rebellions would have been proud as well. Keldurin made a content smile with the bluestone in his hands. Since they had gained it, it was now time for the protector to act. And there were very good targets in front of him. The satellite fortresses given over to the humans. Though most of them had been broken apart and had been eaten. Over 10 still remained. They wouldn't want things dirted by humans back in their hands. It was better to break them. Keldurin laughed as he grasped the bluestone in his hands. Go. Roar. Ark. Fuck. The people started to run away again as they saw the giant beast moving so suddenly. The moment the giant king stepped forward and was about to slash down upon the satellite fortresses of the humans with his blade. Utke. The Galterra suddenly stopped. Randomly. Keldurin frowned as he saw this scene. Reincarnator, Chapter 213, Galterra, 6. Until the end. Hansu clicked his tongue towards Mitiron, who had let go of all the controls and then placed his hand upon the heart of Mitiron. Kiyeing. The thing that had remained as a symbol inside Mitiron's heart slowly got pulled out. A shining crystal-shaped object. This was the epitome of Carmen, the king who had been betrayed, that was a tier higher than the mana pools. Mana Jade. Instead of a higher tier mana pool. It's like a lower tier mana engine. Hansu mumbled as he stared at the mana Jade that was letting off a tremendous amount of mana while floating above his hand. This was created for the sages. Since it was an artifact that fit their superior bodies. This could easily fill up the small amount of needed mana from the mana pool. It would have been a gift that would have been sent to the sages if he hadn't been hit in the back. If the sages had waited patiently a bit more, then they would have received the method of mass creating the mana Jade and would have been able to have an even more powerful race. Hansu placed the mana Jade above his heart. The moment the mana Jade, which was comprised of 4 jewels tied up in a strange path, got close to Hansu's heart. The single remaining heart split up in sync with its own beat into 4 parts. And the 4 blue jewels that were slowly rotating around the flesh around the heart slowly started to bore down into Hansu's body. Crunch. A dud. The moment the mana Jade entered his heart. Quaok. A tremendous amount of mana started to sweep over Hansu's body. The mana that came out from the mana Jade started to follow Hansu's mana circuits in his body and started to bore into the deepest parts of his body. Boom. The dried up mana circuits were flooded as the demonic dragon's reinforcement started up again. Then. Kolug. The regeneration from the racial metamorphosis, the dragon essence blade, the body enhancement surgery and even the demonic dragon's reinforcement started to heal up Hansu very at an extremely rapid rate. Broken bones were mended and skin was healed. Severed muscles got connected and the messed up arteries, veins and the nerves regenerated. And Hansu made a content expression as he saw this. He felt like a fish in water. How much had he suffered due to lack of mana after coming back to the past? His body grew quickly and his skills got stronger, but due to the lack of mana, he could not utilize them properly. But since he had gained the mana Jade, the story would change. After the injuries healed and regained his senses, he walked towards the control room of the Galterra behind Mitiron. The blue marble was still floating in its original shape despite all the chaos. Of course Hansu and Mitiron both tried to reduce as much damage that came this way. Anyway. How shall I do this? He hadn't told others, but he was quite worried. Since he wasn't really interested in technology or science. The reason why the sages could affect this guy was because they had risen to a certain level in their technology and intelligence. I guess I should try as much as I can first. The moment Hansu walked into the control room. Mitiron coughed out blood and laughed from outside. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. I've won. Kong Hansu. The humans, they'll all die now. The sages would definitely not let the humans alive once they obtain this. This place will become a much more vicious and dangerous place than when the higher races ruled. Though it's a shame he wouldn't be able to pick out and send people up, this wasn't bad. Clementine. Climb well. I'll deal with the problem here. He barely had the strength to move his fingers after becoming such a mess, but a victorious sentiment swept through him. As Mitiron smiled while reminiscing about the times when the 9 of them roamed around the other world. Hansu mumbled. We'll see. The controls were all intact and the possibility existed. If it doesn't work, then I can at least temporarily stop it. As long as he could stop the movements of this thing, then he would be able to deal with it from the outside. Since according to the soul fragment, both sides still had satellite fortresses and the human forces still remained. Though a frontal clash would result in a large amount of casualties, it was much better than this thing going on a rampage. Hansu finished his thoughts and then put his hand upon the blue marble. Boom. The minds of the thing inside and Hansu resonated. Then. Whoosh. Hansu's consciousness started to rush towards a certain location quickly. Hansu made a surprised expression while he looked at the white space that had suddenly appeared. This is an all-white space. As Hansu looked around this white space where the beginnings and ends could not be determined. Glug. The ground in front of him moved around and something shot up. White like the white space he was in, but an existence that resembled a human. Hansu spoke towards the muscular figure. So you're Carmen, huh? Hansu then mumbled. It wasn't a soul. It was more like an agglomeration of memories and evil intentions. It seems that Carmen had reached an even higher level. The white figure nodded and then spoke. Well. It's more of a leftover, to be exact. It wasn't an existence that had all of Carmen's intelligence, mentality, memories, and emotions. It was just an existence that had a few random abilities to control this thing. An existence that was only created for revenge. Hansu didn't know why, but Carmen was making quite a calm expression. Maybe it was due to the interception of the sages from outside, or he still had some sanity left. Carmen then spoke. Well, I tried to be nice to them while I was alive. Since they were a pitiful race. To have such a great amount of abilities and intelligence, but for their lifespans to be that limited. How sad would it have been for them? Hansu frowned at Carmen, who was speaking as if he was of a different race, but Carmen didn't falter as he continued to speak. Well, they were a race who was going to die off even without my hands. Their lifespans were getting shorter and their fertility rates were also going down. It is the result of the higher level of technology and more exposure to mana. The main reason for the sages' low fertility rates and short lifespans were because of the overbearing mana that their bodies could not handle. And ironically, the situation had turned worse as they tried to fix it with science and mana. Destruction of the entire race was something that was bound to happen. Since no matter how great of a technology they had, if their lifespans and fertility rates were bad, then they would all perish. As Hansu nodded, Carmen spoke. So I was going to use the technology of the world tree, body enhancement surgery, and even the soul transmigration to prepare a new body for them, but I guess this was their limit. What? As Hansu was shocked from these answers, Carmen replied. Don't be so shocked. There are a lot of strange things in the world. Anyways, I prepared two things for them. The first was a present that would lead them to glory. The second was a present that would drag them down to destruction. Maybe if the present box hadn't been opened. Once it was opened, they couldn't return or deny it. Since it seems like they've received the good part, they need to receive the second present as well. I guess this is why they say you need to hear the bad news first. Carmen spoke towards Hansu. Shall I ask you a question? Why did I set this up so it ate the satellite fortress first instead of killing the sages? If I was going to get revenge, then I should have just killed them first. Though it got stronger the more mana it ate, the Galterra was more than enough with just the Garmai's engine. There wasn't a need to eat up the satellite fortresses. As Hansu made a confused expression, Carmen laughed as he whispered into Hansu's ear. What? As Hansu shouted out in shock. Carmen smiled and then spoke. This is the last gift I present to you guys. Since you guys haven't sinned against me yet. Do your best. As Carmen's words ended. Boom. The large white space started to tremble and fall apart. Carmen laughed out loudly in the midst of the crumbling space and spoke. It was fun to converse after so long. Ha ha ha. Farewell. Then. Whoosh. Hansu's conscience started to fly back to its original location. Yup. Hansu hurriedly looked around after returning from the white space that had fallen apart. Kiwigugigigu. Surprisingly, the white space was not the only thing falling apart. The Galterra that had eaten up the countless satellite fortresses and their mana engines was bubbling. And Hansu could also see the shocked expression of Mitiron. What is this? What's going on? Mitiron mumbled with a confused expression. Everything was going so well. The control for this giant thing had been passed over and they just needed to destroy the humans. Though he would die by Hansu's hands, this was more than enough. But this thing stopped completely as soon as Hansu touched the control marble. And strange things were even occurring. Mitiron shouted towards Hansu, who had taken his hands off from the marble. You fucking bastard. What the hell have you done? How did you do this? Hansu shook his head as he replied. I didn't do it. Anyways, this Carmen guy, he was quite vengeful. What? Hansu didn't reply to Mitiron's words as he quickly placed his hands back on the control marble. The act of the sages trying to take over the control was merely some child play to Carmen. The control for this thing had been only for a moment, all the souls that had entered to control this had been destroyed and this giant thing was ready to act on its instincts again. I have to hurry. Within the trembling environment, Hansu started to focus on the control marble in front of his eyes. Reincarnator, Chapter 214, Galterra, 7. What? Why isn't it moving? Keldurin frowned as he looked at the Galterra in the distance. Why did the monster, which should be moving to his will and destroying the satellite fortresses, suddenly stop? Move it. Move. Slicing apart the satellite fortresses should have been the first step of his plan. Keldurin was getting anxious as a completely different scene played out instead of the one he had planned out. As Keldurin clenched tightly onto the bluestone. Boom. Yes. The Galterra started to move again. The moment Keldurin shouted out. Boom. The Galterra jumped into the air and then sliced apart the satellite fortress. Like how Keldurin wanted. But Keldurin couldn't exclaim out in joy. What? Why ours? Why are you destroying ours? Splish. Keldurin let out a scream as he saw that the giant Galterra didn't cut the human satellite fortresses but rather theirs. But even before his scream could end, the giant Galterra jumped off into the air again. Then. Boom. 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 Mass destruction started to happen. The Galterra followed what Keldurin had originally wanted and had started to destroy all the remaining satellite fortresses. The problem was the fact that they were all theirs. The satellite fortresses, which had surrounded the Galterra and were assaulting it, started to get smashed apart by the Galterra's sword, fists, and kicks. The viciousness from when it had the look of a barbarian had all disappeared. Instead, profound sword arts came out from the tip of the Galterra's blade. A sword art befitting of a king. Though it was all directed at the sages. Boom. Boom. The 11 remaining satellite fortresses of the sages started to get destroyed. The Rebelongs and the Urukons, the 3rd and 4th rank sages, all cried out in shock. Why is the creature with the look of our king destroying the satellite fortresses? And only ours. At least before, he was destroying those from both sides. The humans and theirs. But as it turned into the look of their glorious king, Carmen, it was only targeting their satellite fortresses. The giant king swinging the sword, Carmen. But the sages got suspicious as they saw the madness, rage, despair, and hate embedded deep within the metal eyes of Carmen. Those were the eyes of revenge. Why did their king, Carmen, birth such a beast like that and destroyed their technology and civilization? Mumbles occurred within the crowds of third and fourth rank sages. Wait. There were actually a lot of mysterious things about where Carmen had gone. They said Carmen had personally lead the Great Soul Transmigration, but we have never seen it. The ones who had actually lead the project were not Carmen but the rank 1 sages who now had the bodies of the Akalachias. They didn't really feel anything strange back then. Since Carmen usually stayed within the Garmaya anyway, only to appear rarely from time to time. And although they had a lot of reasons to meet up with the rank 1 sages, they didn't really feel as if it was strange to not see Carmen since it was the norm. Since the difficulty of the project and the nervousness and fear filled their heads already. But it was strange for him to have not made a single appearance in the 10-year-long project. And 800 years had passed unlike their expectations. Their king, Carmen, did not know of mistakes. Maybe if somebody got Carmen's data and tried to copy the project. At that moment, all the eyes of the third and fourth rank sages started to head towards Keldurin and the other first rank sages, the Akalachias. One of the Arukans who were frowning asked Keldurin. Keldurin? What is this? What do you mean? You guys should know well. As to why Carmen's statue is creating a havoc over there. Weren't you close to the king? Suspicions that were close to being confirmed. Keldurin frowned and then replied. How would we know? We didn't even know that the king would go crazy in his later years and create a beast such as that. Do you think we would have let him make such a thing if we knew about it? Are you suspecting me, somebody who is trying to control that thing? Keldurin grinned at his teeth as he spoke out. Insolent bastards. Because of the dire situation, mere third and fourth rankers were glaring at him. He would have punished them usually, but he could not now. Since the gazes of the surrounding people were extremely vicious. Even if they were the powerful first rank Akalachias, there were just too many third and fourth rankers. We'll see after the issue is resolved. Keldurin finished his thoughts and clenched tightly onto the blue stone in his hands. There was a single reason why this had happened. The resistance of that giant thing was stronger than he expected. So the soul couldn't settle properly and he had failed in controlling it. Yet, if there was no effect, then it wouldn't even have changed its looks or moved according to my will. Keldurin mumbled as he looked at the Galtero which was swinging its blade in the distance. The proof of it was the beast which still had the look of a king he had thought up of. Which meant that the solution was simple. The direction was correct but strength was lacking. The blue stone was effective but there was a lack of souls. Which means he just needed to smash in more souls. Keldurin thought up to this point and then shouted loudly. We should not be splitting up and fighting with each other. Look at that beast. What do you think will happen if we can't block it? If we aren't able to block it then we would all die. The other sages, who were threatening, the first rank sages flinched. It was just like he had said. Even if that beast only destroyed the satellite fortresses it would be a problem. Over 10 satellite fortresses were still intact. This was more than enough to control the other humans and destroy the remaining sages. And, Keldurin tried to attack them earlier. Everyone had clearly seen where the giant statue of their king had swung his sword before. Maybe if they still had their alliance, but once the balance of power had been broken, he had tried to attack them. And since the powers have flipped, there was no way that their enemies would leave them be. Keldurin saw the people's suspicions dying out despite their mumbles, sighed in relief and then shouted again. So we need to put more souls into the blue stone. Don't worry, once we calm that thing and end the situation we can just return the souls. Keldurin then pointed behind him. Hundreds of thousands of sages who were lying unconsciously on the temporary tents. As if they were sleeping, their bodies were lined up neatly. Keldurin pointed towards them to calm the people down, but this was a fatal mistake. One of the third rank sages who had looked around the tents asked while frowning. Why are there only third and fourth rankers and none of you guys, the first rankers? If it's so safe then why are there none of your bodies there? That's for the unification and synergy of the soul. Everyone made dumbfounded expressions at those words. They were all about to die if they didn't do this, but for him to speak about unification and synergy of the soul. If it was really safe and they could come back, there was no reason the first rankers shouldn't sacrifice their souls to the blue stone. Treating us as tools. As rage filled up the expressions of the sages. Boom. The final satellite fortress of the sages got smashed apart and fell down onto the ground. And Keldurin shouted out in a hurry. Hurry. There's not much. Seriously. If you're that dissatisfied then the first rankers can do it too. Hurry. The first rankers being sacrificed was a bit of a shame, but there's nothing he could do. Since the only ones who knew the souls got destroyed was him and Gonkan, the two of them. Getting through the situation was the important part. The sages nodded at Keldurin's expression of despair as they headed towards the gem. Rumble. The vibrations around Hansu were getting more and more intensified. It couldn't be seen from the outside, but the inner parts had long been bubbling due to the overwhelming amount of mana. But, I've destroyed all the satellite fortresses before the time ran out. Hansu shook his head towards the sages heading towards the Galtero with the blue stone. It was an useless act. You couldn't stop this beast which was created from the rage of Carmen, with the blue stone from the beginning. That was a useless death. No, it was worse than death. Since their souls would now get smashed apart and shredded into bits. The pain they would feel then was nothing like anything they would feel when they were alive. It was actually used as a torture method in the abyss. For that powerful race to fall like this just because they messed with one person. But this wasn't the time for that. Hansu sensed the heat that had come all the way up to the control room and focused on the control marble as well as the fragments of 7 souls. Boom. Hansu's soul trembled as the message was sent to the clan lord who had the soul fragment. And the clan lord, Khan, who had gained the soul fragment and the right to control the satellite fortresses, gulped as he replied. Though he had received the responsibilities, his abilities and authority was nowhere enough to handle the current situation. The real leaders were the ones next to him. Yes, I can hear. And, they're all around me as of now. Hansu checked that all the administrators of Unity were near Khan and then spoke while looking at the Galtera. Khan sent the message while blocking the shouts of the people around him. Khan was confused as well. The situation had been dealt with and the giant statue Hansu was controlling would be of great help to them. Why was he heading to the Silver Sea so suddenly? Hansu replied. It wasn't just a normal explosion. A powerful explosion that would wipe away all vegetation and scorch a giant area around it. It would be tens of thousands of times stronger than when he had blown apart the mana crystal refinery in the past by crashing the mana engine into it. There was a difference between creating a bomb out of an engine and blowing up a bomb. And this thing's objective was just that. It was a giant bomb created to blow apart everything without leaving behind a bit of grass and would activate once the satellite fortresses were eaten. This thing was created to destroy all evidence of the sages existing, it wouldn't even leave any space for the humans to live from now on if it blew up. The final advice of Carmen. The Silver Sea suppressed the mana crystals. If it blew up in there then he would be able to decrease the explosive power to the minimum. And he had to lead this there. Since the moment he detached his hands from this thing, it will eat up the last remaining satellite fortress and go into the center of the zone where its explosion would be the most effective. As soon as he sent that message. No. Miss Mihi. Well, Mihi wasn't the only one who said this. If he lead a bomb there then the others might be able to live, but how would Hansu survive? Khan continued to speak while hearing the shouts of the people around him. Reincarnator, Chapter 215, Reward, 1. Hansu chuckled as he replied. Don't worry. I won't die like that. I'm saying this because I have a method of living. As Khan delivered the message, the people around him nodded reluctantly. Thinking about it, that Hansu guy somehow managed to survive the most dangerous situations. Nobody would want to die if they were sane. He's probably doing it since he has a plan. Enbyron and the others reluctantly agreed as they exchanged glances. Another message of Hansu was sent towards Khan, the clan lord, who was watching over the scene. Everything has ended. You guys just finish up here. It wasn't hard to finish things up. The sages' satellite fortresses had all been smashed apart by Hansu's hands and the remaining sages will die off from the bluestone anyway. To kill or to enslave would just be decided by others. Before he could finish his thoughts. Toto Tatatotoong. He could feel tens of thousands of souls smashing into the surface of the Gale Terra. They had started to use the bluestone in order to take it over. Of course it didn't matter that much. Hansu, controlling the Gale Terra, ignored these attacks and continued to speak. They thought that there would be data here but they were wrong. There's nothing here. Don't worry about it though. It seems the thing they told us about the mana pool surgery was all a lie anyway. The fact that the satellite fortresses could perform the surgery on them was a fact, but the thing about it being dangerous for humans without being altered was a lie. When Carmen made it at the beginning, he had set it up so it could work on any organism. There wouldn't be much of a problem even if they just started the surgery without altering it right now. Farewell. Do a good job. Soon. Boom. 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 The Gale Terra followed Hansu's commands as it charged forward. Towards the Silver Sea where it had been born. Boom. 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 A 3 kilometers tall organism leaped over mountains and crossed over the lands while causing earthquakes. Inside the control room where the bubbling sounds and the sounds of the Gale Terra running were resounding, Matiron continued to babble on as if he still had some strength to live. So you're dying like this as well. Not bad. Though I can't perform the revenge on my own, but this isn't bad. Hansu chuckled at those words. It's a good thing I kept you alive. It won't be boring until I get to the Silver Sea. Matiron chuckled. He was going to die anyway. As the consequences of him overloading his body from the mana jade still remained. It was beyond something that could be healed through runes. But this Hansu guy will have the same fate as him anyway. Well. Thankfully the road to death won't be boring for me as well. Since you'll be coming with me. You know already, right? That you can't escape from here anymore. Matiron then looked around. The liquid metal was bubbling. It looked soft but he wouldn't be able to go through it. As the mana inside that thing will turn anybody trying to get through it into dust in an instant. Going through that was basically the same as a normal human trying to walk through lava. And to traverse it from all the way inside to the outside. An impossible feat. He had lied to his comrades. In case they might get swept by the explosion along with him. Matiron chuckled at Hansu. What a saint. A hero of humankind. No matter how amazing this Hansu guy was, he wouldn't be able to survive the explosion. It was an explosion that could send a continent flying. A human being wouldn't survive such a thing. Hansu chuckled back at Matiron. Isn't it the same for you? Since you protected this place with your life on the line for Clementine. Matiron became quiet at Hansu's words. Hansu looked at Matiron. Others didn't, but Hansu knew. One of 8 closest persons to Clementine. Shintihi and the others of the 8 Dark Lords didn't follow Clementine because they had been forced to. They followed Clementine because they felt a common ground with her and respected her. As these guys would already follow Clementine's orders to death even without the soul fragment. Boom. 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 As the noisy Matiron shut his mouth, the control room of the Gale Terra was just filled with running noises. But as if Matiron didn't like this atmosphere or just didn't like Hansu, he broke the silence and spoke again. But even so, if I was you then I would have sent an underling in here instead. There were a lot of reasons why he sacrificed himself for Clementine, but there was one distinct reason. He believed that Clementine could do things he wouldn't be able to. This was why he had stayed behind in the yellow zone with his life on the line. But this Hansu was different. With regards to his group, Hansu was like Clementine. Somebody who was in charge of all the forces and the one who would deal with everything. But for somebody like that to crawl into such a dangerous place. He was sure. That without Hansu, all the other people wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if they climb up they'll fight with each other and eventually disband. With this thought, he could suddenly feel the amount of weight Hansu was holding up. Maybe. Matiron stopped for a moment but then shook his head. He was starting to think useless things as his death was getting closer. Clementine had much more ability and was much stronger than Hansu anyway. Hansu nodded. Well. I agree with you to a certain degree. But since it has come to this, I can't dodge it. Boom. 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 Hansu mumbled as he felt the tremblings caused by Gale Terra's running. The current situation was really dire. Even he couldn't escape it. But because of the amount of weight on his shoulders, he could not die here. Actually, even if he knew beforehand it would result like this, things wouldn't have changed. Since this was by far the best choice he could have made. Even if he hadn't come, this thing would have become a bomb anyway. Because Matiron had touched it. Even if he knew this thing would self-destruct later, he would have come in anyway. There wasn't anybody to kill Matiron other than him, and if that happened then everybody would have died by Matiron's hands. Actually he could have come out right after he had met Carmen and this thing hadn't turned into a bomb yet. As it hadn't heated up as much and he could have come out. But he still wouldn't have come out. Everybody would have died from the explosion radius if it was left alone. This situation was something that was bound to happen. Ever since he came up here, fought with the higher races and started to get tangled with the sages and Matiron. No regrets. Boom. Clash. Clash. Hansu mumbled as the Gale Terra slowly headed into the Silver Sea. Eniac. The Silver Sea cooled down the heated up Gale Terra, but it was not even close to being enough. Deeper, he had to go in deeper. Until this thing got submerged entirely. It was so heated that the heat was now even reaching the control room. The glass windows cracked and the floor started to bubble up. Which meant that it was about to blow up. Then. Bubble bubble. The Gale Terra reached the depths of the Silver Sea and started to fall. Up. After sensing it started to sink, Hansu let go of the controls, breathed in and out and warmed up. As the controls were released, the Gale Terra struggled and tried to go out, but it was useless. Though it was 3 kilometers tall, the Silver Sea was tremendously wide and deep. Matiron chuckled as he saw this. What? Are you preparing for your death? Hansu cracked his joints as he spoke. I just said I have no regrets. I never said I'll die without any regrets. What? I need to try as much as I can. Silver Sea. This was the tunnel to the next zone. If one goes into the Silver Sea and drinks the water, then they would move on to the next world. Which meant that he could live. Though he wouldn't be able to escape the explosion radius, he just needed to run away to the next zone. So. You have a way of getting through it. This giant body, surrounded by the silver liquid, was a jail in itself. Actually the body that had been heated up from the mana had cooled down a bit from the Silver Sea. But then it was even more impossible to penetrate through the body since it had hardened up. Impossible. He, who had fought with him, knew better than to think that. And like his expectation. Hansu nodded. He knew it was a long shot with his current abilities. He had a powerful body and a lot of mana. His artifacts were top class as well. But he lacked skills. The skills he had were 0 numbering. They were a top class skills anywhere. But they weren't suited for the current situation. The pandemic blade was too lacking to penetrate through this thing. The pandemic blade was set for mass murder and didn't really have a lot of destructive force. Same for the demonic dragon's reinforcement. Though the demonic dragon's reinforcement was a top class reinforcement, it couldn't beat an attack skill in terms of destructive force. It was nowhere close actually. As the fact that it was balanced actually meant that it didn't excel in any of the fields. Phew. Hansu sensed his body having healed and then yelled into the air. Come out. The final card he believed in. As Hansu breathed in and out. Oh. I was watching comfortably. A translucent shadow trembled in the air and then a fairy appeared. Reincarnator, Chapter 216, Reward, 2. Hansu frowned at this organism. Creepy bastard. It didn't come through the void. It was just silently watching while it was hidden. Well, this wasn't the important part. Hansu took a glance at the control room which was bubbling intensely and then spoke to the fairy. I request a reward. I killed this. The fairy laughed. You didn't kill it yet? It seems to still be alive. Hansu replied expressionlessly. I killed it? Don't joke around. Actually, if the fairy stayed true to those words then he couldn't really do anything. Since it was indeed still alive. But the fairies weren't things that would play around like that. The fairy made a bored expression at Hansu's words and then spoke while shrugging its shoulders. Fine. I admit it, but it'll be a monopoly this time around. Only you would get the benefit, but I'll give you a special treatment. Since you're our Hansu. Hee. Are you going to share it this time as well? Monopolizing a reward that would be given to hundreds of thousands of people didn't necessarily make the reward that much better. Of course a tremendous reward will still be given, but it was obvious what Hansu should choose because of his objective. Since a reward given to hundreds of thousands of people will be of a great help to him when he fights with the Abyss in the future. But Hansu shook his head. No, I need to live as well. If he shared such a thing in this situation then he wouldn't have a way to live. He only needed one thing. A powerful skill that could escape this current situation. Fine. Shall we gamble like last time or do you want something fixed? A defense skill? Movement skill? Hansu shook his head. A defense skill would be useless. Since no defense skill would be able to withstand the energy that would explode out from this thing. His body would get destroyed in an instant. The same for movement skills as well. Skills that could move through the void were extremely rare, and for the distance he needed to travel, it would require a lot of mastery. He had no way of raising the mastery of the skill within those short moments before the explosion. So the answer was fixed. Hansu spoke towards the fairy. Give me the higher skill of the 7 strands spear. Solo numbering 5, 7 strands spear. A destructive weapon with the highest power. According to what he knew, there was no attack skill that had a higher destructive force than the 7 strands spear. A finishing move that gathered a tremendous amount of mana, that even Matiron had a struggle controlling despite the mana jade, compressed it into 7 beams of light to fire. But this wasn't enough. He needed something stronger. He needed an ultimate skill that could destroy the scale terror surrounding him and create a hole in it. Something that was beyond a solo numbering, something that people didn't know about yet. The fairy didn't even falter as it smiled and spoke. So you want a skill that could allow you to escape this situation, right? A skill with that much destructive power? Hansu nodded but made a slightly nervous expression. The liquid metal surrounding him was numerous tens of times stronger than the satellite fortresses. So much that it could withstand the ridiculous amount of pressure applied by the depths of the mercury-like silver sea without even breaking a bit. He needed to penetrate hundreds of meters of this in an instant. Would there really be a skill like this? Maybe within the abyss, but there wasn't anything that his body could withstand using as of now within Hansu's experience and memories that fit that description. But the fairy surprisingly gave a positive answer. Oh. Nice. There's something just right for you. The thing I will give you is, the 9-Dragon Spear. 9-Dragon Spear. 9-Dragon Spear. He had never heard of such a skill before. Even before Hansu's confusion dissipated. The fairy spoke. A skill created from compiling things a martial artist in a certain zone had comprehended right before death. A martial artist. The fairy smiled at Hansu's mumbles and then spoke. He was really an amazing person. Since I've given it to you, do well with it, okay? If it's you, Hansu, then you'll be fine. Well, we'll see each other soon if you survive anyway, hee hee. Be strong. The fairy disappeared into the void, leaving behind those words. And Hansu just laughed at the fairy's words. Well, giving it to me was indeed enough. Anyway, it's a bit suspicious. You'll be fine. It was suspicious that the fairy just left without many explanations, but there was nothing he could do. Since he couldn't really do anything about it or anything. And since the fairies didn't scam anybody or anything, the effect of the skill would be quite marvelous. Rumble. Hansu looked over his body for a moment, nodded and then walked out from the control room, which was now boiling even on the inside. The other locations had long been liquefied from the heat. I don't have much time. He needed to get out of this place. Whoosh. Hansu readied the skill that had appeared within his body. 9-Dragon Spear. If the quintuple beam gathered 5 energies to attack and the 7-strand spear gathered the 7 colored lights to attack, then the 9-Dragon Spear went a step further. Gather 9 dragons onto the tip of the spear. Then pierce the enemy. An ultimate one-shot one-kill type skill. As soon as the skill was activated. Boom. The mana jade went berserk and the mana started to get burned. The mana resembled a dragon as it swept past his heart and rolled around his entire body, got sent out through his hand and then coiled up the forked lightning by following the skill's lead. And the skill started to forcibly squeeze out the mana from Hansu's body. No, it wasn't just the mana. Damn. The skill got activated and dragons coiled around his body, causing a change. The whole structure of his body creaked as it started to bend. Just to perform a single skill. Crunch. Squeak. Yudyuduk. Hansu exclaimed as he felt the dragon rolling through the insides of his body and causing his entire body to change by twisting and breaking the structures forcibly. This is a skill that puts both the body and one's mana under strain. The mana jade felt pressured as a tremendous amount of mana was drained for every dragon, and it started to pour out an even larger amount of mana by spinning insanely. The silver liquid from the body enhancement surgery and the dragon essence blade tried their best to maintain the body that was creaking and twisting from breaking apart. In order to support the vitality needed for the skill, the 3 hearts started to beat crazily and pumped. All this energy, for just a single attack, got sucked into the dragon that was sweeping through his body. He suddenly felt pain that was comparable to when the liquid metal inside his body hadn't settled after he received the body enhancement surgery in the past. Kahook. Ki-yang. 2. 3. Every time a dragon appeared on Hansu's spear, the pressure being exerted on Hansu's body multiplied. Like being squeezed in from pressure from all around deep under the sea. But the number of dragons on the forked lightning still continued to rise. Yududududuk. Surprisingly, the forked lightning started to crack and scream as if it couldn't handle the force. 8. Hansu clenched his teeth so hard that they almost cracked. He could actually hear sounds of his body blowing apart and breaking. Tuduk. Crack. Hansu finally realized what the fairy had told him. Maybe instead of being enlightened before death, that guy might have died while using it. A vicious skill that would kill the user if they couldn't fulfill its strict requirements. In an instant, the final dragon grew out from the mana jade and headed towards the heart. Clonk. The mana jade's light was turned off. It had been burnt out from overuse. It might not even work for a while. One of the 3 hearts, where the dragon had passed through, blew up. Muscles ripped, veins blew up, bones cracked and joints were twisted. The moment that final dragon flew out of his hand, which had swollen from the veins exploding, and climbed up the spear. The 9 dragons which had gathered at the tip chomped on each other, twisted and turned as they started to gather into one point. Koyuyuyuyu. The dragons, which all had different colors, got sucked into one point and condensed. Boom. Hansu's body exploded forward without his consent. The body that was created and prepared for the single skill sent the spear forward. Then. Koyu. The black marble that had gathered upon the tip of the spear started to reach out forward. Despite the attack flying at the speed of light, Matiron smirked as he looked at the tiny black dot that didn't make any noise. What the hell is that kid doing? So much work for just that. The moment the corner of Matiron's mouth rose up as he watched from the back. The black dot touched the inner wall of the Gale Terror that was bubbling up. Then. Boom. Kahook. A sound that rang throughout the heavens and earth rang out. No matter how strong that attack was, realistically it should only have made a hole the size of the black dot. Along with the vibrations that caused the already hurt Matiron to cough out blood. If it was explosive, then only the area should have blown up. But surprisingly, the black dot destroyed everything in its path and continued forward. Like the air wall in front of a jet plane, leaving behind tens of meters of tunnel behind it. Kwaiigagagagak. The liquid metal of the Gale Terra, which was much tougher than the defense of the satellite fortresses, got smashed apart tens of meters wide and created a path. Soon. Clong. A long tunnel was created and the silvery liquid metal started to rush in. With a tremendous amount of force. He really did it. And he didn't do it in a simple manner. He smashed it apart as if it was tofu. If he had that, then he would have been able to kill the Galterra even from the outside. Matiron made a shocked expression and then sighed as he looked at the silver liquid that was rushing towards him. This was the end of him. This was kilometers under the sea. The pressure of the liquid metals would be insane. That guy would be able to live through the pressure and go on to the next zone since his body was insanely strong, but his already broken body wouldn't be able to. By the time he got to the next zone, he would have long become a corpse. Matiron sighed as he looked at the silver liquid that was rushing towards him after taking his eyes off Hansu and left behind his final words by activating the fragment of 7 souls. Teehee. Stay well. Say hi to the others for me. Please succeed. Soon. Boom. The Galterra blew up as the energy from the explosion devoured Matiron's body, which was already breaking apart from the silver liquids. Indigo zone. Iris made a smile as she looked at the female standing next to her. Long, straight hair and muscular body were her distinct features. Kangti was drooling from behind while looking at her butt. Iris took a glance at Kangti as she asked the woman. This is it for the Indigo zone as well. Anyways, why do you look so sad? The female made a weak smile as he replied. No, it's nothing, I just feel a bit down today. What is there to enjoy in this world? Iris made a sad expression and then comforted the woman. Stay strong, Miss Teehee. We are here for you. We're almost there. Thank you. Hee. Isn't it because of that Clementine? The female, Shin Teehee, smiled as she looked at Iris next to her and Kangti shouting from behind. Reincarnator, Chapter 217, Exodus, 1. Phew. Hansu got up as he felt the pain from his creaking body. I lived, huh? He felt like he was going to die when he had been crushed by the silver liquid, but it seems he had survived and came up. Hansu first checked his body before checking his surroundings. And then sighed. It seems not even 10% of my original strength can be used. It wasn't from the damage to his body. It was from his body that had been altered for that single attack. Of course, a body for a single attack was not a good body for fighting. Since it wasn't like he was going to lay down after a single strike of his spear. Haup. Hansu breathed in deeply and then started to forcibly change the parts of his body. With his hands and brute strength. Yuadudaduk. Duduk. Kaduk. He released the twisted muscles and refit the bones and joints. He massaged his veins and used pressure to reconfigure his spine. Hansu quickly reconfigured his body to how it was he had used the 9 dragon spear. Though the racial metamorphosis had run out, the monojade, body enhancement surgery and the dragon essence blade quickly healed the damaged cells and injuries. Crunch. Hansu hit his spine by his neck, reconfigured the twisted structure and then nodded as he figured out the reason for all those twisted changes after moving his body around a bot. And then smiled. A skill for which one needed to even shift and twist their own bodies to use. There was a huge risk. But the reward was much larger. The power. Anybody at similar levels as him would die from just a single hit. A single strike of ultimate destruction that cannot be dodged or blocked. And even more so since Hansu's original battle style revolved around a single deadly strike. This is good too. Whoosh. A red powder flew out from the end of Hansu's hand. Integration. The evolved form of the pandemic blade which he had been able to use by borrowing the strength of the mana engine in the past. Though he wouldn't be able to use it in a huge area since the mana jade was a weaker version of the mana engine, the fact that he could use it like this was good enough. Hansu checked the status of his body and then activated the fragment of 7 souls. He needed to check the situation below. The owner of the soul fragment in the yellow zone, Khan, started to speak. Are you okay? We were worried, it has already been 3 days. Hansu made a bitter expression at those words. For him to be unconscious for 3 days. I really should be careful when I use it. Hansu then started to ask about the situation. Khan nodded as he replied. Everything had been taken care of completely below. A tremendous shockwave was created from the explosion of the Galterra, not much damage had come their way since it happened deep below the sea. Though the seaside had become a mess, nobody lived there anyway so there were no issues. 10 satellite fortresses were more than enough for control. Khan chuckled as he responded. That, the first rank ones got beaten up to death. By the 3rd and 4th ranked ones. It seems like they had forced them to sacrifice their lives by deceiving them. This was found out and it was all fruitless so. They didn't have any power left so they accepted to stay in isolated areas. There were too many who had sacrificed their souls so, there aren't many that are alive. Maybe they'll be useful for repairing and maintenance of the satellite fortresses. This wasn't bad at all. As Hansu nodded. Khan hesitated but then spoke. According to what he had heard, humongous tornadoes and tsunamis were happening at the sea because of the explosion of the Galterra. They would die before they could even reach the depths to the next zone if they went in there. Hansu nodded at those words and then nodded. Since it has come to this, I guess we can implant the mana pools with the satellite fortresses. It would have been much more convenient if he had a few more people with him but since it had come to this, there was nothing he could do. The things above here would be easier for him to do alone anyway. It was better to work alone, create a method of control and then call up the people as he saw from the example of Kaldis. Since people whom he could not control were the same as walking disasters. And even more so since their numbers had increased and every individual had gotten stronger. I need to move out. His body had healed up quite a bit and it wasn't uncomfortable to move around anymore. Hansu got out of his seat and then sent a message to Khan. Khan laughed as he spoke. There are a lot of people who are upset here. There's nothing we can do. A few people here are quite envious of those who had crossed over. Khan nodded. There weren't enough people when we checked the numbers. It seems a few people who were nearby when the Garmaya transformed into the Galterra just jumped into the Silver Sea while looking for a place to hide. Hansu nodded. The Silver Sea was actually the best option to run away from that beast. Since that thing couldn't chase beyond dimensions. Khan spoke to Hansu. Maybe they'll meet you if they're lucky. Stay strong. Khan saluted with sincerity and then stopped the communication. I should move out. Green zone. This place was very special. Hansu looked around. An entirely white space. It looked similar to the private dimension of Carmen from before, but it was different. The moment Hansu took a step. Kryak. The air split apart as a familiar face popped out. Ah, as I expected. You were alive. I believed in you. Heh heh. How was it? It's an amazing skill, right? Hansu made a small sigh as he looked at the mess of his body. The fairy enjoyed Hansu's reaction for a bit and then spoke as it spun around Hansu. Now, the people ahead already departed. Only you need to go now. But before that, you need to listen to the important details. As the fairy said this, a panel opened up in front of Hansu. Please choose the location to log in/out. Cages Village/Beltirum's Mountain. Holy Ground of Epa/Akinu's Valley. Garimto Village/Lake of Achilles. Well, I should explain, right? Hee hee. The fairy smiled and then started to explain about the details. The login area will tell you about the place where you start off. If you press them, a brief explanation will be shown. Hansu pressed a location after hearing the fairy's words. Kwaeok. Simple information regarding the village came up. There wasn't much of a reason why Hansu tried pressing it. Only because this was the place Hansu had gone to in the past. Of course he had to go to a different place this time. The fairy spoke towards Hansu, who was expressionlessly flipping through the villages. The logout area would be determined by the login area. The logout areas are simple. It tells you how far you need to go until the next zone. Let's see, where to go. You will go to. As the fairy played around, Hansu mumbled quietly. Exodus. The Green Zone's nickname. A realistic game. A game like reality. The name of the virtual reality game that was actually being hosted in a world that was created by the god. It's probably similar to modern society. Even without having been there, one could determine a few things about this place. A world where the virtual reality that God had created was being run on. The residents of that world didn't realize that God had created this game and enjoyed an alternative life after logging in. It was the most famous game in that place. The fairy's explanation started to come into Hansu's ear. Well, just think of it as a game and enjoy it. You played a lot of games, right? Thankfully your systems are similar to this game. There are skills and items. You just need to continue what you were doing. Enjoy it like the residents there. It's the same, you say. Hansu scoffed. It was indeed similar. The players could obtain artifacts, learn skills, and increase masteries like them. There were just a few core differences. The first one being the logging in and out. The players could log in and out whenever they wanted. Like a game. But he and the others were different. Login. After coming in here from the yellow zone. Log out. Going into the blue zone's entrance after coming out of the green zone. Towards the exit corresponding to the entrance. Of course the entrance and the exit wouldn't be close to each other. If one picked a wrong starting point here, then they would taste true hell. The difficulties were similar at the entrances, but the difficulties of the exit zones were like the difference between heaven and earth. The true meaning of, was very befitting. And the second thing. The fairy continued to speak. The Exodus is a really well-made game, so there are no bugs. Well, that's obvious. Look who made it. Hee hee. But as the players observed, there is actually a strange bug. Players would receive a small penalty or a larger one depending on the situation at death. But there was a common result. They revived. They all died differently, but they would all eventually revive. But the players of Exodus found something strange. 9 years ago, according to the time of this place, after the 4th patch, there were people who didn't revive when they were killed and instead dropped every single artifact they had. And these guys dropped such large amounts of experience. Finding people like this between the players was basically a very lucky break. The people were curious, so they asked their company, Exodus, why this was happening. The company's response was simple. They're bug players. People who log in illegally. There wouldn't be an issue to kill them on sight. Just think of it as a part of the game. Everyone rejoiced. There was nothing to lose. PK was limited to a large degree, but there were no penalties for killing these guys, and they were even rewarded with large amounts of experience and artifacts. There were actually people who found out the characteristics of bug players and chased these guys around. This was what the residents of that world knew them as. And this was the cruel reality for them. They were players. And he was a bug player. You get what I mean, right? You are now a walking treasure chest. Mr. Bug Player. Shall we start? The fairy spoke while giggling. Reincarnator, Chapter 218, Exodus, 2. Hansu nodded at the words of the fairy and then started to look over the login areas. Hundreds of login areas came up in the glossary with their pros and cons, but Hansu had already chosen where he was going to go. There was only one place for him to go with his objective. Next to the Spirit Land. The difficulties of the login areas were all similar. No matter where one went, they will see similar leveled players and beasts, the infras. But there were two main differences. The first was the logout area. The difficulties of login areas were similar, but those of the logout zones were drastically different. You might be able to get through within a year if you're lucky, but if you are unlucky, then it might even take 5 years. Well, such a thing doesn't matter. This would be important to normal people, but to Hansu, it didn't really matter. He wasn't going to go out of this place until he finished what he needed to anyway. Quest. Hansu spoke towards the fairy. I chose the Bellamore Fortress as my starting point. Oh my. Bellamore Fortress. A battle fortress located in the border area between the Koran Kingdom and the Keel Kingdom. Though it was a war fortress, it hasn't been used since 100 years ago when the Third Kingdom War had happened. Of course this wasn't the reason why the fairy whistled. The fairy smiled. Just saying, there are people there who have to live in the green zone for the rest of their lives without being able to get out. The location which was linked to the most difficult logout area of the 512 starting points. It was so hard that if you started alone then you could never finish it. So breaking through it in a group of 6 was the answer, but the amount of people sent up by the Dark Lord, Matyron, was so low that the ones who had come in here earlier could not do anything and were just trapped within the green zone. But Hansu nodded. This wasn't the important thing. The quest he needed to do in this place was much more important. Since the quest would be the starting point of the incident that would cause the 6th patch for the players and the 6th grade change for the NPCs. Instead of wasting time by starting from faraway locations, it was easier to just start here. Bellamore Fortress. The fairy smiled and spoke. Okay, fine. I wish you luck. The guys ahead are lucky, aren't they? They will be able to meet Hansu. The fairy continued to Hansu. You see, the ones ahead went to the Bellamore Fortress as well. There's a lot of enticing things about this place from the outside. The Bellamore Fortress was actually quite famous to the real players of. There were already a lot of people due to it being the border area, and there were all sorts of good quests overflowing in the nearby. If you wanted to grow your strength or had confidence in your skills, then choosing the Bellamore Fortress wasn't weird. Since they were the elites of the elites who had followed Hansu in order to kill Matiron. We will meet once the opportunity comes. Whoosh. Hansu started to get surrounded by light. The symbol of login. The fairy left behind a few final words at Hansu. Oh, the most important thing. You know about this whole thing being a secret, right? If you tell others that you are from another world or get found out. The fairy giggled as it drew a line over its neck with its thumb. As Hansu nodded. Pot. Hansu's entire body disappeared with the light. Pot. The location where Hansu had appeared from the light was in the middle of a city. A location where countless people and NPCs were at. Hey. Anybody want to go to the Kellum dungeon? 15-man party. Recruiting clan members for the Auto clan. A Great Spirit Stone. Buying a Great Spirit Stones. If it's lightning affinity, then I'm willing to add extra gold. Loud and robust shouts could be heard from all around. This place was full of the human scent, unlike the previous 3 worlds. It's been a while. Hansu looked around as he mumbled. Though they were avatars unlike himself, the amount of people one could meet here was not even comparable to the other zones. He didn't know what the planet looked like, but the world where the was being played at from was the host of almost 70 billion people. And the Exodus was the most played game in such a world to both females and males. The people online had to be counted in hundreds of millions, and that amount grows boundless once the NPCs that lived in this world previously are included. A huge world and numbers that fit it. So it's a virtual reality created by the god himself. Though they spread out into a huge area, the population density was still very high. So nobody would really care even if he logged in here. Since countless people were logging in around him anyway. The difference is that I cannot log out whenever I want. They can leave whenever they want, but he could not. Like an NPC. Hansu glanced at the players in the nearby stores and the NPCs who were selling items to these players, and then walked as he thought about his objective. The quest that would start the 6th grade change. The giant quest that would shake the game Exodus itself would start at this place, the Bellamore Fortress. The hidden piece, that nobody had found yet, would start all of this. Originally, it should start from the discovery of some random player a year from now, but he didn't have the time to wait for such a thing. I will start the 6th grade change. To those who could revive, the war against the beasts was not dangerous but more like an opportunity. But that was different for the NPCs, the residents of this place. And the bug players like himself were in the same situation. I've become dull after being away for so long. Hansu purposely raised the corners of his mouth and made a happy expression. The passing players made strange expressions at Hansu but then just walked past him. The first rule to not get caught. Do not make a nervous expression. Especially the expression which one made when their life was in danger. Since the players wouldn't do so. Of course one wouldn't get caught from that one thing, but it was good to be cautious about every detail. It'll be annoying if I get caught. Their levels were around 201 when they entered this location. It wasn't proportional to their strength but related to their rune numbers. 201 when their runes were closer to 0. 250 when it was filled. And level 250 was like the level cap for this place, the Exodus. A few NPCs went beyond this and got even stronger, but it was the cap for the players. This is why he could win. Even if his level was low and his opponent was at the maximum level, they wouldn't be able to beat him. But there were a few very annoying ones in these lands. Damn bastards. Hansu thought of the bug players that would be living in various places within this world. Though Matiron's people thought that they only let through their people, but they weren't the only ones in this green zone. There were countless adventurers who had come up along with Ares and Keldian before them, and there were also those who crossed through the great jungle instead of the green road. Since there were so many humans, they couldn't ignore the amount of people who rushed in through the gaps. Maybe if there weren't any bug players things would be calm, but the bug players were constantly caught in the eyes of these players. And the result of this. Since there was game, professional hunters were born. The players before just looked at him to see if he was an NPC or a player, but a few were different. Guys who only hunted bug players. Their title was lame, but they were very accurate and precise. They'll probably be around here. I wonder if the guys who had come here before got caught already. Hansu shook his head. Aak. No. If I die. Please. Please. Quad K. A player twisted the blade towards the screaming person as he smiled. Well. Of course. Since a character created through the bug will have their items erased, how sad. Crunch. As the player, Flame Warrior V, sliced with his blade, the head was cut and blood spurted out. Flame Warrior V looked at the scene and frowned. TISC 19 plus settings is good, but it's too realistic. But if you played below this, then there wasn't any fun. Since gold powders pouring out when one was stabbed wasn't really fun. The man spat at the corpse in order to get rid of the dirty feeling as he checked with the people around him. How many died? One of man who was drinking a healing potion shrugged as he replied. 13 out of 50. Crazy bastards. Powerful as hell. Damn. We're going to lose a lot of money from the revival tags. The man mumbled as he looked at the corpse on the ground. Their characters got deleted when they died, so they always retaliated with all they had. Their controls were so good that they were strong as hell as well. To the point of these guys giving a feeling that they didn't live in the real world. Extremely detailed movements, unlike them who used skills awkwardly and swung their weapons weakly. They probably use hacks or something. The man mumbled. For them to use such a dirty method in a fair game. This is why they needed to bring justice by killing them. Against these damned bastards. Well. It's good to get some harvest along the way as well. The man laughed as he looked at the artifacts on the ground. They dropped all their artifacts and even gave a huge amount of experience. A profit even after they buy revival tags and spread it around everyone. This is why they couldn't give up being bug killers. I hope an even stronger one comes around. The man touched the artifact on his hand as he mumbled. It was better the stronger they were. Since they had stronger and rarer items. The man finished his thoughts as he shouted. Yo. Chase the ones from before. We can rest for a while after today. This was a game. And since they paid for it, they had the rights to enjoy it. As freely as they can. I'll kill them all. The damned bug players. This was justice. The man smiled as he looked at the Bellamore fortress before him. Reincarnator, Chapter 219, Exodus, 3. Hansu looked around as he headed towards the east in the middle of the city. There was the flaming lands in the south and the frozen tundra to the north. Countless players were heading in 4 directions of north, east, west and south from the center of the fortress. This location, a location between the kingdoms in the east and west, had become an extremely popular place for those who were above level 200 after the 5th patch. Since all 4 locations had good things. Especially the south and the north locations were the reason why this Bellamore fortress was a popular place. The alpha and omega of this Bellamore fortress. The final location of the hundreds of thousands of players coming to this place through the warp gate in the city square. But. Not yet. Hansu glanced at the players going to the north and south noisily as he ignored them and continued his way. Towards the east. There was an extremely important dungeon outside the war fortress in the east. The dungeon that would become the starting point for the road towards the spirit land. The great maze of the Ants. Hansu mumbled towards the strange-looking mountain that had hundreds of entrances holed into it. A race that had a slightly different form from the humans. Actually the players couldn't even meet this race before the 5th patch. They could only read about them, they had no idea where these things were. But once the racial quest was completed they had been able to interact with them after the great maze where they were hiding opened up. At first everybody scoffed. For just a single great maze to have opened despite the size of the quest. Of course nobody thought this way anymore. The amount of people gathered around it proved it. In the vast field in front of him, countless amount of people set up camp there. These were people who had gathered in order to enter into the giant mountain. As Hansu approached them, he could hear their loud shouts. Gathering one more person for the maze attack squad. We're planning to share the protection elixirs that come out of the ants equally. Searching for a party in order to gather protection elixirs. People who have high mana resistances. We welcome any master tier players. Protection elixir. The item that these guys were shouting about was the core item from this great maze. The item which allowed people to enter the where they could not before. Before the 5th patch. The spirit land was a place that nobody could enter. It wasn't because the map wasn't built or the game company locked it up. Such a thing wouldn't happen in this game where freedom and game completion was well known. There was a simple reason. They died the moment they stepped in. It wasn't because there were tremendously powerful beasts inside. It was worse. The huge amount of damage they received the moment they stepped inside it. As soon as they stepped into the blazing and frozen land, their health which could even tank against boss level monsters got shredded apart. Even level 250 master level players would lose all their health and die after only a few moments. They would die even before seeing anything. But the story changed as the great maze opened up. As they opened up and the special liquid that could be obtained inside, came to be known, it was learned that it provided a high amount of resistance to the 2 zones and so the players were able to step into the spirit land where nobody could before. Of course the price of the protection elixir which could be obtained from inside the maze rose to the heavens as well. Everybody who was gathered here had gathered for the protection elixir. One of the players who was passing by Hansu chewed the atolan gum, which was sold around here, and mumbled. Fuck. Nobody's coming around. Only weaklings are walking around. The player looked at the party members approaching him as he frowned. It had been over 20 years since the game Exodus had opened up. Though leveling was hard, due to how long the game had been out there were plenty of level 200 players. Of course there should be countless people who could enter the maze which had the level limit of 200 but it was hard to find useful party members. This was because in this game, Exodus, differences between individual were very prominent. Every level 200 weren't the same from each other. Depending on their skills, artifact, and control the differences of battle power would be huge. To the point of a seasoned level 250 master player being able to beat numerous tens of beginner master players. The difficulty of the newly opened Great Maze was extremely high and there were locations where there was a limit to how many people could enter. And even more so in places where one can get precious items. He had started to curse as he only saw weaklings when filling his party with only elites wouldn't be enough. Hansu nodded as he heard the players complained. I need to create a party. In a normal game, every beast was below the level of a player. But it was different for this place. You would get destroyed if you fought alone due to the power of the beasts. With the unfriendly game system, solo playing would be countless times slower than party playing. So the game Exodus was better the more you bunched up. Even more so if the average strength of the party members were high. The number of people in each party here was around 30 to 50. This is where most of the new players of Exodus make their mistakes. Instead of party playing, staying in a group with just the adventurers who had come with them. It was better to fill up your party as much as possible despite not being able to trust somebody who wasn't serious about their work. Of course the chances of their betrayal once a precious artifact or a reward came along existed but this place wasn't a place where you were done for once you got killed. Since one needed to be wary of being revenged by those they had betrayed after they revived so not many people acted like that. So people grouped around in 40 or 50 players groups but of course they would get caught in the eye if they roamed around a maze or hunting grounds in groups of 10 or 15. Even more so if they ran around solo because they were confident. This was how the bug killers filtered bug players out. Exodus isn't such an easy game. Hansu mumbled. Those who can survive and continue at a decent pace alone or in small groups were the best of the best out of the master players. And because these players had played the game for so long and were famous, they could be found with a simple search. If no information came up despite them moving around in small groups, and if they were also weak, they would become targets of the bug killers, and these bug killers would likely kill them on the spot. The chances were half and half, but if they found them then it was amazing. Illegal PK's penalties were high, but even if they compensate the dead players after receiving the penalties, it was still a profit in the end. This is why I need to go into the maze in a party. He wasn't going into the great maze for the protection elixir, but there was no need to get caught in the eyes of others by acting alone before he got to a certain point. He would eventually get caught if he acted out properly, but there wouldn't be a case where he would get held down until then. Hansu found a decent party as he looked around. People who were well off in the standards of Exodus and had nice artifacts as well. He could tell with just a single glance, since he had spent quite a time within this place in the past. Hansu thought of the adventurers who had come here previously as he was about to join them. Friends who had come to the Bellamore fortress. It'd be nice if they were with me. Hansu clicked his tongue. If he was going to party play, it was better to be with adventurers than players. The chances of being caught would be much lower, and their attitudes and habits were different from the players since they could die. And since they were of the elite squad that Akiju had handpicked herself, they would have quite nice personalities as well. Hansu shook his head as he looked at the countless people around him. Finding them here is too much. There were at least a few 100,000 people in this war fortress. And he didn't even know their faces. He could not find them and hide the fact he was an adventurer at the same time. I'll move out first. Hansu finished his thoughts and headed towards the party members he had chosen previously. Maze 5th level hunting ground. One person please. Hansu spoke towards the male, the party leader, in his mid-30s in front of him. With a respectful tone since his settings were in mid-20s. The party leader Hikikomaru pondered as he looked at Hansu. What a common name. For him to choose such a name. In his opinion, Hansu was the second most common name after Chulsu. Anyways, what we need is 2. Along with the male who had just come, the total amount of people who wanted to join were 3. The man who had come first mumbled unhappily as he looked at Hikikomaru, who was pondering while looking at the 2 males and 1 female in front of him. Isn't it first come first serve? I came first. Hikikomaru scoffed. No, it is by personal strength. The 5th level isn't an easy place. The Great Maze of the Ants. Nobody had seen the end of this place. The difficulty was indeed high, but most of the people who had gathered here came for the protection elixir. Whether they used it for themselves or sold them during when the prices rose to the heavens, the protection elixir was one of the highest priced items one could get from the maze. Which meant that there was no reason to go into the depths of the maze and face the dangers. Somebody might ask. Why would one go into the 5th floor when the protection elixir came out on the 1st floor? There was a reason for everything. The 1st level gave out level 1 protection elixirs and the 5th level gave out level 5 protection elixirs. The protection elixirs that came out became better the deeper one went in. Protection elixirs that decreased more dot damages and lasted longer. Fighting the powerful beasts was stressful enough, keeping check on the dot damage would get one pissed. This was why the players who were closer to 250 or were at that level looked for the higher level protection elixirs in the depths. Of course, the protection elixir that would get them the most profit as of now from the players' calculations was the level 5 protection elixir. Which meant that although it would be better to go in deeper, there was no need to since it was too dangerous. Well, the 5th level isn't easy as well. That damned guy, why does he have to have overnight shift Tota, dot. Hikikomaru made an annoyed expression as he mumbled. Since there was a limit of 50 people, the ones who he could let in had to be the stronger ones. He couldn't allow weaklings to enter. So the female of the 3 suddenly spoke. Let's just have a quick test. Circle formation. It doesn't seem like you're looking for a healer or a support. This should be enough, right? This was the best test for determining those who would be in the attack position. The man made a slightly annoyed expression at the female's words and then looked at Hansu. There wouldn't even be a need to get tested if that guy hadn't come, but things had gotten annoying. The man spoke. Isn't experience the most important thing? I don't know about others, but I have been to the 5th floor before. The man then fumbled around his pockets to lift up his wrist. A clear symbol. A few people whistled it as they looked at that symbol. Stamp. The curse of the ants who live from the 5th floor and upwards. Once one collided with the ants in order to gather the protection elixir and kill them, they leave behind a line of curse as they fell. Once this happened, a small symbol will appear on their wrist. A symbol saying that they had gotten the curse of the ants. This couldn't be erased and nobody erased it anyway. It had no effect and it was more like a symbol. That they had been to the 5th level of the maze. The fact that they killed an ant and gotten the curse meant that they had been to the 5th level at least once. The man touched the symbol and looked at the people around him as he spoke. I went with those bug killer friends before. They are probably near here right now. If they hadn't found some trash bug players, then we would have long been in there. The man showed them the symbol and spoke with a smile. Reincarnator, Chapter 220, The Great Maze of the Ants, 1. As Hikikomaru's expression changed from the look of the symbol, the female also raised her wrist while scoffing at the man. Showing a symbol that had an even deeper in color. Does this actually mean anything? The thing that is important is after we get into the 5th floor. Also, there have been a lot of fakers recently. Getting into a party with their stamps and then becoming baggage. And how do we know that you haven't been abandoned by the bug killers because you were trash? Aren't your words a bit too harsh? As the man growled, the female only shrugged her shoulders and continued to speak. I'm just saying because my last party got massacred because of it and we actually were at a loss. I wish to check the skill levels, if not then I'll just leave instead. Meaning that she wouldn't join a party where they don't even check one's powers. If a random weakling triggered a trap in the maze, then things could get really tiresome. Hikikomaru pondered at the female's words for a moment and then spoke. No. Let's get this show on the road. Fucking hell. The man grumbled as he pulled out his sword. A basic item with a level requirement of 205. He felt despair while looking at the shining weapons of those around him, but there was nothing he could do. Since he had used all his gold due to the expensive cost of the warp gates. Normally one would need to upgrade their items in order to go to a higher level zone, but he had no money for such a thing. Fuck. I need to earn money quickly and change my items. That bitch is just too meticulous. He didn't even have enough time to hunt, but these guys were holding him down. But he couldn't make a ruckus here. Since he could waste even more time. A player would be treated very well in areas where they were lacking, but the War Fortress was one of the hottest places. A region where there were swarms of players. Of course they would only prefer those who had better personalities and were stronger. Let's calm down for now. The man hardened his expression and mumbled. The Great Maze of the Ants was a place worthy of him to back off like this. Since he would be able to gain plenty of money for him items if he gained a large amount of the level 5 protection elixirs. And in reality, he had been lucky enough to participate in the maze once, which allowed him to change his armor to a better one. It's a real jackpot. He needed to calm down. As the man changed his armor and nodded, Hikikomoriya spoke towards the three. Let's start then. Then 12 party members surrounded the three. With their individual weapons and skills. The moment the people formed a circle. Hikikomoriya shouted. The time limit is 45 seconds. Quickly. We will take 2 people, excluding the first one to be taken out. Then. The surrounding 12 people started to pour out their assaults. Artifacts, skills, and levels were all important. But these were all secondary. Since a bit of luck or connections can improve all of this. Which meant that there was only one thing that was truly important. It was how much one could squeeze this out and convert it into battle strength. Toto tatatung. Boom boom. Of course, since it was a test, they didn't attack to kill. But even then, one might be taken out if they dropped their guards. How fast and well one could react to the skills that were flying towards them. This was very important in Exodus, where surprise attacks constantly flew towards them. Since there were a lot of cases where people died to surprise attacks from the beasts in a short amount of time. Hikikomoriya looked towards the three in the middle who were dealing with the attacks with a cold expression. Hikikomoriya raised his hands after about 10 seconds. Stop. The man who had been blocking attacks madly looked around. Did I succeed? The man, Ecliptic Mania, smiled towards the two who had been hurt quite a lot. Since he had a lot less injuries compared to the two. But an unexpected answer came out from Hikikomoriya's mouth. The two over there will come with us. Ecliptic Mania, sorry, but maybe next time. Huh? Why? The man asked in shock. He had been in a circle formation a few times already and knew the standards changed a bit depending on the hunting ground, but most of them were based on how well one could block the attacks. And he, who had a good reaction speed, always passed the test. As the man who had done the best out of the three asked Hikikomoriya, he just shook his head and answered. You waste too much. You should trust in the healers, take the damage that you can and filter what you can dodge and block. If you continue like that, then you would die off on the first floor. Blocking it all wasn't the important part. Since that was impossible. One needed to save mana from blocking useless attacks and only focus on the fatal ones. Which meant that one needed experience to determine all of this in addition to just reaction speed. That guy seems to have come from a laid-back place. For even such weaklings to have come here. Hikikomoriya shook his head while he looked at Ecliptic Mania. Though one could raise one's level and set up their artifacts in weaker areas, they wouldn't be able to be part of the most important things. Like this. That guy probably heard about this place and came here through the warp gate, but soon he will find out the cruel reality. On the other hand, the two others were amazing. Especially that Hansu guy. His skills are. Hikikomoriya mumbled with a shocked expression. It was not easy to judge every single skill flying towards them from all directions. Since there were just too many of them. But that man had sorted through all those and even filtered them in mid-air with the spear, which was a weapon many regarded as being difficult to use. He wouldn't hold us back with that level at least. Should I try recruiting him into Spare? He didn't know for sure since they hadn't faced real battles together, but the possibility still existed. Hikikomoriya whistled and then spoke with a happy expression while pointing at the entrance of the giant mountain in the distance. Let's start right away. We will head in. We'll resupply at the village on the first floor. Rumble. A giant mountain. A large stone door around 5 m diameter made strange grinding noises as it opened up. Hansu mumbled as he looked at the door, which had many symbols engraved upon it, that seemed like it had been created to trap something. This is the start. The first floor was the most important. Since the hidden piece was on the first floor. Everything would start from here. Hikikomoriya chuckled at Hansu, who had been gazing at the hole, and then spoke to him. Don't worry so much. The first floor isn't much. It doesn't seem like you have a symbol on your wrist. Is it your first time at the maze then? Where did you play around mainly? With this much strength, he should have been quite famous in that area. Though he himself didn't know the tens of thousands of areas. Hansu pondered for a moment and then spoke. I was mainly around the Arankar zone. Oh. Hikikomoriya was shocked. Arankar zone. He knew. It wasn't far away from here and was quite famous. One of the few places that a player became a suzerain of. While one continued along their quests, they would sometimes receive a quest related to a kingdom or a country. And when they perform these quests, they are able to gain achievement points. Depending on achievement points, these individuals can receive the rights over a certain amount of land within that country and become a suzerain. I heard that it was quite a quiet place. He came from such a boring place, huh? Normally the people in their 20s would search for areas with harsh quests. But the Arankar zone was filled with only decent quests and there were no secrets to be found, so it was a place famous for people like him who were in their 30s and 40s to hunt leisurely. Which meant that it was a place with low popularity. And though the Arankar zone was close by, it was over the border and in the Koran kingdom. He should be penniless if he just came over then. Though they didn't take money even if you moved between countries, you couldn't use money from the previous country in the new one. And since they didn't exchange currencies, it was really maddening. This meant that one would need to earn money from the beginning if they changed countries. This was why there weren't many who moved between countries. Most played around in that kingdom or that country. This was something the separate powers had set up in order to prevent the players of their side becoming part of the strength of their enemy. Well, there are a lot of people like this. There's a lot to earn here. If you were confident in your skills, then it wasn't a bad choice to come over to this place either. Since this place, the War Fortress, was the hottest place in the game currently. Hikikomori shrugged and asked while smiling. Why did you play around there? I thought you'd come from a more intense place. They had plenty of time to talk until they reached the village on the first level anyway. Hikikomori thought that he had come from an area filled with military quests due to his skills. Hansu replied while laughing. It's just a place I have fond memories of. I indeed have fond memories. He mumbled as he thought back to the past. A giant city where millions of people came and left. The War Fortress showed off its tremendous amount of people as well as its humongous size. Of course there were places that were not repaired yet and places that nobody inhabited. And a few people were gathered in the rundown ruins at the corner of this War Fortress. These 15 or so people's expressions were filled with fatigue. No, it wasn't just their faces that was the problem. They sighed in exhaustion as they healed the numerous injuries on each other's bodies. At that moment, rustle. A noise came from the outside of the destroyed ruins which they had covered with the straws. The people inside flinched. Fucking bastards. Did they come here already? No. How did they figure us out? The leader, Christopher, spat out and tensed up as he thought of the guy who attacked him for no reason. As Christopher tightly clenched the sword in his hand, a familiar voice could be heard. It's me. Me. I'm coming in. Phew. The other sighed in relief and an agile female rushed inside. Christopher frowned as he looked at the female. Why are you alone? Where's Gahi? The female clenched her teeth and spoke through them. I think he got caught. Fucking bastards. Christopher forgot that he was hiding and cursed out. Though it was a game for those guys, this was a problem of survival for them. For them to die to people who were charging at them because it was just a game. He at least understood those he had fought against until now. This was even worse than a useless death. The female who had gone out for scouting, Elnoya, made a depressed expression while looking at Christopher. Since she didn't feel any better than him. But Elnoya suddenly made an excited expression as she spoke towards Christopher. I still have good news though. What is it? While I was looking at the plaza, I saw him. Kong Hansu. What? Are you sure? Elnoya nodded. How could I forget his physique and his artifacts? After all, we all saw him. I'm sure. She wouldn't be able to forget even if she wanted to. The look of the man who had jumped into the Galterra's body while swinging his spear. Christopher made a shocked expression at Elnoya's words. Did he kill that thing and come up? Or did he also run away? Christopher pondered as he thought of Hansu who had gone into the giant body of the Galterra. He then spoke. Let's join up with him. Would it be different for him? This wasn't a problem of strength. Since their enemies didn't die. Hansu might be able to kill the bug killers, but what about afterwards? More would charge at them like a swarm of bees. Towards Hansu. As Elnoya asked worryingly, Christopher just shook his head. I feel as if this guy can even survive in hell. Elnoya subconsciously nodded at Christopher's words but then asked with a worried expression. What if he denies us? How great would it be if he accepted them because they went to him? Christopher shook his head at Elnoya's worries and then spoke. Forget about freeloading. I heard that he was lacking in terms of searching and movement skills. There would be something we can help him out with. And, we don't have much of a choice. At this rate they would slowly get driven into a corner and die. This wasn't the best choice but a choice made in order to escape from the worst situation. Fuck. How is that guy planning to deal with this? Even 10 of them could barely hide here. If hundreds of thousands of adventurers came here then a great massacre would begin. Since the players didn't die and there were many more of them than themselves. Christopher realized that this was not something he should be worried about right now and prepared to go out. In order to find traces of Hansu. Reincarnator, Chapter 221, The Great Maze of the Ants, 2. The Great Maze. A dungeon where countless players had lost their lives due to its complex structure and traps during the first moments of its opening. But Hansu and his party members were proceeding through the first floor without any delays. Though the maze split up into numerous parts on multiple occasions, Hikikomori was moving forward as if this was his house and he was familiar with it. And the party members behind followed him as if this was normal. Soon. Mumble mumble. A giant area appeared before their eyes. A giant area full of people. Surprisingly, there was a human town in the corner of the great maze. Selling potions. Essential items. Prepare them quick. 2 spots left. Recruiting people urgently. Countless people were moving around and shouting within the town at corner of the dark underground structure. A town made from the hands of players. What an unkind game. Hikikomori thought about how long this town took to build and mumbled. The Exodus did not supply the players with anything for their benefit. It was just literally another world. There weren't NPCs who sold unlimited amounts of potions and neither was there people who handed out quests with set requirements. The players, who were used to friendly game systems which were designed to attract as many people as possible, were shocked by this game at first but they slowly realized that this kind of cockiness in this game stemmed from its confidence. As long as a game's fun, it will be popular. Hikikomori mumbled as he looked at the countless people in the level 1 supply zone. Though the game company was unfriendly, the game itself was fun. So it was up to the players to deal with things that were uncomfortable. If there wasn't a clan system then they would recruit them in real life. If there wasn't a village then they would create it with people. The level 1 supply zone here was created in this manner. They had dealt with various traps and beasts on level 1 and settled upon a wide area in the maze. As safety was slowly increasing as more and more players traded and resupplied here, the NPCs who were living in the war fortress also came in. This was how the current level 1 supply zone was created. Hikikomori spoke towards the party members. Vision-enhancing stones and other tools have been bought already with the party funds. We'll rest here for 30 minutes, so prepare the things you need by yourselves. There were a few things that were a necessity in the maze. The vision-enhancing stone, which increased how far they could see, or the alarming stone, which alerted one from sneak attacks. There were countless magic artifacts the mages of the kingdoms in Exodus created and sold. And since such things were a necessity for the whole group, they could be bought with the limited party funds, but personal requirements and preparations were all up to oneself. Since this game had a tremendous amount of freedom, there were simply countless different types of battle styles. Hansu nodded. 30 minutes. 30 minutes was more than enough to do what he needed. There was no need for him to prepare gears really. Well, I don't really have gold either. Hansu smiled. He was penniless, so he didn't even have the money to buy them. Since this place, level 1 supply zone, was a place which only sold necessary items, so their prices weren't exactly low. Well, it was closer to the price of items in tourist locations. Hansu exclaimed out at the price of numerous price signs while moving through people as he found a grave at the center of the village and nodded. Found it? Though the level 1 supply zone was created by the hands of players and NPCs, they didn't just make it anywhere. Before this place had been built into the supply zone, it was actually the location where the most amount of people had died at. Countless players have melted down from the poison damage of the mysterious, infected warriors who poured out from the small pyramid structure in the middle. Only after the mages of the kingdoms released cures for the poison and when the high-level players got interested by the maze did the jewel deep inside that pyramid get broken. Of course, the construction of this supply zone in the largest area within the first floor was way after this. As Hansu was walking, somebody came up to him and started to speak. It's your first time in the Great Maze, right? Let's go together, I'll help you prepare. Crap. Hansu shook his head as he looked at his newly acquired annoyance. The female who had taken the test with him, Kamira, was smiling next to him. With a very amused expression. Hansu replied expressionlessly. I prepared everything I needed already. I'm just planning to go to that grave over there, it seems interesting. That pyramid. Kamira looked at Hansu flirtatiously and then spoke. Ha ha ha. There's nothing there anymore. The ones who cleared it in the beginning, well, it seems they received a large amount of rewards, but nothing is there anymore. It seemed Hansu had been trying to find the remnant of a quest in there. Of course, Hansu wasn't the only person who thought this way. Since Kamira was also curious and had looked all over that pyramid. Just because the ones who cleared it first got large rewards did not mean every secret inside it had been found. But everyone had failed. Countless people have searched inside the pyramid for a long time, but they had all failed. Hansu smiled at Kamira and then mumbled. You can only find it if you know what you're looking for. One can only see as much as they know. Since an item that looked like trash in the eyes of the common people may be a heavenly treasure to experts. Though the players have been in this game for a long time, they were still noobs when it came to this world. Since they only thought of this world as a game. They weren't interested in the race and the history of this world, nor did they even want to know about it. Even if they were interested, they didn't dwell too much or pry too deeply. But of course there were exceptions. There were a few players out of the countless who were intrigued by this world and solely focused on research and adventures. Well, I don't remember their ID though. A year from now. Their leveling was slow due to their focus in exploration, but they barely met the level requirements for the war fortress and made their way to this great maze. He will then find the traces that will start the great change. Unlike the other players, whose goals were just the protection elixirs and quests, his objectives were much different. And there were indeed such traces inside the pyramid. It looked run down, but those traces were necessary to begin these quests. Hansu finished his thoughts as he shrugged his shoulders. Who knows? Kamaya chuckled at Hansu and then followed after him. She was interested. She was famous for her reasoning skills where she had come from, but this guy was different. Kamaya decided to get closer and continued to ask questions. How old are you anyway? I guess about 21. Kamaya made a dumbfounded expression. About? With that physique. Guessing one's age was secondary, but for him to be 21 with his looks. Due to his huge posture and muscles that radiated fierceness, there was no way one would look at him and think him to be 21. It doesn't seem like he customized his looks. The Exodus did not provide the option to customize one's looks, so one would need to buy surgery or elixirs for them. Kamaya stared at Hansu, who didn't have any traces of such work done to him, and then smiled. Since age wasn't very important. Then let's drop the formalities since we're of the same age. It seems like you're from Goryeo as well. Hansu flinched at the name of the unfamiliar country which he hadn't heard in a long time. Oh yeah. I heard that this nation's history is a bit different than ours. He had heard that their culture was more Western than Korea. Which meant that being informal was more common in that country. Hansu pondered as to whether he should continue being formal or informal, but then spoke out. No. I'm more comfortable being formal. The formal speech was uncomfortable, but she would continue to stick by if he let her in like this. HNNG. Did the fact that I'm a Nuna asterisk get found out? I look quite young for my age though. She had faked her age in order to get closer, but she was sad that he had walled her off. Then the entrance of the pyramid appeared in front of Hansu's eyes. Let's go in. As he was about to. Stop. You must pay the fee to tour the pyramid. 10 gold. Was it always like this? Hansu frowned. Actually, he had never been to the Great Maze in the past. Since the 6th Great Change had been going on when he had come up here in the past. Since the protection elixirs prices had dropped so much, there wasn't really a need to go into the Great Maze. He had only memorized the core parts of the quest, he didn't care about small things like this. Hansu frowned as he felt his empty pockets. He hadn't prepared any gold since he would get some while hunting in the maze, but for such a thing like this to happen. The NPC who had been working as a guard looked at this Hansu and then frowned as he spoke. Due to a large amount of people visiting, the kingdoms decided to place a maintenance fee. The NPC emphasized on the word. Though 10 gold wasn't a large amount of money, there were a lot of immortals, the title given to players by the NPCs, who were too cheap or caused a ruckus because they didn't like being told by others. The guard judged Hansu to be one of those people and spoke out in order to prevent trouble. Since even the immortal players would have a hard time ignoring the words of the kingdoms. At that moment Kamira smiled as she handed over the money. Here, 20 gold. Thank you. Have a nice tour. The time limit is 10 minutes. Kamira smiled as she looked at Hansu who was staring at her. You told me you had no money after crossing the border. I can pay this much. Oh, and since I'm the Nuna, I'll speak comfortably. How sly. Hansu shook his head at Kamira who had shoved her way in and caused him to be in debt. I'll pay you back soon. Hee. It's nothing. Hansu entered the pyramid along with Kamira. She wouldn't cause much trouble for him anyway. Since it wasn't like he was going to do something big. As Hansu was about to move out, he heard people mumbling in the distance. Hansu's supernatural hearing caught the speech of the people from the village. Hey. Did you hear? Apparently the bug players have entered the Great Maze. Huh? How many? I don't know. Maybe about 10. Fucking hell. Jackpot. We shouldn't be loitering around like this. Just ignore it. The words out far and wide due to the ruckus they caused on the way in. The people's talks rang throughout the entire space. Bug players. The protection elixirs were important. But bug players had a value far higher. Beside the artifacts they gave, the amount of experience they gave was far higher. Killing them was basically winning the lottery. A large amount of movement had been caused by this. Because of this huge lottery which had made their way into the pyramid. Kamira went into the pyramid while listening to the mumbles as she clicked her tongue. HNNG. What trash. For them to use bugs because they don't have skills. Bug players. They were merely trash unlike the others who constantly struggled in order to live. Sigh. Anyways, if it's 10 then it's highly likely it's those guys. Hansu frowned as he looked at the supply zone which had become busy. For those who aren't familiar with Korean culture, there is an informal and formal speech. Formal speech is used in a situation where respect is needed while the informal speech is more so between close friends or when you're berating others if you aren't close. It is seen as highly disrespectful when one is using informal speech when they aren't close to each other. The and those who are older are given titles. Nuna is how a younger male describes an older female. Reincarnator, Chapter 222, The Great Maze of the Ants, 3. Hansu pondered for a moment and then shook his head. If I go in then I'll get swept by as well. They cause too many eyes to focus on them. The entire level 1 supply zone was in a ruckus. The countless people who had come in to get the expensive protection elixirs. This was how enticing these bug players were. Though not all these people will go crazy in order to kill them but things will still become dirty if he went to help them now. I can only pray that they're lucky. I need to focus on my work first. Hansu's expression remained still as he just went inside. Kamira asked Hansu. Aren't you going to go get them? It'll be a jackpot if you kill them. Most bug players were strong enough to destroy normal players. Since their controls were much different than them. Though these people were going crazy, if they met the bug players while roaming around in small parties the ones killed would not be the bug players but them instead. If they weren't like the bug killers who had professional PK items, it would be hard to deal with them. But Hansu was even stronger than them. There was a reason why Kamira wasn't chasing them. Because she could get smashed apart the moment she saw them and get logged out. Though she would revive, not being able to log in for an entire day was annoying. Hansu shrugged his shoulders. Not very interested. And it's not like I'll find them even if I searched for them. It's better to just get protection elixirs in that time. True. Kamira nodded. They were like lottos. Unless they were bug killers, it was better for them to just do what they had been doing. Kamira then finished her thoughts and then looked at Hansu suspiciously. Isn't this guy a bug player as well? He didn't have a single ounce of gold and had amazing control, she questioned for a moment but then shook his head. There was nothing in his movements that told her that he was a bug players. And it might be different for other places but there were plenty of people like Hansu in the war fortress. Since the strong people of various locations heard the rumors and had sold everything for the warp gate fees in order to come here. Hansu saw Kamira's expression and then mumbled inwardly. It'll become tedious if I show more skill than what I've shown. Though he wouldn't hesitate when he would need to accomplish something, he thought to himself that he would control himself better from now on. As Hansu continued in, he had arrived at a large area with an altar in the middle after passing through the tunnel. This altar, which had a large gemstone on the top of it, was the proof that the players had taken over this maze in the past. Since hundreds of thousands of corpse soldiers spawned and attacked the players as that gemstone shone. Though the gem, which had been destroyed by the players, had been fixed and had been placed here again, it didn't shine brightly as before. Like a broken lamp. And there were a few other players around the altar who were looking around the pyramid with lazy expressions. They had come in because it was famous but soon realized nothing was here. It would have been more fun if this place was filled with monsters and guards instead. But though this place was boring to others, it was better for Hansu. Since he could avoid useless fights. Hansu walked up to the giant altar and pretended to look at his surroundings as he read out everything at an extreme speed. From the scratches that didn't seem to mean anything and to even the symbols at the very corners of the pyramid. And soon Hansu's eyes turned to the inside of the pyramid's walls. Countless skulls were hung in the inside of the pyramid. These skulls had small letters engraved on their foreheads. These were the skulls of the infected soldiers who had guarded this place in the past. These things, which had constantly revived from the power of the jewels, lost their immortality as the gem had been destroyed and the NPCs who had visited here took apart the skulls from their skeletons and displayed them on the inside of the pyramid. Kamira shrugged her shoulders from next to Hansu. Well. It's quite a sight but not that great to look at, right? I don't know why those guys died in here though. These hundreds of thousands of corpse soldiers were originally NPCs. It would have been understandable if they died in here after the dungeon opened but these guys had been here even before the dungeon opened. They should have been placed here randomly due to the game's mechanics. As Kamira was making a confused expression. A small ruckus was made in the corner. You cannot take that. Tisk. Just an NPC, how annoying. A player got annoyed at the NPC as he was about to take a skull as souvenir and then threw the skull onto the ground. The guard frowned but didn't say anything as he placed the skull back onto the wall. These damned immortals. The guard mumbled inwardly. If they weren't here then none of the countless skulls would still be here. All of it would have become souvenirs for these guys. The guard looked at the immortals walking around the inside. They were never serious and were very vicious and violent. The guard's eyes landed upon Kamaria and Hansu who were quietly observing things in the corner. With an expression saying that he wouldn't let them go if they did anything suspicious. I'm going to chase them out the moment their 10 minutes are up. Hansu ignored the guard's eyes as he slowly read the small words of the ends upon the skull's foreheads. Hansu's supernatural eyes allowed him to read every skull inside the pyramid from where he stood. The language of the ends which he had painstakingly learned. He wasn't fluent so it was more like deciphering but he could still understand them. This was what they meant roughly. But of course it wasn't this that was important. There was something else. Hansu looked over the tens of thousands of skulls and then found something. Found it? A different looking language. It wasn't the language of the ends which flowed like water. It was instead created of straight lines, like a child's play. It was the ancient language of the kingdom's mages. And there were many of these skulls in the pyramid. A total of 144. These skulls, which were spread out evenly, drew out a shape which resembled a magical formation. Of course normal people would not be able to figure out the formation due to countless skulls hiding them. Hansu continued to read out the words and then found the skull that was located at the core. It's that. I found it. But it would be a bit hard to take that right now. Since the guard was glaring at him from afar. Though the inner parts of the pyramid was large, it was hard to dodge the eyes of the many guards here. Though it was within a spot where he could reach, the guards would chase him down the moment he touched it. And it would become very annoying if he collided against them. The guards themselves weren't an issue but the one standing behind them was. The players, who had been complaining, hadn't left because they had good personalities. What are you doing? Let's go out. Time's almost up anyway. Even if we have nothing to prepare, we should still go there early. Kamaira got bored as she spoke to Hansu. Though a bit more time still existed, there wasn't much to see. Even more so for Kamaira who had been here before. Hansu frowned at Kamaira's words. Do I have to aim for another chance? It would be nice if the bug killers moved around in here. Since it wasn't like he could buy time infinitely it would be nice for him to solve this in the quickest time possible but it had become hard for him to. Hansu pondered for a moment and then nodded as he prepared to go outside. I guess I'll come here with a mask, knock down all the guards unconscious and run away with it. Though it would be dangerous, this was the only method for him. And this was the original method of the player who had found it anyway. As Hansu was about to turn around. Oh hey. We meet again. A voice calling them could be heard. Kamaira frowned at that voice. Why did that guy come here? The ecliptic mania, who had failed the test before, had appeared before them. Kamaira asked the man who had appeared. Hello. How did you get here? The man shouted as he spoke. There are other parties other than yours, isn't it obvious how I got here? He wasn't openly angering them but it could clearly be heard that he was annoyed. It was clear that his pride had been hurt when he had failed earlier. Anyways, they could guess how he had come here. I thought he would go somewhere else after being infuriated, it seems he came in here with a party that would go up to the second or the third floor. Or came in here thoughtlessly. He was nowhere good enough for the fifth floor and would get in the way but he was suitable for the easier second and third floors. Of course the quality and quantity of the protection elixirs were much lower there, it was much easier due to only infected beasts and soldiers existing there instead of ants. There were countless hunting grounds around the war fortress. This place was indeed the best place in terms of efficiency. And it was the best choice if one was going to remain here for a long time. Well. Since he has come all the way to the war fortress, he probably wants something out of it. I just hope he doesn't get in our way. Though there was a large difference in their skills, it didn't feel good to have someone who didn't like them lingering around them. And even more so if it was the dangerous maze. As Kamaira frowned. Ecliptic mania gulped and he looked around cautiously. This is the last chance. He had shouted loudly to Kamaira but his situation wasn't the best. He had gone into the first party by luck, no other parties that went to the fifth floor were willing to let him in after they realized his skills were lacking. But he didn't want to waste his time on the useless floors like those from the first to the fourth where everything had been squeezed out by others already. Since he hadn't come to the war fortress by spending a fortune for that. While he was pondering what to do, somebody approached him. You have nothing to do, right? I have a request. Koran Kingdom, huh? The kingdom whose border stood against the original owner of the war fortress, the Keel Kingdom. Though it was just an impudent NPC but her request was hard to deny. Well, it's not like I will die for real anyway. As long as the reward was large, there was nothing he couldn't do. Ecliptic mania thought of the female who had carefully approached him before and tightly grasped the item in his hands. Reincarnator, Chapter 223, The Great Maze of the Ends, 4. It'll be very easy. Even monkeys could do it. Fucking hell. Ecliptic mania made an annoyed expression at the girl's words. Since being entrusted with a job that even a monkey could do infuriated him. She didn't have to talk like this. I can only ask you. Is it weird if I do it this way? Maybe it's because I'm an NPC. Damn bastards. He knew that if she had said something like this then he would have been suspicious of her anyway. He knew better than anyone else that there was nothing special about him. He had shown where he had come from amongst people of 40 to 50 years old because it was quite laid back and had come here with his confidence after investing a large amount of money but he was merely the lowest of the food chain here. I have to take this chance. Ecliptic mania tightly held onto the mysterious gem and then mumbled. The female's request was actually very simple. If you go into the Great Maze, there's a giant altar on the first floor. You know, right? Yes. But I heard there wasn't much there. Hee hee. Well, that depends on the person, right? Well, anyways, we don't ask for much. The female continued. She said that he just needed to pour mana into the gem inside the altar. So. She's going to allow me to play around at a decent hunting ground in the Koran Kingdom, huh? As well as give me contribution points. It wasn't bad. He didn't know how bad the things he would do here would be, but it'll probably become troublesome to move around in the Keel Kingdom from now on. But it didn't matter. Since even if he died here, he could just revive in the Koran Kingdom and play there. Though he would lose the rights to use the War Fortress, the hottest place, he had long accepted the fact that there was no place for him here. Well, there would be a place for him if he played long enough, but he didn't like the idea of waiting that long. He wanted to climb faster, he wanted to become a master player. And he wanted to join those people in their respective battlefields and shine. Yeah. This isn't the only place in this game. I can just go to the next most famous hunting ground. As soon as he finished his thought. Whoosh. Ecliptic Mania poured mana into the gem in his hand. Rumble. Huh. Kamaya stopped at the strange noise and the vibration that suddenly rang out. And then spoke out. What did you just do? Ecliptic Mania chuckled. Why do I have to reply to that? He didn't even like her, why did he have to answer? And even if he answered her question, he didn't know what would happen from now on anyway. Other people were making uneasy expressions, but he himself was extremely excited. Since he was curious about the things what he had done would cause. Kiyayaing. But the vibration wasn't the end. Light exploded out from Ecliptic Mania. Huh? Hey. What are you doing over there? Damn. What the hell are you doing? The guards were approaching in shock, but then started to scream. Though they were guards, they were strong enough to determine the amount of mana within that light. Such a tremendous reaction. If such a thing exploded, then the surrounding area would all be erased. And another thing. They would all die. Fucking crazy immortals. The guard, Morium, made an expression of despair. Each individual here was a beast filled with the desire to get stronger even by risking their life. And such people had the weapon called immortality. Immortality and desire. These players had done things that were extremely monstrous. And Morium made an expression filled with despair, he would die but they wouldn't. For him to lose his life from their toying acts without knowing the reason. He wanted to scream out. Fucking bastards. Don't play with us. We're different from you guys. Morium grinned at his teeth. But he knew he couldn't. Since there were rules which existed in this world. A secret from the immortals. They were merely existences who were created for those immortals. Ha ha ha. This world almost got destroyed, such a penalty is fair, right? Well, try saying it out if you want. Kiyayaing. The gem on Ecliptic Mania, which was shining brightly and vibrating intensely, was still even now letting out a huge roar. And the sensation that was radiating out from it. So that's what that is. The thing which used to create. Morium thought up to this point and then gave up his life. Since it was impossible to escape from its vicinity. This is the end. Good luck, Captain. Then. Boom. A huge explosion swept through the insides of the altar. A large amount of destructive force. The inferno swept through the entire altar. Rumble. The skulls that were on the walls of the pyramid couldn't handle the heat as they all melted down. Kayaayak. Kuahake. The surrounding players tried to quickly use their defensive skills, but it was useless. They treated this world as a game and they could revive anyway. The tremendous amount of energy melted down their body and caused them to log out. Along with Kamaya, who was next to them. The moment Kamaya and all other players melted down from the light. They're all dead. Hansu realized that everyone else died and his body started to move. Churururke. Of course Hansu's body was also melting down since he was the closest to the flame. But the durability of his body, the mana he had and his skills were different from those of the others. Whoosh. The demonic dragon's essence fired up from Hansu's body and started to resist the light that was smashing into him. Chiajijijiaik. The melting body restructured again and started to resist the energy. At the same time Hansu's brain started to work quickly. An ability born from his battle experience. Once he used it, then everything around him would look as if it had stopped. Phew, so I need to use at least this amount of mana to use this, huh? Hansu mumbled as he felt the mana jade that was rotating intensely. Of course it wasn't like he could move quickly in this stopped world, but the fact that he could think and judge clearly at normal speed was a tremendous bonus. First he saw the skulls melting down. They were resisting the flame because they had some special mana inside of them, but they would soon melt. And the one Hansu targeted was resisting more but would also soon melt down. Maybe about a second in real life time. And there were 3 guards below the explosion who had instinctively rolled up. Residents of this world. They would die at this rate. Of course he didn't really have any thoughts of saving them, but he was feeling responsible now. Since he had left the guy in front of him alone and let him cause the explosion. He didn't have a reason to stop him from causing the explosion, and he probably could have if he tried, but he did not. Since it was a chance for him. I'll take the skull with this chance. Hansu's judgment, which was clear in the stopped world, made a decision. It would have been very annoying originally. Since they would have been chasing him if he stole the skull at night. But the story would change with this explosion. Since it would be even weirder if a skull remained after this explosion. Even if he took a single skull from all this, nothing would change. In an instant. Boom. The stopped world started to move again at the original speed. The explosion swept through the surroundings and headed towards the guards. Hansu quickly moved his body, blocked the explosion and smashed his foot down into the ground. Kwaigagagagak. The ground was forcibly ripped up. And Hansu kicked the raised land towards the 3 guards. Boom. 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 The broken floor of the pyramid smashed onto the guards and then pushed them out of the tunnel. At a speed which they wouldn't have been able to by running. That's good. Since they had been in front of the tunnel which headed outside and were far away from the explosion, it acted as fortune for them. Though they would get burned, they would be able to escape the explosion radius. Since the force of the explosion and the impact of the floor piece would push them back. Like a tsunami pushing back a surfboard. Hansu, after smashing away the floor piece, then jumped towards the ceiling. Boom. He then plucked the skull that was embedded in the ceiling and then shoved it down near his waist. He then started to resist the flame with all his mana. The bomb Ecliptic Mania brought was powerful, but it wasn't strong enough to get through Hansu's demonic dragon's reinforcement. If the others were higher level players, then they might have been able to block it. Rumble. As the flames quieted down, Hansu released his hand, which he had smashed into the ceiling and then landed down on the ground. All his surroundings had turned into ashes. The players and the skulls in the walls had all melted down and then turned black. A tremendous might. For them to use the spirit stones already to create this amount of force. As Hansu was mumbling. Pai-yang. The red gem, which had maintained its shape through the explosion, started to make a ringing noise. So their objective was to release the seal of that thing. Hansu mumbled as he looked at the sealed red gem. The rumble. A red flame exploded out from the pyramid as a strange vibration rang throughout the level 1 supply zone. The man who was swinging his blade, Flame Warrior B, flinched at this vibration. Of course his blade didn't stop because of this. Crunch. Goddamn. It's annoying as hell to kill them one by one. Why are they so loyal to each other? Ugh. Flame Warrior B cut apart the neck of the woman who had held him down until the end a few more times and then watched the bug players running towards the pyramid as he smiled. He didn't know what was going on, but one thing was clear. Try a bit more, he could catch them. But his experience told him that bug players would look for other bug players when they fell into danger. Dumbass. It's not like they really die. Chase them. The other players plucked away the artifacts from the corpse and then ran after the bug players while laughing. Reincarnator, Chapter 224, The Great Maze of the Ants, 5. Crunch. Duke. Phew. You had fun with the bugs up until now, right? Don't be so upset now. Ugh. We'll use your artifacts to buy some drinks for ourselves. Christopher clenched his teeth as he looked at the player who was eyeing the artifacts on his body. And his comrades had been turned into a mess around him. People who had been caught and had been ripped apart on the way to Hansu. Christopher looked at these people with pained expressions. I shouldn't have come this way. Because it was such a complex structure, he didn't think they would get caught on the way to Hansu. But because they were in such a rush, they forgot the most important part. The fact that nobody in this world was on their side. There were people who were shouting around him. Isn't there anything for us? We were the ones who gave in intel. Though you guys are the one who killed them, we did something as well. How would you have done it without us? They were trying to negotiate with prey which had been trapped already. Though they didn't dare to fight the bug players, they could at least give directions. Because of the others, who had given away their positions, they had been driven into the corner like this. This is the end. As Christopher gave up. Rumble. The land which they had been standing on. The surface started to tremble intensely. Rumble. As the inner parts of the pyramid was quaking. A ray of golden light poured out from where Kamira stood before. And soon the golden light disappeared as a humanoid walked out from it. Kamira, who had been logged out, had come out. She then cursed as soon as she came out. Uaaaaaa. Fucking bastard. Does he know how expensive the immortality stone is? Boom. Boom. Kamira, surrounded by the golden light, exclaimed her rage while stomping upon the ground. Immortality stone. An artifact that allowed one to revive on the spot where they died without any penalties. She had bought it in order to use it on the 5th floor if she got ambushed in order to rejoin the party right away, but for her to use it like this. The revived Kamira looked around her surroundings and then made a happy expression as she looked at Hansu. Oh. You used it as well. She was happy to have found a comrade. Hansu adjusted the demonic dragon reinforcement's golden light and made it look like the light of revival as he nodded. Yes. This expensive thing, ugh. Anyways, what the hell was his quest? Kamira kicked away the spot where Ecliptic Mania was standing at as he grinned at his teeth. He wouldn't have had any reason to perform revenge or anything. He would have done it for a quest. At that moment. Kiiying. Kamira looked around and then turned towards where a ruckus was coming from. She then made a shocked expression. Huh? What? That still works. As Kamai was making a confused expression while watching the red gem shining brightly red. Kiiying. The gem slowly radiated its red aura as if it was going to show them something. Then. Rumble. A intense tremor rang out from beneath the floor of the pyramid. Huh? What is this? As Kamira exclaimed out in shock. Boom. A thick hand exploded out from beneath the floor. Ayayayok. Kamai freaked out as she saw this. A hand with pieces of flesh missing. And pus which filled the entire arm. Along with the red eye that could be seen through the gaps where the hand came out from. Kamira screamed out in disgust. God damn it. They said all the infected soldiers had been eradicated. Why is this happening again? Kamira groaned out as she stomped upon the ghoul-like soldiers who were crawling out from beneath the ground. Infected soldiers. The name given to the immortal creatures who resembled ghouls or zombies on the first floor of the pyramid. Stomping on a few wouldn't do anything. Thousands of hands were sticking out from the melted floor. And Kamai freaked out again as she saw all these hands. The soldiers who had been buried here after the eradication. Kamai was shocked as she saw all these zombies. Damn. If I knew it was like this, then I wouldn't have revived. Each and every one of these guys weren't pushovers. They were all at least level 190 and above. The stronger ones even reached level 195. They had no fear and even had immortality. She herself would die from fighting just a few dozens. Since this place was somewhere where people fought in dozens or in hundreds instead of being alone. Kamai hurriedly looked around and then spoke to Hansu with a brilliant idea. Hey. Let's break that. We can probably break it too. Hansu shook his head as he looked at Kamai, who was shouting while pointing at the slightly cracked gem. It won't do. That gem was not something that could be broken with strength. Everyone thought that people broke that gem and found peace in the first level of the maze, but that was not the exact facts. That gem was merely a part of this giant maze. Of course that gem worked as a transmission tower that raised the dead by converting energy, so breaking it could buy them time temporarily. But it would eventually get restored by the strange aura within this place. The reason why this gem hadn't been working until now was not because it had been broken by players. It's because the mana formation made by the skulls had separated the energy from the outside and from the inside. The mana formation created by the Keel Kingdom was the reason why the first floor of the maze had been able to stay sustained. And the ones who broke that formation are probably the Koran Kingdom. Seeing the relationship between the Keel and Koran Kingdoms after the maze had been found, anybody would figure out who had broken this mana formation. Hansu looked at the red gem and spoke to Kamira. I'm leaving. Who? Why? It'll be hard with just us. Did you not hear what they had to go through in order to break it? Ugh. Kamai remembered. He was right. While an elite group of people which consisted of master players surrounded that gem and prevented the zombies from approaching it, the top tier player, who was famous for his brute strength, and a few other high tier master players assaulted it in order to break it. For over 5 minutes. Of course it was just 5 minutes, but the formation they had created had almost been annihilated. It was not possible with just the two of them. Damn. As Kamira smacked his lips. Boom. An explosion rang out from the tunnel that led outside the pyramid. Hansu had started to smash apart the zombies which were charging towards him. Hansu mumbled as he created a path. Could probably break it, but there's no reason to. Hansu thought of the skull that was quietly sleeping in this pocket. He had long accomplished his goal. And if he showed the might of breaking that gem, it would cause others to suspect him. Since despite Exodus having countless players, there weren't many people as skilled as him. And according to what he knew, those players were basically top stars in their world. Since there's a witness, it'll be tedious. Shall I log her out? Hansu pondered for a moment and decided not to. Since there wasn't a need to. Boom. Wow. Kamaya exclaimed out in shock as she looked at Hansu, who started to focus on clearing the road. She thought he only had good control, but he had a lot of power as well. The Arankar zone? He must have been quite famous there. Kamaya looked at the zombies being smashed apart and supported Hansu from behind. Ugh. It's a shit show. Kamaya swallowed her saliva. Damn. Why are these guys suddenly crawling out? Fuck. Serious? Ayok. My sign. I paid so much in order to get this spot. Shit. I'm an alchemist class. Damn it. Crunch. Adududuk. The level 1 supply zone was filled with ghouls and zombies. The ones who had crawled out started to chomp apart the players and were creating a ruckus after stealing weapons. It was an army of the dead. The stronger people had gone into the second floor and below, so the ones who were on the first floor could only suffer. Kuadududuk. Crunch. Hansu continuously smashed apart the ghouls who were charging towards him. But Kamira couldn't. Though she was skilled, the Exodus was not a place a small group of people could go through. Crunch. Uduk. Ugh. This is annoying. Tell them I'm going ahead. Fuck. Ecliptic mania, you just fucking wait. Ugh. Kamira couldn't handle the attack's infected soldiers as she returned surrounded by golden light. She looked so pissed that she would have smashed apart Ecliptic mania if he was right in front of her. Hansu chuckled. Well. Since she even used that expensive immortality stone and died again, it would be quite annoying. The immortality stone was an artifact, could only be used once, so even if she did revive, she would revive at the saved revival spot, the plaza of the war fortress. Hansu looked around and then pondered whether to go in deeper into the maze where his objective laid, or to regroup with his group members. But he soon realized it was a pointless train of thought, since the reason why he had found the party was in order to not arouse any suspicion. But nobody would suspect him for roaming around by himself in a situation like this. I'll go down alone. Boom. As Hansu's spear was about to smash into the infected soldiers. Kahuk. A different kind of scream rang out from the distance than those of the infected soldiers. Unlike the screams of the players who had died unluckily, it was a scream filled with lament and despair. Hansu's head turned subconsciously. And he saw the shape of the player who had found him in the distance. The player who had been chased by the bug killers and had gotten to this point. The man looked towards him and the location behind him as he pondered. Specifically Hansu and his underlings who were getting chased around and being killed. Did he come for me? Hansu clenched onto the spear in his hand. Since the moment that player, who had been found out as a bug player, shouted for help, he could get swept in it as well. Since the bug killers would go for him as well. But that moment, the man seemed to have hardened up as he turned his head around. As if he didn't notice. He's not asking for help? Why? Hansu's eyebrows twitched. Reincarnator, Chapter 225, The Great Maze of the Ends, 6. Christopher looked at Hansu with a bitter expression and steeled himself. Ugh, what kind of a delusion did we have? The moment the ground broke apart and the ghoul things came out, he had dashed out through the surrounding people. He had thrown away his underlings to save other surviving ones. Since he thought that finding Hansu could clear up everything. The others agreed with him as they ran here with him, and he had finally found Hansu. But when he found him, his sanity came out. What he had found was not a god or a paragon but an adventurer just like themselves. The crazy rules of this fucked up God's board game set by the fairy applied to Hansu the same as well. Since even if the others got killed by Hansu, those immortals wouldn't disappear or anything. Of course Hansu would probably be able to save him right now. But afterwards. Christopher pondered for a moment but then steeled his mind. Do not cause any trouble. His underlings pained him, but the ones next to him weren't the only ones he cared for. I shall die here without holding you down, so please. Make it so the ones who come after us don't suffer like us. I don't know how you will do this, but... He didn't know what one would have done in the floor below, but that guy had done it. He would be able to do it. Fuck. You bastards. Let's die here then. He had made sacrifices and given up his underlings until he got here, now he would just become a sacrifice for Hansu. Christopher's mind was at ease after giving up as he clenched tightly onto the spear and charged forward after quickly turning around. Fuck. So you were only running away. Flame Warrior V clicked his tongue as he saw the bug player suddenly turning around fighting crazily. He thought it was a jackpot but was disappointed. There was a rumor in the past that a large amount of bug players were hiding from the normal players within the maze. And Flame Warrior V actually trusted that rumor to a degree. Since these guys wouldn't play the game without any motives. They had to continuously go on quests and hunts in order to get items, gold, and level up. And for that the Great Maze was a perfect location. It was a location which still had a part shrouded by mystery in a game like Exodus where everything had been found out. Since there were less and less players the deeper one went in, these bug players could actually dodge the eyes of the players and hunt there. Even more so if they were high-level bug players. He had chased them this far in case they were running towards a larger group but for this small group to be all of them. Though 15 wasn't a low number, he was still quite enraged because he originally had high expectations. Tisk. Damn bastards. I'll play around with you before you die. Hey. It seems like there's nothing else. Kill them all. As soon as Flame Warrior V's words rang out, the people around made disappointed expressions as they started to charge in. Since if Flame Warrior V judged there was nothing else to take, there really was nothing else. Flame Warrior V shook his head as he watched the other players charge in like a swarm of ants towards the bug players. There's no need for me to step in. Anyways, it's really chaotic here now. How did this happen? Flame Warrior V frowned as he watched the level 1 supply zone which had turned into a mess. Infected warriors were charging in from all directions. They had split up into two groups in order to keep the infected warriors back and kill the bug players at the same time. But since most of the high-level players around level 200 had left already, this current location, which was mainly filled with non-battle classes, was getting massacred. The stronger ones had already gone below. The ones remaining were getting smashed apart. Constant logouts. Of course he had no thoughts of saving them. Since it wasn't like he was going to get anything for saving these guys. And if his group received more casualties than he, the party leader, would have to bear the brunt of it all. We need to clean up and fall back. As Flame Warrior V was about to turn around, a unique player came into his view. MMM. A player who was constantly killing zombie soldiers left and right. And Flame Warrior V was shocked as he saw this. Huh? Why is there a high-level player here? Why didn't he go down? Did he come down to resupply? Everything from skills to artifacts to control. They were all top tier. Crunch. Ududududuk. Every time the shining golden spear snaked around, a head flew off and the entire body got destroyed. He didn't know what skills and armor he had on but they remained spotless despite the sword attacks of the infected warriors. Flame Warrior V was shocked. Crazy bastard, how much real-life money did he spend? Those artifacts and skills looked extremely expensive. In that instant the greed within the depths of Flame Warrior V's mind twitched. The infected warriors are mostly dealt with as well. Though the infected warriors were immortal, there was a limit to how fast they can regenerate. Since the second group had cleaned the surroundings well, there would be some time until the other infected warriors, who had gone out to chase other players, came back to them. Flame Warrior V tapped his comrade, next to him. Huh? What is it? Look over there. Reincarnator frowned at the location the Flame Warrior V pointed to and frowned. You want us to kill him? Flame Warrior V nodded as he spoke. If we're correct then it's a jackpot. The thing the bug players had ran towards. And a person who was hunting alone near them with amazing controls. It doesn't matter if he was a bug player or not. If they were right then it was a huge jackpot. If not then they could just apologize, return the dropped artifacts and pay him fees for the death penalty. Their bug killer group had kept their image up like this up until now. The hate the players had towards bug players and the bug killers who dealt with this. This had given them the right to attack anybody. If we're wrong then whatever but, if we're right then it's a huge jackpot. Even if one of those items dropped, it would be extremely expensive. Since countless players played Exodus and there were plenty of rich people who wanted to fill in the gaps of bad control with good artifacts. The amount of money they spent was on a different level from normal people. These people used tremendous amounts of money just to get a slight advantage over others. If that guy was a bug player then not being able to find the lair of bug players was okay. But Reincarnator shook his head. You aren't sure right? No. Then let's just focus. It's not good to make enemies for no reason. Having some expectations and not getting anything was annoying for them as well. And that person was too strong for them to provoke without knowing for sure. If that guy had a nasty personality, attacked them back and caused the bug players to run because their formation broke apart then things would get annoying. Ugh. Flame Warrior V heard Reincarnator's words and then came back to his senses. Since those words were right. He had seen hundreds of bug players over 5 years and saw the habits of thousands of bug players through records. Since this was his job. The reason why he was appointed the party leader was not because of this battle strength. Eyes. It's because of his eyes which were amazing at finding out the bug players hiding within players. That was his strong point and his greatest fortune. He couldn't tell others how to determine them but with careful observation he could tell the strangeness that existed within them. But he could not feel that with that person over there. If that's an act then, that guy has to be somebody amazing. One couldn't judge somebody was a bug player just from good controls. They had to judge their aura, eyes, actions, hands, and every other movements to come down to a goal. And with all this, that guy passed. Flame Warrior V did not believe there was somebody who was so good at acting to the point of escaping his eyes. Ugh. I'll buy you the bag next time, Mina. Business isn't that great for Appa these days. As Flame Warrior V thought of his girlfriend in real life and was turning around. Huh. Something strange entered the eyes of Flame Warrior V. Quad Duke. Hansu smashed apart the head of the infected warrior charging towards him and then looked towards the adventurers who were dying with heavy eyes. Even this was a dangerous action. Since there weren't many who looked to the bug players with eyes of pity. The only ones who would do that were other bug players. But this much was okay. There were a lot of people who looked at bug players like insects, but there were quite a lot of others who frowned at the cruelty of what happened to them. But if he took a step further than that, he could get caught. Since the moment he showed some form of connection to them, the bug players will figure it out and attack him. But he remembered the expression of Christopher. And made a decision. I can't help them outright. Pity and priorities were two different things. If he got found out, then he wouldn't be able to do anything. Since there was no reason a normal player would help the bug players, he would go on the blacklist of the anteaters. But it'll be good if everything goes according to his plan. I hope that the party leader's skills are good. And even better if he's greedy. Hansu finished his thoughts and let loose a few other actions that made him look like a player discreetly. Flame Warrior V flinched. The strangeness started to occur. It increased the more the bug players he had been chasing got driven into a corner. And Flame Warrior V was delighted. Fuck yeah. Good job, Flame Warrior. Flame Warrior V immediately whispered to Reincar next to him. Yo. Let's get him. Dude, I told you. Reincar froze after seeing his friend's expression. It was completely different from the one before. Reincar looked at his friend with a strange expression. I can't see it, you sure? He was a bug killer, but he was acknowledged for his PK skills. He wasn't as good as his friend who looked at recordings of bug players all day at discerning bug players. He looks like a normal player to me. Flame Warrior V chuckled as he replied. Can't you trust me? Reincar agreed and then sent a signal. 2ND group, since you dealt with the soldiers, come over here. We found a new one. It was different from before. There were only a very few rare cases where he had been wrong with such a confident expression. Just wait, Mina, you bitch. I'll buy you the fucking bag you were singing about. This was a jackpot. Flame Warrior V drooled as he looked at the new bug player and mumbled. Reincarnator, Chapter 226, God's Destruction Mall, 1. Crunch. Attacks flew into Hansu, who was killing the infected soldiers. Kyudududuk. So his eyes were better than I thought, huh? Hansu swung his spear to deflect the attack and then asked with a surprised expression. Why are you doing this? I didn't interfere with your hunt. Flame Warrior V chuckled at Hansen's words. Why are all of them same? This was a normal reaction the bug players had when they got caught. Don't pretend, you bastards. Jesus, all these bug players really need to die. Flame Warrior V had already confirmed it inside his mind. He didn't even greet him as normal players did. Well, this was the correct method actually. Once he found his prey, he had to drive the fact that the other guy was a bug player. That was the only way to get rid of hesitation when they fought. Being rude to bug players was normal. Hansu clicked his tongue at the feeling he hadn't felt in quite a while. These bug killers are rude as usual. Because these guys had the majority as their backup, they treated others as criminals. If not, then whatever. If suspicious, then catch them first. Even more so since people couldn't die or anything in this game. The people who get killed will feel shitty, but they couldn't do anything against the bug killers who specialized in piking, and they received quite generous rewards, so ignored it most of the times. And getting rid of bugs was beneficial for them as well. These bug killers were the monsters the game system had created. As Hansu was clicking his tongue, Reincar shook his head with an uncertain expression while looking at Flame Warrior V. Though Flame Warrior V was sure, he still wasn't. And if you took into account that guy's strength, it was better to not provoke him. Reincar coughed a bit and then spoke towards Hansu. Are you willing to die once for us? We're willing to compensate you. It'll become troublesome if you resist. If you have an immortality stone, then we will compensate for that as well. If Hansu wasn't a bug player, this wasn't a bad deal. But of course Hansu did not have any intentions of agreeing. Hansu made an extremely dissatisfied expression and replied sharply. I heard that the anteaters were shoving their blades everywhere like mad dogs, but it was true, huh? If you guys ask us to die, then do we have to give our necks up and log out like that? Reincar's expression froze up. You're making things tedious. Logging out isn't that hard, you know. We're working hard, you should help us out. Of course they were working for a profit, but they still had pride in their work. Since the game had to be fair. The removal of bug players was not something only they did, but something that everyone did. And they were using their own time in order to do this, but for that guy to be this uncooperative. Reincar wasn't the only one who got angry at Hansu's remark. Just kill him. The clan will compensate if we're wrong. Why would that guy be that hostile if he has no secrets? Reincar. Do you not trust Flame Warrior? He's rarely been wrong. As the players cursed out and mumbled. Hansu chuckled and fanned the flame. How patriotic. You guys really think you are doing something honorable? Do you also need a badge for that? This fucking bitch. As Hansu said those words, every player's expressions froze. Most bug players tried to evade collision. It was even more confusing because he was so direct. That moment, Flame Warrior V shouted. Yo. We don't have time. Like water flowing through a hole. The infected soldiers were charging towards them after their targets had disappeared. They had to choose quickly. Whether to only kill 10 and end it there. Or finish the guy in front of them as well. The answer came out quickly. Fucking bastard. I don't care if you aren't a bug player, I need you kill you at least once. Boom. The moment a diamond level skill that one needed to be at least level 210 to learn, exploded out. Kill him. Crunch. Yududuk. Countless skills exploded out. Hansu mumbled while looking at these bug killers. This is more than enough reason for self-defense. The thing that came after this was the problem. He could either buy time until the adventurers over there escaped and then come to peace. Or destroy them all. Since he was the one who provoked them and they attacked first, it wouldn't be hard to come to peace. But if I destroy them, I'll probably go onto the blacklist. Hansu pondered for a moment. He was worried about getting onto the blacklist and the players chasing after him. Since he would need to get chased instead of quietly slipping away in a party. This was why he had wanted to join a party and quietly go down. But thinking about it for a while, he realized the water had already been spilled. The moment the red gem recovered and this place got filled with zombie soldiers. The terror incident of the Great Maze should have happened a year from now anyway. Taking into account what will happen from now on, the collision between the Keel and Koran Kingdom, it wouldn't really become a problem. These players, these guys won't have any time to care about this place anyway. And another thing. He remembered something in the past. How these guys had killed his friends for fun. As he remembered this, Hansu decided to make things worse instead of dodging around. Clean these guys up, and go down. Then. Whoosh. Hansu's entire body flared up with golden light. Boom. Boom. Hey. Use suppression. Fuck. I am. That's his movement after being suppressed. Ayok. Crazy bastard, how much money did he spend on resistance? Fucking hell. Dodge. Dodge. He's charging in with the spells. Chaos occurred in a corner of the level 1 supply zone. Hansu who was jumping around like a mad dog and the players retaliating. Hansu made an extremely enraged expression. You. Bastards. If you're going to kill then kill bugs. You dare touch a normal player. Boom. Boom. You Ayok. Hey. Chulby's dead. Tankers what are you doing? At least block his kick or something before you die. The long-range attackers started to scream in the back. Fuck. I just need to hit him. That guy wasn't invincible. He was actually dodging their attacks. The problem was that he was too good at dodging. Even if it was his real body, one wouldn't be able to move like that unless they were like a pro fighter. But that guy was doing that. He was looking at the minute movements of each fingers and eyes and calculating the direction and expected range of the skills. The long-range attackers were slowly getting killed one by one despite using their comrades as shields and were barely dodging. And the tankers grinned their teeth and shouted out at the shouts of the long-range attackers. Fuck. We're trying as well. Kwajadududke. But before the guy could finish his words, the head of the man who was charging forward flew off as his body shined golden bright. The spear smashed into his fatal location. And the guy who had just died was armed to the teeth with diamond-level full-plate armor. Somebody who couldn't and who shouldn't die like that. But he couldn't block attacks that accurately aimed between the plate armor and into one's fatal point. His defensive skills were good but the opponent's attacks were too strong. This was a difference of quality. Fucking hell, a full plate can't even block that one spear poking around. Is that guy a pro or something? Reincarnator, who was leading the long-range attackers, was shocked. Pro players. Beast who learned all sorts of martial arts, combat skills as well as used tremendous amounts of experience and calculations to fill in the gaps of reduced reaction speed just to sit at the top of the ladder in this game of Exodus. In order to show off their quality a company or even an entire country would recruit them and supply them, their skills were not something amateurs should compare to. Since a single experienced pro player was said to be able to kill 50 to 100 players of the same level as him. Of course he knew that guy couldn't be a pro but such words did really come out. He knew the faces of most pro players and such pro players wouldn't sit around in a place like the Great Maze. The location they played around at was the land where master level players were at. Something was confirmed in his head. Reincarnator shouted to Flame Warrior B. Hey, I think this guy is a bug player. Flame Warrior B nodded subconsciously. He knew that guy was strong but not to this extent. The reason why he had stepped forward because he was confident that his group would be able to win even if he was a bug player. But the result was completely different. That guy had gotten crazy to the point where he was killing both the first and second groups and at this rate they would even lose the bug killers they had already caught. And he, the party leader, would have to deal with this issue later. Fuck, no. I'll lose a huge amount of income for a long time. Failing a hunt was something else but this would be really bad. As Flame Warrior B was making an urgent expression. Crunch. A spear flew in and filled his vision. Fucking hell. Flame Warrior B disappeared into golden light with his expression of shock. Watching his friends being massacred and the bug players leaving with this chance. Wyaaaak. Crash. Clank. Flame Warrior B, Kong Junho, stood up from the connector set up in his house and threw away his desk clock. The desk clock smashed onto the small apartment room which had fancy clothes that didn't fit this small room and shattered into small pieces. Fuck, I'll really starve at this rate. Junho cursed about as he gulped down water. At that moment. Boom. The phone next to Junho started to vibrate and ring. Junho stopped grinding his teeth and then checked his phone. At that instant. Whoosh. Blood was drained from his face. He wouldn't usually be afraid of these people. Since he repeated borrowing and paying back by calculating his normal income. But the story would change in a situation like this where the fault of failing the bug player hunt has been shoved onto him and he would lose a huge amount of income. These guys were people who changed the instant a customer stopped being a customer. They wouldn't do anything as of now since he had dealt with them numerous times but if he couldn't repay the money then things could get real complicated. I'm the dumbass. Just to make my girlfriend happier. He felt himself was extremely pathetic to have sold himself just for a girl but that was not the important thing as of now. Junho, who had been writhing in anger, calmed down and picked up his connector. The revival talisman was expensive but that wasn't important. He would need to work really hard to recover from his failure and he felt like he would go crazy if he didn't let this off somewhere. Fucking bastards. You guys are using bugs because this is just a game but it's survival for me. Junho cursed around as he put on the headset-shaped connector and laid down onto the bed. Crunch. Hansu smashed away the head of the final player, swung the spear around and then thought of his objective again. The reason why he got the skull within his arms. The core and the goal of the thing that sustained the seal on this. Solo numbering 3 artifact. Hansu thought of the thing that was sleeping in the 4th floor of the Great Maze of the Ants. Reincarnator, Chapter 227, God's Destruction Mall, 2. As Hansu was thinking of his objective, Christopher carefully approached him from the distance. He was actually watching from a distance in case something happened to Hansu while the others ran away and had approached Hansu after the situation ended. Christopher exclaimed out loud while watching Hansu. He's unbelievably strong. Seriously. Thank you. But is this okay? You will be in danger too. You should hurry and... Hansu hasn't been confirmed as a bug player yet. As Christopher was about to tell Hansu to split up from him and his group, Hansu spoke towards Christopher. I would have been caught eventually anyway. Not everything can go according to my plans. Things that should have happened a year from now had happened now. So it was quite clear who had done it. Clementine's forces. Those guys had probably done it. Though they weren't specifically aiming for me, I'm probably related to it. What those guys were afraid of was him bringing his forces up. And how he would prepare here. Since the exodus was very limited in order to set up to billions of people despite being so huge. The reason why Clementine's forces weren't targeting him was because they didn't know where he would choose to expand from. If they knew he would pop out from here, then they would have used all their forces to stop him. I need to finish the 6th grade change before they realize. And he needed to get to the location on the 4th floor where laid. To the space within the maze of the 4th floor before heading down to the 5th floor. A secret land nobody had found yet. And he needed the skull in his hands to get to that place. Like how the player who had initiated the 6th grade change in the past had done. Since things have turned out like this, I'll just make things bigger and smash all the way down to the 4th floor quickly. According to his calculations, he didn't have much time. Hansu looked towards where the war fortress should be above the maze. Central Plaza. Players were reviving with revival talismans at the default revival area. Bug killers who had been killed by Hansu. The ones who revived cursed out loud and spat out. Fuck, that guy is too much. Hey. You revived as well. Reincarnator grinned at his teeth as he looked at his comrades who were reviving back at the plaza. Then. Flame Warrior V logged back in and popped out next to Reincarnator. And Flame Warrior V asked Reincarnator as soon as he came out. How many used the immortality stones? 23 including myself. You died right away again. Yep. Fucking bastard. Flame Warrior V grinned at his teeth. They were indeed the ones who attacked first, but this was too much. 23 immortality stones evaporated into thin air for no reason. Reincarnator spoke towards Flame Warrior V. Anyways, this is it for today. Huh? Why? Reincarnator frowned at Flame Warrior V's reply. Come on dude. We aren't even sure if he was a bug player or not, and do you even know how big the losses are? There are even some who aren't logging back in because the revival talisman are so expensive and they are taking a break today. They told me they're going to hunt around for a while as well. Flame Warrior V grinned at his teeth at Reincarnator's words. These unloyal bastards, fuck. How did we get pushed into a corner like this? Sighs came out from Kang Junho's mouth in real life. It was amazing when they, the bug killers, were roaming around in the past. No matter how much money they used, they could just buy it back by hunting inside Exodus. But the number of bug players dwindled for some reason as time went on, as Anteater Group's income also dropped. Of course they still earned much more than normal players, but it was not enough for Flame Warrior V. He needed to succeed in his hunts due to having gotten used to the extravagant lifestyle. But because of one bastard, it seems he was in for a huge trouble. He was going to suffer a lot for a while. He would need to grind without sleep for quite a while. Flame Warrior V grinned at his teeth after thinking up to this point. You bastard. You think I'm going to leave you alone? I remember your face. You are now on the blacklist. Blacklist. As Flame Warrior V spoke what was on his mind. Yo. Let's put him on the blacklist. Reincarnator frowned again. This guy's gotten crazy again. Ugh. He was a bug killer because he liked the legal PK aspect of it, but his friend, who was in it for money, rarely let things pass with just a simple laugh. Anybody that made his life harder was somebody he needed to kill. Reincarnator thought of the guy from before. You're going to suffer for a while. That guy was seriously strong. But once he got onto the blacklist, only the road of suffering would be remaining. Even more so if he was stronger. The stronger he was and the less he died, the more suspicions will stack up. Since he would need to die in order to get rid of the suspicions. Well. He really is a bit suspicious. To be so strong. He wasn't sure, but that guy was indeed suspicious. There's a limit to how good one's control could be. Reincarnator spoke towards Flame Warrior V. Putting somebody on the blacklist is your choice, but the situation doesn't seem that good right now. Huh? Why? Look over there. Flame Warrior V looked around the war fortress. And finally he could see things that he couldn't before due to being too angry. Countless soldiers and knights clad in steel were walking around. They were clearly different from players who each had their individual outfits. They were all wearing uniform sets of armors. Flame Warrior V gulped down his saliva as he looked at the thousands of soldiers marching through the war fortress. Though they looked like a large group of crappy soldiers, they knew exactly what those soldiers were after playing this game for so long. Fuck, I wondered what the ruckus from before was. Did a guy accept a war-related quest and blow it up? Flame Warrior V realized what had happened in the underground maze and frowned. He. A player was crossing through the players and was heading towards the western castle gate. Ecliptic Mania, who had blown up the bomb, revived on the saved spot and was heading out of the war fortress. If one left through the west gate and followed the path, then they would arrive at the Koran Kingdom. They told me that a large amount of rewards was prepared for me, right? Ecliptic Mania thought of the words of the female who had given him the quest and then smiled. He was poor from spending all the money he had to get to this place anyway. After finding out that he didn't belong here, there was no other reason to stay. He didn't know why he needed to blow up that bomb and what that did, but one thing was clear. That he would have died from that explosion. I hope those guys melted down well. I wonder if the guards got cooked well. Pity I couldn't see it with my own eyes. Ecliptic Mania felt good as he thought of Kamira, Hansu, and the NPC guards who annoyed him melting away and started to hum. It didn't matter what had been caused by what he had done. Since he just needed to move on and start his second game life. He didn't want to have a complicated life in game. What he wanted to do was adventuring, not politics. Goodbye. Damned war fortress. As Ecliptic Mania spat and was about to move towards the city gates in the distance. Foosh. A spear penetrated into Ecliptic Mania's heart. Huh. This was not something that should happen the moment he revived in the village. Ecliptic Mania cursed out loud at his body that was slowly becoming transparent as he turned around. To curse the person off before he logged out. Which bastard is it? Do you know what the penalties are for piking in town? But Ecliptic Mania was shocked as he turned around. Since somebody extremely famous was standing there. Ecliptic Mania was shocked as he looked at the general who was armored from top to bottom. It wasn't a player. It was an NPC in charge of the war fortress. The person who stood at the apex of this place. Great General, estimated level 400. This man was the one who was in charge of everything in the war fortress and the one who protected the kingdom at the very front lines of war. As Ecliptic Mania was shocked to silence by the aura of the Great General. Cycros sniffled a bit and then spat towards Ecliptic Mania who was disappearing in golden light. Scent of the demon, you were the one who caused the trouble below. Fucking immortal bastard. Does he even know what's below that place? Cycros grinned at his teeth as he looked at the man disappearing in front of him with a cold expression. Rumble. Ugh. Christopher looked around his surroundings. He could only see zombies now. All the decent players had escaped and the weaker ones had been logged out. He had realized on the way here but these things were no pushovers. That was why the bug killer's formation had been broken apart. He wasn't sure about how many of these guys he would need to deal with on the way down. As Christopher stared at the wave of zombies filling in the space cleaned up by the bug killers in a daze. Hansu spoke towards Christopher. We're going down now. You have a skill to find the path, right? Go. Find the road to the second floor. This place was a maze. He would find it eventually but it would be faster for somebody who had a tracker type skill. Hansu finished his words and headed forward. Towards the hundreds of infected soldiers. What is he going to do? As Christopher and the others were making confused expressions. Kayayayok. Shit. The people, who had been focused onto Hansu, freaked out at the screams from their surroundings and then looked around. This was not the time to be in a daze. They needed to carry their own weight if they didn't want to become baggage. Then. Boom. Everyone turned around subconsciously at the huge explosive sound. And then freaked out. Hundreds of soldiers had been blown apart. A tunnel of corpses created by dead zombie soldiers. And Hansu who was letting off steam from his entire body. He didn't use this before, he was holding back his strength. Christopher stuttered at the tremendous change that had occurred in such a short moment and asked. What is that? I tried altering it a bit. Kiyayayining. Everyone flinched as they saw the two dragons which had started to swirl around the tip of the spear with a strange noise. Reincarnator, Chapter 228, God's Destruction Mall, 3. The incident of the Great Maze had long been spread. Cycros, the great general who had penetrated the immortal and killed him, grinned at his teeth. Damned bastards. They dared to use immortals. The ones who were behind this damned incident were not the immortals. Since it was clear who had done it. There's no way a group of people who weren't serious and lived without a purpose would do something like this. To create a bomb using a spirit stone. The seal will break at this rate. He wanted to charge in there and fix the situation. Since it was possible with his strength. Strength that the immortals couldn't even dream of. The epitome of strength, the result of decades of work. This strength, which enabled him to become a great general, would more than be enough. But, I can't. Cycros clenched his fist and looked towards the territory of the Koran kingdom in the distance. Well, the soldier training program that was going on over there. He could see his eternal rival managing over the training at the top of the castle. The one who defended the Koran kingdom to the end. Great General, Deltarune. Deltarune was watching him from the top of the castle. With an expression that told him he would charge in the moment he himself did something. And that guy would definitely do so with his personality. Actually the change which occurred with the appearance of the Great Maze was more than enough to attract the attention of the Koran kingdom and many other kingdoms. As Cycros grinned at his teeth. An aide-de-camp next to him spoke. How are you going to manage this? About the issue below. Cycros pondered for a bit and then spoke out. We hold this spot until support comes. The aide, Apsius, nodded at the general's words. If they went down to deal with the maze then even a larger problem will befall charge onto the war fortress. Apsius asked another question. What should we do about the one who caused the issue? A vein popped out on Cycros' forehead from Apsius's words. Fucking immortals. To them, he and the others were merely imaginary existences. They could play with them and even kill them. This was why they were doing such things. People who would blow up a bomb that would end the lives of hundreds of lives of guards just because of a few coins. Look at what they were doing now as well. He and the other NPCs were busy and wary of a war occurring but the players who filled up the plaza were busy staring at him. Whoa. Great General. Shall we try talking to him? He might give a quest. Hey mister. I don't know what's going on but if there's something you need to do then just ask us. We'll do it for you. Yeah. You just need to reward us. Countless words such as that were flowing into the ears of Cycros. Fucking bugs. You want to help. He wanted to crush those people who were showing off their meager strength. But he could not. Since their immortality and their large numbers prevented him from doing so. But, there is indeed something I can do. If they had come to enjoy this place then he would make it as painful as possible. Cycros racked his brain a bit and then spoke to Apsius. Put out a wanted notice for the one who blew up the bomb. Which level? Level 1. Apsius flinched. The wanted notice would have a level depending on the crime. And the highest level the great general could lay down was level 1. Being right below special level, this level would cause all royalty of the kingdom to always be wary of the criminal and even send allied nations the notice. Nothing would be usable. In, stores, and even amenities. They would have to roam the world for eternity. It was the highest degree of punishment that they could inflict onto the immortals. We will ask for the Koran Kingdom to cooperate as well. Of course. That guy probably thought the Koran Kingdom would back him up, but that was not the case. If the Koran Kingdom's guys had brains, then they would actually chase the immortal even harder for the reward money. They would also do so in order to hide the links they had with this situation. I'll let it pass with this for now. Dealing with the maze was more urgent right now. Seal the maze and prevent anyone from entering. Ask the capital for the magic army reinforcement. Cycros glared at the Koran Kingdom's castle walls and then jumped towards his own castle. Which way do I have to go? With those words, a translucent arrow appeared in front of Christopher. Towards a path filled with infected soldiers. Christopher shouted out loudly. That way. Then. Whoosh. Hansu activated the 9-dragon spear. Oh. The Monojade cried out as if it was asking Hansu if he was going to use it again. It had to. Since so much pressure was put on the Monojade just for using the skill once, to the point of it almost breaking. But thankfully for the Monojade, what it had been worrying about hadn't happened. Oh. A bit of the mana that came out from the Monojade rushed through his body and created a single dragon. It was the same up to this point as before when Hansu had escaped. Then a second dragon came out. Oh. The Monojade and his heart both cried out in shock. That he would die at this rate. But Hansu hadn't activated the 9-dragon spear to die. The moment those 2 dragons reached the tip of the spear, Hansu focused his entire mana and mental strength to control the 9-dragon spear. He suppressed the skill from creating a 3rd dragon and then controlled it to follow his own will. Crunch. Crunch. The spell of the 9-dragon spear that had been embedded into his body tried to gather in any way possible, but Hansu quickly suppressed it. Soon. Boom. The activation of the skill stopped and the 2 dragons that had been on the tip of the spear moved forward. Roar. Jesus. The people who had been staring from behind looked at it while flinching as if they still hadn't gotten used to it. A tremendous might. Every single soldier took time to kill, but he was massacring them in hundreds. And it seemed like an ultimate skill to them at first, but they soon realized that it wasn't. Since it was the 3rd time that skill came out. Thanks to this, they were running towards the entrance to the 2nd floor at an extreme speed. Isn't it better to destroy that gem first before we move? Christopher asked while running and panting. Hansu, with his skills, might have been able to break that gem and they wouldn't have had to run with such hurry like this. Hansu shook his head at those words. Breaking it was hard and there was no reason to break it. A situation like this where entering the maze was blocked, there was nothing bad for him. It was better the less players he saw. Since they were all potential enemies. Crunch. Hansu forcibly fixed his body, which had slightly gotten twisted from using the weaker 9-dragon spear, and then checked his stats for the first time in a very long time. Kong Hansu. Strength, green, 0.6%. Stamina, green, 0.6%. Agility, green, 0.6%. Perception, green, 0.6%. Mana, green, 0.6%. Magic, green, 0.6%. Physical resistance, green, 0.6%. Magic resistance, green, 0.6%. Plus level 201. Demonic Dragon's Reinforcement, 61.5%. Pandemic Blade, 44.8%. Dash 9 Dragon Spear, 6.1%. Forked Lightning, green, 0.6%. Nirmaha's Ring, green, 0.6%. Dash 1000 Soldiers Armor, green, 0.6%. Dark Cloud, green, 0.6%. Dragon Essence Blade, green, 0.6%. Monojade, green, 0.6%. Fragments of 7 Souls, 3/7. Dash 7 Stars, 3/7. Hansu finished checking his stats and then nodded. Since it was the same as what he had guessed. The runes were replaced with experience in this world. So if one's experience points rose, their runes rose as well. Along with the growing artifacts such as the Dragon Essence Blade. A factor that was a positive point of this damned world. Of course, killing other adventurers and beasts wasn't the only way to raise one's EXP. Killing players, like piking, rose it as well. This was the reason why his experience points rose quickly. It's not bad. The 9-dragon spear is good as well. Hansu checked something the moment he came up. As to whether he could use a weaker version of the 9-dragon spear. The power was one thing, but it was too risky. If he used this and there was even a single enemy nearby, he would be in danger. A single, ultimate skill. If he couldn't kill, then he would die. But to use it as an ultimate skill was such a waste of its strength. Even if one said the terms go hard or go home to him, it was the same as having a blade that could slay a dragon but waiting for a dragon to appear. So he had tried to alter it. To twist it around and make a weaker version. It might have been hard for normal people, but due to his trait, his powerful body and his skill at controlling mana, he might have been able to use one or two of them separately. And the result was a success. This much backlash and this much power. It's worth using. Hansu calmed down the Monojade that was still trembling as if it was still in rage and then mumbled. Of course, just because he separated one dragon from a total of 9, it wasn't like he got 1/9 of the original strength. It was actually much weaker. But it was still a blade that could kill dragons. A destructive force that wasn't even comparable to the demonic dragon's reinforcement. If there was one downside, then it was its mastery level. It rose to 6.1% when I used it once, it barely rises when I use its weaker version. He saw the mastery level, which had risen quickly, and thought that he would have been able to master it using the weaker version, but it seems he had been expecting too much. It was probably because he had forcibly altered a skill to use 1 to 2 dragons instead of 9 as a whole. But Hansu suppressed his disappointment, put another dragon onto the tip of the spear and then attacked. This power that could split the earth and flip it apart was more than enough. Boom! A single dragon exploded out as numerous tens of soldiers turned into meat pastes. And Christopher made a confused expression. It was still strong, but it was much weaker than when 2 dragons existed. Why one at a time? Is he tired out already? There were still tons of infected soldiers around. Things would become annoying if this continued. Boom. Christopher smashed away the soldier rushing in and then shouted towards Hansu. If you're tired then we'll guard you, so recover your mana. We can buy some time. But Hansu shook his head. He understood why Christopher was worrying, but there was a different reason why he had only used one dragon. We're here already. Oh. The people shouted in glee as they saw the strange orb surrounded by corpses of infected soldiers. The location to go down to the second floor. But Christopher's mind turned heavy. The moment he saw their target location, the thoughts of people chasing him were brought back up. Christopher asked Hansu. The bug killers will chase us. How are? Hansu cut him off and shook his head. It'll be fine for a while. Do you know what the current situation of the war fortress is like? Elnoya and Christopher nodded. The first thing they had done when they got here was gathering information. If he knew that this place, the Bellum War Fortress, was like an ammunition storage that was about to explode, then he would have never come here. Everything started from the land next to the Bellum War Fortress. Spirit Land. The hunting ground which had been released after the 5th patch and had turned this place into the hottest place. Christopher thought of the conflicts he had in his mind. Reincarnator, Chapter 229, God's Destruction Mall, 4. The War Fortress. A location that had become one of the hottest places after the 5th patch. Countless players rode on the warp gate to come to this place and hunted on the Spirit Land located near the Bellum War Fortress and completed the quests prepared for them by Exodus. The difficulty was high and it hadn't been long since it came out, so there was a lack of information about it, but this actually encouraged the players even more. Since the game Exodus wasn't petty in rewarding pioneers. Well, it was more being extravagant than not being petty. To the point of Bellum War Fortress and even other kingdoms giving out quests for those rewards. And if someone received enough honors then they could even own land. A location which had plenty reasons to attract players. Exodus showed off a tremendously large world and had plenty of places where high-level players over 200 could play other than this. The Imperial capital and the outside the kingdom were part of those locations as well. Famous hunting grounds for the level 200s to level up and for the few max level 250 master players. Of course these locations which had decades of struggle and hard work invested in by players with clear information and guides were much more attractive than some mysterious lands such as the Spirit Land. But there was a specific reason why this place, the Spirit Land, attracted so many people. This stone, which only dropped in the Spirit Land at a very low drop rate, was very sought after amongst players. It had the ability to enchant gear and even enhance skills. The S-grade spirit stones that could enhance master artifacts for level 250s were so expensive that the people who wanted to sell them could basically say any price they wanted and people would still buy them. In order to find the spirit stones from the two, the players crawled into them over and over again. To the damned lands that they could only enter after using the protection elixir from the 5th patch. It was extremely dangerous, but the danger was worth it. And it didn't only apply to players. This is what is causing the problem. Hansu thought of the spirit stones and mumbled. The kingdoms which were inhabited by NPCs wanted these as well. Even more than players. Unlike the players who were just trying to enhance their personal strength, the kingdoms could use various magical techniques without limits, so it was very useful for them. The problem was that the Keel Kingdom was basically in control of most of these spirit stones. Since the spirit lands were large, multiple kingdoms were involved, but the protection elixirs that allowed one to get in these could only be gotten from the Keel Kingdom. Of course the 7 other kingdoms wouldn't like the system. And because of this, the Koran and Keel kingdoms who were at peace for over 100 years started to get antsy with each other, and countless war-related quests appeared in the Bellum War Fortress. And war-related quests were very sought after by players because it gave achievement points and were related to owning land. Because of the two kingdoms' relations, war-related quests appeared which further caused countless players to swarm around the first castle wall in order to receive these quests. War could blow out any given moment. Since the price of spirit stones was too high for a single country to monopolize them. Of course the war had already begun. With the terror incident of the maze. Well, it did indeed blow up a year earlier, but it's not that bad. Chaos could cause danger, but it could also be an opportunity. If he could achieve his goals from this chaos, then what Clementine's forces had done would have just helped him. Hansu finished his thoughts and then shouted while looking at the 5M wide azure marble. Be careful with your words just in case after you jump in. The people made confused expressions, but even before they could ask, Hansu jumped in. Towards the entrance down to the second floor. And the people who were watching this grinded their teeth as they followed Hansu in one by one. Whoosh. Whoosh. And soon. The azure marble absorbed all those people, and these tens of people disappeared from the first floor of the maze without a single trace. The infected soldiers only screamed at the disappearance of these people, they didn't have any thoughts of chasing them. Then they started to split up to oversee other parts of the maze, and silence filled the area around the marble. Whoosh. Ugh, this doesn't really feel that great. As Christopher frowned at the sensation of sticky liquid swirling around his body. Whoosh. Yup. Christopher's body popped out from the marble and floated up into the air. I'm out. Christopher found his balance in midair as he lightly landed onto the ground. Then the words of Hansu came into Christopher's ears. There are my comrades. Christopher tensed up at Hansu's words. Others. And as he looked around he saw hundreds of people watching him. He was shocked. So this is what he meant by being careful with our words. The players who had been hunting in the second floor started to throw questions at Hansu. What is this? What happened above? Fuck. I can't communicate with my friend who went up. I heard the infected soldiers revived. Hansu shook his head at these questions. I'm sorry, I don't know very well as well. I hurriedly ran down here with my friends. We were resupplying in the supply zone and this had happened. Ugh. The people then started to talk between themselves. Shit, did the gem recover? I hope somebody can just smash it apart. Yeah. Do you want to try it out? We might get a ton of rewards for breaking it. The ones who broke it first got a lot too. Huh. You want to get killed, huh? Christopher felt the difference between him and these players once again as he listened to them. For him and others, it was a deathly crisis. But for them it was a chance that they might take. The people then spoke to Hansu again. We're going to join hands and go up, how about you? Hansu replied instantly. I have friends below. We had split up to resupply. Oh then. We'll have to go down. Well. We didn't have the time to get our bags because of the chaos, but we still have to go help them. The players who had been looking at Hansu's group suspiciously then started to look away. They were wondering why these guys were moving around in a small group, but such cases were possible. Actually, it was common for a small group to rejoin after resupplying with potions and other necessities while the larger group held a spot below. This was because the damned game didn't provide inventory and made everyone carry bags. The players started to lose interest and said their goodbyes. Well. Stay strong. We'll just do a quest or two if we get the chance to on the way then. Ugh. This is annoying. I used all my extra revival scrolls below. There's nothing bad about it. There'll be more quests above, so come on. The players started to head towards the marble, leading back up casually one by one. And Christopher's underlings started to fall down one by one as if they finally started to relax. They had been too tensed up from all that had happened. Fucking hell. A mafia game * where we die if we get caught. Elnoya, Christopher's right hand, breathed in and out and asked Hansu while she calmed herself down. Why do we even have to go down while doing all this? What's below? Though Christopher's group was following Hansu, Elnoya still didn't understand why Hansu was going down like this. She had gathered a large amount of information when she had first come to this world. Since that was what she had done before anyway. People found a hidden race and could receive protection elixirs from them. It was a small but huge change. Since this gave people the chance to acquire the godly item. But there were not many reasons for them to go down. Since they could just accomplish quests from other places and buy the protection elixirs with gold. As Hansu heard Elenoya's words, he decided to let these people understand to a degree. To a degree. My trade is for something like this. I can feel it. Don't worry. I've never been wrong until now. A strange expression appeared on Elenoya's face but then soon disappeared. Phew. Elnoya sighed out loud. If somebody else told her such things and tried to take her down to the depths of hell, then she might have smashed their face in. But she had already heard the crazy things that man had said and had accomplished after them. Well, we don't really have a choice anyway. Well, he really has a lot of fascinating things about him. As Elnoya watched Hansu with a strange expression. The marble trembled and the people who had gone in came back out. While cursing with nervous expressions. Fucking hell. Damn. Elnoya made a shocked expression as she saw the hundreds of people coming back out from the marble. Why did they come back like this? With such shocked expressions. Did something happen other than what we know about? It wasn't that strange for something else to happen. Since the moment the infected soldiers appeared, the land above had turned into a mysterious land. Elnoya asked the group who had jumped out. What happened? Well, you see. But before the player could even answer. Crunch. A spear flew out from Hansu's hand and pierced the player's head. Elnoya shouted at Hansu's actions from shock. What? Why the hell did he attack first? Though they had been found out already, the time for the information to propagate was another story. Like how they had been successful at hiding their identities just now. Collisions were better the less there were, but for Hansu to suddenly attack like that. Hansu tsked and replied at Elnoya's words. We've been caught already. Huh. As Elnoya looked around. The hundreds of players who had come back down cursed out loud. Heh, fucking bastard's quite quick, isn't he? Damn bug players. Isn't this a hack as well? We really need to get rid of them. As Christopher and Elnoya were shocked at the news. Hansu mumbled inwardly. They acted faster than I expected, huh? On the blacklist already. Blacklist. A kill list managed by the bug killer clan. Then. Bright red powder started to gather around Hansu's body. Reincarnator, Chapter 230, God's Destruction Mall, 5. Flame Warrior V looked at the magnificent blacklist entry he had created with pride. Countless comments appeared below the extremely detailed entry, which even included a video. Whoa. Amazing. What armor is that? His spear and skills are amazing too. Why has nobody found him before? Has anyone seen him before? Our lives could flip for the better if we catch him. We might even be able to buy an entire house if we sell his stuff to some rich boys. His control is fucking beyond hacking. Clearly a hacker. Damn, the hacks these days are good. Hey. He's in the Great Maze. Let's go get him. Ugh. They blocked the entrance at the moment. The ones inside really hit a jackpot, huh? Flame Warrior V smiled from the reaction. Good. Perfect. Blacklist. A killer list sent out by the group. It wasn't much. They would just upload somebody's name and an image to a site anybody could access and spread the information. It was a list created in case the bug killers lost their target. Once somebody appeared on that list, they would get chased by everyone in Exodus. Until they die. No. It doesn't matter whether you're a player or a bug player. The important thing was fucking him over. The blacklist was more than enough. Since somebody's name in the blacklist would stay until they died once. A rumor about somebody being a bug player would spread extremely quickly, but information clearing their name would not spread as fast. As a result, the player would die tens of times over and even more if they were unlucky. There was no better revenge than this. And because he could get cursed at a lot for this, he didn't put up names randomly, but it was different for somebody like him. For him to cause this much damage as well as being suspicious. Since there were so many witnesses, the job had been accomplished quickly, and this was the result. Flame Warrior V laughed coldly as he looked at the views that were increasing super quickly. Even if he survived down below, he would die eventually. But as Flame Warrior V was laughing in contentment. Ring. A strange noise rang out and a message arrived for Flame Warrior V. What is this? Flame Warrior V opened up the message with a confused expression, and then suddenly the color was drained from his face. Clan Master. Though they were in the same clan, there was a huge difference in rank between him and the clan master. Flame Warrior B made a terrified expression as he looked at the message that he had just received. Fuck. Boom. Crunch. Christopher clenched his teeth and swung his sword at the players who were attacking him. If only he hadn't been turned into a mess by the bug killers and players who chased him. As he was bleeding, countless people were charging towards him. People who didn't have any fear since they didn't have to fear death. If he didn't know they were going after him and had been ambushed, then he might not even be standing here like this. Boom. Crunch. Christopher smashed apart a head of a player charging towards him with a short sword and grinned at his teeth. Blacklist, such a thing existed. The final tactic of the bug killers who loved monopolizing things. With this, they would forever become runaways. Until they left this damned place. No, I shouldn't worry about this. There were blades coming for his neck at this instant. As Christopher rebalanced himself and was about to attack the next person charging at him. Whoosh. The red cloud around Christopher suddenly spread in all directions. Hwayok. Christopher freaked out at the cloud which had appeared without a trace. He sensed it due to being sensitive to mana. He felt the viciousness and mana within every molecule which made up the cloud. It felt like being thrown into a pit full of man-eating ants. And as he looked around. Yuke. His comrades, who were sensitive to the deadly aura, were shaking from head to toe even while fighting. And the players mumbled with confused expressions. Huh? Did something happen? Why are they like this? Geek. Maybe they finally figured out what is going on. Christopher cursed out as he looked at the players who were charging in ruthlessly. The players, who couldn't detect the deadliness of the strange powder, were wary at first but soon realized it wasn't harmful as they charged through the cloud. Fuck. Thank God their perception is so dull. If something like this surrounded somebody, it was normal to have difficulty even moving. Since it felt like their entire body would melt down and disintegrate the moment they moved. One could clearly see where this red cloud originated from. But the deathly aura within this powder did not reassure them at all. It was as if this was the end result of something created for one objective. It was like mass murder having a physical incarnation. His entire body shook as floods of sweat ran down his entire body and his instincts literally screamed at him to run the hell away from this. Ugh. But Christopher groaned as he moved his arm. There was nowhere to run and he couldn't just die by getting hit by a blade while standing still. The problem was that his reaction was too slow. Kwayok. Oh yeah. This artifact is mine. A player had already arrived before him and had smashed down his axe. It was too hard to block and the enemy was too close for him to dodge. Christopher clenched his teeth at the axe that was approaching him and then raised his right arm. He couldn't give up his life this easily. Fuck. For me to lose my life this easily. Christopher made a helpless expression while lifting his arm. For his sensitive perception, which had saved his life countless times until now, to have failed him this time. If he wasn't able to sense the deathly aura like the players, then he wouldn't have turned out like this. Crunch. As the axe broke through the armor on Christopher's arm and was about to dig into his flesh. Shayayayok. The red cloud which had extended out from Hansu's body started to madly stick onto the bodies of players. Only the players. Quiet. Huh. Even before the players could voice their shock from the red cloud which had suddenly stuck onto them. Swoosh. The player's entire body started to melt. Starting from the right hand of the player who had swung his axe to cut off Christopher's arm. To the legs of the players who had been charging towards him to stop the monopolization. The players stopped as they saw their bodies melting down, finally realized the situation and started to scream out. Wayayayok. What the fuck? What the hell is this? Even if he's hacking, this is too much. The players cursed out as they saw their bodies disintegrating and disappearing. Every time the red powder dug in, their bodies turned more and more golden and disappeared. The screams only lasted a moment. Kwayaruke. Even before a second was up, their bodies all disappeared with a golden flash. Everyone who had filled up the space around the azure marble which connected the first and second floors of the maze had disappeared. Only Hansu and the other adventurers had been left. Pat. As Christopher and the other adventurers watched the players disappear, their legs all gave out and they fell onto their butts. It wasn't because the players had disappeared. It was because they felt like they had escaped the mouth of a terrifying beast as the red powder which had filled this entire space disappeared. Ha. Phew. As Christopher and Elnoy sighed out loud, the other adventurers sighed out as well as if they had returned to reality, and everyone then turned to look at Hansu. He looked quite tired as if there was a bit of strain on his mana, but he still looked healthy. Christopher asked himself in confusion. That strange dragon alone was amazing, but what the hell is this? Where the hell do you get skills like this? The amount of mana he had to use that skill was amazing, but the skill itself was terrifying. If one could have the same result just by pouring in mana, then the players wouldn't have fought head over heels for good skills. Did that trait of his guide him to the places where he could get them? Suddenly Christopher felt sad. If he had such strength or had the ability which guided him to places with such rewards, then he would have been much stronger than now and could have done much more. But he soon shook his head. The strong weren't created from luck. Since the ones who got strong by luck were merely fertilizer for the truly strong. Only those who can smash through danger with their own abilities and jump into such dangers in order to proceed could capture such rewards and become somebody strong. Like a single powerful blade which had been tempered tens of thousands of times. For him to be jealous of his trait when he couldn't even fathom where that man had gone to in order to earn those skills and that power. Even if I knew, could I have done it? Christopher shook his head as he looked at Hansu. It was impossible for himself. He always found the safest path since he was afraid of death. Even if he knew the answer. Knowing the path and going through the path were two completely different things. But I should be able to follow him around and help him. As Christopher got up from his spot and looked around. Something squirmed and got up. While making a strange noise. Who are you? Christopher's eyebrows twitched. It was not his comrade. Which means it was a player. Somebody still alive, huh? Hansu might not have been able to finish him off because he didn't have mana. since he looked quite tired after using that skill. But it didn't matter. I can finish him off. Clank. Christopher clenched onto his short sword and then headed towards the person who was squirming in the distance. Then, the one who had been groaning suddenly stood up as he looked at Christopher and shouted. Whoa whoa whoa. Wait. Wait. No. I'm not a player. Isn't that why you didn't kill me? Adventurer. He's one of us. Christopher frowned as he looked at the man speaking out. Hansu made a shocked expression. An unexpected catch. It was clear where this adventurer came from if he was hiding his identity here. As Hansu mumbled and looked at the adventurer who was probably a part of that clan. Rumble. A faint tremor rang throughout the maze. Then. Boom. Great magic formation. Hansu frowned as he looked at the skull in his possession which had started to shine. Reincarnator, Chapter 231, The Great Seal, 1. Hansu watched the man standing up while dusting himself off. He could sense anybody within the red powder. So he knew that this man was not a player. Since there was no a player would have trembled from head to toe from the deathly aura. One's deathly aura was created for survival and to threaten others. One who hadn't been in life-threatening situations couldn't squeeze out proper a deadly aura. This was why the players had a hard time distinguishing adventurers, but adventurers could figure each other out quite quickly. Since they just needed to know if somebody had a deadly aura or reacted to one. The man in front of his eyes spoke with an uncomfortable expression. What are you going to do with me? He had seen a lot of people in his life. And he was clear about one thing. That even other adventurers did not guarantee his safety. There were a lot of ways to survive in this world. And the ones who are confident in surviving will only face more hardships. Which increased the weaker they were compared to the other party. The man who had been staring at Christopher and Hansu, Abanov, clenched his teeth and spoke. Please just let me go. I was merely pretending to be a player within the other players. It was different for other places, but one thing was clear for those who were at the green zone. Respect each other's territory. Because they had to hide from the players, there was nothing good for them if they interacted or fought with each other. Of course grouping up wasn't good as well. Since it was easier to get caught if they stuck together. Pretending to not have seen each other. Pretending to not notice each other. They survived until the next zone like this. Until they reached the logout zone. Or calmly stay trapped in here like me forever. Abanov sighed as he looked at the man in front of his eyes. This much strength was more than enough to become a formidable force in their village. But for him to be with people on the blacklist. Even if these guys had multiple tens of lives, it wouldn't be enough. Nobody in this world wanted to interact with somebody on the blacklist. Since it was not something they could live through even if they fought together. They would just die together. It would be for the better for them to mind their own business and to just go the way they were going. Christopher raised his short sword towards Abanov. Where do you think you're going? This man was suspicious. Everything from the fact that he was hiding within the players as an adventurer to roaming around this great maze. This guy's up to something. As Christopher aimed his short sword at Abanov, his surviving underlings surrounded Abanov as well. And Abanov sighed as he looked at Christopher. It's always the weaker ones. Abanov looked at Christopher with an expression telling Christopher that he was being insolent. For him to raise his weapon against himself while being hurt like that. It had been over a year and a half since he had broken through the green road and arrived at this place. These guys were just about level 200. To him, who was at level 215, they were merely cute. Even more so because hints of being an adventurer came out from each of their movements. He would win against such a group of weak people any day. The issue was the other guy. Abanov cautiously spoke towards Hansu. Please deal with these guys. Speak quickly if you want something. Stop watching from the side please. Hansu spoke out. Are you from the ant tunnel? The moment Abanov heard the words ant tunnel. He flinched and then his expression turned into one of rage. You bastard. You knew already, huh? Ant tunnel. Its existence alone shouldn't be known. Since it was the final sanctuary for adventurers who could not run away anymore. Christopher watched the reaction of Abanov and Hansu, figured out the reason and then made a shocked face. That was real. He had heard the rumors. That there was a place here where bug players lived together. He had thought it was a fake rumor since nobody had found it yet, but for it to be true. Christopher spoke towards Abanov, who was glaring at them with a tremendous amount of animosity. Why are you so angry? We're being chased around like you as well. Aren't we comrades? Comrades, huh? Abanov smirked. Though there may be rumors, the members of Ant Tunnel were extremely careful about their existence. Even with other adventurers. Since it was not an oasis for all adventurers. The only ones who could come into the Ant Tunnel were those who were strong and whom people like Abanov himself, judged worthy. Of course, not having been caught by the bug killers was obvious. But for people on the blacklist to know the existence of his village. He could not go to the village with these people. Shit. Where did we leak the intel? Abanov clenched his hands, gulped down his saliva and then glared at Hansu. If they even knew the name, then it was pointless trying to fake it. Abanov suddenly started to breathe in a rough manner while looking for an opportunity to leave. Phew. Fuck. There are no open spots. Fuck. He had thought he might be able to leave with his movement artifact. Since he had thought that the powerful man had used quite a lot of mana from the previous skill. But it was a huge miscalculation. The moment he tried to run away, a part of his body would have been pierced. Abanov continued to breathe roughly as he carefully asked Hansu. What do you want? Abanov was ready to commit suicide. The players treated this as a game, so they didn't do anything harsh such as torture. But adventurers were different. Since his opponent treated him as a human, they could be much more vicious to him. But Hansu merely shook his head towards the man. Nothing. Just go. Abanov flinched at that unexpected answer. He had thought that this man would have tried to gain some intel out of him. Even more so since he was an adventurer who had gotten onto the blacklist and needed a place to hide. But that was for somebody who needed to hide and not for Hansu, who was going to cause even greater problems. Ant Tunnel. Those who hid in the corners of this great maze in order to survive. He didn't know where they hid or how strong they were. People who were stronger than his expectation might be hiding there, or a small elite group might be there. This was why they weren't a part of his plan. He couldn't plan something out with such an unstable factor. Well, it doesn't seem like he would take us to the village. He wouldn't fight for us even if we drag him in. Hansu thought up to this point and emptied his thoughts about Ant Tunnel. He didn't have time for this. We'll leave, so be careful. Hansu, as he was about to walk away, whispered to the man of Abhinav. It seems like you're a watchman, so go back to the village and report this. Increase the number of watchmen, it'll become more dangerous from now on. Abhinav first made a shocked expression at Hansu's words and then made a helpless expression. Knowing the name of the village was one thing, but for him to even know the social structure. What the hell? Abhinav pondered for a moment and then started to run away towards a direction. Christopher carefully asked Hansu while watching Abhinav running away. Aren't we going to chase? As long as one had a home, they would return to it. And though he didn't know what that home was, it would be a useful place for them to hide temporarily at. Since it was clear how good they were at hiding from the fact that they hadn't been caught up until now. Hansu shook his head at those words. He won't go back to the village right away. He would take a tremendous detour. Or use a different method of communication. True. We're going down. Christopher saw Hansu stand up as he created the arrow in his hand again. This arrow would easily allow him to find the way down to the next floor. Illinois whispered to Christopher with an expression of reassurance. It seems like things won't be that dangerous, at least. He's really crazy. It seems like the players won't be an issue. Illinois spoke while stealing a glance at Hansu. A man who had destroyed hundreds of players in just an instant while they had a hard time with merely a dozen or so. Of course Hansu looked tired from that feat as well, but with this, there wouldn't be collisions from players for a while. And the fact that the maze's second, third, and fourth floors were easy, from what they heard at least, reassured her even more. The players above won't be able to come down that easily as well. Even if players rushed in because of him being in the blacklist, there was no way of them figuring out where they would be since this place was a maze. And if they came in small groups, Hansu would just deal with them. Hansu shook his head as he had Illinois' whispers. Only the players inside this place. Huh. The ones who caused a threat were never the weaklings. It was always the small amount of elites. Boom. Hansu clutched the reverberating skull and then looked upwards to the ceiling of the maze. What? Why won't you let us in? No entry. Go to other areas. Fuck. Flame Warrior V made a helpless expression as he was leading an entire group of bug killers. What the hell? All the NPC forces who managed the war fortress had surrounded the great maze. Though they couldn't go in because they feared something, but they were vigilant in keeping the entrance closed. And the small magic brigades that came over from the capital over the warp gates were setting up countless suspicious-looking magic seals all over the entrance of the maze. And the players were in daze as they saw this. Whoa. Horn of the Anos. Such an expensive item, they're just grinding it and throwing it around. Should I just cause a bit of trouble and deal with it for those items? You're crazy. Damn. When is the level limit going to be released? We can just do anything as long as we are caught up in level. The players joked around as they saw the countless artifacts and materials the magic brigade had brought, but nobody could jump in. And the mumbles of the crowd got louder. What the hell is in there for them to not allow us to pass through? I know, right? The NPCs were using such expensive materials to reinforce the seal covering the maze. They were trying to completely seal the inside. As the people looked at the entrance of the great maze in question, Flame Warrior V watched the NPCs creating the strange formation around the great maze and made an expression of disbelief. Level 330. Arthas Francesca. An NPC who had been titled the greatest genius of the kingdom and had risen to the position of the vice general of the magic bridge merely at the age of 35. That guy was somebody who was rare to see unless something happened with other countries or kingdoms. Flame Warrior V wouldn't have known if he hadn't participated in the Third Great Kingdom War of the past. He was the man who had burned away hundreds of players who had participated in the kingdom quest with merely a wave of his hand. If somebody like him went in, then a problem will occur with the mission he had been given. Even he came. What the hell is in there for somebody like him to go in? Flame Warrior V mumbled quietly as he looked at Francesca, who was watching the surrounding players as if they were bugs and at the maze with rage. Reincarnator, Chapter 232, The Great Seal, 2. Anyways, will I be able to enter at this rate? Flame Warrior V had to get inside the maze first in order to accomplish the clan leader's orders. But Francesca's aura was too fierce. As if he would burn him and his entire group alive if they tried to go in. What is it for him to be so cautious? As Flame Warrior V was in a daze, somebody stomped out from behind him. Flame Warrior V looked at the woman who had walked out with eyes full of jealousy and envy. Scarlet Demons. Flame Warrior V thought of the blacklist he had activated as he watched the woman. Even if he did activate the blacklist, it didn't always work. Even with the blacklist, there were a few players who didn't die. Since the bug players who had reached the max level were extremely powerful. And since these guys roamed around the places where normal players couldn't get into, they were even harder to catch. So there was a special group created for them. The hunting group located at the top of the 6 grades which existed in the... And the group he led previously, was merely the third out of the 6. But Scarlet Demons was incomparable to his own group in terms of power. Since the Scarlet Demon was a super elite hunting group created from 15 master players. These guys were nearby. Flame Warrior V gulped back his saliva as he looked at their weapons which shone with a strange red light. These were probably the items enhanced with the spirit stones that he had heard about. And the Scarlet Demons, consisting of master players, wouldn't have used bad spirit stones either. They at least used ones that were A grades or even S grades that were rumored to be extremely hard to find. I heard the clan leader poured a lot of effort into this group. Flame Warrior V mumbled as he looked at the artifacts of these people which shone brightly. These were the ones who kept the pride of the Bug Killer clan. Once a bug player was found, they were not allowed to live. They could not allow the bug players to escape their hands to laugh at them. This was how the hunting group had been created. Though it wasn't as efficient as it could be, it was created to defend their pride. Of course their might was nothing to scoff at. None of the prey that the normal players had missed escaped the hands of these guys. The Scarlet Demons had come here. And the second grade hunting troop who had the average level 230, the 3 groups of, was here as well. And the woman who had walked out was the leader of the Scarlet Demons who was in charge of the 15 people in the Scarlet Demons and the 150 from the Golden Demons. As Flame Warrior V looked towards the female, the leader of the Scarlet Demons, spoke towards Flame Warrior V. It'll be hard for you to persuade these NPCs by yourself. I'll talk from here onwards. I've already spoken to the clan leader. This is too much. A game where countless players existed. Of course there was a lot of interest with this game and the higher level clans were similar to companies. Of course there were secrets the normal clansmen did not know of. Flame Warrior V was curious about what it was, so he looked towards Sharon Stiller with a curious expression, but soon realized he wouldn't get an answer and quietly moved away. Sharon Stiller thanked Flame Warrior V slightly and then walked towards Arthas Francesca. Soon. Fucking hell. Arthas Francesca made an extremely dissatisfied expression and handed over a bright blue pouch over after speaking to Sharon Stiller for a bit. The moment Sharon Stiller received the pouch, Arthas Francesca pointed towards Flame Warrior V's group and the Scarlet, Golden Demons. Only you guys come in. I allow you guys to move in. Then. What? Why not us? Are you being biased? Give us quests too. Dissatisfied voices of surrounding players rang throughout the area. They were going crazy because they wanted to go in, but they had suddenly been enraged since only some were allowed in. But the one who had been shocked the most was Flame Warrior V. Whoa. He really allowed us to go in. What the hell did she say? She didn't even do much. She merely spoke for a short moment. But for Arthas to allow them in so easily. Sharon Stiller walked towards Flame Warrior V and the Scarlet Demons who were watching her with confused expressions and then spoke out. Let's go in. To catch one fly. Flame Warrior V, who had been standing in a daze, woke up from those words and quickly followed after her. As everybody was heading into the maze, Arthas Francesca's mumbles could be heard next to Sharon Stiller. Fuck, if it wasn't for the curse then I would have gone in. As Flame Warrior V watched Arthas Francesca who was glaring at him in dissatisfaction, Sharon Stiller laughed towards Arthas Francesca. Isn't it nice? We're dirtying our hands instead of you. It's a win-win situation for both of us. If we fail then come in instead of us. Arthas Francesca made an annoyed expression while watching Sharon Stiller and then turned around. Sharon Stiller laughed in a strange manner as she watched Arthas Francesca walk away and took Flame Warrior V and other team members into the maze. Rumble. The forked lightning in Hansu's hand exploded out as it flew towards the people who were charging towards him. Quaigagagok. The players turned into golden lights as their vital spots were pierced by the spear and disappeared into thin air. Only leaving behind curses. Fucking bastard. Isn't he too strong even for somebody in the blacklist? Whyayok. Fuck. Whoosh. Hansu frowned as he looked at these players. I can't drain any health from these players. Is it because they're avatars and not real bodies? He should be able to drain energy from his enemies once he hit them with the Nirmaha's ring for vampiric effects, but the players were merely disappearing into golden light without giving him anything. Of course it wasn't like he was meeting players so strong or so numerous for it to become a problem, but it was still saddening for him. And even more so since it would become harder the deeper he went in and the more skilled players would appear. Christopher, who had been leading the group with the arrow, suddenly shouted towards the orb in the distance. It's over there. That's the entrance to the 3rd floor. Then. Whoosh. Hansu charged forward and jumped into the marble and Christopher, Illinois, and the other members followed in. Then. Haha. They came in. Get them. Boom. The players who had been waiting below poured in attacks from all directions. Is there something you need down here or something? Why are you rushing like this? Are you guys retarded? If Hansu decided to hide, then even if he was on the blacklist, it would be annoying to find him in this large and complex maze. But if they continued to climb down with an objective, things would change. Since there weren't that many portals that lead to the floors below even in the wide great maze. The hundreds of players who had been waiting by the entrance rushed in towards Hansu and Christopher. Boom. Hansu pondered if he should squeeze the mana jade once more but felt the pressure the mana jade was in and then shook his head. Since it hadn't been long since he used the red powder, he didn't have enough mana for it. Hansu decided to save some stamina and mana as he started to swing his spear. And soon a clash between Hansu and the surrounding players occurred. Boom. Crunch. Holy shit, this bastard. What the hell? Did he use the spirit stone? Why is his attack power so high? The players, who were generally weaker, died off constantly, but they still charged towards Hansu like a swarm of ants. This was why the players were fearsome. Those who feared death would be scared even if a few were killed. But since these guys didn't fear death, they charged in like moths to a flame. Even if it was incredibly inefficient, the players made sure to leave behind a tiny damage onto Hansu's body before they died. Hansu frowned as he sensed the injuries that were stacking onto his body. This isn't good. If he really decided to hide around and break through the groups of players while recovering, then he would be able to break through them with ease. No, he would be able to massacre everyone within the great maze. But if he dragged on like that, then something from above might come down. This much magic suppression, they are very strong. He needed to deal with it before those guys didn't come down because of the applied onto the entire great maze finally came. Crunch. Fuck. He's really strong. Shit. Ugh. Should I have not come? Despite countless players dying, they were charging in while laughing. Hansu mumbled towards these guys. Enjoy it for now. While Hansu was reducing the players' numbers while thinking of the infected soldiers above, a leg of the adventurer who had been fighting behind Hansu flew off. He had accidentally let go of an open spot in his defense because he couldn't handle the countless attacks. There was a limit to how much fatigue they could handle from the battle since their bodies were weaker than Hansu's. And the players' eyes shone as they charged in. Ha ha ha. One down. Even if they killed that one person and picked up their artifacts before dying, it would be a profit. But they could not accomplish their goals. SSSSSSSS. Huh? What the hell is this? The players were shocked as they saw their bodies turning into golden lights from the red powder. Hansu couldn't watch it any longer and had released the red powder in a small area by squeezing out some mana. As all the players around them disappeared. Crunch. The players who had been holding onto Hansu also disappeared into golden lights and the area near the portal was cleared. The surviving adventurer made a worried expression towards Hansu despite clutching onto his own leg. Ugh. Thank you. But your mana. Because of Hansu had used the red powder in such a short amount of time again, his expression was extremely pale. A sign of mana depletion. Christopher frowned as he watched from the side. Fuck, we would all die at this rate. Hansu would be able to safely reach the goal below. But it was different for them. Like a boulder slowly being cut away by the approaching waves, they would get cut off one by one. The power of the remaining players inside the maze was stronger than they had expected. At that moment, a familiar voice was heard from the darkness of the maze. You're working hard. Christopher looked into the darkness with a shocked expression. He didn't expect to see that face again. And it was the same for the man as well. The watchman of the ant tunnel group, Abanov, made a bitter smile as he spoke. You guys don't look good. You didn't come here to joke with us, what do you want? Christopher judged that he needed to buy some time while Hansu recovered some mana and spoke out. And Abanov nodded at his words. I'm here to invite you to the ant tunnel. Why so suddenly? That man was clearly wary of inviting them to the ant tunnel. Abanov sighed as he replied. Our leader wants to see you. Abanov continued to speak towards Christopher, who was making a confused expression. Whether you come or not is your choice, but it doesn't seem like you guys have much room to decide. It won't be that bad for you, don't worry. I don't know why you guys are trying to go down, but we know every secret portal that players don't know about. It didn't seem bad, but Christopher was being wary because he was suspicious. As Christopher was frowning from Abanov's words, Hansu, who had recovered a bit of mana, spoke towards Abanov. Let's go then. If it was a shortcut, then there was no reason to deny him. He was a bit curious too. If they hid this well, then they might have been able to survive until the great unification of the abyss. Why have I not heard about any survivors? He would need to meet them in order to figure it out. Abanov made a bitter expression at Hansu's reply and then spoke. Follow me. Abanov disappeared into the shadows and Hansu and the others quickly followed him. Reincarnator, Chapter 233, The Great Seal, 3. Ta-da-da-dak. It's really complex, huh? Christopher was shocked as he followed the man named Abanov. Left, right, left, left, right. The great maze was indeed a maze, it branched out in all directions and was extremely complex. Christopher's brain was about to explode as he tried to remember the path. This is why the people couldn't adventure the entire maze. This complexity and the vastness of this place. According to one user's estimations, the third floor of the great maze was about 10,000 square kilometers. How long would it take to go through all this? Of course, if there wasn't any protection elixirs or the ants below, the third floor might have been completely searched. The humans' curiosity was limitless and there were countless amounts of players. But why would they search around this vast useless land here when the valuable things were below? It would be much more profitable to go down into the fourth and fifth floor of the maze and earn the protection elixirs from the ants. Thanks to all these factors, many parts of the maze were left as a mystery. As if Abanov had read Christopher's mind, he started to laugh and speak out well. This complexity is the reason why we can stay hidden. And because we still feel uneasy, there are like us. Watchmen. Abanov replied with an expression full of pride. Yes. We are in charge of roaming around the maze and looking out for players. People who roamed around the ant tunnel within this maze, hide amongst the players to accomplish their goals. Of course, it consisted of people who can very adapt, fooling others into thinking they are a player and run away quickly in times of danger. The watchmen, like Abanov, had two main roles. First, lead players, who might go astray and accidentally reach their village, somewhere else. Second, find adventurers within the maze, look them over and pull them into the village. We need to help each other when we're all being chased. At least here. Christopher looked at Abanov with a new look. He didn't have a great impression of him because they had met in very suspicious and hostile circumstances, but for him to be doing such good deeds. If everything that guy had said was true, then they were basically acting as a sanctuary for the surviving adventurers. Abanov spoke to Christopher with a heavy expression. I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing. For me to bring you guys, who are on the blacklist, into this place. It might have been different for unknown adventurers, but those who were on the blacklist usually got chased down quite meticulously. There was another huge problem. If they find out that this person did not leave the maze, then there are those who would search every nook of this maze. Those who would search this humongous place in order to find that one person. Scarlet demons. Damned bastards. Abanov grinned at his teeth as he remembered his clan of the past, which had been killed off after being chased to the end of the world. His clan leader was at level 250 in this world's standards. He was much stronger than himself but couldn't escape the Scarlet Demon's chase and had died before he reached the ant tunnels. A group created to just keep their pride. That was the main reason why they were even more careful and even more meticulous than others. I have no idea what the leader wants to do. Abanov started to quickly move out as he shook his head. He was curious, but he did not question the leader. Since he would have long been ripped apart by the players if the leader hadn't pulled him into the ant tunnels. The reason why he had become a watchman was to repay what little he could. As well as saving those who are in similar situations as him. Tung-tung-tung. Abanov suddenly made a strange noise inside the maze. And from afar a similar noise echoed. Similar but a bit different. We're almost here. Come on. Hansu, as he watched Abanov's actions, figured out how these people had been able to survive inside the maze for so long. So they don't stay in one place, huh? Because then there wouldn't be a need to alter their routes by sending signals every so often. At the same time he felt very sad. About the people here. They had to constantly move around in case they got caught. They were living in a constant state of danger. But even before Hasma could finish his thoughts, a faint light appeared in the distance and lit up the paths of the maze. At the same time, something that looked like a trailer could be seen in the distance. Trailers that resembled camping cars. As Christopher and the others exclaimed out loud at the presence of other people. Abanov sighed and spoke, "We're here. There's space for you guys too, so take a break." Abanape looked at the empty trailers out of the hundreds and spoke with a bitter expression. "Ugh. Be a bit more gentle." "Shut up. You can regenerate the injuries on your leg if you use regeneration skills anyway. Just wait a bit more." "Fucking hell. Just because it's not your own leg," Christopher and the others felt relieved as they started to heal their injuries. Well, they hadn't really dropped their guard yet. Though they had followed Hansu, they didn't know if the people here would be friendly or hostile to them. Even more so as they saw the eyes of hundreds of others who were looking at them with uncomfortable gazes. But the reason why they had felt so relieved was because of the scenery inside the trailers. Extremely familiar looks. So it's not just the exterior that looks like camping cars, huh? The interior is the important part. Abanov replied to the people who had been looking at the camping cars with shocked expressions. TVs, sinks, beds and even simple drawers. There was actually a picture which seemed to have been made from dice. A couple. As Christopher frowned at the portrait with a man and a woman, Abanov kindly answered him from beside him. These are people who had lived here previously. They were both watchmen. They both got chased and became a couple after coming into the ant tunnels. Christopher asked carefully after realizing what Abanov's words meant. So it's not completely safe, huh? Ha. Abanov scoffed at those words. Complete safety. There was no place where a cockroach would be safe where humans lived. Since the cockroaches were just. It was the same in this world. No matter how well they hid, there would be traces and tails sticking out. There were about 900 people here. And about 50 to 100 people came in every year. People who had been chased into the end and came into the Great Maze in case there was a hiding place here and had gotten rescued by watchmen like himself. But this number did not change from year to year. Since a similar amount got killed by bug killers and players. They couldn't just sit idle here hidden, they had to find things to eat and hunt as well. They needed to raise their strengths like this and prepare to head towards the logout zone. Of course there was no way to not get caught in the eyes of players, and a large amount of people being sacrificed was normal. But living in this much luxury is not bad. The interiors which resembled the modern days was to just allow them to remember the place where they had lived in peace. Of course there were no mechanical tools, but they, with their monstrous strengths, could easily twist around metal boards to make things which resembled items such as TVs. This was the reason why pulling these things around wasn't hard for them. Abanov looked at the traces of the dead and then spoke towards Christopher. Well, it's just replicas, but you can alter the interiors any way you like. Since these things were all custom made to one's own likings. There are some things stacked over there, so you can bring some from there. Return the ones here back there too. Well, we need to recycle or something, right? Hurry and go. It doesn't seem like there's much of a reason to. There's no guarantee we'll be staying here. Abanov stopped. These guys were indeed irregulars. He didn't know what would happen to these guys. He had forgotten because there had been nobody else before who had come here and had left. And this pissed him off. Fuck. They really display the fact that they just came up. Those who had been chased for a long time were afraid of leaving this place. But for him to think about leaving. You guys need to know you are lucky. To meet such a powerful person. Abanov made an annoyed expression and then spoke towards Hansuo. Right. Let's get to the main point then. If you healed enough, then let's go. The leaders on the inside. The adventurers walked out from their camping cars at Abanov's words, walked through the eyes of those who were on guard against them and headed towards the camping car at the center of the entire place. Welcome. I am the leader of this place. Kamiyo. Christopher and Hansu looked at the man who had an artificial leg in front of them. They knew what this man had gone through from just looking at this leg. Hansu spoke towards the man. Why did you call us? Kamiyo laughed at Hansu's question and replied. Before that, let me ask you a question. Why are you trying to go down? Everybody else looked at Hansu as well. They were curious as well. But before Hansu could reply, Kamiyo laughed as he replied. Are you perhaps trying to rip out the God's Destruction Mall and destroy the great seal that is placed upon this place? Then. The surrounding people made confused expressions. And Hansu frowned. Kamiyo laughed as he looked at Hansu. I've gone through a lot of things here. And I've met a lot of people while living here. And out of those, I've even met those who weren't human. You met the Ans, huh? Kamiyo nodded. Yes. Well, meeting the Ans is not really special. I've actually met a special An. I've met the one who was leading the Ans who had been sealed below. He seemed to have a lot of special tricks. Hansu realized what this man had heard after hearing up to this point. And how he knew about his own plan. He met the prophet, huh? And the race who had the protection of the spirits. The one who had the protection from the Great Spirit, could see the future and had received the role to lead the race. Prophet. Hansu looked at the man who had met the prophet with an amused expression. Please read the post notes for details. Thank you. Reincarnator, Chapter 234, The Great Seal, 4. Roaar. Uaaaa. Flame Warrior V made an expression full of fear as he looked at the infected soldiers who were being swept off after being turned into dust. Countless infected soldiers were crawling around, but they were moving towards the entrance down to the second floor at a constant pace as if they did not pose any threat to them. Of course, the thing that caught his attention was the red light on Sharon Stiller's sword. Every time the red light exploded out, it felt like the entire maze got lit up. Flame Warrior V looked at the weapon with envy. I heard the weapon itself changes when one used S-rank spirit stones on them. A weapon which he couldn't even dream of having. At the same time, Flame Warrior V got curious. About what exactly was their objective below. Would she answer me if I asked her? If she was going to hide everything from him, she wouldn't have brought him along in the first place. By the way, why are we going down? Is there a reason for us to head out with this large of a scale? Sharon Stiller pondered as she looked at Flame Warrior V for a moment. I did hear that this guy's abilities were quite good. But there was an issue. This guy belongs to Michael Dawson's branch. Am I allowed to tell him? The Anteater clan was led by two clan leaders. Himura and Michael Dawson. They had gotten together in the beginning because they didn't like bug players and in order to hunt them down. But as the size of their organization grew and they became a clan which was comparable to the 10 great clans, the opinions of the two started to diverge. Himura stuck by the roots of the Anteater clan and put his focus into killing the bug players. He said that everyone gathered in this clan had come to kill the bug players and needed to continue hunting them. On the other hand, Michael Dawson said that they have expanded enough so they needed to now focus on finances. Since he felt that it was a waste for such a giant clan to invest such a large amount of money in killing bug players. Both sides were correct. Though Exodus was a game where they could have fun, it was also a world which gave them the chance to earn large amounts of money. And according to what Sharon Stiller knew, Flame Warrior V was neutral but still a bit closer to Michael Dawson. Since he was indeed interested in earning money. And herself and the Scarlet Demons were with Himura. The Scarlet Demons was a hunting team which Himura invested a lot of money in to create. Sharon Stiller spoke up to that point and cautiously continued. This is as much as I can say. If you want more then you have to join our side. Since she had heard that he was quite capable, it wouldn't be bad to work together. Since once he signed the contract he would keep the secrets even if he needed money. Flame Warrior V nodded after a brief moment of thought. I've been marked from the mistake this time. It might be better for me to cling onto another rope at this point. As Flame Warrior V nodded, Sharon Stiller made a content expression and spoke. This is information that is hard to come by, so listen well. Even out of the master players, only those who are interested in the history of kingdoms know this. Sharon Stiller then looked around her surroundings. Do you know who created this maze? Flame Warrior V looked at her with a confused expression. What was the name of the maze? It was the Great Maze of the Ants. Obviously the Ants on the 5th floor made it, who else? Sharon Stiller laughed as she looked at Flame Warrior V. You think that the Ants made it right? Didn't they? Sharon Stiller shook her head. You aren't wrong. Half correct. Sharon Stiller continued to laugh. It's as you said. Well, the humans made it but the curse of the Ants is laid on top of it. Usually, cooperation would be a case where both parties were content with the result. But this cursed maze was different. The humans and the Ants hated each other and they fought. This structure was the result of it. A giant maze which pressed down the Ants but at the same time despised the humans. The grave of people and the place where the Ants are sealed. This is why we've been able to come in by trading with the kingdom. They don't like coming in here. Because of the curse. Curse. You saw on the way here. The corpses. Flame Warrior V realized. He figured out how the infected soldiers on the 1st floor had been created. It seems they not only lose their powers when they come in here but the Ants apparently attack them as well. This is why they let us in instead. Flame Warrior V didn't know what had been traded but he understood the situation. The Scarlet Demons would do what the kingdoms had trouble doing. And the Scarlet Demons would also take care of their business while they were in here. Then. Sharon Stiller looked around at the ground for a bit after coming down to the 2nd floor through the blue maze and then smiled. Found him. Let's go. I'll tell you more later. Thinking about it, he would figure out why he had followed them in later anyway. Flame Warrior V used his skill and started to follow the others. And the delegates of the spirits. The race who had been crushed down into the maze and could not come out. Kamiyu asked Hansu. He told me this when I met the prophet in the past. What did he say? He said that one day you and the others would come to help him and the other Ants. He told me to guide you guys well. Hansu shrugged his shoulders at these words. How do you know I am him? I was curious so I asked as well. But the answer was simple. If you feel that when you see him there would be nobody else who you had seen or will see would be more befitting then that man is the one. In the prophecy, his appearance is all but destruction and blood. Kamiyu chuckled as he thought of these words. Blood and destruction. There were no adventurers who were strangers who these things. This is why he had thought that it would be hard for him to find the man. For him to appear in front of me. He realized the moment he saw Hansu. That nobody else would fit the prophecy better. Kamiyu looked at Hansu and smiled as he spoke. It seems correct, right? Hansu shrugged. It was quite similar to him indeed. Kamiyu spoke towards Hansu. I was curious. How you would help us and the Ants. Will you help us separately? Or is the thing you're trying to accomplish beneficial for all of us? After thinking about it, I came to a single conclusion. The thing the Ants dearly wanted. It was to leave this cursed seal, the Great Maze. And his goal was to get revenge against the cursed people who had trapped them here. So, you're probably here to release the seal. The one on the 4th level. People thought that the Great Maze lead all the way up to the 5th floor but that wasn't the entire truth. The maze the humans had built stopped at the 4th floor. The floor below, the 5th floor, had been created by the Ants. So the seal existed in the deepest part of the maze, the 4th floor. In a mysterious corner that nobody had been to. Probably only the magic brigade who laid down the seal knows where it is. No player knew where it was. So Kamiyu was curious as well, wondering how the man in front of him would find it. And another thing. I'm not sure if it'll help us. The Ants being unsealed wasn't necessarily good for them. It wasn't like they were going to fight for the adventurers. The Ants despised the kingdoms and the countries who had trapped them. But they didn't hate the players. And he and the other adventurers despised the players who massacred their friends and family. But in a sense, they didn't hate the kingdoms and countries who were in a similar situation. According to the prophecy of the Ants, helping this man would be beneficial to the Ants and in result would be beneficial for them as well, but nobody knew how this would play out. And Kamiyu wasn't the only one to think this way. A swift-looking beauty next to Kamiyo spoke towards Kamiyo. Mr. Kamiyo, how could you let these people into the village with only a prophecy? The Scarlet Demons might chase us down at this rate. Well, only the Scarlet Demons finding them wouldn't be bad. But if the players rush in while the Scarlet Demons buy time, then they would all get massacred. And for just a prophecy? The woman, Angel, did not believe in those words. If there indeed was a prophet and he could see the future, why did they lose to the humans? After their loss they had been trapped within the maze and had become something which only dropped protection elixirs when killed. Knowing the future and preparing for it was the same as being unbeatable. If they had a prophet, then how did they turn out like that? Kamiyo shook his head at Angel's words. She was right. The best thing to do might be to hide in here until the storm went past. But the last words of the prophet were on his mind. When the storm hits, the only safe place is in the center. The eye of the storm. Ugh. What do I do? How much should I help him? The feelings that came from the prophets felt too real for him to ignore the words. Since if the prophet's words were true, then he should take everyone from the village and go with Hansu, but then they would collide with the players. On the other hand, if he were to help the least possible, then he could just tell them the ways to the secret portals below. Kamiyo started to ponder while staring at Hansu. Flame Warrior V couldn't hold onto his curiosity while running with the Scarlet and Golden Demons and asked, what is the thing we need to do for the kingdom? Is it related to the blue pouch from before? As Flame Warrior V mumbled while thinking about the blue pouch she had received from Francesca, the leader of the Magic Brigade. Sharon Stiller laughed as she replied, we can do it slowly. It's not like it's hard. Well. They did seem hurried, but that's their issue. We can deal with our issue first, right? We can do it after we finish with our job. Then what is the thing we have to do? Sharon Stiller started to open her mouth and Flame Warrior V, who had finally been able to hear what they had to do, focused his hearing. Sharon Stiller spoke If you had a secret farm with animals, and if the entire farm was about to turn into a wreck, what would you do? If it's a situation where you can't keep them anymore, shouldn't you turn them all into minced meat? Before you lose everything? Or before others find out? Oh, I found it. Sharon Stiller found the traces here and there in the maze and started to hum. Reincarnator, Chapter 235, The Great Seal, 5. Kamiyo pondered for a moment, looked around and then shook his head at Angel. Let's move. We need to go with him. What? If we move together like this, we will definitely get caught. Angel freaked out as she spoke. The players weren't stupid. They already guessed that something was hiding here and were always looking for their traces. They just weren't quite interested in them because there were more precious things in deeper floors. And even in such a situation and themselves moving discreetly, they lost around 100 people a year. What would happen if a number close to 1,000 moved at once? There was only one answer for so many people moving when the other players weren't notified of it. Bug players. They would get chased down immediately. Why must we go through such lengths? Angel clenched her teeth as she looked at Kamiyo, who had a very resolute expression. She wanted to say the ones who opposed this idea should stay and only those who wanted to follow should. Though Kamiyo was a good leader, he didn't really force anybody. But that was actually the worst choice. The reason why the players hadn't searched the corners of the maze was because they didn't have any real proof. Though a small number had been caught, because of the secret of their location and existence being bounded by Kamiyo's trait, they had been able to stay hidden. But the story might change if a large amount of people got caught. It would be impossible not to become suspicious when hundreds of people got caught at the same time. They would pour all their strengths to search the entire maze. Which meant that if Kamiyo didn't change his thoughts, there was only one choice. For all of them to follow. Angel thought up to this point and then shouted towards Kamiyo in rage. Fuck. Are you crazy? Even if you're the leader, you cannot just trust in a piece of some random prophecy and do this. What's so great about those things that are trapped below? Even if Hansu did succeed in destroying the seal, that would be the end of it. Those things were still the ones who had lost. There's no way they could win with them. And there was an even bigger issue. The ones where kingdoms and countries outside would charge in to kill them. It's terrifying, fucking hell. Angel's body shuddered as she remembered the massacre caused by the captain of the Magic Brigade, Francesca. That person alone was that strong. And there were plenty of people stronger than him in the kingdom, and there were people who were even stronger in those countries, the empires that ruled over this damned world. The players alone were hard to deal with, they couldn't afford to make enemies with them as well. Kamiyo spoke out with a dark expression towards Angel, who was looking back at him with eyes full of despair. I see, they've just been blindly following me the entire time. Kamiyo shook his head. Losers. They didn't lose because they were weak. Instead they had been tied down below in order to bear the consequences of their strength. If the Ans were indeed that weak, then why would the kingdoms and the empires try so hard to maintain the seal and were always on their toes about the seal breaking? And why did they not come down to kill the Ans? And that prophet was really. Kamiyo finished his thoughts and then made up his mind. Yeah. The important thing right now isn't maintaining the current situation. Unlike Angel, Kamiyo decided to look further ahead into the future. Countless players would get in their way while they traversed through the green zone. At this rate, they will slowly sink into the depths and get killed off. He didn't know if the Ans being released would be beneficial or harmful to them as a whole. But he was sure of one thing. That a change that would sweep across the entire green zone will happen. A great change. Moving quickly wasn't enough to escape from the green zone, the swamp that dragged them down. They needed a change that would sweep across the entirety of this damned place. Of course there was no guarantee that they would be safe from this change. I just need to pray that the prophecy is true then. Though there would be people who opposed him, there was nothing else he could do. He would just take everyone who would come with him. Kamiyo finished his mumbles and then spoke to Hansu. Let me lead you to the secret portal. All the portals that have been found were already swarming with players who had seen the blacklist. It was confirmed by the watchman. Even Hansu would get slowed down if he had to go through thousands of people. But in this place, there was a portal for them to escape during an emergency. A portal which hadn't been found by them, distracting and misleading others through the watchman. There was a portal for going up and another for going down, but the only important thing was the one going down. As Kamiya looked around to persuade everyone to go down with him. Ugh. Kamiya clenched his teeth as he looked at the eyes of the people staring at him. Chaos and distrust. Why did he have to go this far? But this was a reasonable reaction since their leader was trying to make all of them leave after finally securing a safe haven for them to stay just because of some random stranger. Kamiya looked towards Hansu with a sorry expression and spoke. Could you give me a bit of time? He needed to persuade as much as he could, if not all. And he had the confidence to do so if there was time. Since there wasn't much choice for the one staying. Hansu nodded at Kamiya's words. Since it wouldn't take long. He probably has a contract-type trait. Maintaining the security of this place was impossible just through hard work. Them not being found despite 100 of them being caught and killed each other meant one thing. That he had a method or a trait to control the ones who entered. And the trait which could put restrictions on those weaker than oneself could easily accomplish this. And, he probably has a few other methods in the contract that could be used for this situation. Since the weaker ones separating at an important moment would only make them weaker. Even if he didn't like to do such things, as long as he wasn't a stupid leader he would have set some things up. It wouldn't take long by using it. Tisk. I wish I could help with the persuasion. But sadly there was not much he could do. Since he had indeed come to break the seal, but being with him wasn't particularly safer or anything. I'll wait and we can. As Hansu started to speak. Rumpi. Clash. Sounds of thunder and lightning echoed throughout the maze from a distance. A vicious sound that was different from the ones the watchman made. Everyone's expression froze as they heard this. Rumbly. Endless amounts of flame poured out from the sword of the captain of the Scarlet Demons, Sharon Stiller. Towards the trailers at the outermost parts of the ant tunnel the watchmen set up as residence. Whoosh. The fire, which rushed forward like a dragon made of flames, ate up the trailer as the giant trailer started to melt down. The trailer was merely made of steel after all. There was no way it could handle the S-grade spirit stone, that could buy an entire house at the center of the capital. Basically it was like using a weapon meant to slay dragons just to kill a few chickens. Others might call her stupid for doing so, but would Sharon Stiller have used a weapon imbued with a spirit stone just to melt down a trailer? Screams came out from the trailer surrounded by flames. Uaaaaaaaa, Kwayak. People, who though were low level, had been armed with artifacts and magic resistance skills. But even they could not withstand the flames from the spirit stone. Sharon Stiller smiled as she saw this. Though it's a bit much to kill a few bugs, we should use a secure method since they're strong. Sharon Stiller then pointed with her chin towards the back. Towards those who had been looking at the bug players with green in their eyes. The moment the nod came, 5 members of the gold demons walked out in glee. Towards the bug players who were burning up in the distance and barely maintaining their life. And Sharon Stiller and the other 15 scarlet demons just watched the gold demons walking by. It wasn't that they didn't have the confidence to handle the situation. Since they didn't bring the gold demons because they lacked strength. The 15 of them, armed with S and a grade spirit stones, were sure that they could erase any group of bug players. There was only a single reason why they brought the gold demons. Uaaaaak. Kuhuk. The gold demon members swung their blades towards the watchmen. And the 2 watchmen who were ablaze were people who could easily deal with 5 members of the gold demons. But they could not fight the gold demons while being surrounded by Sharon Stiller's flames that were burning them alive. They couldn't even resist as they lost their lives. At that moment. King. 2 of the 5 members of the gold demons shined out brightly. A sign of leveling up. And the other members looked at this with satisfied expressions. Geek. This is why I can't stop being a bug killer. Why did I farm dungeons until now? Of course they wouldn't usually level up once from just this. But the remaining EXP they needed, which they would have had to grind out, had been filled up in an instant. Flame Warrior B nodded as he looked at the scene. So she brought them to raise them, huh? Experience was useless to the Scarlet Demons who were already at cap levels. But the tremendous amount of experience would be waste to just throw it away. Sharon Stiller laughed towards the Gold Demon members and walked forward. Don't be happy about just this much. There's so much more to go. The Gold Demons who had been following shouted out in glee. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Let's chase them down before they run. For justice. There was nothing more fun than leveling up in a game. Especially more so in a game like Exodus, where some say the max level is when the game began due to all the contents made specifically for those at level 250. As the people were shouting in glee, curse bastards. A person jumped up from the flaming trailer and started to run away. A watchman had been hiding despite burning up and started to madly run the moment he saw an opening. And the gold demons immediately started to chase. Where do you think you're going? It was pointless to run. Since one wouldn't be able to run at their full speed with injuries. The Scarlet Demons shrugged their shoulders as they saw the gold demons chasing. There wasn't much for them here since they were already at max level. They just needed to do the job they were tasked with, receive rewards from the leader. It won't be dangerous anyway. Sharon Stiller mumbled inwardly. The bug players would get erased once they got killed. A sane person would not be able to even think of fighting them. They would just focus on running away. And this was why she had dealt the first blow. Since it was easier to hunt those running. And it's useless to run anyway. As Sharon Stiller was looking at the gold demons who were running up ahead with a calm expression. Boom! Something giant flew in from across the maze and smashed into the gold demons. With a tremendously loud noise. Kwayak. What the fuck? One of the gold demon members melted away and the other 7's bodies got smashed apart and were flung backwards. The only one surviving in the tunnel was the watchman. Hyuk, phew. The watchman, who had barely dodged the attack which resembled a dragon, lost strength in his legs and fell down onto the ground. At the same time. Whoosh. Hansu raised the man and then pointed towards the back. Go back there and join the others. Hansu, who was fixing a bit of his body back, then spoke while looking at the scarlet and gold demons in the distance. It seems I'll have to talk with these guys for a bit. Ha. It was clear that he wasn't talking about exchanging words from the way he was holding the spear. Sharon Stiller raised her sword with a dumbfounded expression. Reincarnator, Chapter 236, The Great Seal, 6. Sharon Stiller realized who the person in front of her was the moment he came into view. Since he was the man who had become incredibly famous in such a short amount of time. The blacklist of the Anteater clan was that effective. But she had never thought that he would appear in front of her. It seems he became confident because he only dealt with lower levels. Well, he wasn't particularly low-leveled relative to those around level 200. But she could do the things he had done just now as well. Just how do you think I earned this? Sharon Stiller clenched the artifact imbued with in her hands. Though it was a game, it was almost like real life. And this game was actually more realistic when the game itself was more important for them than real life. There were an invisible wall between males and females, and she had gone through a tremendous amount of rough work to climb to the position as the captain of the Scarlet Demons. And, ironically, even by using a weapon only a female could use in order to deal with the weakness a female had. Himura. Fucking bastard. Sharon Stiller forcibly tried to erase the disturbing memories as she looked towards the bug players. This is how she had gained strength. But these guys had gained them way too easily. By using unfair methods such as hacks. Since there were people like the bug players who fought at an uneven playing field, people like her had to give up things they shouldn't have in order to survive. As she thought up to this point. Crunch. The rage and hatred she had towards Himura deep inside her was transferred onto the person in front of her. At the same time Sharon Stiller's expression crunched up. To the point of shocking Flame Warrior B next to her. What the? Does she have a personal grudge or something? Why is her expression like this? It was the first time he had seen Sharon Stiller's expression, which was usually always smiling and calm, scrunch up this much. As Flame Warrior B was still in shock. Ki-yi-yi-yi-ying. The weapon in Sharon Stiller's hand started to heat up. While spewing out red light like a furnace bellowing out fire. At the same time. Boom. A giant flame scorched out and flew towards the bug player in front of her. A much more intense flame melted the walls of the maze and headed towards Hansu. Hansu frowned as he saw this. As I expected, I cannot win in a head-on fight. The ones who had used the S-grade spirit stones were no joke. Since it was a fragment which held the souls of the spirits which ruled this world at one point. Of course this much wasn't enough to beat him. But there were the Scarlet Demons and even 150 gold demons behind. And since they could fight without fear of death, it would be even worse. But there was a reason why he had come. Not bad, Kamiyo. A threat. Buy some time while I take them below. Or else we won't move a step towards the portal. Not bad. He could buy at least 2 hours. Hansu shrugged his shoulders and swirled up 2 dragons with his spear. Kyudyuduk. As his body slightly got twisted. Boom. 2 dragons clashed into the inferno. The dragons which had killed the gold demons from before. Soon. Rumble. The entire maze shook from the collision of the dragon and the flame. I can't get held back from just you. Sharon Stiller mumbled as she looked at the scarlet flower. A power which he had gained through large amounts of sacrifice. It wasn't something which would go away simply by shutting the game off. It was strength which could give her honor, strength, and a place on society in real life. And for this, she had to lick the solace of Himura temporarily. By using the strength he had given her. I'll erase you all. Clean him up. Then. Rumbly. The scarlet and gold demons started to charge at the same time. Rumble. Fuck, faster. Fast. Angel got into an even bigger hurry from the vibration that shook the entire maze. Leave behind the trailers. Just take the weapons. Angel screamed out as she took the lead position instead of Kamiyu who had gone ahead. Fuck. How did those guys find out about us? It was funny how she was pondering whether to go or not just a few moments ago. For the Scarlet Demons to crash in so suddenly. Angel grinned at her teeth while thinking of Christopher and the other blacklisters but then shook her head. No, it's not because of them. Fuck. They weren't retards, they wouldn't have left behind such obvious tracks. And the location of collision was completely opposite from the direction they came from anyway. Well, all of this didn't matter anyway. There's only one path now. Angel mumbled inwardly as she looked towards Kamiyu shouting in the distance. Well, towards the skulls in Kamiyu's hands. The skulls Hansu had left behind before leaving. Hansu told Kamiyu. This skull has a formation similar to the ceiling formation the magic brigade created. If you pour in some mana then you can sense it minutely reacting to other magic formations. Hansu nodded at Kamiyu's expression. Yeah. If you pour in mana then you can find the location of the seal in the 4th floor. Though there wouldn't be much reaction because of the distance but it wouldn't be hard for you to catch such a thing. Hansu gave them a simple task. While he bought time, they had to clear a path to the seal. Angel nodded as she flew towards the portal. That's easy. Whoosh. Angel saw the last member of Ant Tunnel going through the portal and flew into the portal as well. Then. The strange noise of the portal gulped in Angel and led her to the 4th floor. Kamiyu quickly spoke to Angel the moment she came out. Is everyone here? Yes. But the method of finding the path, Kamiyu nodded at those words, that doesn't seem very hard. It might have been hard if there were a lot of players but the secret tunnel had remained hidden from being discovered. And the players looking for the bug players actually helped them. Since most of them gathered around the other portals. We need to hurry. Kamiyu finished his thoughts and spoke towards the people. Let's go. Then. Christopher spoke next to him as if he didn't like some things. Can't we just go by ourselves? We can break the seal by ourselves, right? Christopher didn't like the fact that Hansu was buying time for the people here. Of course he knew that them going against the players who couldn't die was meaningless and was basically suicide. But for them to hand over so many people to just one person. Isn't this too much? Of course Christopher didn't like the current situation. Kamiyu shook his head towards Christopher. It doesn't seem that our path would be that safe. Slight vibrations of the skull guided Kamiyu. The vast and wide great maze. Towards the deepest parts. The seal. The Great Seal. The thing which the kingdoms and the empires created to deal with the ants. Would hiding such a thing be the only way to protect it? Kamiya gulped as he spoke. We shouldn't fight between ourselves. Let's find the path first. Hansu said he would buy time and then rejoin us. It wouldn't be hard to follow them since they would leave behind marks only themselves would recognize. Christopher made a displeased expression but nodded and started to move towards the darkness of the maze. Shuayayayak. The gold demon member got surrounded by a cloud of red smoke while running through the maze. And he freaked out when he saw this. Fuck. Even before he could finish his scream. Kwayayaruruke. The gold demon member melted down from the red smoke. And the other members were shocked as they saw this. What the fuck? Would that skill come out if we kill him? The gold demons freaked out but the scarlet demons merely shrugged their shoulders. They started to see positives and negatives. Dumbass. Even if you guys get that skill, you guys wouldn't be able to use it because of your lack of mana. And fucking hell Exodus. Do your job properly. They didn't know what kind of hack this guy used but this guy's health and mana were seriously abnormal. In other words, he was using that skill because of this. This was why the scarlet demons weren't in a hurry. Though he was strong, there was a limit to someone's mana. And that skill was indeed powerful but that guy was using it carefully. He wasn't invincible. If he was invincible then he wouldn't have run away from the captain of the scarlet demons, Sharon Stiller. He would have just melted down everyone here and then. Well. It does seem that it is disturbing her. One of the scarlet demons, Olsen, chuckled towards Sharon Stiller. It seems her pride had been tainted because she had left him an opening to run away while fighting 1 versus 1. Then. Sharon Stiller spoke expressionlessly. Split the team. How? Vice Captain, Olsen, frowned at Sharon Stiller. There's no reason to drag out time against him. It's not like we will get a tremendous amount of EXP for killing him. 10 scarlet demons including me will chase him. That should be enough. Olsen nodded. Since losing hundreds of bug players because of one person would be a tremendous loss. And fighting up to this point, 10 was more than enough to suppress him. His level isn't that high. If he was actually at level 250, he would have been a monstrosity. But he was merely around level 200 to 205. 10 of them, armed with top-tier spirit stones, were more than enough. It's better to do this than half-heartedly giving gold demons some EXP. Olsen nodded. Then the 5 including myself will chase the others. Sharon Stiller shook her head. No, only 4 of you go. Huh? What about the remaining 1? Olsen asked. There were 15 people in the Scarlet Demons. If 10 followed that man and 4 chased bug players, there would be 1 left over. Sharon Stiller took something out as she spoke. Let's just take care of the thing we promised the kingdom on the way. That. Olsen frowned. The blue pouch she had received from the captain of the magic brigade, Francesca. What is it anyway? Olsen looked at Sharon with curiosity. Reincarnator, Chapter 237, The Great Seal, 7. Rumble. Hansu cracked his neck and checked the status of his body. Since he hadn't pushed himself, it was more than enough to fight. Rumble. Rumbling. Hansu quietly moved his ear towards the wall of the maze and then sensed the slight trembles of the maze. Footsteps. Sounds of people smashing weapons against the walls. A much wider range of sounds than what he could hear with just his ear could be heard. He then visualized what he could hear and then mumbled. They've split up, huh? About 10 would chase him and the rest would chase the people from the ant tunnel. Though the people from the ant tunnel would have erased their tracks quite well, that wouldn't help much. The ones who went down would probably get caught by the gold demons. Hansu thought for a moment and walked around while fixing his body about what to do and then just made a decision. I'll join them. Even if he smashed through everyone here, they would revive and come back down. It would be better to just go down and break the seal instead. While Hansu was fixing his body and returning himself back to his normal condition. Oh. A strange vibration rang throughout his mind. A soul vibration. Soon. A voice could be heard through the soul fragment. Guanye, huh? He's probably bored. Or just curious. Hansu thought of the owner of the voice and mumbled. Guanye. The person who was in charge of the orange zone with the crown of thorns and the artificial soldiers. And the one who was in charge over the body of Elkadion, the previous leader of the Akarans and the one who knew he came from the future. So Guanye knew as well. That he came from the future. Well. One's okay. It might be different if he tried to use this information to influence others directly but one person knowing about it wouldn't make much difference. Hansu rang the soul fragment and replied. Well, it was just a matter of time. Getting chased in a world like this where there are players everywhere was bound to happen. Though it happened a bit faster, he could still handle it. Guanye sighed in relief from Hansu's answer and then continued to speak. Anyways, they're really fucked up, huh? Even if they have nothing holding them down. I want to come over and beat them for you. Of course these guys weren't entirely at fault. As the adventurers were just bug players in their eyes. But that didn't erase the fact that there were casualties. Guanye mumbled in discontent as he thought of the ones who died and then asked Hansu as if he suddenly got curious. I see, I guess I need to beat them up a bit when I meet them. Did you ever meet one of the players in the Abyss? Isn't that place still a place where that god has influence? A place where the game created by a god took root in. The reason for the creation of this game wasn't to please the people who would go through the green zone. Well, it was the opposite. If somebody told Guanye that this game was created just to give pain to adventurers then he would easily believe it. Of course that was a bit too much but with the ability of the god, he could easily do this and from the way the fairies acted, a joke at this level would be normal. No. It doesn't seem like he contented himself with just making the game. Guanye mumbled quietly. The creator probably did a few more things in order to kill off more adventurers. For example, make it so that players won't feel guilty about killing the adventurers or just make it so they could not see the adventurers as humans. Hansu thought for a moment and then shook his head. Well. I haven't seen any of them. Since it's so vast and wide, it wouldn't be abnormal to say I haven't seen them. The abyss was actually very large. And there were still many places where Hansu hadn't been to despite living in the abyss for 50 years. Not meeting somebody in a place where tens of thousands of people from different races mingled together was quite normal. And he wasn't that interested either. Guan Ye's curiosity didn't get resolved from Hansu's half-hearted answer and complained. Ugh. You don't know anything. Don't you know anything about that world? As Guan Ye asked with a curious expression, Hansu shook his head and answered. To find that out, I need to talk directly with the players, but that's a bit hard. And it's not like I spent long in the green zone during my private life either. Guan Ye groaned. Thinking about it, even if Hansu came back from the future, he wasn't omnipotent. No, even if he could rule with strength over the entire battlefield, if he could do everything with power, then he would be closer to a god than a savior. Guan Ye suddenly stopped after thinking about a few things. He then asked Hansu with a confused expression. It didn't take long for you to get through the green zone? How the hell did you survive that zone in the past? Was it that easy back then? Rumble. Rumble. Hurry. Hurry up. As Kamiya ordered the adventurers up ahead, he swung his blade sideways. Crunch. Crunch. Yaa. What the fuck? If you guys PK so brazenly then, you retard. What the hell are you saying? Can't you tell? Those bastards are bug players. What? How can there be so many bulletin? Crunch. Even before the man could finish his words, the players got split in two at the hands of the adventurers and then disappeared into golden light. They tried to resist, but they couldn't deal with the adventurers whose strengths were far above their own on average. Even more so since they were the minority. The players, who created parties in groups of 30 to 50 people, had no way of beating the hundreds of people who were with Kamiya and Christopher. But Kamiya's expression was very gloomy. Fuck. I didn't want to smash through people like this. Even if they were searching for their objective, there was no need to smash through the players. Though hundreds of people moving together might get them caught, 20 groups of 40 pretending to be player parties could easily get to their objective without too much resistance. It would take longer, but they would all get there safely and with few issues. But if they charged through like this, even though it would take much less time, the other players would flock to them like swarms of ants. But Kamiya didn't really have much of a choice. Since he didn't have any leisure. Crack. A cold aura chased the adventurers from behind. While freezing the walls of the maze they ran through. Whoosh. Kamiya withdrew his foot from the chill that was trying to tie him down and then gritted his teeth as he looked behind him. Fucking hell. The Blaze type S level Spirit Stone, Scarlet Flower. And the Freeze type S level Spirit Stone, Azure Land. From the darkness of the maze which Kamiya was staring into. Kong. Kong. Sounds of two blue gauntlets clashing could be heard. Though he couldn't see the faces, he knew who was making these sounds at once. Olsen. The infamy of the Scarlet Demons was widespread between the bug players. Since the bug players who got onto the blacklist had been ended by these guys' hands. And the most famous of them were this duo. The captain who wielded the Scarlet Flower, Sharon Stiller. And the vice captain who controlled a wide field of blue ice, Olsen. Even amongst the Scarlet Demons who had received all the support they could, only these two had the S-level Spirit Stone. It wasn't an issue of money, just that there weren't many of them in the first place. Fuck. This one's hard to deal with. Kamiya felt a chill run down his back as he saw the blue waves that chased him from behind. Though it was weaker than the Scarlet Flower, the range was much larger. Since he could spread ice from places that he didn't even see. And at this moment, it was actually more threatening than the Scarlet Flower. The most annoying thing about the Azure Land was its effect of lowering movement speed. Though the adventurers were indeed superior to the players due to their control, but their physical bodies or skills didn't have much difference with theirs. Which meant that there wasn't much of a difference in running speed between the players and them. If they got caught by that chill, then they would get killed. By the hands of the gold demons behind Olsen. Kamiya gulped. There's still a lot of way to go. Kamiya clenched his teeth as he touched the skull in his possession. The vibration of the skull was getting more and more intense. Which meant that the magic formation that resonated with the skull got closer. Soon he would arrive there. But Kamiya sighed out in despair. What could I do even after I get there? They needed to fight with the gold and scarlet demons in front of them. And the rest of the players on the fourth floor would swarm to this location. Since the rumor would have long spread. Kamiya clenched his teeth as he thought up to this point. He had promised go to the seal with Hansu. But at this rate, they would all get caught. And we don't know what the hell will be at the Great Seal. How can we bring these guys in there? If there was something dangerous inside, then they would get surrounded and all die. Kamiya thought for a moment, then smiled as he clenched the skull in his hand. I need to make a decision. Then. Boom. Kamiya sent out a signal to all the people running with him. And Angel was shocked out as she saw the signal. Spread out and meet at the objective. For him to try to buy time. Angel freaked out as she looked at Kamiya. Then shouted. What are you trying to do? Kamiya. The leader she had met in this place, the Ant Tunnel. They had only known each other for about 1 year. So she didn't know everything about Kamiya, but one thing was clear to her. That he could not block the ones chasing them by himself no matter what. Kamiya clenched his teeth and spoke. Don't worry. I heard something extra from the prophet of the Ants in the past. Oh yeah. Take this. Angel clenched her teeth and nodded as she looked at Kamiya, who handed over a skull to her. I don't know what's going on, but I can only trust him. She didn't know about the prophecy of the Ants, but nothing else mattered as long as Kamiya wouldn't die a meaningless death. Angel clenched the skull in his hand and then spoke. You have to come back alive. Kamiya smiled as he replied. Sure. I've survived in this damned world for 7 years already. That would be easy. Kamiya stopped his movements with those words and Angel continued to run ahead with the skull. Towards their objective, the location of the Great Seal. Look at these bastards. Even if he couldn't see it, His skills told him the movements of his enemy. Olsen smirked at the people scattering in front of him and then shouted out. Split into 4 groups. Like how we practiced Norm. Then. Olsen stopped as he looked at the man standing in the middle of the frozen maze. A man missing a leg. One of the gold demon members smiled as he tried to swing his sword. This is Min. Wait. The gold demon made a confused expression as he looked at Olsen who was blocking him. Since this had never happened before. Olsen smiled as he looked at Kamiyu in front of him. You are important to our anteaters, we should treat you properly. Kamiyu's expression froze up at Olsen's words. Reincarnator, Chapter 238, The Great Seal, 6. One of the 2 leaders of anteaters, Himura, fell into a deep thought one day. Their clan, the anteaters, originally only had the strength to barely compare to the other large clans in terms of battle power. Since there was a limit no matter how much he and Michael Dawson worked. Though they were quite skilled, the large clans were clans created by those who were far superior to them. It was hard to beat their connections and backings. The reason why the anteaters had been able to survive against them like this and grow was because they had the justifications. With the reason of getting rid of the bug killers who harmed the game, they kept their honor with this and slowly rose their strength through this. Though it looked like they killed indiscriminately, there were those they needed to kill among their victims. They rounded up everyone they needed to kill and killed them as bug killers. Even if they would get rewarded in the future, winning the battle for strength then and there and get the support of the kingdoms or the empires was the best choice since it would be hard for their powers to get dispersed or threatened this way. Which meant that hunting for bug players was a job the bug eaters had to do whether they liked it or not. Michael Dawson only said they would lower the ratio, he could never guarantee getting rid of them entirely. Since they wouldn't be able to win against the other clans in the battle for power otherwise. But a problem came up. Finding the bug players became harder and harder as time went on. Even if they tried to kill normal players, only non-bug players turned up. They were able to justify themselves when a certain ratio of bug players roamed around, but this would shake their entire clan. Which meant that the power would get skewed towards Michael Dawson inside the clan. Himura thought up to this point and then made a decision together with the captain and vice captain of the Scarlet Demons, Sharon Stiller and Olsen. Himura chuckled at Olsen's words. The thing our ancestors used to do. They were hunter-gatherers and then, they started to raise livestock and farm crops. From then things went smoothly. The Great Maze opened and from the 5th Great Change and the fame of the War Fortress was sharply rising. Himura decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and just cut the leg of a bug player and let him go. And then spoke. There's one thing you need to do. Get the bug killers who come in here and make them stay in here and hand over a certain amount we want every year. The plan was simple. Getting those, whom they had a hard time finding, to gather into the Great Maze by themselves. And that person would release enough for their hunting group to maintain themselves. It was extremely beneficial. They were able to raise the levels of the hunting team way faster than finding them one by one. And they had been able to increase their power even faster in the War Fortress with that justification. The man who had his leg cut off spoke while grinding his teeth. Bastards. You think I'll do it? Logically speaking, his reaction was a bit too much for just handing over a few comrades. His reaction was like those of the NPCs who actually died for real. But Himura just let it flow past him. It didn't seem very important to him for some reason. And he liked the painful expressions of these people more. Whatever. It's just a virtual reality game. There could be side effects like this. Himura chuckled. Look, you guys aren't really losing out. If we go all out, you would all lose your accounts. Isn't it better to just lose 100 than all of you getting killed? Since the others would figure it out if they killed everyone, they needed to handle the ratio. At a rate where they could still hunt and grow. And make it so nobody else knew about the deal. Since it would become troublesome if others found out about it. A few of the people from the ant tunnel would roam around as watchmen and the azure or gold demons would luckily find them and kill them. Himura thought up to this point and added something extra. Or, you could just end it all. Your friends. You. We can just find others. Wouldn't it be better for you to do it? Kamiyu's expression froze as he thought of what happened 3 years ago. About 10% a year. The amount they stayed here for was about 3 years. Though 30% would die during the 3 years, the remaining 70% would grow and leave safely. This is why he had decided to take over this place. But from the way they were chasing him, it didn't seem like it'd end that simply. Kamiyu asked Olsen. You. What are you doing? Me and Himura, Olsen chuckled. Oh. You had a contract? Well. You did. But. Kamiyu's expression turned gloomy. Even to Himura, this would be like killing the goose which laid golden eggs. Since 10% was a huge number over 10 years and it was more than good in terms of stability. Olsen shrugged. I don't know. How could I know what the uppers up decided? Kamiyu's expression froze as he saw Olsen's attitude. No can do. He was afraid of the possibility but it seemed these guys really were trying to kill all the adventurers. Kamiyu took out his final card. Is it okay for all the money you guys spent on me to just disappear? Back then. Kamiyu denied the deal at first. 10% surviving was just a deal of words, if Himura wanted then everyone inside the ant tunnel would get massacred. So Kamiyu had gotten angry and put out another deal. If you are really going to keep your word, you should be able to accept it. There was one thing he wanted. It was that the large amount money for managing the clan that was invested in the owner of the War Fortress, Keel Kingdom, would be under his name. It was so that if he didn't agree, they wouldn't be able to get the money back. And surprisingly, Himura easily accepted the deal. Even if he did agree with the deal, it was clear who had the upper hand anyway. Kamiyu clenched his teeth while thinking of Angel. Sorry. There was no such thing as the prophecy. How would he be able to deal with these vicious guys with just some words from a prophet? He had lied to her because she wouldn't have left if he didn't say this much and because this was something he didn't want anyone else to know. And this was the last resort he had. The contract. The only hand that he, a traitor amongst the adventurers, could use. The kingdom was something even the Anteater clan could not deal with. Which meant that these guys wouldn't be able to deal with him that easily either. He had used the final hand he had put so much trust in but still made a fearful expression. Because Olsen's mouth started to curl up into a smile. No. Even the Anteater clan cannot ignore such a large amount of money. They needed him to get the money back. Kamiya swallowed back the fear that was slowly crawling up from the dark depths of his mind and then spoke towards Olsen. Go back. We will resettle in the Great Maze. If there's not enough harvest, I'll try harder. If another person dies I will commit suicide. I said you don't need to. Crunch. Kahyuak. Kamiya made an expression of disbelief as he saw the blade which cut through his body. Since this was not part of his expectations. Fucking, you are willing to lose all that money, Olsen smirked at Kamiya's words. How could they give up such a large amount of money? It was not a trifling amount. The situation had just changed a bit. Ha ha ha. How could you know what is going on around in the world since you're always hiding in the ground? Crunch. Ugh. Kamiya groaned as he saw Olsen twist the short sword embedded in his body. Olsen spoke towards Kamiya. Things will change from now on. You will hear from your friends. Kiyaing. The moment Olsen was about to activate the skill of his gauntlet. Charuruke. The air split apart as something popped out. Huh. But before Olsen could even reply. Whoosh. Somebody took Kamiya who still had a dagger stuck in his belly. This rat. Olsen realized the situation as he quickly activated Azure Land. Kryak. The entire area, with the gauntlet as the center, started to freeze. Right before Kamiya and the man were about to freeze. Whoosh. The man who had come out from void with the dark aura hugged Kamiya and returned to the void. Then. Clang. The air in front of Olsen froze and a huge block of ice appeared. But there were no traces of the two within. Olsen gritted his teeth as he saw this but then quickly calmed down. Since running away wouldn't change anything. We'll continue with our original plan. Chase. Soon. Pay. The moment the gold and scarlet demons were about to split up within the maze. A voice came out from the darkness behind them. Wait. Let's go together. Huh. A slightly tired sounding voice. That wasn't the issue. Since the owner of the voice should not be here. Olsen was shocked at the unexpected voice and spoke. What's up, Captain? I said we'll deal with the things here. Why aren't you chasing the blacklisted guy and... The expressions of the 10 scarlet demons including Sharon Stiller turned gloomy. Ha. Ugh. Abanov, who had saved Kamiya by using and ran off, groaned out while looking at his frozen right hand. Though he could move through space in an instant, it didn't make him invulnerable during that time. Kamiya looked at Abanov with a sad expression but then looked around after feeling a sudden chill. A tremendously large area that didn't fit the maze. And the thousands of mysterious crosses. This. As Kamiya was shocked at the mysterious place. The adventurers who were gathered around the 10 tall crosses looked towards Kamiya. With complex emotions. An angel, who was at the very front with the skull, spoke to Kamiya expressionlessly. Found it? The location of the seal which had suppressed the ants for hundreds of years. This is the place the prophecy mentioned. As Kamiya looked around in a daze. A voice was heard from the entrance of the place. Welcome. Already. Kamiya made a shocked expression as he looked at Hansu. Even if he followed the traces, it was too fast. Since their opponents weren't stupid. They should have dispatched a force they thought was enough for Hansu but he still arrived at this place at the same time as them. How the hell? Kamiya made a confused expression. Reincarnator, Chapter 239, Unsealing, 1. What happened? Why is your face like that? Olsen made a confused expression towards the scarlet demons who were charging at him with pissed off expressions. They had chased after Hansu with confident expressions. Olsen was actually jealous of the 10 who had chased him. Since it was likely that those guys would get his artifacts once they killed him. But for their expressions to be that gloomy. What the hell happened within that short time? Was there a hole to escape through? If he had escaped through a path which they didn't know about then their expressions could be understood. As Olsen looked at the 10 including Sharon Stiller with a strange expression. Sharon Stiller grinned at her teeth and spoke out through them. Stone of Immortality. How many do you guys have? Huh? Stone of Immortality? Why do you need that? Stone of Immortality. A peculiar artifact that allowed one to revive on spot without any penalties. Though no more than 2 could be used in a day, it was extremely practical to use so the demand for it was high, causing it to have a high price. But that was only for normal players. To the Scarlet Demons who had the direct support of the Anteater clan, the Stone of Immortality was part of the standard equipment. They should have 1 each. Though they can use up to 2 a day and Olsen had received some before coming here, they didn't carry 2 at the time. Since there weren't many cases of them dying twice in a row. We need to have some backup measures. Wait a moment. Olsen looked at Sharon Stiller with a dumbfounded expression. The hell? You got killed. Sharon Stiller's expression became incensed at Olsen's words which seemed like he was smirking at her. But Olsen wasn't joking. She underestimated him. That was impossible. The reason why Sharon Stiller was the captain was not only because she had skills but because she had a good eye for people. Both for work and for personal affairs. She was good at estimating their opponent's power and distributed forces efficiently. Not everyone could become the captain of the hunting group of a large clan. There was no way that the Sharon Stiller failed to estimate someone's abilities. If Sharon Stiller had 10 people go then it was because the 10 of them were enough to deal with the opponent. Sharon Stiller gritted her teeth and spoke. This bastard. He was hiding his skills. Crunch. For them to all have stones of immortality. Hansu shrugged as he thought of the battle from just then. He wanted to remove them by waiting for the revive timer and killing them one more time but he held back and reunited with the adventurers here. They could at most use 2 a day. The remaining time he had to reunite with the ones who left for the location of the seal was a bit awkward, and it would take too long for him to deal with them if they all had 2 stones of immortality each. I cannot forget about my objective. Whoosh. Hansu held the Nirmaha's ring and then looked towards the location of the seal with thousands of crosses. Things are going well. He had done well smashing apart those chasing him and had succeeded in reuniting with these guys. And there was another catch. He had been able to confirm the skills of the Scarlet Demons. It's not bad. Hansu smiled. In the green zone during his previous life, due to a certain incident, there hadn't been many chances to deal with players, so he had been able to safely grow his strength and climb up to the next zone. So he wasn't quite sure before how strong the master tier players of the green zone were, or how powerful the spirit stone was. But while fighting them, he realized he was mistaken about something. I see. Just the spirit stone is not enough to have such strength, huh? When he had been living in the war fortress in the past, he had seen a man who had a tremendous amount of strength. A power which he couldn't even imagine back then. He was sure that it was the strength of the spirit stone. This is why he had thought that everyone with S-grade spirit stones had that much strength. He had hid his strength, judged that it was too dangerous to deal with those with S-grade spirit stones, and split them up. So he could kill them off one by one. He couldn't underestimate them because of the man he had met in the past. But it seemed that wasn't the case. Jango. Ha 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 ha. I worked so hard to gain this strength. It was truly worth it? Hansu thought of the man's shouts, shook his head and then looked towards the crosses in front of him. Anyways, this place is really impossible to find without the skull. Hansu swirled his tongue around while looking at the mana formation that filled the entire space within the crosses. Blurred vision, space distortion, and mana disruption. With these many formations, it would be impossible to find this place even if it was in the middle of the war fortress. Since even he had a hard time finding this place with the tracks. That guy who caused the 6th grade change really is amazing, huh? Hansu chuckled as he thought of the player who caused the 6th grade change in the past. Even if he knew about it, for him to find this thing in the middle of nowhere. Sorry, but I'm going to use it first. Hansu looked towards the crosses in front of him. Since he had found it, he just needed to finish things. The Great Seal. Remove the seal and drag out the ants. Then the adventurers would also get the opportunity. The chance to use that tremendous strength. Hansu finished his thoughts and beckoned Anshul with his hand. Anshul, who was frowning, handed over the skull to him. Then. Whoosh. Black smoke came out from Hansu's body. Dark cloud. The dark cloud came out from his body and seeped into the skull in his hand and the crosses next to him. The dark cloud tainted the skull and the crosses as it drained the information of the mana seal within. And Hansu was shocked as he saw the information. So complex. As if it was proving to have been set up by the forces of the kingdoms and empires, there were very complex formations within the skull and the crosses. Formations to suppress the entire maze, the space where the ants lived. Hansu pondered for a moment and then shrugged. Ugh. I can't handle it the traditional way. This is something that even the magic brigade will barely be able to solve in a week. And Hansu, who didn't have much information in this field, couldn't solve it by himself. It wasn't like he had a lot of time. And breaking it apart would be a bad choice. Since the entire maze might break down if the mana that was flowing here blew apart. The intricate system of mana that allowed a tremendous amount of strength could easily blow apart with a careless touch. So he needed to use the third method. Whoosh. Hansu followed the flow of the mana and then headed toward one side. Toward a place where the complex mana formations all gathered to. Then. Here. Crunch. Hansu stood above an ordinary-looking boulder of black granite after following the mana flow which resembled a spider's web. Anshul, Kamiyo, and Christopher all made confused expressions while watching him. Why? It was a location looking completely ordinary compared to the thousands of crosses around them. Then. Crunch. Hansu's foot dug into the granite below. Crack. The granite floor only seemed normal on the exterior, but it was extremely hard. The granite floor broke apart like tofu under Hansu's feet and started to show what was inside it. Crunch. Crack. Why is he digging the ground? Clang. Sounds of chains clanking could be heard about a meter down. Hansu smiled as he looked at the red chains in the ground. Found it? God's flail. Well, the thing he found was just a single line of chain. A red chain that had the width of about 4 human fists. The tens of thousands of chains that originally existed couldn't be found anywhere as only a single one could be seen. Hansu jumped into the ground and grabbed the chain. The rest of the chains were hidden deep within the ground. Tightly tied around the seal. These chains were the third godly treasure of an empire, but something they had given up to seal the ants. The Keel Kingdom gave up the space where a main mana node was located. The Koran and other kingdoms poured Indiana 66666 people as sacrifices for the seal. This is how the seal was created. By using the tremendous mana of the mana node, the despair and curse of the 66,666 people and the empire's godly treasure, God's flail. He couldn't get rid of a mana node. He couldn't get rid of the curse laid down upon the entire maze either. But the seal was created with these 3 things working together. And getting rid of one was enough. Ting. Ting ting ting. Hansu's body started to change as he pulled the chain apart a few times. Roar. His muscles swelled multiple times over and scales covered his entire body. 2 extra hearts grew next to the original one. Hansu felt the tremendous amount of power running through his body and then pulled apart the chain again. Crack. Then. A bit more of the chain got pulled out from the ground. About Hansu's height. At the same time. Rumbling. The thousands of crosses made rumbling noises as the entire area shook. As the seal broke apart, the mana and the curse loosened up and in turn, the crosses started to cry out. Hansu frowned. This is going to take forever. Hansu shouted behind him. Help me a bit. A few other people who had been staring at Hansu around him ran to him and started to pull at the chain. Clang. Christopher, who stood behind Hansu, asked carefully. Do we just need to pull this out? Hansu nodded. Just pull this out. It felt like the entire bloodthirsty aura of the maze was flowing into them. And Christopher realized what Hansu meant as he poured more strength into his arms. Boom! The intense lightning strike from the A-level spirit stone smashed the ground in front of the member of the Scarlet Demons, Kangman. Cheek. The infected soldiers of the first floor couldn't even resist as they melted down. Kangman frowned at the tremendous amount of infected soldiers who continued to charge at him despite so many of them having already been killed. Fuck. This is annoying. We should have just done this on the way if it was on the first floor. Why did we ignore it? Well, since he had received payment he had to do his job. Boom. Boom. Kangman swung his weapon, headed towards the Jewel of the Dead and chuckled while thinking of Sharon Stiller. They wouldn't fail. Even if the bug players were very strong. They had another method other than the Scarlet and Gold Demon strengths. I just need to focus on my work. With this, the seal will get strengthened. The deal they had made with Arthas Francesca on the way in here. Kangman mumbled as he looked at the blue pouch he received from Sharon Stiller. Reincarnator, Chapter 240 Unsealing, 2. The 4 jewels which existed in each floor of the maze. The players and the NPCs called them the Jewels of the Dead. The host of the curse, the powerful spell which prevented the humans from proceeding further into the maze. The alliance of all the kingdoms and empires of the past had succeeded at pushing the Ans back down underground hundreds of years ago. But that was it. Though they had won, they were afraid of finishing their jobs. So they had created this maze with the power of the giant spell and proceeded to seal the entire place. Because though their powers were similar after the war, if one side stagnated and the other grew in strength, the gap would widen. The Ans would stagnate but the humans would grow. And later they would just need to suppress the Ans with their superior strength. But the Ans were not stupid. Right before the maze was completed, the Ans performed a surprise attack, set up the cursed jewels and ran downwards. This was the Jewels of the Dead. The curse which had a terrifying effect on the humans as long as it was working. And because of this, the kingdoms and the empires couldn't go down to kill the Ans despite having built the maze and having restored their strength. They could just prevent the Ans from coming out by setting up a powerful seal and reinforcing it. Even after the players came into existence and had sealed all 4 of the Jewels of the Dead, they still didn't like to come into this place. They would just order the players to get the required protection elixirs. Anyways, the kingdoms wanted the seal to be maintained. And this was why they were willing to ask the players to reinforce the seal from the inside. Olsen thought of the blue pouch and spoke. That's, to power the seal. Sharon Stiller shook her head. Half correct. If the Great Seal suppressed the Ans, the minor seals affected the Jewels of the Dead and suppressed the curse in the maze. One of the 4 minor seals had been damaged by an explosion and because of that the entire Great Seal had shaken. They were merely calming down the Great Seal which had been shaken from the explosion in the first floor. Well. That just proves how dangerous the Ans are. Sharon Stiller muttered. Though they were dealing with it the best they could, in order to deal with the main problem they would need to go down to the area of the main seal on the 4th floor. But of course the issue was with the minor seal which had broke on the 1st floor. Arthur Francesca didn't believe the humans. Since the minor seal had broken and the entire 1st floor of the maze was cursed again, Arthas Francesca and the other Magic Brigade members would be extremely weakened if they stepped in there. Which would cause even the players he could wipe out like bugs to become threats to him. This was why Francesca wanted them to fix the minor seal instead of the Great Seal. The minor seal. A seal which was suppressing the Jewel of the Dead which had been broken from the explosion. Once the seal was placed back on it, the curse will get weakened again and Arthur would be able to come down and deal with it himself. This was the deal she had with Arthur. Flame Warrior V made a confused expression. Since they were currently on the 4th floor. Why did we go past the 1st floor? In order to accomplish the job given to them by the kingdom, they needed to be on the 1st floor. Sharon Stiller smiled towards Flame Warrior V. Some trash would come in then. Once they reseal the minor seal with the materials inside the blue pouch, the curse will lose effect and the Magic Brigade would come down to enhance the seal on the 4th floor. Arthas Francesca. He's going to come in himself. She had gone past the jewel because she didn't want that man to come in order to deal with her problems first. But since all this had happened, it would be better to work together. Sharon Stiller's expression turned dark. Yes. Let's not forget our original objective. They had one goal. Change all the guys below into experience for the gold demons to grow. The time of crisis which would shake all the kingdoms and empires would be here soon. Power was a necessity. They needed powerful people. And the gold demons who devoured all the bug players below would easily fit that role. There's no real need to deal with that man. Sharon Stiller spoke towards Olsen, the Scarlet and the Gold Demons. Don't forget. Our objectives are taking their artifacts and gaining experience. The Scarlet Demons will tie down that Hansu guy. Then you guys need to kill the bug players and take their artifacts. We can just die then. Understood. As the Scarlet and Gold Demons nodded at Sharon Stiller's words. Olsen asked. Wait, if that guy is really that strong, aren't we not enough to deal with him? Sharon Stiller nodded. Yes, it is indeed a bit stressful. There were about 1,000 bug players who were quite skilled. Though she herself and the Scarlet Demons were high-level players who had amazing control, the bug players were a level above. This was why she had even thought of calling everyone in the maze to deal with the man. Since that would make things much easier. But then they would be sharing. It belongs to us, we farmed them. Sharon Stiller mumbled inwardly. They would not share them. And honestly, there wasn't a need to. As they had a final card. We have this. Well, I guess. Olsen shrugged as he looked at Sharon Stiller staring at the Stone of Immortality. This would change the story. They would have 3 lives each if they used 2 stones. This was more than enough to deal with them. Let's go then. Soon. Boom. 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 Over 100 gold and Scarlet Demon members started to charge through the maze. Rumbling. Rumble. Uaaaaaaaa. Christopher made a shocked expression while pulling the chain with all his might. What the hell? How is this so hard? It was so well embedded into the ground, This damn chain was extremely hard to pull out. Since it was barely being pulled out despite almost 800 people pulling on it with all their might. They weren't just pulling either. They used every reinforcements and skills to increase their strength. Strength that could rip apart steel bars. And it wasn't like the people were not doing their job seriously. Since the foreheads of the 800 people were coated with sweat and the muscles of their arms and legs were bulging. But this chain was giving no signs of being pulled out. What the hell, he pulled this out on his own. Angel looked at Hansu pulling out the chain at the very front with the form of a dragon with a terrified expression. Because Hansu had pulled this out at the very beginning by himself with ease, they had thought that 800 people pulling on it would make it so the job would finish very quickly. But what the hell was this? The damn chain was buried so well that the skin on their hands felt like ripping away as they pulled. Since the chain was getting harder and harder to pull out the more that came out. And if Hansu, who was at the very front, wasn't here, it would be twice as hard as this. And there was another issue. Fucking hell. Is this ever going to end? Angel cursed out loud. The fucking chain was so long that there was no end to it. The chain they had pulled out at the beginning was already hundreds of meters long. But these chains continued to get pulled out. And there was another thing which scared the adventurers. Rumble. Again. Ugh. Every time a bit of the chain got pulled out, the thousands of crosses trembled and shook the entire space. That wasn't all. Ki-yi-yi-ing. Ki-yi-yi-yi-ok. Every time the crosses shook, terrifying and vicious-sounding screams resonated outwards. Voices filled with hatred, despair, and rage. Angel asked Hansu after hearing it. Why is that happening? She wanted to ignore it, but it was extremely terrifying and it occurred every time they pulled on the chain. It even got louder the more they pulled. Not to mention the chain was getting harder and harder to pull. Combining these things she currently knew, it was almost as if they were pulling something at the end of the chain that was buried. And these were the warnings saying to not do it. Fuck. Is there really something down there? Angel mumbled inwardly. Because she thought of what Kamiya had said earlier. It wouldn't be weird for a seal like this to have at least one guard. Hansu merely shrugged his shoulders at Angel. The despair that was buried here acts as the binding force between the seal and the chains. If the chains were the medium, the mana node gave energy and the despair within the crosses supplied it with will. As the chain was getting pulled out, the mana node and everything else above it was being shaken. Vengeful spirits were a condensation of yin energy and did not like change. That was another reason why they had been buried in the sealing zone. As the chain got pulled out, the spirits who wanted things to remain the same went crazy and started to stick and hals onto the chain. By using all the energy of the mana node here. This was why it got harder the more they pulled. Angel made a confused expression but still continued to pull. Since she knew now that they weren't pulling a giant monster or anything. And though it's a bit hard. It should be completed quickly. It was hard but the chain was indeed getting pulled out. It was only a matter of time, they would be able to pull it all out eventually. Anyways, this clearly looks like a chain. Why is it called a flail? Angel looked at the chain in her hands with a confused expression. A flail was some sort of weight that smashed things. Though it was very durable, it didn't seem like it had the worth to be the third godly artifact of an empire. While Angel was making a confused expression. Quirke. Huh. Along with the strange noise, the sensation of the chain being locked could be felt. Something that they hadn't felt until now. If pulling on the chain until now was like pulling a fish that had been caught by a fishing pole, this sensation felt like the hook had been stuck on a giant rock. Kiwadudaduk. As people were becoming shocked at the chain that wasn't getting pulled out anymore. Angel looked at Hansu. Hansu was looking at the strange thing that protruded from the ground and was attached to the chain. The hell is that? The chains were red as well but the thing which had come out was at another level. Compared to that blood-colored object, the chains almost looked pink. As Angel looked at Hansu curiously. Boom. An explosion could be heard from the distance. Fuck. Screw their timing. The expressions of everybody turned sour at that sound. But Hansu's side was locked on the thing which had popped out from the ground. Found it? Finally. God's flail. Hansu muttered to himself while looking at the red object which had been pulled out from hundreds of meters underground. Reincarnator, Chapter 241 Unsealing, 3. Above the Great Maze. Huh? What the hell? What is this? Is it a quest? Rumble. The players felt the entire maze shake and made confused expressions. Since the entire giant maze was shaking in a strange way. For most of them who didn't know what was below, this didn't mean anything so they were just confused about it. But for a few others, it was different. Fuck. We need more Ram-Mananize. Suppress it. The seal is going to break at this rate. All the Magic Brigade members above were thrown into a hectic state. People whose average level was 290, those who didn't even consider players as bugs were all in a frenzy. From their dimensional pouches, countless magic ingredients flew out into the giant rune-shaped formation around the maze. The 1 kilometer-wide giant magic formation that surrounded the area around the maze shone with numerous colors and started to bind the entire maze. As if it was trying to suppress something that could not be let out. And Arthas Francesca, who was managing the whole thing, grinned at his teeth. Fucking hell. What the fuck are these immortal bastards doing inside? He could understand the seal having shaken a bit from the work of the bastards from the Koran kingdom. But for the entire seal itself to be shaking. This only meant one thing. That some bastard had gone into the core area of the seal, where the god's flail lay, and was ripping apart the actual seal itself. The surrounding air around Arthas Francesca started to burn up and caused the temperature to rise. This was a sign of his rage. I don't know which bastard is doing this. But if I catch you, I'm going to rip you apart. Arthas Francesca continued to grind his teeth. He had heard hundreds of times about the dangers of the ants. That the seal was the artifact that kept the humans safe. This was the symbol which signified the winter between the humans and ants from that happened 1,000 years ago. But some bastard was breaking this apart. With brute force too. Scarlet demons, you bastards. Hurry and restore the minor seal. Suppress the curse. He wanted to go in himself but he couldn't. The curse of the ants was too powerful. His own life was important as well. As long as the minor seal wasn't in place on the first floor, going in would be dangerous. Damn, if the commander came himself, we could have just gone in. Arthas Francesca frowned. The commander. The commander of the magic brigade, who was as powerful as a great general, someone of his level could deal with the situation even if the curse of the ants tied him down. Even if he was weakened, his power level was different to begin with. But he himself was not at that level yet. If he got weakened from the curse, even those bugs could be a threat to him. Damn. I can't help it, there's no time. Ugh, no one here is likable. As Arthas Francesca frowned at the thought of the Corin kingdom. Arthas Francesca, who was watching over the seal, felt a strange mana shockwave. Arthas Francesca's expression brightened up at the mana shockwave. Yes. Those immortal scrubs are doing their job properly. This shockwave meant that the seal was being restructured around the Jewel of the Dead. In the blue pouch he gave them, there were materials to reform the minor seal. If one destroyed the Jewel of the Dead and spread the powder inside the pouch, the minor seal would start to form again and the curse would disappear. Arthas Francesca opened and closed his fists as he felt the minor seal being fixed at a slow pace. Hurry. And get fixed. The moment it would get fixed, he would charge into the fourth floor and smash down everyone. The ones who were breaking the seal. However, he was actually relieved. Yeah, no matter what they do, they can't break the seal apart entirely. The seal which their ancestors had placed. Fall into despair. And just wait. Arthas Francesca stared vehemently towards the depths of the maze with. The adventurers' expressions froze as they heard the sound. They're here. A trap which was set to react once enough players were within the area. The activation of that thing symbolized something. That the Scarlet Demons had chased them all the way to here. Whoosh. A scorching heat started to charge in from the distance. Which meant that Sharon Stiller was already here. Kamiyu looked at Hansu. Mr. Hansu. Let's fight. We can win. Despair fell the moment hope was just within their grasp. Right before the seal broke, the ones chasing them had caught up. But then it wasn't necessarily that bad. At least they could now understand what it felt to see hope within this damned world. Once we get rid of them. And break the seal. Though there would be a lot of casualties, they could see something. They didn't know what would happen but they could still feel something. But Hansu's expression was grim. No. We can't fight them. What, why? He was unsure up until now but it was now clear. A powerful aura existed around powerful people. And the current Hansu, who had the look of a dragon, was more than enough to smash down all those guys charging towards them. Someone who could deal with the Scarlet Demons. If they fought by themselves, they would almost surely get annihilated. Since having and not having someone to deal with the Scarlet Demons was a huge difference. Hansu spoke as he placed his hand on the seal. The minor seal is being fixed. He could sense it from the flow of mana. Somebody was fixing the minor seal from above. And once it was fixed, somebody would definitely come down charging. The Magic Brigade of the Kingdoms wouldn't just sit and watch as the seal got fixed. The commander of the Magic Brigade. Or the captain. One of the two would definitely come down here. Well, I guess the one who would come down here is the captain. Hansu mumbled. Thinking about the situation with the surrounded countries and the fact that they hadn't charged down yet, it was clear that the captain was in charge. Well, that didn't really matter. If Arthas Francesca came down here after the seal was fixed, they would all die. He wouldn't be able to deal with the monster at level 330. He needed to break the Great Seal before the minor seal was fixed no matter what. Kamiyu's expression turned dark as he heard Hansu's words. My god, then. He finally understood the situation. They couldn't fight. For them to have a limited amount of time, they had to split into two teams where one blocked the ones charging at them and the other continued breaking the seal. Until the seal finally broke. Kamiyu spoke towards his surrounding. People who are relatively higher leveled fight. The others will pull the chain. Everyone clenched their teeth and nodded. Of course pulling the chain was safer than fighting. But in terms of efficiency, this was much better. Though there wasn't much different of physical strength between a level 200 and 250, the battle strength which came from their masteries and artifacts was very different. A high-level adventurer pulling chains was a waste in a lot of ways. Angel smacked Christopher and spoke. Weaklings, go over there and play tug of war. This sister will be fighting. Fucking hell. Christopher made an embarrassed expression but did not retort. It wasn't the time to step out. The task he was entrusted with was just as important. If he couldn't pull out the chain while they were fighting, they would all die. We just need to pull this out. Christopher walked up to the chain and stood in front of it. Well, in front of the bloody red object the chain was attached to. A giant metal object was protruding out from the ground on the end of the chain. And Christopher finally realized why this was called a flail. A human head-sized metal object that resembled a bell, or an anvil. The flail was actually covered by hundreds of veins that resembled the veins within a human's body. The hundreds of the bloody mana currents that were tying down the flail had been dragged out along with the flail. Blood didn't flow through these veins but the energy from the mana node did. This actually made those veins look even redder than actual veins. Christopher decided to call these things veins and realized what they were connected to. They come out from below those crosses, huh? Christopher made a terrified expression at the strange veins but still grabbed onto the chain. Yeah. It wouldn't take long. It seems he would just need to rip out the flail from the veins. How hard would it be to cut apart something that already came out onto the ground? CRRRRRK. As Christopher pulled onto the chain. Geek. Strange red lights exploded out from the veins along with an intense wave of heat. At the same time. TTTDDDK. The chains that had stayed linked despite hundreds of people with monstrous strengths pulling on it melted in an instant. And Christopher made a dumbfounded expression. What the fuck? The veins which gave off a wave of powerful energy and intense hatred freaked out Christopher. The more surprising thing was the flail. Despite being surrounded by hundreds of veins that had melted the chain in an instant, it stood intact. Christopher grinned at his teeth as he watched the hunk of metal become red hot. We have to pull that thing out. Then, Christopher's right hand, Illinois, slashed down with her dagger and shouted. We can just break these. The seal would break the moment they rip apart the veins from the flail. And they could just cut the veins off instead of pulling the veins out. There's no time. They needed to deal with the seal as quickly as possible. As Illinois was about to slash down with her dagger. Grab. Hansu grabbed Illinois' wrist and spoke. If you don't want to die, don't. What? As Illinois made a shocked expression. Hansu spoke towards the flail. You can't break this thing. As long as the mana node existed, the veins would reform and the seal would stay intact. If one struck it, they would just get killed from the heat. There were no traps or beasts that defended the seal. There was no need for such a thing. The flail was surrounded by a tremendous amount of these veins that existed as its guard. Well, more like a test. The higher the numbering, the harder something was to obtain. The god's flail was no exception. The final trial that one needed to go through in order to obtain it. They needed to get its approval. Who? Let's go. Hansu watched the heated up flail as he breathed in and out. Chiayak. He then grabbed the flail. Reincarnator, Chapter 242 Unsealing, 4. Chiayak. The moment Hansu's hand was placed on the flail. Whoosh. A tremendous amount of energy and heat started to burn Hansu's hand. Angel, Christopher, Kamiyo, and the others realized why Hansu had stopped them as they saw the scales of Hansu melting down. We would get burnt the moment we touch it. Jesus, is that guy even human? A tremendous amount of mana. And a powerful reinforcement skill that could turn him into a moving fortress. A body that was countless times more powerful than the others. He was barely holding on because he had all of these things in addition to his artifacts. A scene which befuddled Kamiyo, who thought that everyone eventually ended up at similar levels and only had time and hard work as a difference. If runes and skills were the basis of one's strength, that guy's foundation was at a whole other level. It felt like he belonged to another race entirely. Then. Chiayak. Hansu spoke towards Kamiyo while grabbing the blazing flail. I'm going into the test now. A test. As they looked at Hansu with a confused expression. Kamiyo asked a different question. Can we help you with anything? Nope. Kamiyo made a bitter expression as if he had expected this answer. As I thought. In terms of overall strength, the 800 of them were more powerful than Hansu. But a test. A test was something which tested an individual's ability. At the same time. Squirm. The veins started to climb up the arm of Hansu, who was grabbing onto the blazing flail. Like hundreds of tiny snakes. The veins which heated up the flail, filled with a countless amount of despair and mana. The heat from them was no less than from the flail itself. Chia Enoch. The thousands of red veins covered Hansu's arm as they climbed up. We are nowhere worthy, huh? How powerful is he to be able to handle that? As Kamiyo looked at Hansu, whose body was covered by the red veins, in shock. Hansu, whose body was slowly being covered by the snakes and were now climbing up to his neck, spoke towards Kamiyo. While I go through the test, I'll be completely cut off from the world. Think of one thing during that time. Survive. Chia Enoch. Soon the veins climbed up above his neck and started to cover the lower parts of his face. Right before he was covered entirely from the veins. Hansu spoke some words for everyone who was listening. Hold on until I get back. With those words. The red veins covered Hansu from head to toe. At the same time. Badump. Badump. The red veins started to aggressively thump. As if they were happy at gaining something to devour. Angel spoke to Kamiyo while watching the strange scene. We need to fight for ourselves, I guess. Kamiyo nodded at her words. Can't change anything now. In a fight where they had to fight for themselves, there was no hatred. Hansu breaking that mysterious seal was the most important thing. The moment the Scarlet Demons decided to hunt them, fight was inevitable. Just when and where they would fight was the issue. And, I need to take charge. Though he had created the ant tunnel which was supposed to be for everyone's benefit, the results clearly told them something different. He had led them here and had to take responsibility for them. But not yet. Kamiyo spoke to the surrounding adventurers with a resolute expression. There's something I haven't been able to tell you guys. As people looked at Kamiyo with confused expressions. Kamiyo tightly grasped the weapon in his hands and shouted. It's a very important matter, so please survive. Since it's important, you guys all need to be alive to hear it right. Everyone chuckled and somebody spoke. Hee hee. You yourself should stay alive, Captain. If there's no mouth to say anything, we can't hear it right. Keeping you alive will relieve my curiosity, huh? Don't be too harsh when you're missing a leg. The people warmed up their bodies and started to gather around Kamiyo. As if they were protecting him. Kamiyo was a leader who protected them and had done his best for their safety and their survival. He had the right to be respected and was much more precious than themselves. Even if they survived here, they needed someone to lead them. No, just receiving a means of safety for them who roamed around the green zone without a clue was a huge debt in itself. 3 years of safety and survival. This was the time for them to repay their debts. Kamiyo clenched his fist tightly as he watched the groups of people surrounding him. Please don't. I'm not worthy of all this. He wanted to shout. About the contract he had with their opponents, the Anteaters. That he was the one that should be killed. But he couldn't shout it yet. Since it would cause the minds of the people to falter and fall into chaos. Kamiyo thought of the words Hansu left behind and clenched his teeth. Just like Hansu said, just focus on surviving. At the same time. Boom. A giant tower of flame charged toward them from the maze. Kahook. Block it. Quad-dud. They had already expected that these guys would come. Rumble. Though they had been able to block it because they were prepared for it, their expressions weren't that good. Since everyone knew that this was the beginning. Then. Boom. Ha 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 ha. It's been a while. You're all here, huh? Over 100 people started to charge towards them from behind the flaming pillar. The gold and scarlet demons. And the extremely chilling blue light and the scorching red light in the front. Olsen and Sharon Stiller. The tremendous amount of energy that radiated out from these two filled the entire area, while suppressing the aura of the adventurers. Soon, they will die out in large numbers. At the hands of those two. Fuck. Kamiya turned around at the vicious aura of the two. Towards Hansu, who was surrounded by the thumping veins. Please, please hurry. They needed to hold on until Hansu came out, with him taking the brunt of it at the front. Kamiya clenched his teeth and charged forward. Towards Sharon Stiller, who was approaching them with a demonic expression. Soon. Boom. The entire area was soon filled with countless different lights, along with sounds of explosions and screams. Rumbly. Hansu's soul was in a different place. A red space. Some red liquid was up to Hansu's ankle on the floor, and as he looked up, the sky was blood red as well. Hansu mumbled as he looked at the red space. It seems my body didn't arrive here. Did only my soul come here? His body was probably surrounded by some red veins. Then. SSSSSSSK. A ripple was created from the red liquid on the ground as a change occurred. Kuururuk. The red liquid bubbled and rose up as it started to form into a human. Not just in a few locations but in tens of thousands of locations. Hansu mumbled as he watched the liquid form into people. These are the souls, huh? The 66,666 souls that were sacrificed for the kingdoms and empires. Some looked like farmers and some looked like soldiers. Some looked sick and some resembled cripples. But they all had two things in common. First, they were all either weak or had some form of disability. Second, they all had looks of rage hiding underneath their dazed looks. Soon Hansu was surrounded by countless souls, and the tens of thousands of these vengeful spirits started to mumble at Hansu. Then. A loud voice could be heard from somewhere. 800 years. Since somebody came into this place. Well, you have the right to at least. Hansu looked towards where the voice came from. A man covered in scars with a sword in his hand was looking at him. The moment the man spoke, the voices of the souls stopped. Hansu looked at that man and thought. So this guy is the leader, huh? But the silence only lasted for so long. The spirits started to mumble again. What does it matter if they cannot die? Since there's no filling, there's a limit to their growth. Since they are limited, they can't even handle the test of their physical body. Sad. If they were our descendants, they might be able to accomplish it. They don't dare to come in because they're scared of the curse. Fucking hell, if only the curse wasn't there. The test of one's physical body. Hansu realized what this test was about. Surviving the blazing heat of the veins is the first test. Even if the players could get in here, they wouldn't be able to handle the test. Since they had a limit on their levels. No matter how many skills they stack, they wouldn't be able to handle the test. If I didn't go through the body enhancement surgery or had the monojade, then it would have been hard. Then. The man, who looked like a leader, started to speak. The 66,665 spirits surrounding him quieted down. As they all stopped talking, the man started to speak again. I don't know the reason why you came all the way here, but there is one thing we want from you. Strength. Hansu nodded. His goal was destroying the seal. But of course obtaining the god's flail was part of his plan as well. The man started to speak again. Some random half-hearted ability is nowhere enough to control the strength within the flail and our hatred. Since you can withstand the energy from the mono node, you have some potential, but the test of the spirit is a different matter entirely. If you don't have the qualification, then even if you gain the strength, either your body will blow up or you will go crazy. Let's hurry. There was an ongoing battle in the outside world. There was no time to waste. The man laughed coldly. Whoa, you should at least listen until the end. Even if you pass the test and obtain the right to use the strength, there's no meaning if we don't give you the strength right. Hansu frowned at the man's words. He realized they wanted something from him. What do you want? The man, who was laughing just a bit before, started to turn extremely grim. As if he remembered something he had kept hidden. The man spoke to Hansu while trembling in rage. Simple. Can you avenge us? The spirits surrounding them started to chatter again. If you nod and pass the test, we can give you the strength of an immortal. But if you deny, you won't get anything. Even if you pass the test, we won't help you. It'll be the same if you break the deal after you gain the strength. Your body will get ripped apart. Hansu spoke as he watched the enraged spirits. Revenge, huh? Who are the targets? The Ans. These were people who fought against the Ans. They might want to get their revenge against the Ans. The spirits started to laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. Why would we hate the Ans? If they hate us, then they can hate us. They've done nothing wrong. Soon. They all started to scream. The shouts of tens of thousands of spirits filled the entire red space. Kill them all. The ones who did this to us. All the citizens of the kingdoms and the empires. We just got tired and injured much faster because we fought at the front. They just treated us like trash. We, who should be hailed as heroes, are now suffering for all eternity. Kill all those who are living their lives in glory up above. That is what we want. We want them to be shredded apart. The shouts that were filled with hatred entered Hansu's ear. Reincarnator, Chapter 243 Unsealing, 5. Hansu scoffed. This is why the players who found this previously couldn't use the flail, huh? He had thought something was amiss when he heard about it in the past. Because the flail wasn't in the hands of the person who had found it. Back then, he had thought that there might have been a specific reason, but he knew now. He wasn't good enough probably. Hansu mumbled. Those players probably didn't have the ability to withstand the test of the physical body nor had the ability to accept their deal. That's probably the reason why they went to find that man. Django. Hansu laughed in a cold manner as he thought of the previous owner of the flail. Jang O didn't declare a war against the empires. But the seal itself had been broken properly and the 6H great change had still occurred. Jang O had used the weapon and pissed many people off and was able to use the strength. Which meant that they had some form of deal. Which meant one thing. That this isn't a necessity. Hansu laughed coldly as he spoke. Yeah? Then let's not do this. You're going to deny it then? Hansu nodded as he looked at the spirit which had a shocked expression. Heh, pretending to be calm. They had said it themselves. That it's been 800 years since somebody came in. Well, there had been a reason to it. The powerhouses of the kingdoms and empires who exceeded well over the limit of level 250 never even had the thought of obtaining the flail for themselves. They wouldn't dare breaking the seal they set up themselves. And the players, who had a level limit, couldn't pass this test. Even if they could pass the test of the physical body, they would never be able to pass the test of the soul. Which meant one thing. Could you guys really reject me? A ray of hope that finally came after 800 years. Even if it wasn't him, the seal here would break in about a year anyway. Since he wasn't the only person in this world who could pass this test. But in these spirits' point of view, the story is a bit different. Since they wouldn't know about such a thing. Hansu continued to speak. I understand that the strength you guys can give me is enticing. But have some conscience. You know how powerful the kingdoms and empires are for yourself, but you want me to destroy all of them with just this. Making an enemy out of all the kingdoms and empires, it's better to just give up this strength. It's not like I'll fall behind anybody in terms of strength anyway. Actually, he couldn't give up the flail. Since he had to release the seal on the ants no matter what. But these guys didn't know that. Logically, someone like him wanting to break the seal on the ants is a pretty stupid thing to do. As he expected. Unlike the expression of the leader, the faces of those behind him started to turn dark. Ugh, fuck. Until when? The heavens are unfair. How long are they going to tie us down here? The expression of the leader turned grim as well, but he soon sighed. Since all of Hansu's words were correct. Fuck off then. Bastard. They were trapped here so they knew. Though they had the strength from the Mana Node, the magic brigade of the kingdoms could easily suppress them. It was indeed one of the 3 godly treasures, but this also meant that there were 2 other objects in the empire just like it. They had a tremendous amount of hatred held inside them, but they were still losers. They would only burn in rage while being trapped in here. That man wouldn't be able to smash apart the kingdoms and empires with just this flail. Maybe if it was the legacy of that person who almost destroyed the world. Then. Hansu continued to speak. Well, it's not like I'm not interested in this strength either. It's really tempting. Having more strength is always a good thing, as you know. The leader spat out as if he was trying to hold on to a last bit of hope. Though the man was saying such words, there was no greed within his eyes. He had the eyes of someone who had nothing much to lose. Hansu laughed as he spoke. Let's have another deal. Something you and I can both agree on. The leader didn't like this situation, but it wasn't like he could do anything else. He couldn't give up this chance that had finally come after 800 years when he didn't know when the next one would be. Hansu laughed as he looked at the man. Boom! A blade covered in flames flew towards Kamiyo. An attack which burnt all the surrounding atmosphere. The flame held within the spirit stone. A head-on fight was not possible. The war fortress wasn't a famed location for no reason. The spirit stone was something that distinguished people even at the master player level. Then. Whoosh. 7 different skills exploded out from Kamiyu's body at the same time. The skills which exploded out worked together with each other to twist the space and push back the air and pulled Kamiyu's body back. Swoosh. Sharon Stiller frowned as she looked at Kamiyu backing off with an amazing amount of control. Not bad. Sharon Stiller made an annoyed expression as she looked at Kamiyu in front of her, who was buying time. At first she was quite happy. The one she was the most worried about was nowhere to be seen, and the bug players who might have ran away were all gathered here and were prepared to fight her. Dealing with everyone here and then receiving a reward from Arthas Francesca above would be the perfect outcome, of course. If the Scarlet Demons helped her to push them back, then it would be easy to swipe them all off. But this damned bastard was holding on with all his might. The bug players having great control was an obvious thing, but the attitude of these guys was the issue. They were working with each other and blocking the Scarlet Demons' attacks even by giving up a leg and an arm for their comrade as they slowly reduced the numbers of the Gold Demons. Though we would still win at this rate. Sharon Stiller frowned as she looked at Kamiyu spinning around her at an extremely fast speed and looking for an opening. She would still win at this rate. Though these guys were fighting back pretty well, the dead Gold Demons could just rejoin them with the Stone of Immortality. Since their numbers were slowly decreasing. But one thing was on her mind. Chieek. That. What the fuck is that thing? Sharon Stiller stopped fighting and then looked at an object in the center of the crosses. A red, egg-shaped object that was surrounded by something stood in the center of the crosses and was radiating heat in all directions. Not just heat but steam and smoke as well. The heat was so intense that it was burning up everything around it and was even covering the entire space with smoke. And this smoke was also interfering with the fight. Unlike themselves, who were quite dependent on vision, the bug players were not. They were much more advantaged in a place like this, filled with smoke. Well, the smoke itself wasn't that much of an issue. Sharon Stiller was actually feeling something off from that mysterious object. The person who she was the most afraid of was nowhere to be seen. And instead there was a strange ball of red veins. I thought we were going to end it quickly, but they're holding on quite well. Sharon Stiller frowned as he looked at Kamiyu, who was making strange sounds and gestures and giving people orders. Because of this man's leadership, the bug players were being even more annoying. Just a traitor, pretending to be a leader. Annoying. Then. Sharon Stiller smiled faintly. Hee hee. Just a traitor indeed. Don't the ones whose accounts were getting erased over there have any right to know? Sharon Stiller surrounded her body in flames and shouted. Ha ha ha. Aren't you guys curious? How we found you guys so easily? Fuck. Kamiyu used a few more skills to block Sharon Stiller's mouth, but it was all futile. The thick wall that had been born from the flames melted all of Kamiyu's mana. And Sharon Stiller stared at Kamiyu's actions and smiled as she spoke. And as she expected, a look of curiosity appeared in the faces of the adventurers. No way. Kamiyu. Our leader betrayed us. There's no other reason but this. Since they were all suppressed by Kamiyu's trait. If a traitor existed, then Kamiyu was the only suspect. Then. Bastards. Trying all sorts of methods because it's not going your way. Get lost. Anshul suppressed her uneasy mind and shouted. Even if that bitch's words were right, she couldn't accept them now. In a situation where every bit of strength of mattered, even a bit of doubt could be extremely fatal. If they found out that their leader was a traitor, who would listen then? It's not too late to ask. After we finish. The most important thing right now was surviving through the situation. Then. Sharon chuckled and signaled Olsen. Whoosh. A tremendous amount of chill exploded out from Olsen's body and rushed towards Kamiyu. Ugh. The moment Kamiyu was about to dodge the wave of frost by jumping up. Whoosh. Large amounts of flames exploded out from Sharon Stiller's body and stopped Kamiyu's movements. Fuck. In the small moment Kamiyu was stopped from both of their attacks. Crackle. Kamiyu's artificial leg was frozen from the ice spell. And then the storm of flames rushed over his body. And Kamiyu clenched his teeth as he smashed his artificial leg. Boom. The fake leg broke from Kamiyu's hand and he jumped into the air after he was set free from Olsen's ice. Tadak. Olsen and Sharon Stiller failed their attacks and Kamiyu escaped, but their expressions reflected the opposite. Sharon Stiller laughed towards Kamiyu, who had a grim expression as she pulled out Kamiyu's artificial leg and started to melt it with her flames. Droop. Soon. The artificial leg couldn't handle the expansion and deflation from the heat and the chill and broke apart. And something fell out from it. A strange-looking artifact. Sharon Stiller showcased the artifact in the air a few times and then spoke with a smile. Isn't having such an amazing tracker like this within one's body a fantastic proof of him being on our side? Mumble mumble. In an instant. The mumbles of the surrounding people got louder and Kamiyu clenched his teeth. Fuck. The last shackle that those guys had put on him. If you take this off then. We'll treat it as a betrayal, chase you all down and kill you. Though it looks small, it's something we gained from the royal group personally. It's quite precious, so keep it well. Ha 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 ha. Kamiyu made an expression of despair as he thought of Himura's laugh in the past. Reincarnator, Chapter 244 Unsealing, 6. Rumbly. As the conversation ended. The leader of the spirits, Akin, nodded after hearing Hansu's words. Good. I'll agree to your terms. His terms weren't quite satisfactory, but he couldn't do anything else. Since he didn't know how long he would be stuck in here if he didn't seize this chance. Hansu spoke to Akin. Let's hurry with the test. Though he was trapped in here, an uneasy feeling kept bothering him. Probably meaning that the outside situation wasn't going that well. He needed to handle things here quickly and get out. Akin nodded to Hansu's words. The test itself isn't that complicated. We only need one thing. There was no need for the test to be complex. It just needed to be hard. And the test of the soul was extremely hard even in comparison to the test of the physical body. Akin pointed towards the tens of thousands of souls behind him and spoke. The three godly treasures of the empires. Rankel's stake dispersed. Arhel's wall destroyed. And God's flail. Absorbed and saved. All sorts of powers. So the flail itself, which existed as the core of the seal, had a tremendous amount of energy and hatred stored inside it. But in order to break the seal and use the flail properly, a procedure of absorbing all the strength was needed. Absorbing the 66,666 souls within the flail. Including the energy of the mana node contained within all these souls. Controlling all the energy and hatred within the souls. That was the basic requirements of controlling the God's flail. One needed to handle all those souls being inside them and to be able to control them. If they failed, one of two things would happen. Either their entire body would blow apart. Or they would go crazy. The leader, Akin, continued to speak. Hansu cracked his neck and stepped forward. Begin. The moment those words came out. Akin nodded and signaled behind him. Then. Tens of thousands of red souls charged towards Hansu. It'll be extremely hard. Pray that you won't get distracted until this ends. It was something one would need to focus their entire minds on. If people disturbed them from outside, it would become even harder. Everyone stopped fighting. And suspicion grew from their eyes. Of course they all knew how much their leader, Kamiyu, had cared for them up until now. It couldn't be all lies. Well, if they were indeed lies in the first place, he wouldn't have fought with his life on the line like that. But it was indeed suspicious. How they were found. And how such a thing was hiding inside their leader's leg. It would be impossible to put such a thing inside Kamiyu's leg without knowing him. A sentence appeared inside their minds. Should we really follow that guy's commands? Is he going to just give us up at the end? All sorts of ideas appeared inside their minds. He might be just pretending to be fighting with all he had, and instead he might be trying to tie them down instead. Or there might be something else. They didn't know everything about this world either. Kamiyu and Anshul gritted their teeth while looking at the scene. Fuck. They could almost hear it. Sounds of things falling. Being united itself was not enough, but if they are suspicious of each other, the result was clear. Their opponents were no joke. Then. Boom. Kyuk. Fucking hell. The scarlet and gold demon saw an opening and started to shred everything apart. Through the cracks that appeared between their relations. Fuck. No. Kamiyu balanced himself on his one leg and tried to hurriedly rush into fight, but was blocked by someone. By Sharon Stiller, who he was against. Ha 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 ha. Where are you trying to go? Boom. Soon a loud noise exploded out from between Sharon Stiller and Kamiyu. Kamiyu moved away from Sharon Stiller and shouted. 12th group, move this. But the moment he saw the expressions of the adventurers, Kamiyu realized that he had lost to Sharon Stiller. Kamiyu realized he had made a mistake as he saw the eyes of his comrades which were filled with suspicion and uneasiness. I should have strongly denied that claim. Whether it made sense or not, he should have denied it first. The evidence was too clear. And the guilt that was inside his mind. These two things made Kamiyu hesitate and as a result confirmed it. The fact that their leader might have really betrayed them. Then. Boom. A flame dragon exploded out from Sharon Stiller's body and smashed into Kamiyu. Kahook. Ha 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 ha. This is the end. Sharon Stiller laughed as she looked at Kamiyu who was surrounded by a tremendous amount of flames. Ah. Stress relief. Sharon Stiller's lips slowly crawled up a smile as she saw the expressions made by countless bug players right before their deaths. She had hidden it from others because of her image at first, but she had a very bad habit. A very bad habit that made her into a bug killer. Well. I wasn't a bug killer from the start. Sharon Stiller thought of her first days in this game. Because she had some ability, she had advanced quite fast. But there was something she had overlooked. That the game she had started because she liked, had become tremendously stressful to her. The moment her hobby became her work, the hobby was no longer a hobby and both the reality and the game were the same. But she couldn't give up her wants and needs, so Sharon Stiller faked a smile on the outside and lived in stress. Then. Sharon Stiller coincidentally saw a bug killer killing a bug player. And their expressions of being hunted. The ones being logged out in rage. Those who had received a large amount of strength but only had one life in exchange, the expressions of such people dying. Then. Sharon Stiller realized which path she had to take. How nice. Sharon Stiller made a content expression while looking at Kamiyu who was lost in despair. Though they were in despair, she was not. She could just revive. Their expressions allowed her to confirm how safe and stable her position was. Watching their expressions from a safe location was extremely enjoyable and Sharon Stiller finally realized how she could relieve her stress. From that day onwards she searched for these bug players and even studied about them. She then purposely annoyed them and then killed them. And as this continued, she became the leader of the Scarlet Demons. Sharon Stiller laughed. Now, I need to finish things off. I'm done playing around. This incident was something that wasn't quite common even in her life. Enjoying her time leisurely would be good, but that bright red glowing object kept making her feel uneasy. Sharon Stiller pushed the power of the Spirit Stone to the limits after deciding to end this quickly. Whoosh. The flame from the scarlet flower burnt at an intense rate that no flame up until now could even be compared to. To the point of making Kamiyu in front of her feel pain. Ugh. The injuries caused by Sharon Stiller's blades cracked open from by the heat and caused intense amounts of pain. Kamiyu clenched his teeth and made an expression of despair. Not from the pain but from the people dying away in his surroundings. They were trying their best to stay alive but they were nowhere close enough. Only he, who could use the power of the trait and control them, could command them to their fullest potential. Please. At this rate. Kamiyu shouted urgently but was only met with suspicion. Kamiyu sighed. There were no leaders who could gloss over the gap created by loss of credit. Since he couldn't control a human's emotions with the contract. They were now even being wary of those who they were usually friendly with while fighting. Their full battle potential would not come out like this. Kamiyu clenched his teeth and touched his wrist as he saw the people from the ant tunnel and even Angel fighting while being on guard. Well, the symbol on his wrist. Could I win? With this? But Kamiyu shook his head. He couldn't use this just because he wanted to. The person who had given this to him had told him so. And the situation right now wasn't that good. Kamiyu gave up and instead clenched his sword. Let's try to hold on. Just a bit more, I just need to hold on a bit more. Thump. Thump. The beating sound from the object in the distance could be heard from everyone. As if something was about to happen. The problem was that Kamiyu wasn't the only person that was watching this. Sharon Stiller frowned. That thing that was beating over there was the one thing that kept people from falling into their respective holes of despair. As if it was the final strand of hope they had. It's getting on my nerves. That thing breaking, will I finally be able to see the expression I need? It bothered her. They were dispersed so victory was already within her grasp. Well. This guy isn't a nuisance anymore either. Kamiyu, who was dealing with her, was already half a mess and the Vice Captain Olsen was quite relaxed. Sharon contemplated up to this point and then sent a signal to Olsen. One spirit stone was strong enough but using two properly would cause an even stronger destructive force. Like how she had broken Kamiyu's artificial leg just before. By freezing and heating it up. Heat it and freeze it. Expand, contract, expand and so on. According to her experience so far, there was nothing that could withstand this combo. Full power. Me first. Then. Boom. The flame that was burning Kamiyu's skin just from the heat alone flew out. Towards the ball of veins in the distance. The tremendous amount of heat pushed past Kamiyu and cleared a path towards the ball of veins in the distance. Kamiyu clenched his fist while he looked at the powerful attack that made hundreds of people stop in their tracks and scurry away from it. No. He couldn't be disturbed. The thing Hansu was doing was the last bit of hope they had remaining. If that hope got crushed, it was the end for all of them. But there was no other way. Fucking hell, they were playing around. Kamiyu fell into a daze from the firepower that was dimensions apart from what he had seen up until now. The conversation he had with the prophet in the past was playing back in his head. Just a prophecy is a bit too cheap for the price of saving our children. I'll bless you guys. But remember. If you want to use this blessing properly then you have to go into the spirit lands. There's something you need to do in there. The prophet then added two other words of advice. First. There was somebody who had received this blessing in the past and they might have gone into the spirit lands already, so if he met them, he was to ask them for assistance. Well. It'll be amazing. He. It's a tremendous amount of power. Make sure you visit when you get the time. We can't go out but you can. Kamiyu smiled bitterly as he thought of the prophet's words. Him being tied down in the maze, he was in the same situation as them. If he had left for the spirit lands back then, He might have gained that strength, but all the other people in the ant tunnel would have died by the hands of Himura, who would have assumed his betrayal. The prophet then gave the second piece of advice. Well, it was more of a warning. If you can't go to the spirit lands, then just forget about it. Even if you could use it to a certain extent, you will definitely die. Kamiyo smiled as he thought of the prophet's words. What a perfect timing. He didn't believe that there was a good time for someone to die. But the current timing was perfect. The condition was created by the opponent, he only needed the resolve. Since I caused this, I need to deal with it. Kamiyo laughed sadly and then raised his sleeves. Then, whoosh. Kamiyo gazed at the flame that was rushing off while melting the maze down. He then jumped in towards the flame. Then, boom. Kamiyo and the flame collided with each other and screamed out. Ki-yi-yi-ying. The symbol started to shine brightly while he was being covered in the intense heat of the spirit stone. Reincarnator, Chapter 245 Unsealing, 7. The Curse of the Ants. This was a curse that one would receive once they killed ants below the 5th floor. The moment the ants were killed, a strange aura came out from their body and surrounded those who assisted in killing them. Then a strangely shaped symbol would remain in their body. The players called this the Curse of the Ants due to it being the final trace they left behind. Of course the players didn't give a single damn. Maybe if this caused some form of penalty, but there were none. The protection elixir that dropped from killing them was more important than some lousy curse, so they continued to climb down to the 5th floor and killed off ants. But Kamiyo heard something else. This curse is to distinguish between those who have killed members of our race and those who haven't. Only those who don't have this curse can be blessed. That was how he got the blessing. And this blessing had one purpose. Being able to partly control the ability of the ants, who were born with the right to control the spirits and elements. Well, this had no meaning. They only had the right to use the strength, they had no spirits to control. It was more like a license. A license given to those who were allowed to control the tremendous amount of strength the spirits contained. But the story was different now. Since that strength was in front of his eyes. Whoosh. The symbol in Kamiyu's body started to devour the flames. The fragment of the strength created from that was created from the congregation of a spirit during its destruction. He could see Sharon Stiller staggering with a shocked expression in the distance. She probably never even saw such a thing happening. Kamiyu mumbled as he looked at Sharon Stiller. Of course she hadn't. All the players here had lost their rights to receive the blessing the moment they killed the ants. It was obvious they haven't heard about somebody being able to absorb the power of the spirit stones. But Kamiyu couldn't laugh in victory. He realized why the prophet had warned him against borrowing the strength of the spirit stones before going into the spirit land. Kahook. Kamiyu coughed out blood as he felt something breaking apart in a corner of his body. License, the blessing of the ants protected one from their bodies getting destroyed and melting down from the powers of the spirits. But handling this strength was a whole another matter. A power birthed from the essence of nature. It was not something that humans could handle. He needed something to control this power. And outside the spirit stone, there were no such kind beings that would help Kamiyu. At least there was a bit of thought existing within the spirit stone, so it helped people in controlling their power, but Kamiyu didn't even have such a thing. And he had forcibly stolen that strength and stored it within his body. There was no way his body would remain intact. The powerful scarlet energy that raged inside his body like a crazed bull. The effects of that energy. His insides were getting destroyed at a rapid pace. Well, I sealed one at least. Kamiyu mumbled as he coughed up blood. He could see Sharon Stiller freaking out as she saw her spirit stone slowly turning dim. Of course his body was breaking down. The story might have been different if it was a tiny spirit stone, but he had absorbed the power of a S-level spirit stone that had reached the peak of its power. Even if it was him, this was far beyond the limits of his body. And his body was already about to break down. His body slowly turned red as if he had swallowed lava and was creating smoke. Even if he could let out all this energy, his body would still slowly melt and break down. To the point of him not being able to recover. But there was a method to actually use the tremendous amount of energy in his body. I'm going to die anyway. Kamiyu gazed at the scarlet and gold demons who were staring at him in a daze and then signaled Angel, who was looking at him in shock. He could still trust Angel. Since she had helped him for so long, there wouldn't be much of an issue. Wait. Even before Angel could reply. Boom. Kamiyu gathered the overflowing energy into his one remaining foot, blew it up and then jumped into the air. Towards the center of the scarlet demons who were staring at him in a daze. Kamiyu closed his eyes while watching the scarlet demons who were trying to cut him down even in the midst of all this. It didn't matter anymore. Finally, I can rest in peace. It's been a while since I saw them. Things had been way too hard both mentally and physically up until now. The guilt from betraying the other adventurers and the uneasiness of not knowing when Himura's Anteater clan would crash in. The thing that filled his day was not the comfort of surviving another day but anxiety about what would happen tomorrow. He was holding on day by day because of the adventurers who had gathered while believing in him and his friends who were captured by Himura, but he wanted to rest now. Since all the hostages would have been dead by now. I'm going, Hansu. And Angel, please treat her well. As he finished his thoughts, Kamiyu followed his urge and released the An's blessing that suppressed the intense amount of energy that was holed up inside his body. Towards the scarlet and gold demons in front of him. Kamiyu smiled as he felt that energy exploding out from his body. Then. Boom. A tremendous amount of heat exploded out from Kamiyu's body and into the gold and scarlet demons. Chie-eenik. A large amount of steam and smoke filled the entire area. And Angel stood within that smoke looking towards the location where the explosion took place. The explosion was so powerful that she and the other adventurers couldn't escape it, but that flame didn't hurt their bodies even a bit. No, the flame instead covered their body and warmed them up. As if it could distinguish between enemy and friends. Christopher was shocked at this. The attacks of the spirits, I heard they could target specific people. It was different from their skills that didn't discriminate and caused damage to everything. The power was secondary, this was a strength that could distinguish between friends and foe in detail. That was why it shone in a fight like this where the opposing sides were scrambled. But it seems there was a limit in discerning the foe. At least to him. Christopher thought of Kamiya with a pitiful expression. He didn't know about the effects of the symbol, but it was clear that there was a limit to it. Since if there wasn't such a limit, he wouldn't have decided to go to such an extreme length as self-destruction. Christopher sensed the meager amount of heat and then sighed in relief. Well, we can at least hold on now. Though they still had the Stone of Immortality, those guys over there would have probably used the stone once already from the explosion. They could handle this much. And it seems their suspicions died out now. Everyone's expressions were frozen from Kamiyu's sacrifice. But it was clear that the suspicions and the uneasiness had been wiped away. As Christopher made an expression of relief. Whoosh. A chill ran up Christopher's body. And he stopped. A chill. Even if the heat didn't have any effect on them, there was no reason for them to feel chilly. As Christopher made an uneasy face. Crackle crackle. The sounds of something freezing could be heard over the smoke in the distance. And as everyone put their guard up and clenched their weapons. Whoosh. The smoke dispersed and everyone could see the new scene. The entire area was frozen. Thousands of icicles and ice walls. This frozen land was the reason why they felt the chill. Fuck. No way. Crackle. Fucking hell. Is anyone in their right minds? Who the hell is this? Somebody broke out from the ice in the distance while cursing out loud. As if proving that this chill was the power of a spirit, he came out spotless. Crack crack. Fuck. Christopher grinned at his teeth as he watched the players coming out from the ice. Crack. Along with the sound of something breaking, the blue lights of the gauntlets in the man's hand disappeared. As if something that provided it with strength had broken. The man, Olsen, looked at his glove and got pissed. You bastards. Do you even know how expensive this is? It's an entire house. An entire fucking house. That spirit stone's price was as expensive as a house in the center of the capital. No, the price wasn't the issue but rather the supply. But just a bit ago the spirit stone had broken from him using the final card the spirit stones had, which allowed them to exert a power numerous times more powerful. It's not like I couldn't use it either. Olsen grinned at his teeth. The attack he had to withstand just now was most of the energy from Sharon's spirit stone. If they faced it head on, then most of the people here would have been logged out. And the ones in front of their eyes would have ran away using that small time frame. And that wasn't something he could afford for just a single spirit stone. Well, the clan leader will probably buy it back for us. Olsen blew out the remaining bits of smoke and then shouted. Yo. Come out. Continue what you were doing up until now. The gold and scarlet demons behind him gritted their teeth as they walked out from the ice. They were a bit rattled from the previous explosion. Well, this is the end at least. As Olsen walked forward. Tack. Something got in the way of his right foot and Olsen frowned as he looked at what it was. Kamiya, whose body was bubbling all over and looked like he was about to die, was laying on the ground half dead. He's alive. Since he hadn't actually turned himself into a bomb and instead had overheated, he could actually survive if he was lucky. It was more than possible if the chill from his spirit stone chilled his heated body. Well, it's not like this guy should be happy or anything. Although he had survived thanks to the chill, everybody else here would die. The same thing would happen to the guy by his foot. Kuduk. Olsen smiled as he kicked away Kamiya laying on the ground like a piece of rag and then spoke to the bug players watching him with terrified expressions. You bastards. Let's not meet each other again. And don't be so sad over it. Just think of it this way, you guys will stay with us. This fucking bastard. Olsen laughed coldly towards Christopher, who had cursed out loud. At least it wouldn't be a worthless death. They would disappear into artifacts and experience. See how far we go. This is just the beginning. As Olsen mumbled. Words came out from the clouds of smoke that filled the area, which was created from the collision of heat and frost. Staying with you guys, not bad. What? Even before Olsen could finish his reply. Quad K. A hand appeared from the smoke. What the? How did he get so close? Olsen freaked out and tried to swing his gauntlet. Crunch. A tremendous amount of force flicked away Olsen's fist and grabbed his neck. Quad Duke. Ugh. Chiain. The thick arm which had grabbed Olsen's neck lifted him high up and the scarlet hand started to burn the area around his neck and face. Hansu, who walked out with his scorching hot body, laughed in a cold manner. It's just beginning, now. Become fertilizer. Crunch. As Hansu poured strength into his hands. The scorching hot hand smashed Olsen's head. He wasn't pleased with just this. A voice could be heard inside his head. There are a total of 67,313 people inside the maze. They can't run away either. Since the first floor is still blocked. Hansu made a content expression at the loud voice in his head. He had completed his first task. He needed to raise his strength as much as possible before he started the second task. I'm going to kill you all. Hansu, whose entire body was colored blood red like the colors of the souls, looked at the entire maze greedily. Great maze, deep underground. Though their bodies were translucent like a lingering smoke, the existences which would have a look of a human if their bodies became clear looked towards the trembling ceiling. The damp ceiling that stopped them from heading up into the sky. The woman who was standing at the deepest part mumbled. Reincarnator, Chapter 246, and 1. Rumble. What the hell is this? Sharon Stiller muttered with a dumbfounded expression. Their trump card had been used and Akamiyu's plots had been blocked. Only massacre remained. Sharon Stiller, who had thought that everything was done and she just had to go back, was in a daze at the unreal scene in front of her. Sharon Stiller was a very greedy person. The problem was that she was a bit too ordinary. She wasn't able to fulfill her desires because she didn't have any talents or anything in the real world. The bag she wanted, the clothes she wanted, the man she wanted. And because she couldn't have any of this in real life, she decided to invest most of her life into this place, Exodus. Since the only mediocre talent she had was at gaming. And her guess was correct. Since she climbed this far. And today was the highlight, the climax. Though she was a bit annoyed when Kamiya retaliated, she was having calm thoughts since all his plots had been used up. As long as she accomplished this, it was clear that Himura would give her a befitting reward. Both in game and in reality. But what the hell is this? Sharon Stiller was in a daze with a dumbfounded expression. Everything changed in a single moment. The happy thoughts she had inside her head started to get demolished by the harsh reality in front of her eyes. Because of one person, that one person who came out from the smoke. Olsen's level was already at the limit. Along with the high-quality artifacts and protective skills that he had strung around his body. Even if his spirit stone broke, he was somebody who shouldn't die in such a manner. Well, he could indeed get killed. But that should be by a top-quality skill, not just some random hand. An unreal amount of power and destructive force. He didn't have that level of power when he had killed her before. These fucking bastards. What kind of hack is this? Hansu's flaming body itself was not a simple matter. It looked like something filled him up and was even overflowing. Sharon Stiller could feel a chill run down her back from watching this. She clenched her teeth. What the fuck, this is just a game. Sharon Stiller could hear a whisper. From Hansu, who had raised Kamiya from the ground. Good job. I'll take it from here. She didn't know what he was going to do. But the moment she heard those words, her entire body trembled. And even before she could react, Hansu's left hand moved. A simple gesture. A light movement that seemed like it was shaking off some water from his hands, but the effect of such a movement was not that light. The moment the tip of his fingers moved within the smoke. Boom! A tremendous sound created by an explosion rang throughout the area. A force that should be associated to just a simple movement of one's hand. Huh? What? The moment the gold and scarlet demons shouted out in shock. Whoosh! Something flew through the smoke. Towards Sharon Stiller and the other players who were standing in a daze. The speed and the force behind it? All the hairs on Sharon Stiller's body rose up. I have to block. Sharon Stiller instinctively tried to raise the weapon which had the spirit stone embedded in it. In order to block the object flying towards her. The weapon which had a spirit stone embedded in it was many more times more durable than other weapons. Logically it should be able to block an attack created by some slight hand movements. But Sharon Stiller suppressed her instincts and instead performed another action. No. I must dodge it. Boom. From the might of the object flying towards her, it was clear what she should do. That was not something she could block. Sharon Stiller's entire body quickly reacted and started to shrink. And thanks to her body, which had been tempered through all sorts of experiences, she had been able to react to it. Sharon Stiller's body moved outside of the trajectory of the object flying towards the Scarlet Demons. Towards a location where she would just barely be hit. Good. Then the main target wouldn't be. As Sharon Stiller sighed in relief. Whoosh. The red object made a sharp turn and curved like a snake. At an angle that was impossible with its speed and mass. What the fuck? A meteor being able to turn at that angle would look more realistic than this. No. Sharon Stiller tried to scream out at the object that turned at an unreal angle and towards her, but that was all she could do. Boom. Her head and the piece of metal collided and created a large explosive sound. Then. The meteor-like metal object pierced her head and turned her into gold powder. It then pierced numerous tens of people behind her. Whoosh. Crunch. Duke. What the hell? Uaaak. Fucking he. Some tried to dodge and some tried to block. The Scarlet and Gold demons were all prepared for it in their own ways, but it was all useless. The ones who tried to block had their bodies blown apart, and the ones who tried to dodge had their heads pierced by the snake-like metal object. In a short moment that was less than a second, numerous tens of people disappeared into golden light. What the hell? This is... What? What is this? The comrades standing next to them had disappeared into golden light after a single blink. They were holding on because it was just a game. If this was reality, then they would have all pissed their pants. As people made dumbfounded expressions at this unreal scene. The flail, which had pierced through multiple dozens of people, returned back to Hansu's hand. As Hansu made a discontent expression while looking at the flail in his hand. Akin, the leader of the souls, mumbled in his hand. Is that so? There was a missing sentence before this to the players, but they soon figured out what Hansu meant. Since Hansu himself spoke it out loud. I guess I'll have to smash with it directly. Then. Hansu tightly held onto the handle of the flail with his left hand. Then. Whoosh. Hansu's body flew into the air along with a loud noise. Towards the gold and scarlet demons in the distance who were cursing. Then his body fell towards the center of all the players. And the players were shocked at this scene. This guy, is he looking down on us this much? He must be crazy. The attack being powerful and the attack either working or not were two different things. The thing they were most worried about was him running around while that weapon destroyed them. They could catch up to him in terms of speeds at least, but his weapon could not be tracked even with their eyes. This was why they even had thoughts of ignoring him and going for the bug players in the back. So they could at least get some experience while running around. But for him to directly jump in. They didn't have to fear that weapon if they killed him. Well. That's not the end. One of the Scarlet Demons made a greedy expression. What if he got that weapon? Top ranker. What a wonderful title. Even among the countless players, only 100 people in total had the rights to this title. If he had that weapon, he might be able to become a top ranker. A top ranker who was even more famous than a president and even had more fans than celebrities in the real world. Yet. There's no owner to an item. There are no weapons I cannot use, I'm already at the max level. And as if he wasn't the only one who thought of this, the countless gold and scarlet demons who were thinking about going for the bug players were now heading towards the location where Hansu would land. Dumbass. At least some need to attack him to disperse his attention. As a few scarlet demons were about to scream towards the gold demons. Dropping your guard. Whoosh. Hansu mumbled as he dropped and created a red arc by swinging his arm. An arc which swung through the head of the scarlet demon next to him. Kill him. Fearless bastard. Countless gold and scarlet demons were charging towards him. With their best attacking skills. They knew about the strength behind his attacks. It would just be better to have trades because of that power. Which means they didn't have to worry about defending, since they couldn't, or about their mana since all they had was a single shot. They only had to attack. With their most powerful attack. Whoosh. Boom. Kyugugyun. Numerous differently colored lights and shadows exploded out from the hands of the scarlet and gold demons. A might that terrified the adventurers watching. High-level skills which could easily shred them apart. And multiple dozens of these flew towards Hansu. Towards Hansu's scorching red body which had a similar color as a metal that had been heated up in a forge. Then. Boom. Kwaigagang. Yosh. Direct hit. Though some had been dodged and some had been blocked, most of them hit him directly. And the scarlet demon's expressions were even better. As they had fought before, they knew that this guy wasn't an immortal like them. Which meant that damage of this level would be effective. But sadly, their expectations and hope had been shattered. Whoosh. Through the loud noises and smoke, a streak red light leaked through. A red light that was different from their attack skills. And a humanoid form walked through that smoke. Without any traces of damage on his body. And the red light that was shining out from Hansu's body seemed as if it wanted to explode. If the light up until now was that of a heated metal, the light that was being emitted now resembled a rising sun. And all of the gold and scarlet demons were in a daze. What the? Come on, this is too much. Even if it's a hack. Even if it was a hack, there should be some manners between gamers. As the people lost their words. Hansu looked at the red light that was slowly fading away. Just this much, huh? A line delivered by a certain voice could be heard inside his head. Now there's 66,552 left. Just pulling some out to use it only uses this much, but the flail's ability uses much more, so use them sparingly. Hansu thought about the remaining number in his head. No need to use it? Then. Whoosh. As if the warm-up had ended, Hansu's hands started to fly through the air crazily. Forked lightning in his right hand. And God's flail in his left. And with this. Boom. Boom. Kibyuduk. Wyaok. This bastard. Run away. Where are you going, you bastards? Wyaok. Fucking bug players. Let us go. Plenty of different collisions and sounds of explosions rang throughout the entire area. Along with the rage-filled yells and the players' screams. Korin Kingdom's fortress, which faced the war fortress in the Keel Kingdom. A man stood on a tall mountain nearby. Haha. How nice. For that tiny spirit bomb to have this much of an effect. What an amazing benefit. The man, who had a hand over his eye and was watching the great maze, laughed heartily. Well, he was actually looking at the frowning expression of Arthas Francesca due to the seal starting to break apart. There's nothing better than his work progressing well and annoying somebody he did not like. Though everyone inside that maze would face the rage of Arthas Francesca. One of the 3 godly treasures of the empires, huh? What a nice title. An artifact from before the time of extinction. Once the ancient artifact, God's flail, got ripped apart, the hidden race would wake up. And the stopped world would soon start to flow again. The kingdoms, empires, and even the players. It's rolling. It's finally rolling. As he thought up to this point. The smiling man's expression died out. I need to prepare properly. Then. Boom. From the surrounding shadows, dark energy started to flow out. Towards the man's body. And then the man's body, which had now been shrouded in a large amount of darkness, disappeared. Leaving behind the scenery of the war fortress in the distance. Reincarnator, Chapter 247, and 2. Rumble. Angel, who was looking at Kamiyu, who had been turned into a mess and was unconscious, turned around and looked behind her. Towards Hansu, who was cooling the heat off from his body. Chie Enoch. The players had long turned into golden lights. Only the adventurers were left in the area. Angel carefully asked Hansu, who was cooling his body, which had been heated up from the energy of the mana node. What are you going to do now? Didn't you say the seal would break soon? They knew that Hansu was powerful. But didn't Hansu say before that the monster of the kingdom above, Arthas Francesca, might come down? The curse of the ends that these guys were afraid of also worked from the energy of the seal. The seal breaking meant that the curse which worked from that energy would also disappear. Arthas Francesca might charge down right away. Well. He probably broke the seal because he had a plan. Hansu shook his head at Angel. The seal that had been sustained for hundreds of years cannot break in such a short amount of time. The energy from the mana node got converted by the flail and the souls and flowed into the magic formation. And because of that magic formation, the seal would be conversed. Though the flail, which connected the mana node and the magic formation, had disappeared, there was still a large amount of energy which had been flowing into the magic formation up until now. Which meant that the curse of the ends, which used up that energy, was still in effect. Which means that there's a bit more time until Arthas Francesca would come down. He's probably going crazy outside. Since the entire Great Seal had been broken. He would have long wanted to charge into this place. But he couldn't. Since he knew that the flail wouldn't get pulled out by itself. Going into the maze in a situation where the curse was still in effect and the person who pulled the flail was still inside was an act of suicide. Any person with a brain would know. I'll finish it before then. Finish. You aren't going down. Hansu laughed. Yeah. I'm going to do it thoroughly. It'll be wasteful to leave them behind. How? Angel knew what he was talking about when it said it would be a waste. But in a situation where they didn't know when Francesca will come down, how will they kill off the people inside the maze? Angel made a confused expression. Rumble. Tremble. The players who were guarding the 4th floor were getting more and more uneasy as they felt the vibrations that were getting more and more powerful. Yo. How long are you going to stay here anyway? This doesn't seem that simple. The players who were guarding the portal replied. Well. The exit on the first floor is blocked anyway. And that crazy old beer bastard went to create a ruckus on the 5th floor. Well. The player sighed and talked to his friends who had annoyed expressions. 15 minutes. Let's wait just 15 minutes more. If he doesn't come out then let's just go. 10. Fine. AlphaGo received his friend's blunt reply and nodded. It had already been 20 minutes since they started guarding the portal on the 4th floor. And not just them, there were hundreds of people guarding the portal from the 3rd to the 4th floor. In order to catch the blacklisted bug players whose rumors spread throughout the entire maze. And there was more. According to the stories from the players who had been assassinated throughout the maze, there was something else. The bug players' nest that they had only heard rumors about. Apparently hundreds of bug players came out from the nest and were roaming around somewhere in the 4th floor. Though nobody who had seen them had lived, they could see traces which had remained behind, so it being true was clear. AlphaGo mumbled to himself. The probability is half and half. Either 3rd or 5th floor. The chances were 50%. Nobody could guess what the bug players were thinking. But they had gambled on them going to the 3rd floor. And he was feeling good for some reason today. If we catch them then, jackpot. He. Though hundreds of players were guarding the portal with him, he was confident in himself. Confident enough to get 1 to 2 people by himself at least. Since he was a high-level player at level 240. And from what he knew, the average level of the bug players was around 215 to 220. Because of the Anteater clan chasing them down and killing them, he had heard that their levels weren't that high on average. No matter how good the control of the bug players were, a difference of 10 levels was huge. Yet, this is better than hunting for months in terms of rewards. As AlphaGo had his hopes raised thinking about the experience and artifacts the bug players would have. Yug. Ha. Yug. A mysterious person ran towards them while bleeding. Huh? Is it them? As AlphaGo was preparing to attack. The person who had run out from the maze freaked out and yelled, "Don't attack. Stop. I'm not a bug player. I'm a normal player." Player. AlphaGo made a depressed expression. Well, the bug players aren't crazy, why would they travel around by themselves? If they were going to go solo, they wouldn't have moved around in a group of hundreds of people from the start. What the? I know this person. But as AlphaGo made a dejected expression. Ki-ee-ee-ee-ing. The sound of mana being collected could be heard. The sound of a skill being activated. And as AlphaGo turned around, he could see his friend preparing a skill. Hey. What the hell are you doing? His friend replied with an embarrassed expression. Well. Just in case. AlphaGo quickly held his friend's hand and put it down. Don't, I know that person. Huh? You know her? As his friend asked him with a shocked expression, AlphaGo nodded. Yeah. We were in a party together in the past. The ID was Angel or something. He remembered because this player was quite memorable. How did she get hurt like that? Maybe it was because he had set the settings to 19+ mode, but the blood flowing out from her body was scarlet red and not golden. As AlphaGo frowned while watching the woman, Angel, who had injuries all over her body. Phew. Thank God. I almost died. AlphaGo made a confused expression. His friend, BetaGo, asked Angel. What, did you get piked or something? Why are you so hurt? Where's your party? Angel cursed out and yelled. Fuck. I got piked. Really badly too. Huh. Some crazy bastard. The people started to murmur at Angel's words. Though there wasn't a system which suppressed piking, the players were still reluctant to PK. Since piking didn't give many benefits and being targeted was very bad. In a world where party play was the way to go, piking would destroy the relations one had with others necessary for party play. Like the blacklist which managed bug players, the redlist which managed pikers existed. In a world where looking up one's username told everyone if they were a piker or not, not many people were daring enough to PK for fun. AlphaGo clicked his tongue and asked Angel. Miss Angel. It must have been hard. We've met before, right? Ah. You're the person I met before. Hello. AlphaGo was delighted as he saw Angel sighing in relief. Yes. I knew my luck was good today. Angel was quite attractive. He wanted to use the party play last time as a means to get closer, but he failed. But for such a chance to come rolling by. Did they say to create a rapport first? Or help her? I forgot. It was all in English. He could barely remember, but AlphaGo found a chance to continue the talk, so he kept on going. Who is that bastard? Hurry and put him on the red list. It'll become much more convenient that way. Angel chuckled. No need. He's already on another list. Another list. The players' expressions changed at Angel's words. There was only one more list they could think of other than the red list. The friend next to AlphaGo asked with twinkling eyes. Did this happen from those bug players? Angel nodded. I got attacked by surprise. Our party got demolished as well. My friends probably all ran away. Since there's about 50 of them, there was no way to beat them. They were seriously strong like the rumors. The expression of the people brightened up at Angel's words. Finally a clue. 50. Though there were hundreds of people here, it was a good enough number to share. Well, if there was more of them it might have been a bit hard. But 50. It wasn't too much to deal with and it was a good number to share. AlphaGo asked with a bright expression. The question which everyone wanted to ask. Is it far from here? Their nest. Huh? You're going to kill them. AlphaGo nodded at Angel, who was looking at him in doubt. Of course. They deserve to get killed. How thankful. Then I'll guide you there. Angel, who had frowned from AlphaGo's sudden words, smiled as she replied. Boom. Uaak. Ivanov, you bastard. Fucking hell. You dare scam us. Ivanov, who had convinced the players and dragged them along, scoffed as he cut their necks off. Crunch. Hee hee. Why are you so depressed? It's not like you die for real. Hee hee. Jesus, my level rises quickly. The level which had stayed the same for a while was rising quite fast. It wasn't hard either. 50 to 500. The moment the players entered in groups of different sizes, he just needed to smash them apart. To almost 800 bug players and Hansu who stood in the front and swung his god's flail and forked lightning, this amount of players weren't even snacks to them. They got erased instantly, and once they were gone the watchmen would bring more. They had already killed over 5,000 players this way. Since they didn't know when Arthas Francesca would charge in, they couldn't set it up perfectly. So if one looked at the system closely they might become suspicious, but the players were still charging in like moths towards a flame. They had nothing to worry about, they didn't die. So they didn't weigh the risks that much and just followed the watchmen here. Even the ones who made suspicious expressions followed quickly because they didn't want anybody to get a head start on them. At this pace, we should easily be able to get rid of everyone in the maze and hit the max level. Because of their levels rising steadily, the work was getting quicker and quicker. Ivanov made a joyful expression as he made a sound that only the watchmen could hear throughout the maze. Towards Angel, who would be guiding the players this way. Then, Tata-tata-tatak. Ivanov and the others started to hide their bodies behind the hundreds of crosses as they heard the footsteps in the distance. With excited expressions, Ivanov finished his preparations and asked Hansu in leisure. Are we going to contact the ants after we hit max level like this? Logically, if they release the ants then meeting them should be next. And if those guys are really that strong, they should protect us from Arthas Francesca or the other players. They had broken the seal for them, this was a natural conclusion to make. And that meant that going down was the only way for them to survive. But Hansu destroyed Ivanov's hopes. No. Then, Hansu pointed up at Ivanov's question. We're going up. Huh. Ivanov made a confused expression at the unexpected answer. Why upwards? Before Ivanov could even reply. Boom. Ha ha ha. Is it here? Kill th, Uayok. Angel brought in another group of players and another collision occurred. And Ivanov made an annoyed expression while fighting the players. Not because of these players but because of Hansu's words from before. Go up? Why? He knows what's up there. Yo, let's back up a bit. It's hot. Ugh. The players who were surrounding the great maze slowly backed off. Because it was getting hard to withstand the heat. The heat that was radiating from Arthas Francesca's body. The heat that radiated out from a level 330's rage was not something they could handle. Rumble. I'm not just going to kill them. No, I won't. Arthas Francesca, whose body was surrounded by an intense amount of heat and red energy, grinned at his teeth as he glared downwards in rage. Reincarnator, Chapter 248, and 3. Boom. Kudududuk. Loud noises continued to fill up the area one after the other. Along with the screams of the players. Uayok. This bastard. A scam. You're going on the red list. That retard. They're already on the black list, Uayok. Boom. In a fight where they would still lose if they were on equal grounds, they were outnumbered and were getting attacked by surprise. And the levels of those adventurers were rising very fast as well. Unlike Hansu, they weren't that low-leveled, but the players they had killed so far was in tens of thousands. Crunch. Ivanov sent ahead flying at a speed and with a strength that wasn't comparable to the one he had in the past with a strange expression. The him of now at level 240 was a completely different person from when he was at level 215 in the past. But it was hard to actually sense how powerful he had become. Due to another person going crazy right next to him. Boom. Crunch. What the hell is this? Bug. This is a bug. Ivanov made a terrified expression as he looked at Hansu, who was sweeping off heads left and right. He's a real monster now, huh? The skill which turned him into a Dragonoid before didn't seem to be something he could maintain for long, as it had long worn out during the fight. But he was even stronger now than when he had been in his Dragonoid form before. Most people couldn't block the flail anymore and they became skewered 2 to 3 at a time from his spear. He alone killed dozens of times more than them combined. Of course he also devoured a tremendous amount of experience as well. Hansu, who had almost leveled to 250 all the way from 200, was now truly a monster compared to what he had been before. Every time Hansu swept by them, the players disappeared into golden light. Dropping an artifact every time. Clank. Clang. Look at the sheer amount that's dropping. Ivanov mumbled as he looked at the large amount of artifacts that were scattered throughout the battlefield. Usually, the chances of an artifact being dropped from getting piked was not very high. Of course the higher grade artifacts had a lower chance while the lower level grade ones had higher chances to drop. It was similar to how the monsters in games rarely dropped items. This is why the players didn't like to PK and instead swarmed towards bug players in a mad manner. Unlike the players who only had a bit of chance to drop one of the low grade items they had, the bug players left behind everything. But of course that was only true when considering small numbers. He had killed tens of thousands. Of course the artifacts that had dropped had accumulated to a frightening amount. Then. Boom. The final player left behind had his head blown apart and disappeared into golden light. The place with crosses which had been filled with noise was swept clean. And with that silence the adventurers started to move out. To pick up the dropped artifacts. Why is he asking us to gather these? Ivanov picked up a gauntlet on the ground, looked at it a bit and then threw it into the storage on his back. The artifacts he himself had were of much better quality. They say artifacts were important, but with the tremendous amount of artifacts on the ground, it was more than enough to fully equip all the adventurers here. Since they couldn't equip like 5 gauntlets or swing 9 swords and axes, the remaining ones were all surplus. In a place like Exodus where there wasn't an inventory system, artifacts like these weren't precious treasures but rather baggage. Especially in a situation like this where they had to run away. Running away, huh? Ivanov felt down as he thought about the reality. Hansu and them had become enormously powerful. But that was it. The reality did not change. Since the maze would disappear soon, they had no more places to hide or take shelter in. The only thing that was left to do was a head-on collision. And their opponents were millions of immortal players and the extremely powerful residents of the kingdoms and empires. They're really outside the standards, huh? Ivanov gulped as he thought of the 15 great clans of the players, Arthas Francesca and the great general Cycrus. He then pondered for a bit and then spoke to Hansu. In order to confirm what he had heard before. Weren't we going to contact the Ans? He thought the reason why they had broke the seal was to contact the Ans. With their strength, it seems more than possible to fight against the kingdoms, empires, and even the players. But Hansu shook his head. We can't yet. An alliance with the Ans was indeed his final goal, and releasing the seal as quick as possible for them to have freedom was correct as well. Since the seal had been broken, everyone's eyes will be on the Ans now. But an alliance was something that would happen when both parties were at similar strengths. Though they haven't fully recovered from the seal breaking yet, they are still much more powerful than us. An alliance was not something done in kindness but something very pragmatic. Something like an alliance would only be maintained when both parties needed each other and were a bit afraid of each other. But what about now? The Ans had the power to tie down the kingdoms and empires and even make them tremble in fear. An enormous amount of might. And another thing. They had a prophet. They could see into the future to a degree. Hansu's superior position came from his knowledge of the future and him being able to utilize this to a degree. But here it was likely that these things won't work of these guys. Since they might know part of the things he knew. And there was a chance that they knew something that he didn't. He had no clue as to how the Ans, who had both a large amount of strength and future knowledge, would act in the future, so he couldn't just go charging down rashly. It would be like putting one's head into a tiger's den. He needed the Ans alliance for his plan in the future, but there was no need to charge in while they were weak and give the other side a chance to devour them. Ivanov groaned and backed away from Hansu's words. Since his words were all correct. He didn't know much about the Ans, but if they were humans like them, they had a similar goal. Not living in harmony but rather the survival of their race. Though it was indeed a negative train of thought, even they would destroy the other side if that side was relatively weaker and they needed to do it. Their opponents weren't nice enough for them to play around amiably. No, their opponents were powerful. As Ivanov backed away, Hansu checked his level and then odd. His current level was 248. Just short of reaching the max level. I guess I could go up now. The rest. I can fill it up on the way up. Hansu thought about the situation as he looked around. Everyone else had hit max level already and had sufficiently armed themselves. Since they took all the artifacts on the ground as well, there was no reason to waste any more time in this place. Let's go up then. The people chattered but still nodded and prepared to set off. Angel stared at Kamiyu on the ground, who had received first aid but had still yet to wake up. Leader. Let's lie for a bit longer. You said there's a lot more to do. Angel moved her bag to her hand, lifted Kamiyu on her back, tightly grasped her weapon and followed after Hansu. Boom. A red meteor flew across the maze and blew apart the head of a player. Yaok. One of the hunting group of the Hydros clan, barely dodged the attack and shouted out in rage. Both lower and upper floors were in a rage. Fucking hell. What the hell's going on? It was a normal day like the usual. He was hunting Ans in the territory designated as his clans and was extracting protection elixirs from them. Though the average level of the Ans was at 245, there was a huge difference in numbers to begin with. These guys roamed around alone or in small numbers of 2 or 3, these guys couldn't handle groups of 50 people at level 230 to 240. And even more so when the hunting group belonged to the Hydros clan, one of the 15 great clans. I heard that they were extremely strong before they got sealed, but that's just the legend. They were extremely powerful back in those days, these kinds of sayings had no meaning. The important thing was that they were now killable and were worth killing. That was it. This was why they had continued to hunt the Ans despite the upper floors having gone into havoc. They wouldn't be disturbed from some things from the 4th floor going crazy, and he would be punished by his senior if he didn't fill up today's quota. Well, that would be the best case scenario. Ignoring the chaos above was a huge mistake. The fuck? Just the release of a seal made them this strong. Their levels, which were around 245 to 250, exploded upwards. The members of the hunting group got retaliated against and got massacred in an instant. By estimating from the rate which the hunting group was getting massacred at, their levels were at least at 290. At least this much, it was clear that numbers wouldn't work against them anymore. Fuck. I need to live at least, the immortality stone is too expensive for me to waste it here. Maybe if he was at the level of the Scarlet Demons of the Anteater clans, another one of the 15 great clans, the story would have been different. But he, who wasn't even in the elite group of his own clan, was not at a level where he could just waste the immortality stone randomly like this. So he ran away. Even the Ans would feel pressured from the tens of thousands of people in the entire maze. And he had succeeded at running away. He thought that he would be fine back then. That when he got to the 4th floor, there wouldn't be any more dangers. But what was this? The upper levels had long become hell. Fuck, this is what the bug players have done. Weren't the bug players just some prey? For the entire player population which filled up this place to have been destroyed by the bug players. Kanu clenched his teeth and tried to resist the flail, but there wasn't really a need to. Since he would get logged out before that. From the darkness. An arm extended out from the darkness in front of him and smashed his heart. Though he had been attacked in surprise, he wasn't that shocked. He didn't know why he was here, but he knew who it was. What the? When did he get here? As Kanu disappeared. The flail that had been chasing him couldn't stop its momentum, flew through the gold powder and into the mysterious person. All this happened in an instant. But the mysterious figure wasn't surprised as he quietly raised his hand and deflected away the flail. As if he was swatting away a fly. A loud sound rang out through the maze. The flail that had been deflected stopped for a moment and then flew back the way it came from. Towards the owner, Hansu. Though he hadn't thrown it at full force, it was still the god's flail. Hansu frowned as he looked at the person who simply deflected it away. There was a dark aura floating around that person's body. A translucent body that looked like shadows. There were no other existence that had a look like this. The ants. The sealed existences of the maze below. They already came up here. Because the seal had broken, them coming up to the 4th floor from the 5th floor was obvious, but this was too fast. And from the expression of the mysterious person which told him that they were waiting, it wasn't a coincidence that they met. How did they know that he would come this way? Hansu thought of something after considering it. Prophecy. The power to see the future. If something happens, then I'll use the power. Hansu clenched the flail in his hand as he looked at the N who was looking at him. Reincarnator, Chapter 249, N. 4. Rumbly. The Ns. A fascinating race which had a lot of secrets. But they had a peculiarity. Their physical bodies couldn't maintain their corporeal shape and consisted of a translucent shadow-like form. Like enveloping a shadow with smoke. This was why the humans couldn't distinguish between these people. They could just barely distinguish between females and males. Looking at the body. It seems like it's a female. Hansu mumbled at the blurry N and then clenched his hands. Because his opponent was not weak. The seal suppressed the N's strength. At the same time it trapped them. So the battle power of the N's rising after the seal disappeared was an obvious thing. But according to what he knew, the N's could only use their entire strength after entering the spirit land. Which meant that the N in front of him could barely use half her strength. But still. Estimated level 300. Though she was a bit weaker in comparison to Arthas Francesca above, she was still very powerful. No, she was a monster. Everybody who was following behind Hansu was wunge. Whoa. What the? Do we really have to fight that? The N blocking their path didn't hide her presence and aura, so everybody could feel how powerful she was. Ans. It's really been a while. I could probably win, but I'll have to use my power. The shout of Akin, the leader of the souls, rang out through his head. He could win. But he would clearly have to use a lot of the Mana Node's energy. There's a lot of places where I need to use it. As Hansu frowned. The N in front of Hansu spoke. I have no thoughts of fighting. I just came up to fulfill the prophecy. Fulfilling the prophecy. The N nodded as she replied. Apparently with your destiny you cannot die in this place. So I am here. To help you. Hansu frowned. As he found out that he didn't have to fight the N, he started to calm down and sighed. Well. If you're going to help you should all come. Why just one? If they were that strong, couldn't they just act together? Angel mumbled to herself, but that small whisper couldn't escape the supernatural hearing of the N's. The N replied at Angel's words with a ringing tone of voice. It wouldn't be that good for you then. Huh? The N smirked as she spoke. I'm saying that you shouldn't overestimate yourselves. Rumble. The entire maze was trembling from the seal breaking. Along with the giant mountain where the entrance lay. Back up more. Shit. I can't even watch in peace. As the players, who were watching the mountain breaking, backed off. Quiet. Something flew in through the sky like a meteor. Then. Boom. Huck. What is this? A line of light smashed down into the ground. In between the shocked players. And next to Arthas Francesca grinding his teeth. Arthas, whose rage had skyrocketed to the point of the fire becoming black, quickly calmed down the flames and reorganized himself. The person who had landed was not somebody who he could dare be angry in front of. Great General, Cycrus. The guardian god who protected and supported the entire kingdom. And one of the few people who Arthas Francesca, who had a tremendous amount of pride, truly admired and followed. The rage got amplified inside Arthas Francesca's body even more. This was a mission the Great General gave me personally. Fuck. Arthas Francesca's expression crunched up as he kneeled on the ground. To those who knew about Arthas Francesca's pride, this was a shocking scene, but it was nowhere close enough for Arthas himself. Thinking about what this event would cause, he wanted to smash his head down into the ground. Arthas Francesca mumbled with a dejected expression towards the Great General who was staring back at him expressionlessly. Please kill me. Because I was inadequate, the seal got released. Cycrus's eyes trembled a bit, but then he shook his head and replied. No. It couldn't be helped. In a situation where the minor seal broke and the curse was in effect, even he himself couldn't go in. Arthas Francesca wouldn't have been able to do anything. The final responsibility lay on himself, who hadn't been able to manage everything properly. Himself, who had been wary of the Koran Kingdom's Great General, Daltaran, and had paid little attention to this place. Of course Cycrus was curious as well. For the flail seal to have been broken. Even he couldn't have expected something like this. There was an immortal who could do this? Or? Cycrus shook his head after a few different thoughts. Whatever the cause was, the water had been spilled already. The seal had been broken and the suppressed ends were released. He wanted to sigh out thinking of the events that would happen because of this, but he suppressed it and sighed inside his mind instead. Everybody was looking up to him at the moment. He had to take control and show a resolute look. Stand up. Stop wasting time down there. Arthas Francesca quickly stood up from the Great General's words. Since his words were correct. The events had occurred already and now they had to deal with it. The ends were released. But this wasn't the worst case scenario yet. Since they were only half as strong. Circus asked Arthas. What do you think those guys would do? Arthas replied instantly. They'll try to go to the spirit land. Their true, lost strength was inside that place. Once they go in there, then things would really turn for the worse. The kingdoms wouldn't be able to handle it, which meant the empire, which was asleep in the distance, would awaken. They needed to stop that from happening no matter what. With all their might. Cycrus nodded at Arthas Francesca's words. Call for reinforcements, it's an emergency. Tell them to bring all the knights and mages in the capital. As much as the warp gate can handle. I'll bring the defense brigade by the walls. Arthas Francesca froze in place from the words of the Great General about how even the defense brigade would come into play. The defense brigade was the shield of the kingdom. If they came here, then the wall facing the Koran kingdom will become defenseless. Cycros spoke towards Arthas Francesca after reading his worried expression. It's okay. I've dealt with that side already. Then. Francesca's expression brightened up from Cycros' words as Cycros nodded. Yeah. Deltarune is coming as well. This isn't a time where we should be fighting. It was not a time where they should be fighting for an extra penny. If they couldn't block the Ans, then things would really turn for the worse. All the kingdoms will freeze and melt down. Including both the Koran and Keel kingdoms. It was truly a full frontal battle now. Cycros mumbled towards the rumbling maze. You should have just hid inside calmly. Why are you trying to come out? At this rate. We can't sit still either. The time for him to see the clash between races which he hadn't been able to see in the past had now come. Then. Arthas Francesca mumbled for a moment and spoke. Then what about the god's flail? Cycros rubbed his chin. The flail was something that they needed to find. Even more so now that they had to battle against the Ans. Maintaining the seal wasn't its sole job. Francesca spoke to Cycros. I'll bring it. You. Francesca nodded as he spoke. The person who broke the flail seal would probably be very strong. And, if they passed the flail's test, then not anybody would be able to beat him. I'll go bring it personally. Cycros nodded towards Francesca. Though this guy was young, he had risen to the rank of captain of the magic brigade with pure talent. His ability was more than good enough. It was more than enough to deal with somebody who passed the test of the flail. All right then. Francesca nodded with a confident expression. Our race will go to the spirit land now. It wouldn't be easy. The N mumbled to herself after speaking to Hansu. The humans wouldn't have played around while they had been trapped here. The feeble defense formation they would have set up wouldn't be easy to break through, and it would only get tougher as time went on. This was the best time. They needed to break through during this time when the humans were wary of each other and when the defense formation was still very weak. And they had to get to the spirit land where they could recover their true strength. Before the humans could swarm in. The N continued to speak. Seeing that you released us, you probably want something from us, but I believe we should be looking after our own race for now. The N muttered while watching the countless humans behind Hansu. Hansu replied to those words. So. What's the prophecy that you brought? A strange look appeared in the N's eyes from Hansu's direct question. The prophecy told them that this guy needed to live. Most of the attention will fall onto their race, and from this a gap for the humans to live would be made, but it was nowhere enough. Since the people above ruled the world. So she had come. If they were going to help the humans with strength, then somebody stronger or a few more people would have come. Though she was strong, she wasn't strong enough to deal with the entire situation. But she had come for another reason. Not for strength but intel. To give these guys important information that would be of help. In order to deal with the currently unfair situation. The N spoke. The first prophecy says that you guys will have to dodge a small sun that would soon arrive. A sun. As Angel and the others made a strange expression. Quiet. A tremendous amount of mana started to rain down from the ceiling. Mana that was incomparable to that from a spirit stone. So powerful that it even affected them multiple floors below. Oh god, the curse was released. Everyone freaked out. Hansu mumbled as he felt the presence of the person charging towards them. A prophecy about 10 seconds into the future. How helpful. Instead of sneering, let's go. There's no time. Hansu spoke towards the N. Which way is your race heading? The N pointed towards a direction from Hansu's question. Hansu pondered for a moment and then pointed with his own finger. Towards the opposite direction of the N's. Let's go this way then. Angel frowned at those words. Does he have a plan? The opposite direction. If he had a plan, then he wouldn't choose to go onto the exact opposite direction of the N's, he would have chosen to go towards the N's for protection. But Angel soon realized this wasn't the time for her to think about such things. The deadly aura emitted by the mana was getting closer and closer even now. She didn't know what it was, but they had to move immediately. Then. Hansu's group and the N's started to run towards a direction in the maze.